On the day Lin Shu discovered her pregnancy, she had yet to inform Tang Yichen when she received the divorce agreement. She stifled the pain in her heart and turned away with poise. 3 years had ultimately failed to alter the outcome, nor could they change his heart. That was her fault. Eventually, she chose to let go, carrying with her the secret that had remained unspoken. Chapter 1: Pregnancy. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Lin Shu could not help but rest her hands upon her abdomen, struggling to comprehend that within her lay a tiny life. Recently, she had felt unwell, experiencing nausea and a lack of appetite. Suspecting a bout of gastroenteritis, she had planned to visit the hospital for medication, only to discover she was pregnant. As she exited the hospital with the test results, Lin Shu hesitated, torn between the desire to inform Tang Yichen and the uncertainty that held her back. She opened her phone, gazing at his familiar profile picture, then closed it again. Caught in a cycle of indecision, eventually, she found herself seated on a bench by the flower bed at the hospital entrance. 3 years prior, her grandfather, who had been her sole companion, fell gravely ill. She had taken him to the city for treatment and encountered an elderly gentleman who turned out to be a war comrade of her grandfather's, a man he had once saved. That gentleman was Tang Yichen's grandfather. The two old friends, having lost touch for many years, were overjoyed to reunite. At that time, her grandfather's condition was dire, and he was deeply concerned for her well-being. He entrusted her to Tang's grandfather, who, upon seeing Lin Shu, immediately recognized her as his granddaughter-in-law. He pressured his grandson, Tang Yichen, to marry her swiftly. Shortly thereafter, her grandfather passed away. When Tang's grandfather asked if she would marry Tang Yichen, she shyly nodded in agreement, for she harbored feelings for him, feelings that had blossomed from their first meeting. At the hospital, when he had opened the ward door, sunlight streaming in, illuminating his sculpted features and piercing gaze, at that time, she believed that Tang Yichen's consent to marry stemmed from mutual affection. Little did she know it was merely a concession to his grandfather's insistence. Thus, her union with Tang Yichen was essentially a contractual marriage. The night before their wedding, he presented her with an agreement for her signature. The old man cried and made a fuss, insisting, "I marry you. Since you desire it so much, I will grant you the title of Mrs. Tang, but beyond that, I cannot offer you anything. We shall part ways in 3 years." The agreement stipulated that they would divorce after 3 years, forbidding the possibility of children. Upon their separation, the villa they had shared would belong to Lin Shu, along with a substantial severance payment. Only at that moment did Lin Shu realize that she was the sole party wishing for marriage. She had neglected to read the agreement's contents, fearing it would reveal her true feelings and unwilling to endure humiliation. Instead, she hastily signed and handed it to Tang Yichen. The following day, they obtained their marriage certificatino wedding ceremony, merely 2 red books resting in their hands. "I apologize, Xiao Shu, for the inconvenience. We shall postpone the wedding," Tang's grandfather had said. Though his grandson had agreed to marry, he remained steadfast in his refusal to hold a wedding, leaving Lin Shu feeling somewhat wronged. "It's all right, Grandpa, I understand," Lin Shu replied softly. The first year passed without incident, as they continued to sleep in separate rooms, dining together on weekends at the old residence. Tang Yichen's parents had perished in a plane crash during his childhood, leaving his grandfather to raise him. The loss had nearly overwhelmed the old man, who had been left with only his grandson. During that time, Tang Yichen, once cheerful, became taciturn and sullen. Nevertheless, with the strength of his grandfather's love, Tang Yichen flourished, eventually founding a successful company, much to his grandfather's pride. As a businessman, Tang Yichen was exceedingly busy. Lin Shu often accompanied his grandfather, finding solace in his presence, which reminded her of her own beloved grandfather. The next morning, anxious to avoid any awkwardness, Lin Shu rose early, enduring discomfort as she showered and prepared breakfast before Tang Yichen finally emerged from his room. "About last night," he began. "Let's eat breakfast quickly," she interrupted, knowing that the previous night had been an accident and wishing to avoid any sorrowful discourse. They sat together, silently consuming their meal. "Later, we need to buy some medicine," Tang Yichen finally spoke. Lin Shu looked up at him. "We cannot have children," he added, offering an explanation. "I understand, I will go buy it," Lin Shu replied, feeling a pang in her heart, yet maintaining a faint smile. From that point onward, their dynamic shifted, transforming from strangers sharing a roof into a couple who refrained from expressing love. A notification on WeChat interrupted Lin Shu's thoughts. "Okay," she replied, considering his poor appetite. She added, "Please don't drink too much." Chapter 2. She has returned. Upon arriving at the old residence, the butler greeted her. "Young madam, you're here. The old master is in the garden." "Thank you, I can go on my own," Lin Shu replied with a gentle smile. The servants of the Tang family appreciated her modest and approachable demeanor. As Lin Shu approached the garden, she found Tang's grandfather seated on a bench, a cup of tea beside him. His face lit up upon seeing her. "Xiao Shu, you're here."
Come.
Where is Yichen? Did he not accompany you? No. Grandpa Yichen is busy with work today, so I came alone. That rascal only knows how to work. His responsibilities are demanding as the president. He must bear more burdens than others. You're always defending him. Stay here and have dinner with Grandpa tonight. After a pleasant dinner with Tang's grandfather, Lin Shu received a call from Tang Yichen's childhood friend, Lu Yan's sister-in-law. We're at the night color bar. The boss has had too much to drink. Could you come pick him up? All right, I'm on my way. After bidding farewell to her grandfather, Lin Shu departed. The night color bar, in an upscale VIP booth. 5 men sat together, several of them strikingly handsome, with the most alluring being Tang Yichen, who lay half-reclined. These 5 had grown up together in the same courtyard. The eldest, Tang Yichen II, Mo Zhe III, Jin Hao IV, Ji Fengfan, and the youngest, Lu Yan. Tang Yichen had indeed indulged a bit too much, and was feeling unwell, wishing to lie down. He pressed his hand against his temple. What's wrong with the boss today? Drinking so much, Lu Yan remarked, oblivious to his friend's discontent. Who knows? Came the reply. The boss said. Humph, the boss tells you everything. I'm no longer your little Yan, Lu Yan quipped. When were you ever? The man in the black shirt chimed in. Third brother. The group burst into laughter. Could it be that the boss is still hung up on an old flame? What about that little sister-in-law? Let's not meddle. I trust the boss will handle it himself. I have to leave, Ji Fengfan stated, as he had an early business trip scheduled. The 3 of them left without a second thought. Hey, are you just going to leave the boss like this? Lu Yan protested. Among us, you're the least busy, so it's naturally your responsibility to take care of him. With that, the 3 brothers left without sparing Lu Yan a glance. He looked at his boss slumped on the sofa and thought of their gentle, understanding sister-in-law. He then pulled out his phone to call her to come and pick him up. When Lin Shu arrived at the night color bar, she found only Lu Yan sitting there, waiting for Tang Yichen. Sorry for being late. Are you here alone? Sister-in-law, you're here. It's not too late. The others had to leave for various reasons. I had a match scheduled tonight, so I called you. Lu Yan set his phone down, having just been engrossed in a game, in a bar. A handsome young man was engrossed in a game, keeping an eye on another even more dashing, inebriated fellow, creating an unusual spectacle. After all, the bar owner was a man from the subcontinent, and Lu Yan was unperturbed. How could he drink so much? His stomach has been acting up for the past couple of days, and he was just starting to feel better. Perhaps it was simply that we were all having such a good time that he overindulged a bit. Next time, I will certainly keep an eye on him. Lu Yan offered a casual excuse to deflect the concern. Lin Shu was quite familiar with Tang Yichen and his few childhood friends together. They had established K-Group, which had grown significantly and now occupied a substantial portion of Jiangcheng, extending its reach to overseas markets. Occasionally, they would gather for dinner at home or meet at the old residence. All right, sister-in-law, I'll help you get big brother into the car. Okay. Without Lu Yan's assistance, Tang Yichen would have struggled to manage on his own. The 2 managed to assist Tang Yichen into the back seat of the car, while Lin Shu took the driver's seat. Sister-in-law, can you drive? Would you like me to call a designated driver? Lu Yan worried that the size of the car might be cumbersome for Lin Shu. It's fine. He'll take it slow. All right, then be careful on the road. Goodbye. Okay, I'm off now. With that, the car slowly merged into the flow of traffic. Lin Shu drove cautiously, her nerves heightened as she focused intently on the road, proceeding at a snail's pace, eliciting impatient honks from the vehicles behind her. I'm sorry, but it may not be convenient. I'm already married. With that, she hung up the phone, retrieving her ring from the office drawer and tossing it back inside. The unexpected call had left her flustered and feeling agitated. She invited Lu Yan and the others to the bar owned by Lao San, indulging in a few more drinks. 3 years prior, she had planned an elaborate proposal, yet the leading lady, Wenqing, failed to appear, choosing instead to pursue her ballet dreams in Paris. Standing amidst a sea of flowers, ring in hand, he had unwittingly become the subject of ridicule in Jiangcheng. The half-hour journey took nearly an hour, but as Lin Shu neared her home, she noticed that Tang Yichen seemed to be regaining his senses. You're awake, can you walk? Tang Yichen remained silent, bending down to assist him. He leaned against her as they entered together. Lin Shu helped Tang Yichen settle onto the sofa, then ventured into the kitchen to prepare some hangover tea. By the time she returned, he was mostly awake, sitting upright on the couch. Here, drink this. Just leave it. It's getting late, you should go to bed. I'll clean up later. Lin Shu lingered in the living room for a moment. All right, I understand. I'll join you for dinner tomorrow. Okay. Lin Shu still refrained from revealing her pregnancy. The 3-year anniversary was just 3 months away. Chapter 3. It turned out to be her early. The next morning, Lin Shu rose to prepare breakfast, concerned that Tang Yichen might be suffering from a hangover. She made congee to soothe his stomach. Tang Yichen, clad in a white tracksuit, descended the stairs with a frown, looking remarkably like a university student. You're awake. Please have breakfast, she said. As he sat down, Lin Shu noted his morning grumpiness. He always bore a serious expression upon waking, his brow furrowed. She remained silent as he sipped the congee, and she took a seat across from him to eat her own breakfast. The congee Lin Shu had prepared was soft and thick, and after finishing a bowl, she felt considerably better. Having overindulged the previous night, her stomach had been uneasy. But now it was finally easing. A notification chimed on his phone. Yichen, I don't believe you're married. You must be trying to provoke me. I will wait for you at the airport. Tang Yichen glanced at the message and set his phone aside, choosing to ignore it. Earlier that morning, he had noticed a friend request on WeChat from Wenqing. He had not approved it. He had deleted all her contact information 3 years ago after she went abroad, wanting to awaken from the reverie of their past. Another message arrived. Yichen, I had my reasons back then. I have never forgotten you. I am waiting for you at the airport. If you do not come, I will not leave. Tang Yichen felt increasingly agitated as he held his phone. I want to go to grandfather's for dinner today. I'll explain to him over the phone that I have something to attend to and will go another day. He informed Lin Shu. All right, you take care, Lin Shu replied softly. Tang Yichen looked up at his wife, who had been married to him for nearly 3 years. Over the past 2 years, she had shed much of her youthful naivety and was no longer the malnourished girl who had arrived from the countryside. Now, she stood tall and graceful, her complexion having improved significantly. Undeniably, Lin Shu was a good wife, caring for his daily needs without intruding upon his space. Forever calm and seemingly devoid of temper, she interacted pleasantly with his family, and in the presence of his childhood friends, she exhibited a poised demeanor, leaving no room for criticism. Moreover, their intimacy in bed felt like an addictive allure, akin to the irresistible pull of opium, making him feel like an uncontrollable young man. Wenqing was his first love. They had been together in college, where she was the belle of the dance department, and he, the prodigy of finance. Typically, Tang Yichen was indifferent to women. Despite numerous declarations of affection from admirers, he maintained an air of aloofness that could frighten them to tears. Their relationship had begun with Wenqing pursuing him relentlessly, eventually softening the icy demeanor of this aloof male deity. Once together, their bond had been quite good. Although Tang Yichen was often cold, taciturn, and rarely smiled, Wenqing would always drag him out, dancing nearby or chattering about trivial matters, and he would quietly listen, accompanying her. He had planned to marry her upon graduation, and just before finishing his studies, he gathered a few friends to orchestrate a grand surprise, intending to propose to Wenqing, only to find that the leading lady was absent. Tang Yichen received a message from Wenqing. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I have received an opportunity to pursue further studies in Paris, France. My flight is tomorrow. I do not wish to enter the shackles of marriage immediately after graduation. I yearn to chase my dreams. Would you kindly wait for me for 3 years? Assistantly, is Yichen with you? Madam, Mr. Tang is not with me today. And there are no arrangements for overtime. Is everything all right? Very well, it's nothing, thank you, goodbye. You are welcome, madam, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shu felt a wave of discomfort in her stomach and hastily gulped down a glass of water. Suddenly, her chopsticks clattered to the table, and a chill enveloped her entire being. It was her, Tang Yichen's ethereal muse, who had hastily declined dinner at her grandfather's house just yesterday and had not returned home all night, presumably to be with her. Lin Shu dared not dwell on the thought, mechanically finishing the porridge in her bowl before placing it in the kitchen without washing it, and then sank onto the sofa, lost in a daze. It seemed time to leave, yet she pondered why it was so difficult to part. Her hands gently caressed her abdomen. Baby, we may have to leave your father soon. Mother cannot reveal your existence to him, but I will love you dearly and make up for the absence of your father. Lin Shu was roused by a voice, slowly awakening to find Tang Yichen standing beside the sofa. She blinked in surprise and sat up straight, uncertain how long he had been there. Have you eaten? I accidentally fell asleep and forgot to cook dinner, Lin Shu admitted, recalling his delicate stomach. I haven't eaten. Tang Yichen replied tersely, making his way to the dining table. Observing his scowling countenance, resembling a child who inexplicably felt wronged, Lin Shu sighed helplessly. Shall I cook some noodles then? All right. Chapter 4. A Provocation at the Door. Before long, Lin Shu prepared 2 bowls of vegetable and shredded meat noodles, presenting them at the table. They appeared delectable. Silence enveloped the room as Tang Yichen, perhaps driven by hunger, finished his meal in mere minutes. Afterward, he turned to Lin Shu and simply said, "Good." Lin Shu kept her head down, continuing to eat without further conversation. Tang Yichen then ascended the stairs. The next day, Lin Shu awoke to find that Tang Yichen had already left for the office. She prepared a modest meal for herself at noon. Although her appetite was lacking, she reminded herself of her baby and insisted on consuming a bowl of soup and a small portion of rice. Just as she finished tidying up, the doorbell rang. As she opened the door, she was greeted by the protagonist of yesterday's news. Indeed, she was stunning. Reminiscent of a swan gliding gracefully upon ice, Lin Shu mused. Miss Lin, hello. I am Wenqing, a friend of Yichen. I am aware, Lin Shu replied softly, feeling like an ugly duckling in the presence of the graceful swan. Stepping aside, she invited Wenqing into her home and poured her a glass of water, placing it on the table before her. I apologize, Miss Lin. Yesterday, Yichen left his watch at my place, and I have been unable to reach him today. Since I happened to be nearby, I brought it to him. Wenqing's voice was melodious, and her radiant smile was captivating, her words striking a chord deep within. All right, I will pass it on to him. Thank you for making the trip, Miss Wen, Lin Shu managed to say, suppressing her discomfort, her voice slightly stiff. Today, I am feeling rather unwell, so I shall not invite Miss Wen to dine with me. If there are no further matters to discuss, I will take my leave and rest. Very well, I shall not disturb you. Please take good care of yourself. With a graceful smile, Wenqing bid farewell. As she stepped through the villa's gates, the smile on her face faded. Originally, this villa was hers, Wenqing's. The news of his marriage struck her as unbelievable. She was certain that Yichen had been waiting for her all these years. She firmly believed that he would continue to wait, for he was a man of deep emotions, and she was his first love. Throughout the years of her absence, there had been no rumors surrounding him, and although she was abroad, she kept a close watch on his life and knew that no woman had entered his world. To her astonishment, he had indeed married, and it was arranged by Grandfather Tang. His young bride appeared so diminutive. Had she truly reached adulthood? Regardless of who she was, Wenqing would never relinquish her claim. Her leg injury had rendered her unable to dance, yet Yichen must remain hers. After Wenqing departed, Lin Shu sat dazed on the sofa, gazing at the watch in her hand. This watch belonged to Tang Yichen. He had worn it for many years, a gift from Grandfather Tang upon his graduation. She recalled once picking it up from his bedside, noticing the initials, YC, engraved on the back. Her reverie was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of her phone. It was Tang Yichen calling. I will be home in 10 minutes. Please prepare to go out. Certainly. Lin Shu felt emotionally volatile due to her pregnancy and was preoccupied with how to inform Tang Yichen that Wenqing had visited to return the watch. Should she secretly place the watch on the bedside or mention it to Tang Yichen? Thus, the journey was marked by silence between them. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, Aunt Wang was already busy preparing a meal, and Lin Shu intended to offer her assistance. However, Tang Yichen grasped her hand and said, Aunt Wang will be done shortly. Do not worry about it today. Rest for a while. Observing her distracted demeanor, he could only encourage her to take a break. All right, then I shall go to the garden to see the flowers grandfather has planted. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu decided not to insist on helping, thinking it would be pleasant to admire the flowers. I will seek grandfather in the study. Very well. With that, the two parted ways. Tang Yichen entered the study, only to have Grandfather Tang hurl a pen holder at him, which struck him squarely on the forehead, leaving a mark. Grandfather Tang, brandishing a newspaper, pounded the table and exclaimed, You reckless fool! What have you been up to? Where have you left Xiao Shu? Running around, attracting attention, and causing a scandal. The news has already been retracted. Do you think Xiao Shu is unaware? A wife as wonderful as her, and you do not cherish her. You will come to regret this day, and do not come crying to me then. You were the one who pressured me into marriage. When I agreed, you should have anticipated this outcome. You. I could very well strike you down, he shouted, brandishing his cane as he approached Tang Yichen. Just then, Lin Shu burst in, blocking Grandfather Tang. Grandfather, please take care of your health and do not let anger consume you. Lin Shu helped Grandfather Tang sit down, her gaze falling upon the man before her, whose forehead bore a wound, giving him a rather disheveled appearance. As Lin Shu approached the door, she inadvertently overheard Tang Yichen's remark, You are the one who forced me into this marriage. When I agreed to wed, you should have anticipated this day. It was not her intention to eavesdrop. Aunt Wang had prepared dinner and was about to summon them to eat. Upon hearing her grandfather's agitated voice, Lin Shu rushed in, concerned that his excitement might jeopardize his health and equally worried about Tang Yichen, who, despite his military background, could still be vulnerable. To her dismay, she discovered that he had indeed been injured. It was baffling that he did not take a moment to speak gently or step aside while her grandfather was in a fury. The housekeeper, alerted by the commotion, also arrived, and Lin Shu promptly asked him to assist her grandfather downstairs. She fetched some iodine and approached Tang Yichen, preparing to disinfect his wound. It's nothing. Just a minor injury, no need for that, he protested. Even minor injuries require disinfection. Neglecting them could lead to complications, she insisted. Chapter 5. A Night at the Old Residence. Lin Shu applied the ointment gently, unaware of his inner thoughts. All right, let us go downstairs for dinner. We shouldn't keep grandfather waiting, she suggested. Indeed, he replied. They descended together to the dining room, where their grandfather was already seated at the table. Upon seeing them, his demeanor shifted entirely. He beamed and eagerly beckoned Lin Shu to join him for a meal, contrasting sharply with his earlier reprimands directed at Tang Yichen. Xiao Shu, hurry over and eat. Let Aunt Wang serve you some soup to nourish your health, he urged. Grandfather truly cherished Lin Shu, not merely out of loyalty to an old comrade but because he understood his grandson's emotional depth and vulnerability to deceit and harm. Lin Shu, with her innocent and kind-hearted nature, appeared delicate yet possessed an unyielding strength, making her a steadfast companion through both joy and adversity. He hoped that this scoundrel, Yichen, would soon recognize Lin Shu's virtues, allowing them to lead a happy life together and perhaps bless him with a great-grandchild, fulfilling his life's desires. Although Lin Shu was invited to stay, she hesitated, not wishing to remain alone at home. However, given her pregnancy, moving to the old residence would inevitably reveal her condition to her grandfather, making it impossible for her to relocate. Grandfather was also concerned about the couple's relationship, particularly the potential for interference from someone named Wenqing. If she moved in, he could keep a watchful eye, as Lin Shu's gentle nature might lead her to suffer. Yet, since she had declined, he refrained from pressing the matter further. That's acceptable. Grandfather respects your wishes. However, should Yichen behave poorly or provoke you, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall intervene, he said, casting a stern glance at his grandson. Tang Yichen maintained his composure, seemingly oblivious to his grandfather's admonition. There is nothing to worry about, grandfather. Yichen treats me very well, Lin Shu interjected. Tang Yichen raised an eyebrow in surprise, not understanding why his wife, whom he had been married to for nearly 3 years, felt the need to defend him before her grandfather. She could easily voice her grievances, and grandfather would surely side with her. Noticing Tang Yichen's raised brow, Lin Shu felt a twinge of guilt and lowered her head to eat, acknowledging his silence with, "Very well, grandfather." After dinner, the harmonious Tang Yichen was not busy with work. Instead, he sat in the living room watching television with Lin Shu and his grandfather. As Tang grandfather was quite elderly, he soon requested the butler to assist him to rest, leaving Tang Yichen and Lin Shu together. With the grandfather gone, Lin Shu thought that he no longer needed to pretend to keep her company. "I am not busy today," she mused, considering if he was finally enjoying a rare moment of relaxation and contemplating taking a break. In truth, he had been engrossed in his phone, hardly paying attention to the television. Lin Shu, undeterred, settled herself comfortably on the sofa, hugging a cushion as she focused intently on the drama she had been following, which had just released its finale. It was a historical tragedy, culminating in a heart-wrenching ending where the protagonists were separated by fate. Immersed in the storyline, Lin Shu couldn't help but shed tears. Tang Yichen reclined on the sofa, scrolling through the news, uncertain why he was idly wasting time on his phone when numerous tasks awaited his attention. In the past, he had never squandered time on such mundane dramas. Yet seeing Lin Shu sitting so obediently on the sofa evoked a sense of warmth and domesticity in him. As he lowered his gaze to his phone, he soon heard intermittent sobs. Looking up, he noticed Lin Shu crying sorrowfully, her tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, her eyes swollen and red. Not knowing what had transpired, he quickly sat up and offered her a tissue, inquiring, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine. The show is just too sad. The female lead dies." Lin Shu replied, suppressing her sobs, her words coming out in gasps. Feeling embarrassed at being seen in such a vulnerable state, she thought it was somewhat shameful to cry over a television show. Yet, the sadness overwhelmed her. Ever since her pregnancy, her emotions had fluctuated dramatically, making her easily susceptible to melancholy over trivial matters. Tang Yichen inexplicably felt a wave of relief. It was merely because of the drama. All right, don't cry. If Grandpa hears you, he might think I'm bullying you," he murmured soothingly, his voice imbued with a tenderness he scarcely recognized in himself. Despite his reassurances, Lin Shu continued to sob. He gently patted her back, whispering soft comforts until she gradually calmed down. As she gazed at the two of them leaning against each other, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. In that moment, Lin Shu sensed that Tang Yichen's gentleness could either uplift her or plunge her deeper into despair. He treated her like his most cherished treasure, yet she was acutely aware that Wenqing held a special place in his heart. She reassured herself, perhaps out of concern for her grandfather's potential reprimands. Lost in thought, Lin Shu was led upstairs by Tang Yichen. Upon entering the room, his phone rang, and as he took it out, Lin Shu noticed an unfamiliar number displayed on the screen. "You go ahead and take a shower. I'll take this call," he instructed. "All right," she replied. Lin Shu turned and retrieved her pajamas from the wardrobe before stepping into the bathroom. Once she closed the door, she leaned against it, lost in thought. The fleeting tenderness she had experienced downstairs had led her to entertain a delusion and a forbidden hope. If she were to tell Tang Yichen that she was expecting a child, would he prevent her from leaving? Surely, he would make a wonderful father. Grandfather had once said, Xiao Shu, Yichen has endured much suffering since the loss of his parents. He has held back his tears, and I know he values deep emotions. This is why he has quietly awaited Wenqing's return. She is not suited for him. Over the years, Yichen has yearned for the warmth of a family. If you marry and create your own family, having children together, Yichen, being a responsible man, will not let you part ways. This was grandfather's advice. She should hasten to conceive and bind Yichen to her. However, one who can bind him physically cannot hold his heart. She wished for Yichen's happiness and was willing to facilitate it. Chapter 6. Reconsideration. As Lin Shu entered the shower, Tang Yichen moved to the balcony to take a call. Yichen, you finally answered my call. I don't want to stay at a hotel. I feel so afraid alone at night. Can you come and keep me company? I'm at the old house, and it's not convenient for me to go out at night. Tomorrow, I'll have Lu Yan arrange an apartment for you. You can move there. He was uncertain if there were lingering feelings for Wenqing, but he knew he could not disregard everything. However, during the continuation of his marriage with Lin Shu, he vowed never to betray her. This principle remained intact. Thus, he enlisted Xiao Lu to assist in finding a place. All right, Yichen, I appreciate it. I know you're married and shouldn't be disturbed, but I truly can't control my heart. I think of you every day.
All right.
Get some rest. Tang Yichen interrupted Wenqing, fearing that his emotional balance might tip prematurely. He did not wish to act against Lin Shu while their relationship was still unresolved. Maintaining the status quo before the divorce was best. After hanging up on Wenqing, Tang Yichen directly called Lu Yan. Brother, what is the matter at this late hour? Lu Yan's carefree voice came through. Please help me find an apartment for Wenqing tomorrow. Brother, what are you doing? Are you really going to cheat? Keeping a mistress and being a scoundrel? I misjudged you. Come to the office after you've arranged everything. The call ended abruptly. Listening to Xiao Wu's accusations, he himself was uncertain about his intentions. He was never one to waver or procrastinate. Let us leave it at that for now. Should I inform my sister-in-law about this news? If I don't, how will I face her innocent and naive eyes in the future? Lu Yan sighed in exasperation as he lay on his bed, muttering to himself. After her shower, Lin Shu emerged to find Tang Yichen still on the balcony, having finished his call without entering the room. I'm done showering. Do you need to wash? Lin Shu pondered whether he intended to leave, thinking he might not bathe and would not spend the night at the old house. How can you sleep without a shower? You're all sweaty, you don't mind, do you? Tang Yichen gazed at his recently bathed young wife with an enigmatic smile. She donned a modest, long cotton nightgown, her cascading hair falling naturally behind her. Her petite face, no larger than a palm, framed by delicately arched brows, boasted a pair of deep, clear ebony eyes that perpetually sparkled with a hint of a smile, as if she were never capable of anger or irritation. Lin Shu, noticing Tang Yichen's unwavering gaze upon her, suddenly became aware of her nightgown and hurriedly dashed to the bed, pulling the covers over herself with great care. Observing her flurry of movements, Tang Yichen chuckled softly, pondering whether he appeared so fearsome. After all, this was not the first time they had seen each other in such attire. She resembled a startled little rabbit, while he played the role of a looming wolf. After finishing his bath, Tang Yichen found Lin Shu nestled in bed, her gentle breaths indicating a peaceful slumber, her eyes quietly shut. Her slender lashes cast faint shadows, resembling delicate fans. He quietly approached the other side of the bed and lay down slowly. Sensing the shift as he settled in, Lin Shu gradually opened her eyes. Indeed, she had been feigning sleep. With her pregnancy, she feared that Tang Yichen might contemplate certain matters. The doctor had advised against intimacy during the first trimester, urging her to be cautious. Moreover, she pondered whether his reluctance to venture out at night stemmed from the inconvenience of the old residence or other reasons. Perhaps she could advocate for herself and their unborn child, or, as her grandfather suggested, the baby might alter Yichen's perspective, serving as a blessing for their marriage. In the morning, Tang Yichen rose while Lin Shu remained asleep. He refrained from waking her and departed for the office, as he had several meetings lined up that day. Leaving without breakfast. At the top floor of the JK Group headquarters, in the president's office, several founders were engaged in discussions. The eldest sat behind a large conference table, listening intently to progress reports. Brother, regarding the European collaboration project, the local head is struggling. A newly appointed patriarch from the Lawrence family, apparently named Keen, seems unfamiliar with the protocols and is attempting to take advantage of the situation, demanding an additional 5%. However, he has yet to make an appearance. leaving his subordinates to flounder, reported one. Second brother, you shall personally fly to Europe tomorrow and negotiate directly with the patriarch. If they wish to cooperate, let them sign. If not, they may rescind, commanded the elder. Third brother, engage with our contacts in the Middle East. There are plenty vying for this lucrative opportunity. Given our long-standing collaboration, extend them one final chance. Since the Lawrence family wishes to play hardball, let them walk away empty-handed. Understood, brother, replied the second brother, Moze, and the third, Qin Hao, as they accepted their assignments and prepared to depart. The fourth brother, Ji Fengfan, primarily managed the group's entertainment sector and was a frequent subject of tabloid headlines, often embroiled in rumors with young stars. A well-known playboy in Jiangcheng, he was charming and generous, providing lavish gifts and accommodations to his former partners, all of whom spoke highly of him even after parting ways. You're leaving without waiting for fifth brother? He remarked. You can wait for him yourself. We are busy, Moze and Qin Hao retorted as they exited with their documents. Once they had left, Ji Fengfan continued to lounge and play video games.
Moments later.
He heard Lu Yan's voice as he burst into the office and flopped onto the sofa. I am utterly exhausted. I've finally arranged things for the elder brother's lover. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yichen lifted his gaze from the pile of documents on the desk, casting a cold glance at him. Xiao Wu refrained from speaking recklessly. Lu Yan swiftly raised his hand to silence himself, sealing his lips. Fourth brother, you should inquire with the boss directly. I dare not speak ill of him behind his back. When the boss is riled up, it is truly terrifying. He might even send himself off to Africa. How is that speaking ill behind his back? It is merely unveiling the truth to his face. Ji Fengfan interjected, leaning in closer. Chapter 7. Encountering two thick-skinned individuals. Lu Yan glanced at the boss, who was engrossed in his work, and quietly shared gossip with Ji Fengfan. You have nothing to do all day anyway. Fourth brother, that is not the crux of the matter. Why is everyone bullying him? The boss is rekindling an old flame. Straddling two boats is not his style. If it truly is an old flame reignited, then our sister-in-law is in peril. She might have to leave. No way, they've been married for nearly 3 years. The boss must have feelings for our sister-in-law. Let us place a bet. I shall not bet with you. Why not? Lu Yan questioned, his voice rising in indignation, inadvertently causing him to stand, mistakenly believing fourth brother was siding with Wenqing, which greatly angered him. You two need to remain quiet here. Otherwise, leave and attend to your own affairs. Do not prance about before my eyes. Tang Yichen, observing the two whispering and chattering incessantly, felt exasperated and wished he could cast them to Africa. Fourth brother, why won't you bet with me? Upon hearing the boss's rising anger, Lu Yan quickly sat down but remained stubborn, asking Ji Fengfan why he wouldn't bet. He was determined to rally support for their sister-in-law, because I, like you, find betting absurd. Fourth brother, you two have noticed the boss's feelings for our sister-in-law. Haven to you? I knew it. I cannot be mistaken. Even a fool can see it, let alone you. Then why is the boss going to the airport to pick up Wenqing, arranging hotels for her, and now, even finding her a house? How would I know what the boss is thinking? In matters of the heart, the boss may indeed be less discerning than a fool. Is it truly wise to speak of the boss in such a manner, fourth brother? Though I somewhat agree, after all, this is the only area where I have your acknowledgement of being superior to the boss.
Hee.
Thus, the two continued to linger in Tang Yichen's office, utterly neglectful of their duties. Fourth, have you been idling about in the entertainment section lately? I have yet to address the last piece of news with you. How about I assign you additional projects? Go lend a hand over at Second Brothers. Boss, today is a rare occasion for me to have a break. And yet you found me. The last news isn't my fault. The paparazzi were lurking, and I promptly retracted all the news at the first opportunity, leaving not a trace. Ji Fengfan spoke with a hint of pride. Boss, I've finished my tasks for today. I've found a place for you, and arranged the move.
Heh?
Lu Yan immediately asserted, proving he was indeed working. Lu Yao observed Tang Yichen rise, donning his coat in preparation to leave, and promptly followed suit. Tang Yichen halted, eyeing the two trailing behind him with caution. Can fourth brother and I come over to your house for dinner tonight? It has been quite some time since I savored the dishes prepared by our sister-in-law. Lu Yan smiled ingratiatingly at Tang Yichen.
No.
Tang Yichen directly refused, never having encountered someone so brazen.
Why not?
It's not as if I'm eating your food. I'll call Xiao Xiaozi right now. Upon finishing his statement, Lu Yan immediately took out his phone and dialed. Tang Yichen had no time to intervene. Lin Shu, noticing Lu Yan's call, assumed there was something amiss with Tang Yichen and hastily answered, Hello, Xiao Wu, is Yichen alright? Has he been drinking again? Hearing Lin Shu's immediate concern for him on the other end of the line, Tang Yichen's expression softened somewhat. Your elder brother is just joking with you. Are you all headed out? I was about to start preparing the dishes. Just stepping out, no need to make too much. Just prepare a bowl of spicy tripe for me. I want saltwater chicken. Ji Fengfan chimed in eagerly. The two were utterly unreserved, diving straight into ordering. Tang Yichen snatched the phone away, declaring, "Don't prepare anything for them. Just boil a pot of congee." He then hung up. "Brother, don't be so stingy. We don't visit often, just 2 or 3 times a month. Xiao Xiaozi's cooking is simply too delightful," Lu Yan lamented dramatically. "Indeed, brother. We're merely here to enjoy a meal, and we'll leave right after. We won't intrude upon your private time," Ji Fengfan interjected, unafraid of Tang Yichen's darkening demeanor. "Should I thank you for not moving in with us directly?" Tang Yichen queried, his face stern. "Could I move in with you? Perhaps I should check for property in your community. I'll see if there are any houses for sale tomorrow," Lu Yan replied. He mistakenly thought Tang Yichen was genuinely inviting him to stay, and while cohabitation seemed implausible, residing in the same community would certainly be convenient. "I was merely joking, brother. It wouldn't be convenient for me to move in," he chuckled. As the three made their way to the elevator, they headed to the parking lot. Since Lu Yan and Ji Fengfan had driven separately, intending to follow Tang Yichen to his villa in 3 separate cars, they arrived almost simultaneously, parked their vehicles, and entered the house just as Lin Shu had perfectly timed the final dish to be served. "You've arrived just in time for dinner." Lin Shu greeted Lu Yan and Ji Fengfan with a warm smile. "Xiao Xiaozi." I could smell the delicious aroma even before stepping through the door, Lu Yan exclaimed as he rushed toward the dining table. Upon seeing the spread, he marveled. "Goodness, it's all my favorites." Not only has Xiao Xiaozi prepared spicy tripe and saltwater chicken, but there's also grilled fish, mushroom soup, and an array of cold dishes, a full table. 8 dishes and a soup. It's truly lavish. It's such a pity that Erge and Sango aren't here to enjoy it. He reached out to grab a piece of meat and began to eat, praising Lin Shu's culinary skills. "I made just a little of everything, it's not too much. You all should try some. Next time, let us invite them over too, and I'll prepare a larger feast." "That's enough," Lu Yan said, attempting to reach for more, only to have Tang Yichen swiftly swat his hand away, urging him to wash up and get the utensils. "I'll go fetch them," Lin Shu offered, but Tang Yichen gently pulled her hand, saying, "Sit down and rest. Let them handle the work. You've worked hard preparing for them. They should know how to contribute." "Yes, sister-in-law, I'm sorry for having you busy all day. After we eat, you should take a break while Xiao Wu and I clean up," Ji Fengfan said, taking a bowl while Lu Yan grabbed chopsticks as they both headed out. Noticing Tang Yichen's increasingly dark expression, Ji Fengfan hastily sought to clarify his stance. "Indeed, I will assist fourth brother in tidying up shortly." "It seems you two possess a modicum of conscience," Tang Yichen remarked. The four settled down to dine, and though Lin Shu partook sparingly, it must be said that the appetites of the 3 men were quite substantial, as they nearly cleared the table of all dishes, though they hardly touched the rice. After Lu Yan and Ji Fengfan had cleaned up and washed the dishes, they swiftly took their leave. Chapter 8. Tang Yichen is going on a business trip. Once Lu Yan and Ji Fengfan departed, the house fell into a profound silence. Among the group, Lu Yan was the most carefree, perhaps because he was the youngest brother, shielded by his elder siblings from the burdens of life, thus bearing fewer worries. He was also closest to Lin Shu, often seeking excuses to join her for meals. Ji Fengfan was often the subject of numerous tabloid stories, yet he had never brought any acquaintances to meet the group, always presenting himself as a gentleman of elegance. The second brother, who was absent today, exuded maturity and steadiness, yet he frequently resided abroad, making their encounters infrequent. Each meeting was marked by his courteous demeanor and graceful presence, fostering a comfortable atmosphere. The third brother was rather taciturn, merely exchanging greetings during their few meetings. According to Lu Yan, his second brother could be quite ruthless, appearing refined while possessing a merciless disposition. The third brother was the most cunning, and Lu Yan dared not provoke him, opting instead to align with fourth brother. Lin Shu inquired about Tang Yichen's whereabouts. At that moment, Lu Yan asserted that the eldest brother was undoubtedly more formidable than the second and third brothers, remarking that when the eldest directed them eastward, they did not dare venture west. Lin Shu was intrigued by their evident fear of Tang Yichen. After all, during their 3 years of acquaintance, aside from his aloofness, she felt that everything else was quite agreeable. Lu Yan explained that this dynamic had existed since childhood. They all heeded the eldest brother. A trust forged from an early age, a bond of life and death reliance. Lin Shu had never inquired about Tang Yichen's business affairs, only knowing that they had founded the company together, which encompassed a multitude of ventures and kept him exceedingly busy with frequent business trips. She mused that perhaps when Lu Yan referred to him as merciless, it was merely a metaphor. Nevertheless, The fraternal bond among the brothers was remarkably strong, transcending even that of biological siblings. Later that night, just before retiring, Tang Yichen received a call from his third brother, Qin Hao, regarding an unexpected issue that had arisen in the Middle East. He needed to attend to it. After showering, he lay in bed with Lin Shu, embracing her from behind. In a low voice, he informed her, "I must embark on a business trip tomorrow." "For how long?" she inquired. "Possibly a week, or perhaps half a month," he replied. "Is it troublesome?" Lin Shu felt an involuntary pang of concern for him. "All right," she acquiesced, not rejecting the driver Tang Yichen had arranged. Given her condition, as she was pregnant, taking a crowded bus would be neither convenient nor safe, especially since the doctor had advised caution during the first trimester. Setting aside the agreement between them, Tang Yichen had indeed fulfilled the responsibilities of a husband, aside from the absence of love. She understood that matters of the heart could not be forced. Love that is absent is simply that there is no reason behind it. Although their time together may be fleeting, it was possible that Tang Yichen's kindness stemmed from the marital bond they shared, a sense of duty towards their marriage that compelled him to treat her well. Tang Yichen embraced Lin Shu, gradually kissing her back, inching upwards, gently turning her body around. His warm lips covered hers, and his tongue slipped into her mouth, greedily savoring her essence. Concerned for the child within her, Lin Shu, unsure of how to refuse, softly murmured, "Be gentle." The involuntary sound that escaped her lips resembled a playful coquetry. "All right," Tang Yichen replied, his voice husky, tinged with restraint. He did not consider himself one to indulge in such matters. After the passing of his parents, his demeanor had grown indifferent. Even during his previous relationship with Wen Qing, he had never contemplated such affairs, believing that intimacy after marriage was a form of respect for one another. Thus, he had always regarded such matters with indifference before Lin Shu, remaining untouched until their encounter. Yet once he had crossed that threshold, he found himself unable to restrain his youthful exuberance. They had initially agreed to marry, fully aware of the unfairness to her, yet circumstances had unfolded as they did, leaving no room for retreat. He endeavored to fulfill his responsibilities during their marriage. That night, Tang Yichen exhibited an unprecedented tenderness, continuously soothing Lin Shu, making her feel like the cherished one held close to his heart, akin to a small boat adrift at sea, destined to sink together. After their union, they embraced and fell asleep. The following morning, Lin Shu awoke late, finding the space beside her empty, with only the wrinkled sheets bearing witness to their intimacy from the night before. After rising, she prepared a meal to satisfy her hunger and planned to step out to procure some items to bring back. Having lived in the village with her grandfather, she was accustomed to the kindness of her neighbors. The simplicity of rural life meant that today one family might offer vegetables, while another might provide eggs. Lin Shu appreciated these gestures and always brought back small gifts for everyone upon her return. She refrained from purchasing anything extravagant, mindful of her lack of income, relying on Tang Yichen's card for expenses. Initially, she would always inform him of any purchases beyond household necessities, but later he encouraged her to buy whatever she desired without needing to report back. To him, the amounts she spent were negligible, a mere fraction of his nightly expenditures. At first, her clothing and bags were arranged by Tang Yichen's assistant, consisting of high-end brands that she seldom wore, prompting her to request that he cease sending them. Instead, she began to procure unique, lesser-known designs online, occasionally customizing them for comfort without excessive cost. Deep down, she harbored a dream of becoming a fashion designer. Spending her free time sketching during her rural upbringing, her grandfather would often say, "Our little Shu will undoubtedly become the finest designer." However, as her grandfather fell gravely ill, Lin Shu devoted herself to seeking treatments, ultimately depleting their savings, and he eventually passed away. Fortunately, she encountered Tang's grandfather and Tang Yichen, who provided her with a new home after her grandfather's departure. She felt immense gratitude for the past 3 years. Chapter 9. Returning to her hometown. Lin Shu took a taxi to the old residence, where the housekeeper informed her that her grandfather was resting upstairs and Aunt Wang was preparing dinner. Lin Shu entered the kitchen to lend a hand. As Lin Shu observed Aunt Wang diligently harvesting vegetables, she approached and joined in the task. Upon noticing Lin Shu's presence, Aunt Wang quickly exclaimed, "Young mistress, please take a rest. Every time you visit, you insist on helping in the kitchen, and I feel quite embarrassed." Having been with the Tang family for many years, Aunt Wang felt the warmth return to the household after the marriage of the young master and mistress. Since the tragic demise of the master and mistress in a plane accident, the old master and young master had relied solely on one another for companionship. The arrival of the young mistress brought a refreshing vibrancy to their home. After assisting with the vegetables, Aunt Wang insisted that Lin Shu take a break. Refusing to let her lift a finger, Unable to argue further, Lin Shu reluctantly exited the kitchen. Just as she entered the living room, the butler appeared. Xiao Shu, you've arrived. Yichen is busy again, Grandpa Tang said, having awakened just in time to hear from the butler about Lin Shu's visit. Very well, I must see your grandfather. If he needs anything, I shall have someone bring it to him, she replied. That young man understands the importance of caring for others, Grandpa Tang remarked, causing Lin Shu to blush with modesty. Go on, go see him. Your grandfather will be at ease knowing you've married well. He'll rest peacefully knowing this. He continued. You should hurry. It will soon be dark, and the mountain path is treacherous. Yes, I shall go to Auntie first, Lin Shu replied. After visiting Auntie, she placed her suitcase by the door and headed straight up the mountain to visit her grandfather's grave. After a 10-minute walk, she arrived at the site, recalling her last visit during Qingming. The grave was overgrown with weeds, and she resolved to return the following morning to tidy it up. Standing before the grave, Lin Shu spoke to her grandfather, feeling a pang of longing for Tang Yichen. She took out her phone but found no messages from him. Hesitant to disturb him, she remembered asking the driver Li Yong about his whereabouts earlier that day. He had mentioned a business trip to the Middle East, a region she knew to be quite tumultuous. After sitting for a while, weariness overtook her. Ever since her pregnancy, she had been especially drowsy. Lin Shu stood up, took the chair inside, and prepared for a wash before heading to bed, knowing she needed to wake early to clear the weeds from her grandfather's grave. Chapter 10, Reunion. The next morning, Lin Shu donned athletic attire and sneakers, borrowing an axe from Auntie before making her way up the mountain. Upon arriving at her grandfather's grave, ready to start her work, she heard someone calling her name. Big Nyo, you're here early. I see you've already harvested the vegetables, she greeted. The vegetables grow quickly. We cannot consume them all. Your sister-in-law suggested taking them to the market to sell. Big Nyo replied upon noticing the axe in Lin Shu's hands. You should rest. It's dangerous for a girl to wield such a tool. Allow me to handle the clearing. You can sit aside, he insisted, taking the axe from her and bending down to clear the weeds around the grave while engaging Lin Shu in conversation. Big Nyo spoke fondly of Yao, whose full name was Lin Mu Yao, the village's first college student and a proud admission to the prestigious Beijing University. Indeed, it has been 3 years since your grandfather passed. And look at you, married now, he remarked. Yao is quite wonderful, isn't he? Absolutely. With everyone earning an income now, life will surely improve. Yao remains impressive as ever. Indeed, in our village, you two were the most remarkable individuals of your time. Had it not been for your grandfather's illness, you would have undoubtedly excelled in the college entrance examination, much like Yao. Both of you were revered by everyone. We once believed that you and Yao would become a couple. How could that be? Yao and I share a brotherly bond, as both of you have shown great care for me and my grandfather. You treated me with kindness, and now that I am married, I sincerely hope Yao finds his own happiness. Lin Shu has always regarded Yao as an elder brother, often saving the best treats from his pockets for her. She feels a kinship with him, much like she does with her grandfather. Dinyo is aware of Lin Shu's marriage, acknowledging that she and Yao are fated to be apart, and thus refrains from further comment. The weeds have been largely cleared, and he hands the machete to Lin Shu. All set, Xiao Shu, you take the machete. All right, I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself. And do come over to Dinyoji's place for meal sometime. Sure, sounds good. In a sleek black trench coat, with his tall stature, Yao has transformed into a strikingly handsome man over the years. As he approaches, Lin Shu greets him joyfully. Dinyogo mentioned that you've embarked on a venture to develop tourism in the village. You truly are remarkable, Yao. Lin Shu expresses her heartfelt joy for Yao's success, as well as for everyone else, regardless of whether they are large corporations or small enterprises. Yao excels in all endeavors, though starting a business must be arduous. Lin Shu thinks of Tang Yichen, recalling how he often works late into the night, even when she awakens. Yes, it was challenging at first. I heard you got married. Your husband is quite impressive. Lin Mu Yao inquires, eager for affirmation from Lin Shu. Yes, I married 3 years ago, shortly after grandfather passed. My husband is also an entrepreneur, much like you. Xiao Shu, is he good to you? Yao. Yichen treats me very well. I am truly happy now, and I also hope you find a sister-in-law soon and achieve your own happiness. Lin Shu pauses, looking earnestly into Lin Mu Yao's eyes as she speaks. Well, Xiao Shu has grown up and started a family. Seeing you happy brings me peace. And I too wish for happiness. I heard you did not hold a wedding. I shall make sure to send a congratulatory gift next time. Lin Mu Yao remarks with a feigned nonchalance. Upon hearing Yao's words, Lin Shu feels reassured. Her heart has belonged to Tang Yichen since their first meeting. And regardless of what the future holds for them, a Yao will always remain a Yao. As a sister who grew up alongside him, Lin Shu sincerely wishes for a Yao to encounter his lifelong companion soon and find happiness. As they walk and converse, they unwittingly arrive at Lin Shu's doorstep.
A Yao.
I've arrived. Would you care to join me for lunch? Lin Shu invites. No, I must find the village chief shortly. Noticing Lin Mu Yao has pressing matters to attend to, Lin Shu does not insist further. After all, she still has a few days to stay and can invite a Yao over for dinner the following day. All right, a Yao, then do come for dinner tomorrow. Sure. I will come by tomorrow. Now hurry inside. Hearing Lin Mu Yao agree to join her for a meal the next day, Lin Shu smiles contentedly as she turns to enter the house. Lin Mu gazed at Lin Shu as she entered the house, then slowly turned toward the village chief's residence. In that fleeting moment of turning, the smile on his face vanished. It is never easy to give up. If only he had graduated a few years earlier. If only he could have afforded to pay for Grandpa Lin's medical treatment when Xiao Shu's grandfather fell ill. Perhaps it would be he who is marrying Xiao Shu now. Alas, there are no ifs. Xiao Shu is married now, as long as she finds happiness. His own happiness seems inconsequential. Chapter 11. Yearning Spreads. Xiao Shu, are you home? The voice of Danio's wife echoed as she stepped inside. Lin Shu hurried out. Sister-in-law, you're here. Please come in and sit. Your Danio has caught quite a few wild fish today, and I brought you a few, she said enthusiastically, holding a small bucket containing several fish of varying sizes. Sister-in-law, you should keep them for the children. We have enough at home. Just take a bucket or a basin, and I'll pour them in for you to keep. If you can't eat them today, you can enjoy fresh fish tomorrow.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Lin Shu fetched a bucket to contain the fish. No need for thanks. I'll take my leave now. You go on with your work. For dinner, Lin Shu prepared 2 fish and made a delightful soup from the fresh wild fish, which tasted exceptionally exquisite. Later that night, as she lay in bed, the quietude of the night enveloped her. Lin Shu found herself thinking of Tang Yichen, wondering what he was doing and whether he had managed to sort out his work. She took out her phone to check for messages, but there was nothing. Summoning her courage, she finally sent a message to Tang Yichen. After exchanging a few words, fatigue washed over her, and she fell asleep early. In Jiangcheng, within the office of the president of JK Group, Lu Yan reclined in a massage chair, sighing heavily. He glanced up to see Secretary Yang also letting out a long sigh. What's the matter, Mr. Lu? I've heard you sigh at least 10 times this morning. Yang inquired with a hint of amusement, as Lu was among the most approachable of the executives, known for his playful demeanor. How dull it is. All my brothers are away, and my sister-in-law is not here either. There's no one to keep me company. Hearing this, Secretary Yang couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing this as typical behavior for their young president. You could go find Miss Tang Yichen's cousin, or Miss Qin Yao's sister, to spend some time with, Yang suggested. Tang Yichen's cousin, was a spirited junior at Jiangcheng University, known for her lively nature and her penchant for helping those in need. Qin, a senior, was currently interning under Ji Fengfan, aspiring to become a screenwriter and filmmaker. She was a dedicated assistant, starting from the ground up, working tirelessly without any privileges. Well, I suppose I must settle for these 2 young ladies, Lu Yan mused, rising from the massage chair, grabbing his coat in preparation to leave. Mr. Lu, shall I arrange lunch for you? No need. I'm off to play with Wan and Qing, he replied, stepping out while pulling out his phone to create a group chat for the 3 of them. Wan Qing, come out. 5th brother is taking you both out for a fun evening. Lu Yan tagged both girls in the group message. 5th brother. And my elder brother away? Tang Wanner promptly responded. The elder brother is on a business trip, with an uncertain return date. This evening. 5th brother, and you should head to 3rd brother's bar for some enjoyment. Make sure to meet at the entrance. What about sister-in-law? We should invite her along. Qing chimed in. Qing also announced her arrival. I'm completely swamped with work and must head to the set. I want to be able to arrive until after 7 p.m. She mentioned in the group chat, acknowledging her current role as a mere assistant under a particularly strict mentor, making it impossible for her to slip away. Then I'll take Wanu out for lunch first before heading to the bar. Should I arrange for someone to pick you up? Lu Yan thought about his own missed meal and decided to take Tang Wanner for lunch before the bar visit. Although they could go anytime, the bar would officially open later in the evening, and Qing would arrive just in time. No need, 5th brother. I'll just take a taxi once I finish here, Qing replied, asserting that it would be more convenient for her.
Allrecht, Warner.
I'll go to the school to pick you up, Lu Yan confirmed. After the 3 of them agreed, they ended the chat, and Lu Yan drove his sports car towards Tang Wanner's school. When Tang Wanner received Lu Yan's call and learned he was waiting downstairs, she was startled and hurried to the window to peek out. She knew that due to fifth brother's flamboyant nature, his arrival would surely stir up attention. Fifth brother, please drive to the school entrance. I'll be right down. Why go through all that trouble? I'm already downstairs at your dorm, Lu Yan replied, oblivious to the crowd of students gathering around his car. Fifth brother, with your flashy sports car parked under my dorm, everyone is watching. If I get in now, they'll think I'm being supported by a wealthy benefactor. The rumors could be dreadful. I want to graduate peacefully, Tang Yichen expressed her concerns. She understood that if students saw her getting into fifth brother's car, tomorrow's headlines in the school forum would be about her being kept by a rich man. This is the most low-key car I own, Lu Yan replied innocently. Just drive away quickly. I'll be down shortly, Tang Yichen urged. All right. I'll wait 50 meters from the main gate, he said, then drove out of the school grounds. After a brief wait, he spotted Tang Yichen, fully equipped with her disguise, sneaking out to get in the car. Is it really necessary? Lu Yan questioned, puzzled. Better safe than sorry. Let us go, fifth brother. What are we having for lunch? She asked eagerly. I'll take you to a private dining place. I went with fourth brother last time, and it was delightful. I want you to try it today, Lu Yan replied as he started the car and drove off. When it comes to food, fifth brother truly excels, spending his leisure time searching for good eats and often taking her and Qing along to savor the experience. Oh, fifth brother, you're the best. If Lu Yan weren't driving, Tang Yichen would have nearly embraced him in her excitement. Whenever fifth brother recommended a dish, it was guaranteed to be delicious. For a foodie like Tang Yichen, nothing was more delightful than dining and drinking alongside fifth brother. Chapter 12. Encountering Wen Qing at the bar. Lu Yan took Tang Yichen to savor some private cuisine, only to be later dragged along by her for a shopping excursion. She claimed her computer had broken, necessitating a new purchase. After an entire afternoon of browsing, they settled on a model priced over 10,000, naturally at Lu Yan's expense. Tang Yichen had indulged in delightful food and had successfully coaxed a computer out of fifth brother, leaving her elated and skipping joyfully along the way. Just as the waiter served their drinks and cocktails, Qing arrived.
Tang Yichen bounced over, grasping King's arm.
Qing, you arrived so swiftly. I was just about to call you, she exclaimed. We were supposed to head to the film set, but the leading actress had a last-minute issue. So we didn't go. I came straight here after work, Qing replied. Now that you're here, what would you like to drink? Lu Yan inquired. I'll have what Yichen is having, Qing responded as she took a seat. Lu Yan summoned the waiter and ordered her a cocktail identical to Tang Yichen's. With both being of similar age, Tang Yichen and Qing engaged in lively conversation. Qing, who mingled daily with the stars of the entertainment industry, was privy to numerous juicy tidbits. Through Qing, Tang Yichen learned just how intricate the entertainment world was. Some individuals appeared gentle and amiable but displayed a temperamental demeanor behind the scenes, treating those around them with disdain. If any gossip involved fourth brother, it became even more scandalous. As a result, Tang Yichen had already lost faith in several idols. Now, she merely indulged in gossip, no longer pledging allegiance to any particular star. Who is the leading actress?
Tang Yichen inquired casually.
Who else could it be but the recently ascendant Coco? She's notorious for her poor temperament, which often goes unnoticed, Qing whispered to Tang Yichen. Isn't she the new best actress, who just made headlines with fourth brother yesterday? My fourth brother is quite the ladies' man, Tang Yichen opined without reservation. The two of them leaned in closely, with Tang Yichen listening intently as Qing recounted the latest gossip from the entertainment realm. Suddenly, Qing mentioned her older brother. My brother has been in Europe for almost a week. Have you been in touch with him? Why would I contact him? Tang Yichen stammered nervously upon hearing Qing mention Qin Hao. Have you decided to give up on my brother? Qing, known for her forthrightness, believed that if Yichen liked her brother, she should pursue him. After all, having her best friend as a sister-in-law would eliminate any potential in-law issues, especially since her mother adored Yichen, resolving the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dilemma as well.
Keep your voice down.
Upon hearing Qing loudly divulge her secret, Tang Yichen quickly covered her mouth, glancing over to make sure fifth brother was preoccupied with his drink and hadn't he noticed them. Only then did she feel at ease. Her feelings for Qin Hao were known solely to Qing, as their previous drunken night at Qing's apartment had inadvertently led to her revealing her thoughts. She had never dared to express her feelings openly, always pretending he was just like her other brothers, never daring to reveal a hint of her affection. Meanwhile, Lu Yan scanned the bar, his gaze landing on a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to his elder brother's first love, Bai Yueguang, Wen Qing. Just as he was about to take a closer look, she vanished from sight, and he shrugged it off. Turning back to the two whispering friends, he asked, What are you two conspiring about? Shall we go dance? You really don't know your own brother? Two little foodies were filled with anticipation. Yet they unanimously decided to wait until their elder brother was absent before indulging. That frigid aura he exuded could freeze anyone in their tracks if he were to discover their intentions of mooching off a meal. The three of them were joyfully conversing when they were interrupted by a woman's voice. "Xiaowu, is that really you? I saw you over there and wasn't sure. So, I thought I'd come over to take a look. I didn't expect it to truly be you. These two must be Wanner and Qingqing, right? You've all grown so much, nearing graduation, I presume?" When Qing approached them, greeting them in a tone reminiscent of a matriarch. Tang Wanner and Qing were nearly exasperated, and seeing that Wu Ge remained silent, they too refrained from speaking. Lu Yan looked up to see Wen Qing standing beside him with a glass in hand, realizing that he hadn't been mistaken earlier. It truly was her. Noticing the lack of engagement from the others, Wen Qing, with a bold demeanor, inquired, "May I sit down?" "Of course," Lu Yan replied, uncertain about his elder brother's feelings towards Wen Qing, especially since he had arranged for her to stay in an apartment, making it difficult to outright dismiss her. Tang Wanner and Qing, seeing Wu Ge speak, chose not to say much further. They had only met Wen Qing once many years ago and were not particularly familiar with her. After all, she had not appeared at the engagement ceremony. And now that their elder brother was married, her sudden reappearance led them to conclude that she was not a person of good character. Given their lack of familiarity and preconceived notions, they naturally did not extend warmth, preferring to focus on their own conversation. Wen Qing noticed the two young ladies engrossed in their own chatter and felt hesitant to intrude. Instead, she turned her attention to Lu Yan, engaging in casual conversation while subtly seeking news about Tang Yichen. She found satisfaction in merely catching a glimpse of those young ladies daydreaming. Wen Qing had come with a few acquaintances she had known for only a short while, and as they observed her gracefully making her way to her designated spot with her glass, seemingly at ease with them, they couldn't help but think that Tang Lauda likely still harbored feelings for her. Their subsequent remarks were laced with compliments, accompanied by envious glances. And Wen Qing reveled in the attention and admiration directed her way. Chapter 13. Returning to Jiangcheng. Lu Yan was reluctant to continue conversing with Wen Qing. With his elder brother's ambiguous attitude, as long as he remained with his sister-in-law, Lin Shu would be regarded as their sister-in-law as well. The last time he had been compelled to assist her in relocating to an apartment had been under his brother's directive, a necessity he had to fulfill.
Now,
he didn't wish to grow too close to Wen Qing, as it might suggest a familiarity between them. Tang Wanner and Qing, observing Wen Qing's persistent attempts to engage in conversation, were eager to leave. Upon hearing Wu Ji's remark, they immediately began to gather their belongings. "No need. My brother will buy it for me," Tang Wanner stated bluntly. Sensing the tension in the air, Qing interjected, "No need for any expenditure. We appreciate the sentiment. It's only natural. These are just little things that all young girls like. Please don't feel obliged. I'll take my leave now," Wen Qing said, turning to depart before they could refuse her. "Wu Ge, what is the situation between my brother and Wen Qing? He can't possibly still be hung up on her.
can he?
Is there a rekindling of old flames?" Tang Wanner asked directly. "Who knows? The place Wen Qing is currently residing was still arranged by my brother, so it's difficult to say," Lu Yan replied. "What about the sister-in-law?" Qing inquired. "I am uncertain of my elder brother's thoughts. Perhaps first love is indeed difficult to forget. Moreover, his marriage to my sister-in-law was somewhat influenced by grandfather Tang. It is worth noting that he has only experienced that one romance, so there is a possibility of rekindling old feelings." Lu Yan confidently analyzed the situation for the two younger sisters. "My sister-in-law is truly pitiable. My brother is genuinely despicable. Once married, he should remain committed. Yet he engages in such antics."
Tang Wanner exclaimed in indignation.
Fourth brother remarked that our elder brother is even less emotionally mature than I am. Both fourth brother and I stand in solidarity with my sister-in-law, hoping that our elder brother will come to his senses soon. Lu Yan remained relatively calm, not as agitated as the two young women. "This woman is remarkably formidable. I fear that by the time our elder brother realizes the truth, his wife may have already departed," Qing interjected incisively. Lu Yan acknowledged the validity of their concerns. Yet matters of the heart concerning their elder brother were beyond their influence, so he refrained from further comment. Lin Shu received a message from Tang Yichen the following evening, a brief sentence. With the advent of telephones and WeChat, opportunities would surely arise to arrange another meeting. Early the next morning, Lin Shu called her driver, Li Yong, to come and pick her up after lunch. She began to pack her belongings, organizing the fresh vegetables and eggs gifted by everyone, preparing her suitcase to bid farewell to her grandfather on the mountain. Upon arriving at her grandfather's grave, she returned to the villa by evening. After a simple meal, she remembered that she hadn't yet scheduled her prenatal checkup and quickly took out her phone to make an appointment for the following day. After a shower, she emerged to find her phone ringing on the bed. It was Tang Yichen's call. Lin Shu nervously answered, her voice betraying an excitement and anxiety she herself had not noticed.
Yichen.
Yes, you too. The next morning, Lin Shu opted not to call her driver, but instead took a taxi to the hospital. Due to her late appointment, she waited over an hour before it was her turn. She first underwent an ultrasound, during which the doctor scrutinized the screen for an extended period, causing Lin Shu to feel anxious, fearing there might be an issue with the baby. Just as she was about to inquire, the doctor announced, "All right.
You can get up now."
Are you aware that you are expecting twins?" The ultrasound doctor's words left Lin Shu momentarily stunned. The revelation that she was carrying 2 babies overwhelmed her with joy. She could hardly contain her excitement and longed to share this news with Tang Yichen, hoping he would also share her anticipation for the arrival of their twins. "Yes, thank you, doctor. He is quite busy."
Busy?
"Surely, he can spare a moment for this." The doctor, disapproving of men who claimed to be too busy, felt that a wife's arduous journey through pregnancy should be of paramount importance. "Next time, I will definitely bring him along," Lin Shu assured the doctor, more as a promise to herself. Chapter 14. Let us divorce. The examination went smoothly, and the babies were exceptionally healthy. The greatest surprise was the transformation of 1 baby into 2. The doctor informed Lin Shu, "You are now 3 months along. The babies are stable, and you may resume a moderate intimate life. However, since you are carrying twins, please take extra care. Do not let your husband be reckless." With the examination concluded, the doctor reminded her to return next month for a follow-up. In the evening, Lin Shu contemplated calling Tang Yichen to inquire about his arrival time the following day, so she could prepare the meal in advance. After finishing her shower, she sat at the edge of the bed, retrieved her phone, and dialed Tang Yichen's number. After a few rings, a strange female voice answered. "Hello, Miss Lin? This is Wen Qing. Yichen is currently in the shower. Is there something you need? I can relay your message later." "It's nothing, thank you," Lin Shu replied. Hearing her footsteps descending the stairs, she lifted her gaze, her eyes veined with red. Tang Yichen shifted positions, gradually leaning back against the sofa. "Don't bother. Come here." His voice was somewhat hoarse. Lin Shu walked over and sat on the sofa opposite him, her back straightened like a diligent student awaiting reprimand. Tang Yichen's expression was grave. "I have something to discuss with you." She remained motionless on the sofa, contemplating the words he was about to utter. Having cried through the night, her eyes were slightly reddened, and she braced herself, anticipating his message. With merely half a month left until the expiration of their 3-year agreement, 3 years felt neither too long nor too short. Tang Yichen gazed at the person before him, puzzled by her red-rimmed eyes. Was it yet another tearful episode induced by those mundane television dramas? He struggled to find the right words, feeling flustered as he loosened his tie and unfastened the buttons of his collar and cuffs. Not wanting to put him in a difficult position, Lin Shu spoke up. "Is it about the divorce?"
Yes.
Her hands clutched the sofa tightly as she inhaled deeply, stifling the ache in her heart, and aimed to speak calmly. "When will we process the paperwork?" She understood Tang Yichen's decisiveness. Since he had broached the subject, there was no need for her to cling to the title of Mrs. Tang, obstructing him and Wen Qing from being open about their relationship. Tang Yichen furrowed his brow and responded, "In the next few days, I will have my lawyer draft the agreement for you to sign. I will do my utmost to compensate you. This villa will be yours, along with an apartment in the city center. Besides the provisions previously agreed upon, I will also provide you with an additional 100 million. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. Once your lawyer has prepared the agreement, please contact me, and I will hasten to pack and move out." Hearing her grandfather's gentle voice calmed Lin Shu considerably. It was indeed time to leave, and she felt compelled to visit him. "All right, grandfather. I will take a taxi over shortly." "Grandfather, Yichen is busy with work. I brought a lot of vegetables from my hometown. I'll bring some over to cook for you." "Very well. Should I have the driver pick you up?" "No need, grandfather. I will manage on my own."
All right.
"Then please be careful on your way." Chapter 15. The divorce is real. After hanging up with her grandfather, Lin Shu ascended the stairs to begin packing. In truth, she owned very few belongings. A single large suitcase sufficed. Most of the items in the house were purchased by Tang Yichen, and she had no intention of taking them. Once she had organized her suitcase and placed it by the bedside table, she went downstairs to the kitchen to prepare 2 bags of vegetables to take to the old residence. Upon arriving at the old house, it was still early, and Aunt Wang had yet to start preparing dinner. Knowing this might be her last dinner with her grandfather, Lin Shu decided to cook personally. After some negotiation, Aunt Wang finally agreed. Lin Shu prepared 6 or 7 dishes, and even made a soup, allowing Aunt Wang and Uncle Chun to taste the vegetables she had brought from home. Fortunate that I was clad in loose loungewear during my meeting with Tang Yichen, thereby concealing any signs of anomaly. After Lawyer Wu concluded the call, He arrived in less than half an hour, indeed the chief attorney of JK Group, displaying remarkable efficiency. Lin Shu sat opposite lawyer Wu, who was preparing to present the agreement for her interpretation. After all, the divorce settlement provided by her husband was likely a sum she could never exhaust in this lifetime or the next. Madam, please take a moment to review the agreement. I shall elaborate on the financial provisions from Mr. Tang post-divorce shortly, he stated. Lin Shu, without glancing at the document, took it and promptly inscribed her name at the end. She desired nothing for herself. If this action could alleviate Tang Yichen's heart, then so be it. Lawyer Wu observed her swift decision with mild astonishment. Was she truly not curious about the amount involved? However, as a lawyer, having fulfilled his duty, he refrained from further inquiry and retrieved a bank card from his bag, presenting it to Lin Shu. Madam, this is the bank card, Mr. Tang requested I hand to you. The password is your birthday, and the assets stipulated in the divorce agreement are all contained within. Lin Shu did not reach for it. Thank you, Lawyer Wu. I appreciate your efforts in making this trip. Lawyer Wu placed the card on the table and stood to take his leave. You are too kind. Madam, the divorce certificate will be processed on Monday at 9 a.m., where Mr. Tang will await you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Please convey to Mr. Tang that I will arrive punctually. Perhaps soon, Tang Yichen would marry Wenqing, forming a new family and welcoming a child of their own. She would not intrude upon his new life. Although parting was sorrowful, she felt immense gratitude for the 2 children he had bestowed upon her, for her dearest family. On Monday morning, Lin Shu arrived early at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Awaiting his arrival, at 9 a.m., Tang Yichen's vehicle appeared promptly at the entrance. Lin Shu had deliberately donned a garment that concealed her belly, ensuring he remained oblivious. Before Tang Yichen even exited the car, he spotted Lin Shu seated on a stone bench at a distance. Upon seeing his vehicle approach, she rose. As Tang Yichen stepped out and walked toward her, his demeanor appeared weary. She nearly voiced her concern but held back. Knowing they were on the verge of finalizing their divorce, it was best to keep matters straightforward and unambiguous. The two entered together, exchanging the red booklets, merely differing in the inscriptions on the covers. Lin Shu emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau with her divorce certificate in hand. Standing face to face, she observed Tang Yichen's lack of vitality and spoke again. Take care and remember to eat on time. He replied. After she turned to leave, she feared that her prolonged efforts to let go might ultimately crumble under the weight of her emotions. At Nightshade Bar, having exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Tang Yichen summoned a few friends for drinks. Lu Yan invited Tang Wan'er and Qin Qing, and by the time they arrived, Tang Yichen had already consumed a fair amount. Reclining on the sofa, Moze and Qin Hao arrived first, and upon seeing their leader in such a state, Moze inquired of Qin Hao. Did something happen to the boss in the Middle East? Qin Hao glanced at Moze, acknowledging his directness. Reflecting on matters concerning the Middle East, Qin Hao casually mentioned that the demise of his elder brother's parents may not have been an accident. It seemingly bears some connection to his former girlfriend, though the specifics remain unclear as his elder brother did not elaborate. Moze is aware that his elder brother has been investigating this matter for years and has been assisting him, yet there has been little progress. He was taken aback to discover that it was somehow linked to his elder brother's ex-girlfriend. When his elder brother chooses to speak, he will do so in due course. After Moze spoke, he settled down to drink, and Qin Hao, too, chose to remain silent and joined him in drinking. Shortly after they sat down, Lu Yan arrived with Tang Wan'er and Qin Qing. After greeting the second and third brothers, they noticed their elder brother, lying there with his eyes closed. What's wrong with him? Did he call us out for drinks because he is in a bad mood? Moze and Qin Hao exchanged a glance and resumed drinking. Lu Yan, scratching his nose, sat down sheepishly and murmured, could it be that he is unfulfilled? Did the sister-in-law not satisfy him? It was evident to all that Tang Yichen was in low spirits. Otherwise, he would not have been drinking as if it were mere water. The table was already cluttered with empty bottles, and he sat in silence, prompting no one to dare approach him with inquiries. After a while, Ji Fengfan arrived, accompanied by a girl, marking the first time he had brought a lady to their gathering, which left everyone astonished. Chapter 16. Drowning sorrows in a bar. In truth, Tang Yichen was not intoxicated. He wished to be, yet the more he drank, the clearer his mind became, and the clearer he became, the more uncomfortable he felt. Tang Wan'er hesitated to speak with her elder brother, instead observing the quiet girl seated next to the fourth brother. She discreetly pulled Qin Qing aside to inquire. Is this the fourth brother's new girlfriend? What happened to that Coco from last time? Did they break up? Why have we heard nothing about this one? I'm not quite sure. She's an obscure actress from the company. I heard she accidentally spilled red wine all over the fourth brother at Coco's celebration, and that's how she got his attention. Tang Wanner silently mourned for the girl, who had unwittingly caught the affections of the notoriously fickle fourth brother. She exaggeratedly made the sign of the cross, noting that this girl seemed to be of a similar age to them. Quite different from the previous internet celebrities and glamorous girlfriends the fourth brother had dated. Observing her seated there, Tang Wanner took Qin Qing's hand and decided to approach her. "What is your name?" Tang Wanner asked directly. "Xia Qingqian," she replied. "Let us go dance. It's too dull sitting here with them. We can enjoy ourselves."
All right.
Xia Qingqian said, unable to refuse the enthusiastic Tang Wanner, who also wished to step away from Ji Fengfan, and she smiled in agreement. The three young women rose and made their way towards the dance floor in the center of the bar. As the trio departed, Lu Yan remained persistent, inquiring again, "What's wrong with the elder brother? You all should tell me." He then turned to Ji Fengfan. "You must know, please tell me." "I truly don't know." "Ask the second brother, he surely knows," Ji Fengfan replied. Lu Yan looked up at Moze, but before he could speak, he was interrupted. "Don't ask me," Moze stated flatly. With no one willing to divulge information, Lu Yan decided to contact his sister-in-law. He reached for his phone to call Lin Shu. "Don't contact her," Tang Yichen's hoarse voice interjected coldly. "We are divorced." Thud, Lu Yao dropped his phone in shock. Moze exchanged a glance with Qin Hao, and silence enveloped them. Qin Hao's heart ached. Had they truly reached the point of divorce? Such gravity. Ji Fengfan was equally astonished. Previously siding with Xiao Wu and supporting the sister-in-law, he never anticipated being so misguided. Could it be that the elder brother had rekindled old flames with Wenqing? It seemed the sister-in-law could not withstand the allure of her first love, the ethereal memory of a bygone romance. Yet, if there was no affection left, wouldn't divorce be a fitting resolution? Why then did they indulge in such revelry? It perplexed him. Lu Yan was the most agitated. Though he hesitated to confront his elder brother, his tone still betrayed his indignation. The other brothers regarded him as though he were a fool. Tang Yichen remained silent, retrieving the divorce certificate from his pocket and placing it upon the table. He raised his glass and downed another drink. Curiosity drew the others closer. Ji Fengfan picked it up, opened it, and scrutinized it, exclaiming, "It's true." Lu Yan snatched it away, examining it repeatedly until he was convinced his elder brother had indeed divorced the sister-in-law. He collapsed onto the sofa, nearly on the verge of tears for his brother. "I refuse to believe it. I must call the sister-in-law." Tang Yichen did not impede him. Lu Yan hurriedly dialed, but the line was met with an incessant ringing, unanswered. Qin Qing was equally taken aback, hastily reaching for the certificate, confirming that brother Tang had indeed divorced. Xia Qingqian, unfamiliar with Lin Shu, nonetheless felt a pang of regret. Divorce was never a favorable situation, particularly for women. At that moment, Tang Yichen's phone rang. "Yichen, where are you? Can you come over? I'm so frightened being alone." "All right, I'm on my way," he replied, abruptly ending the call, donning his coat, and rising to leave. The others were left to ponder their thoughts. Having overheard the voice of Wenqing on the line, Moze and Qin Hao wore inscrutable expressions, while Ji Fengfan sensed deeper implications. However, their elder brother had always been resolute in his decisions. No amount of discussion would sway him. Lu Yan was still intent on reaching Lin Shu, but his efforts were thwarted as the call never connected. Tang Wanner, witnessing her brother take the call from Wenqing and leave, became increasingly irate. Frustrated, she drowned her sorrows in alcohol, and by the time the others took notice, she had already succumbed to inebriation, collapsed atop the table. Xia Qingqian had also consumed a fair amount, though she tended to become dazed after drinking. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, lending her an air of playfulness, though her slightly glazed eyes betrayed her state. Observing this, Ji Fengfan scooped up his beloved and bid farewell to the gathering. Qin Qing, having an early call time for a film set the next day, had not indulged excessively in her desire to assist her friend. She entrusted Tang Wanner to her brother and departed alongside Lu Yan and Moze. Qin Hao did not refuse. With everyone leaving, he settled beside Tang Wanner, remaining watchful and unhurried to depart. After a brief while, Tang Wanner stirred from her stupor. "Qing, I need to go to the restroom." No one responded. As she lifted her head, she was met by the sight of several Qin Haos beside her, swaying slightly. "You all look just like that pig Qin Hao." Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback by her words. He had never bullied this little girl, so why was she calling him a pig? Choosing not to engage with a drunken person, he summoned a waitress to assist Tang Wanner to the restroom. The waitress, witnessing her boss being tugged along by the drunken Miss Tang, was likely the only one daring enough to act so brazenly in front of him. Qin Hao cradled Tang Wanner as they made their way outside, soothing her all the while. The driver parked the car beneath the apartment building, and Qin Hao turned to find Tang Wanner asleep against his shoulder. He gently called her name. "Wanner, we have arrived." There was no response. He had no choice but to exit the vehicle and carry her upstairs. Upon entering the room, he placed her on the bed.
Given the circumstances,
It was evident that a bath was out of the question, and as a man, he could not possibly change her clothes. Thus, he merely pulled the blanket over her and stepped outside. He lay on the living room sofa, preparing to endure the night there. Chapter 17. A complete conclusion. Tang Yichen received a call from Wenqing as he emerged from the bar. The driver, Li Yong, waited with the car at the entrance, and the cold wind against his face seemed to sharpen his senses. He had long believed that his parents perished in an unfortunate plane accident, but 2 years ago, he uncovered some clues suggesting that their deaths were far from straightforward. For years, he had been secretly investigating, discovering that their demise was entangled with a transnational criminal organization. This syndicate had operatives scattered across the globe, gathering intelligence from various countries for illicit trade, including arms smuggling and organ trafficking. Despite expending considerable effort, he had only managed to ascertain the leader's codename. K. His recent trip to the Middle East was to assist the third member of the group, and inadvertently, he gleaned some information that ultimately pointed towards Wenqing. The decision to divorce was not made impulsively. After all, he had not sought marriage in the first place. Since the emotional ties were not profoundly entrenched, perhaps it was time for them to part ways, allowing Lin Shu to pursue the life she desired. The driver brought the car to a halt outside Wenqing's apartment. Tang Yichen remained seated in the car, reluctant to exit. The driver, hesitant to inquire further, waited in silence. After approximately half an hour, Wenqing's call came through. Yichen, have you arrived? I wonder if my foot injury has flared up again. It seems to be hurting tonight. There's a sudden matter at the company, so I want to be able to come over. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow morning. All right, don't stay up too late. Take care. Yes, I'll hang up now. Wenqing stared at the disconnected call, feeling a sense of reluctance. She was aware that Tang Yichen had arranged to meet Lin Shu to finalize their divorce, and she had hoped to confirm the authenticity of their separation. However, she knew she must endure, understand, empathize, and maintain the demeanor of a prospective leading lady. Once they were divorced, the position of Mrs. Tang would inevitably be hers. The evening traffic was light, and the journey took about half an hour. Mr. Tang, we have arrived. Tang Yichen opened his eyes and stepped out of the car. Very well, Mr. Tang. After taking a shower, Tang Yichen went directly to the study, wishing to avoid lingering in the bedroom. As he entered the study, he noticed the card he had given to Lin Shu quietly lying on the table, accompanied by his long-lost watch, which he had searched for extensively. He wondered why his watch was with Lin Shu. Tang Yichen picked up the phone, intending to ask her why she had not taken the bank card, disregarding the late hour, and dialed her number, feeling as though he had finally found an excuse to contact her. After a few rings, he realized it was indeed very late and prepared to hang up. But she answered. Hello, Yichen. Lin Shu, having landed and checked into a guest house, was planning to look for a rental house the following day for a long-term stay. It's me. Why didn't you take the bank card with you? I previously mentioned that I do not require any form of compensation. I have withdrawn 100,000 yuan, which I consider a loan from you. I shall return it once I have saved enough. There is no need for you to repay me. Simply send me your account number and I will transfer the funds to you. Tang Yichen stubbornly believed that only by Lin Shu accepting the money would his guilt diminish somewhat. Really, it's unnecessary, Yichen. Thank you for these past 3 years, and for the care you and grandfather have provided. I cannot say goodbye to grandfather in person, so please convey my farewell when you have the opportunity. Your hometown is not far from Jiangqing. Even though we are divorced, you may still visit grandfather. I fear that once I become busy, time will slip away from me. Please express my sentiments to him. Fearing that he might sense something amiss, Lin Shu feigned nonchalance as she spoke. Why is my watch with you?
Why?
Tang Yichen inquired with curiosity, perplexed by the notion that the two of them had become strangers post-divorce. In the future, when you are with Miss Wen, she may take issue with it. Girls tend to be somewhat sensitive, he continued. The watch was a gift from Miss Wen. I had simply forgotten to return it to you. After a prolonged silence, Tang Yichen remained silent, realizing that she had been aware all along. Yichen, thank you. Thank you for granting me the most significant gift of my life. Did you ever care about this before? Tang Yichen finally spoke.
What?
Lin Shu asked, puzzled. Nothing. You should rest early, he replied, a hint of panic in his voice, hastily concluding the conversation. If she had known that in 5 years he would no longer be able to reach her at this number, he would have never allowed this call to end.
All right.
Yichen, goodbye, Lin Shu said inwardly, never to meet again.
Goodbye.
Chapter 18. 4 years later, at Jiangqing Airport, a woman donned a fitted khaki trench coat, paired with jeans and black leather shoes, exuding youthful vibrance. She pushed a suitcase upon which sat a delicate little girl, her porcelain-like skin, tiny rosy lips, large eyes adorned with long eyelashes blinking like a charming porcelain doll. The girl wore a pink princess dress, white princess socks, and a pair of princess shoes, embodying the essence of royalty. Seated atop the suitcase, her little legs kicked playfully. Beside the woman was a child clad in denim overalls and a checkered shirt, carrying a small backpack. With a rosy mouth, exquisite features, and deep black eyes, he presented a striking profile. These two adorable little treasures resembled characters from a comic book, exuding an extraordinary level of charm. That must be their mother. She appears so youthful and sophisticated, hardly resembling the mother of two children, more like an elder sister. One passerby remarked. Indeed, with such delightful children, their father must be quite handsome as well, another added. Seeing these two makes me want to have children of my own. Someone sighed. The two children seemed to be of similar age, leading onlookers to speculate they were a pair of fraternal twins. Their guess was indeed correct. The woman was none other than Lin Shu, who left Jiangqing 4 years ago. The two babies, once nestled safely within her womb, had now grown into 3-year-olds.
Mommy.
I need to go to the bathroom, Lin Yuno suddenly exclaimed from her perch atop the suitcase. But your godmother just called, saying she would arrive shortly. Can you wait a bit longer, Yuno? Lin Shu gently replied to her daughter. I can't hold it anymore. The little girl, with her rosy cheeks, hopped anxiously from the suitcase, her feet tapping in impatience. Lin Shu, however, was not concerned about her son's intelligence being deceived. Back in Yun City, during her busy writing sessions, the siblings managed on their own, with the brother taking his sister to kindergarten. Yet that was in the countryside, where everyone was familiar and even the school bus driver recognized them. Now, in Jiang City, amidst the bustling crowd at the airport, she felt a twinge of worry.
All right.
Cheng, wear your phone watch. If anything happens, call mommy immediately, Lin Shu advised her son, her concern evident. She then took her sister's hand and led her towards the restroom. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Yucheng paused, as it was inconvenient for him, being a boy, to enter the ladies' room. "Oh, Noah, can you go in by yourself?" "I'll wait right here," he asked. "I can do it, brother. I'm already in preschool, and I use the restroom by myself at school. I'm going in now," Lin Yu Noah declared proudly before darting inside. After finishing her business, she cleaned herself with tissue and prepared to wash her hands, only to find the sink was higher than those in her kindergarten. Nearby stood a lovely young lady. Lin Yu Nual flashed her most charming smile and asked, "Pretty sister, could you please lift me up so I can wash my hands?" Her big, hopeful eyes fixed on the woman. Tang Wana, whose grandfather was a brother to Tang Yichen's grandfather, had always enjoyed a close relationship with their family, treating each other's children like beloved grandchildren. Observing the little girl seeking help, she thought to herself, "Who is this little princess? Her sweetness is irresistible, and she is simply adorable." "Of course I can," she replied, lifting Lin Yu Nua to turn on the faucet for her to wash her hands, and even handed her a paper towel afterward. "Thank you, pretty sister," Lin Yu Nua said politely. "Mommy always says to say thank you when someone helps you." "You're welcome. Little one, are you here alone? Where is your family?" Tang Wana inquired, feeling a flicker of concern at the sight of the girl by herself. Despite the strange familiarity she felt, "My brother is waiting for me outside, and my mom is with my godmother. My godmother will come to pick us up soon. Mommy was worried that my godmother might not find us, so she asked my brother to bring me here," Lin Yu Nua explained clearly. Lin Yuchen called from outside, sensing that his sister had been talking to someone. "I'm done, brother. I'll be right out," Lin Yu Nua quickly replied, bidding farewell to Tang Waner. "Pretty sister, my brother is calling me. I have to go now." Tang Waner followed Lin Yu Nua out, watching as she dashed towards a little boy whom she presumed was her brother. As the older boy had not yet emerged, she resolved to wait at the entrance. "Brother, that pretty sister helped me wash my hands," Lin Yu Nua exclaimed upon reaching her brother. "Did you remember to thank her?" he asked. "Thank you. There's no need for formality," my sister replied. As Tang Wana listened to their conversation and turned to see Lin Yucheng, the sense of familiarity intensified, as if she had encountered him before, though she could not recall when. Tang Yichen emerged and noticed Tang Wana staring ahead. "What are you looking at?" he inquired.
"Oh.
"Brother, you're here." "I wasn't looking at anything. I just ran into two children who are exceptionally good-looking. Perhaps they could be child stars on fourth brother's side. I can't shake the feeling that I've seen them before." Tang Yichen glanced over, but only caught sight of their retreating figures. "Let us go. The uncle and aunt have arrived." "All right," she replied. Ever since her brother divorced his wife, he had increasingly resembled a robot, perpetually cold and preoccupied with work. Despite having more wealth than he could ever spend, she longed to meet the mother of those beautiful children, curious about how such lovely offspring came to be. Chapter 19. A Brush with Fate. "Mom, you needn't worry. Brother is very capable. We won't go with any bad people," Lin Shu reassured. watching her two little treasures. These two quirky children had seldom caused her concern, as their brother often took charge, perhaps due to their lack of a father. Lin Shu was quite mature for his age, and had alleviated some of her burdens. It was unclear whether this was a blessing or a curse. All right. Godmother mentioned we cannot park out front. She has gone to the parking lot to wait for us. Let us head over. Okay, Mom, let us go. Lin exclaimed, raising a hand high. Since it was their first time leaving Yin City for a trip, she had been eagerly anticipating this adventure, finding everything around her fascinating and delightful. Brother, what's the matter? Tang Yichen asked, noticing her brother suddenly halt, his expression serious. It's nothing, let us go. She followed behind him as they made their way to the arrival hall. The family of four brushed past one another. Lin Shu, along with her children Lin Yichen and Lin Yuno, arrived at the parking lot and located Chen Cici's vehicle. The little one, Yuno, rushed towards Chen Cici as soon as she spotted her. Godmother, I missed you so much. Chen Cici scooped Yuno into her arms, exclaiming, I missed you too. She planted a kiss on Yuno's cherubic face, which was simply too adorable to resist. Lin Yichen was also thrilled to see Aunt Cici, but as a young man, he refrained from being as affectionate as a sister. Hello, Godmother. Hello, Cheng. You must have worked hard taking care of your sister and your mother on the way. It wasn't hard. I'm the man of the house, it's my duty. Despite being just a child, Lin Yichen felt a bit bashful under Chen Cici's praise, his ears turning slightly red. Yay! Yuno cheered, her joy evident upon hearing about food. Chen Cici had rented a small suite consisting of a master bedroom and a small room she used as a study, which was equipped with a small bed. She offered the master bedroom to Lin Shu and her family, opting to move into the smaller room herself. Cici, why don't we take the small room and sleep on the floor? Lin Shu felt somewhat uncomfortable with Chen Cici giving up her master bedroom. Sister Shu, really? There's no need to be so polite with me. We are practically family. Where we sleep doesn't matter. And I simply can't bear for our little Yuno and Ching to sleep on the floor. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu chose not to engage in further debate. Very well, I shall pack my luggage first. As Lin Shu organized her suitcase in the room, Chen Cici entertained Nono and Cheng in the living room, slicing a plate of oranges for the two children. Cheng played Go with Chen Cici, while Nono observed the game. After losing 5 consecutive rounds, Chen Cici could no longer endure the defeat. Xiao Shujia, are you ready? Let's go out for a meal. I can't bear to play another game with Cheng. I haven't T1 even once. It's so embarrassing to admit I've been outdone by a kindergartner. She lamented. Godmother, it's not your fault. No one has ever beaten me, Lin Yichen consoled her. Indeed, Godmother, we won't tell anyone, Nono chimed in. Thank you, my two little treasures. Godmother will change your clothes and take you out for some delicious food. With that, she promptly rose to change, firmly resolving never to play Go with Cheng again. To her surprise, the initial design of 5 outfits garnered them over 100,000 in pre-sales, and as they continued to refine their work, life gradually improved. Chen Cici decided to resign from her job and devote herself entirely to this venture. Eventually, the two contemplated registering a company, opting for Jiangcheng due to its abundant resources. They established the company under Chen Cici's name, as Lin Shu wished to remain incognito, fearing that Tang Yichen might discover the existence of the two children. While she managed the design work in Yunshi, Chen Cici took care of the other responsibilities. Chapter 20. A brush with fate as they discussed the registration of the company. They aimed for a transformation, recognizing that the competition in online channels had intensified over the past 2 years. They resolved to create their brand and pursue a high-end designer path, thus founding the studio named Secret. Chen Cici, who previously served as an executive assistant, had made connections with affluent clients through her work, often helping her employer manage relationships with female companions, many of whom were minor celebrities and socialites. This is the only treasure I've gained from my boss, she remarked. These connections proved invaluable for their early business endeavors, as the studio primarily designed clothing for celebrities, socialites, and the wealthy elite. After more than 2 years of operation, they garnered a modest reputation. The allure of the designer remained a mystery, as no one had seen her, and Lin Shu's creations adeptly highlighted the unique qualities of each client's physique. At the latest film awards ceremony, the best newcomer, Xia Qingqian, donned a dress designed by Lin Shu, capturing the attention of countless photographers and even overshadowing the award winner for Best Actress. The brand of the dress worn by Xia Qingqian was soon uncovered, leading to Secret, making waves in the design world, inciting curiosity about the enigmatic designer behind the creations. Mom, are you ready yet? Godmother said she would take us out for a delicious meal. No, unable to wait any longer, rushed into the room to urge her mother,
who was still inside.
Lin Shu collected her thoughts and replied, all right, my dear, we can set off now. She reached out to embrace her daughter and exited the room. where Ching and their godmother were already dressed and prepared. Considering the robust flavors characteristic of the Cloud City, Sisi took the three companions to a renowned Hunan restaurant. Upon arrival, she instructed them to disembark and enter, while she went to find parking. Lin Shu accompanied Ching and Nua into the bustling establishment, where they quickly observed the thriving business and managed to secure a table for four after a brief search. The server presented the menu, and Lin Shu selected several signature dishes, planning to finalize the order once Sisi arrived. Parking was quite scarce, and it took Sisi some time to locate a suitable spot. Xiao Shujia, have you placed the order? She inquired. I've chosen a few dishes. Feel free to add more if you wish. As she spoke, Lin Shu handed over the menu. Don't be shy, I'm treating today. Let us order a bit more. The flavors here are delightful, and there are many dishes that aren't overly spicy, suitable for Ching and Nua as well. Sisi remarked, marking several additional items on the menu. The full tables indicate a thriving business. We're fortunate to have found this spot after a brief search, while others are waiting to be called, Lin Shu noted, observing Sisi's continued selections. That should suffice. Too much would only lead to waste. All right, let us go with that, she agreed, summoning the waiter to submit the order, realizing she had forgotten to include beverages. Let us start with a pitcher of fresh orange juice. The two little ones were thoroughly enjoying their meal, happily munching away while sipping the juice to alleviate the spiciness. Once satiated, Nua expressed a desire to play on the small cars in the nearby square, which had caught her attention upon their arrival. Lin Shu excused herself to the restroom, while Sisi took the children to settle the bill. Pretty sister, are you dining here as well?
Tang Yichen,
Who had arrived with her elder brother to meet their parents, had initially intended to go straight to the family home, but decided to dine here, since it was getting late. She had previously enjoyed a meal at this restaurant with friends. Having arrived early, they were seated in a private booth and had finished their meal by the time her brother went to retrieve the car, leaving their parents waiting at the entrance. Unexpectedly encountering the adorable child from the airport stirred a sense of familiarity within Tang Yichen. Hello there, little one. What a coincidence to see you again. She greeted Nua, who responded with surprise at her friendliness. Sisi was equally taken aback to see Nua initiate conversation. Had the little darling already made an acquaintance on her first day in Jiangchen? Tang Yichen, dressed elegantly, appeared quite affable, prompting no objection from Sisi regarding their interaction. I'm here with my mom, godmother, and brother for dinner. It seems you've come with your family too, Nua replied.
Tang war näher, smiling brichtly, enger geht her in Konversation.
And the overwhelming sense of familiarity returned as she noticed Nua's brother nearby. Upon seeing Sisi, she presumed her to be the mother or godmother mentioned by the little girl and greeted her warmly. Hello, we met in the airport restroom, didn't we? What a lovely coincidence. What's your name, little one? I'd love to play with you next time, Tang Yichen inquired, genuinely fond of the charming girl with delicate features. Lin, you can call me Nua, the little girl replied. Just then, Tang Yichen noticed her brother's car had arrived, with their parents already seated inside, prompting her to bid farewell quickly. Sister departed first, leaving the opportunity for a future outing with her. Casually, I scribbled a phone number on the receipt and handed it to Nua. Just as Tang Yichen stepped out to her car, Lin Shu emerged from the restroom. Come on, my little treasures. Let us head to the small square for a ride in the little cars. Nua danced with joy, as children are easily satisfied with food and play. Although Ching remained silent, his delight was evident. After all, they were still children, and who does not relish play? Living in Yun City, they had been in the countryside, where many fascinating toys were entirely new to them. Sisi resolved to ensure that the two little ones had a splendid time this outing. Regarding the earlier incident, she considered it merely a chance encounter and dismissed the thought of Nua genuinely calling someone else to play. Thus she refrained from mentioning it to Lin Shu. The four of them cheerfully made their way to the little cars. Inside the vehicle, Tang Yichen exclaimed, Brother, do you know? I just ran into that little girl from the airport again in the restaurant along with her brother. What a coincidence. Mom and Dad, you have no idea. I've never seen such beautiful children before. They must be fraternal twins, they look the same age. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, almost eager for everyone to witness that she was indeed telling the truth. Noticing her elder brother's silence, Tang Yichen turned her attention back to her parents. Every time I see her brother, I feel an inexplicable familiarity, as if I have met him before, but I just can't recall when. Unbeknownst to Tang Yichen, the family of four brushed past each other once more. Chapter 21. The Aspiring Proprietress. Sisi had originally scheduled a meeting with a client the following day at the studio to discuss designs in detail. However, in the evening, she received a call notifying her that the time had been unexpectedly postponed by a day, leaving her free the next day. Chun Cece decided to take Ching Chung and Nua Nua to the amusement park, and the two little treasures were so excited that they could hardly sleep that night. Lin Shu had another matter to attend to during her visit to Jiang City. The following morning, she requested Chun Cece to take the two children to the amusement park and had Cece withdraw 100,000 yuan in cash for her the day before, neatly packed in a cowhide envelope. She then took a taxi to the headquarters of JK Group. The 100,000 yuan borrowed during the divorce was long overdue for repayment, and this visit to Jiang City would finally resolve that concern. JK Group had experienced significant business expansion in recent years, growing in scale, with Tang Yichen frequently gracing the ranks of global billionaires. Due to the high salaries and excellent benefits, many aspired to join the company. The caliber of employees trained by JK Group was exceptionally high. Even a receptionist was meticulously chosen for their outstanding capabilities. The receptionist greeted her with a respectful bow. "Good day. Who may I assist you in finding?" Before Lin Shu could respond, the receptionist bowed again to someone entering through the door. "Miss Wen, welcome." Lin Shu noticed a tall, elegant figure stride in when Qing and quickly stepped aside, relieved that the other party did not notice her at the front desk, and proceeded directly to the president's exclusive elevator. "I apologize. Whom are you seeking?" The receptionist politely inquired again. Lin Shu offered the cowhide envelope she held, stating, "I am not seeking anyone. Please assist by delivering this to your President Tang." "Thank you." With that, she turned and departed. After when Qing ascended to the upper floor, she directly entered the president's office. The several secretaries in the office had long since grown accustomed to this and did not obstruct her. The company had tacitly acknowledged Wen Qing's status as the prospective mistress of the owner, as there had never been another woman by the boss's side. The boss, too, had accepted her privilege to freely enter and exit the company and his office, a privilege not granted to many. When Qing pushed the door open, "Yichen, are you still busy?" Tang Yichen lifted his gaze from the documents on his desk. Almost done. Well, once you're finished, let us dine together. I specifically came over today to have lunch with you, lest you become so engrossed in your work that you might forget," when Qing said, walking around the desk to embrace Tang Yichen's arm, her tone intentionally serious, yet laced with playful affection. "That's more like it," he replied, before she turned and sauntered to the sofa, casually picking up a magazine to read while awaiting his completion. Approximately half an hour later, Tang Yichen rose from his office chair, donned his coat, and said, "Let us go, I'll take you to lunch." When Qing stepped forward to loop her arm through his, "I thought you wouldn't be ready so soon. With you waiting here, how could I dare keep you waiting too long?" When Qing playfully patted his arm, her gesture light and teasing, "I'm not fierce at all. I wouldn't want your subordinates to think I'm a tigress." The couple playfully bantered as they exited the office to have lunch, while the secretaries exchanged knowing glances. Observing the evident affection Tang Yichen had for Wen Qing, it was clear to them that she was not far from assuming the role of the boss's wife. "Yichen, what's the matter? I ordered the steak set for you. Do you wish for anything else?" When Qing inquired, noticing a silence as he sat down, seemingly lost in thought. "You will surely enjoy what I ordered," she said with a confident smile. "Yichen, has your grandfather yet to consent to our marriage? Perhaps I should formally visit him sometime to strengthen our relationship." Yes, Tang Yichen had been divorced from Lin Shu for nearly 4 years. And each time the subject of their marriage arose, he would always mention that grandfather disapproved. Wen Qing could not comprehend why their union hinged on his grandfather's approval. After all, if the old man did not favor her, they could simply reside elsewhere and avoid the ancestral home. "I will find an opportunity to speak to grandfather again. His health is deteriorating, and I do not wish to agitate him." Upon hearing Tang Yichen's words, Wen Qing chose not to press further. She understood that he was a dutiful son, and his feelings for the old man surpassed her own. The elder likely still yearned for Lin Shu. Poor health. Must I truly wait for the old man as passing to legitimately become Mrs. Tang? "There is a banquet this evening, will you accompany me?" Tang Yichen recognized that Wen Qing often felt discontent whenever marriage was mentioned. Thus, she always seemed somewhat unsettled. He appeared close yet distant, and only through marriage could her position as Mrs. Tang be firmly established. Chapter 22. The Banquet. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Shu remained in her room, diligently revising the blueprints required for the following day. She recalled what Cece had mentioned about their client, a pampered only daughter of a jewelry tycoon from Jiangcheng, who was preparing to select a gown for her upcoming 18th birthday celebration. The girl was known for her discerning taste and capricious demeanor, making her somewhat challenging to please. However, the substantial payment, which included an additional 3% service fee, alleviated the burdens of such difficulties. Lin Shu mused that she might as well enjoy the occasion herself, using the opportunity to take Ching Chung and Nua Nua along as an excuse. Standing at the doorway, Chun Cece noted that both Ching Chung and Nua Nua were quite fatigued from their day of play. "Nua, I won't wake her up. I'll take Ching Chung for a bath." By the way, CC, what time did Miss Meng schedule for tomorrow? The meeting is set for 11 in the morning at the studio, CC replied. Then you should rest early tonight. We'll head to the studio first thing in the morning. Since we won't be home, we'll have to bring the little ones with us. Alright, Sister Shu. Please help Ching Ching bathe and make sure you rest early as well. Tomorrow, we can have Xiao Wei come in to assist with the children. It will be fine. CC was also mindful of the childcare situation for Ching Cheng and Nua Nua, especially since the meeting was scheduled for a weekend when the studio typically closed. Consequently, she had called Xiao Wei earlier that day to arrange for her assistance at the studio. Feeling somewhat reassured, Lin Shu called for Ching Cheng, and they made their way to the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Ching Cheng exclaimed, Mom, I can help take care of my sister. You don't need to worry. Having overheard her mother's conversation with her godmother, she felt a sense of responsibility. That's right, our Ching Cheng is Mommy's little man. I believe you can look after your sister well, Lin Shu responded, her words eliciting a proud expression on Ching Cheng's face. I must grow up quickly to protect Mommy, my sister, my godmother, and Grandma Chen. The young Lin Yu Cheng felt the weight of responsibility upon her small shoulders. Meanwhile, at the Dihao Hotel in Jiangcheng, a gathering of elite figures took place. The jewelry magnate hosted a banquet, inviting numerous business tycoons and celebrities, showcasing the latest seasonal designs for auction. As was customary, an invitation had also been extended to the JK Group. Typically, it was the third-ranked executive, Mr. Qin, who attended such events on behalf of the group. Thus, when the evening's host, Mr. Meng, noticed Tang Yichen entering alongside Wen Qing, he was momentarily taken aback. Whispers of admiration began to circulate among the attendees, noting Mr. Meng's prestige as Tang's personal appearance heightened the evening's excitement. Indeed, that must be the future Mrs. Tang, one remarked, recognizing the rarity of Tang's attendance at such gatherings, especially with her by his side. In most instances, Mr. Qin represented the JK Group at these affairs, but it seemed Tang had come this time to bid for his beautiful companion. If Mr. Tang decides to bid, who could possibly compete? They murmured in hushed tones. Tang Yichen, lips pressed together, entered the venue without revealing any emotion. Meanwhile, Wen Qing, aware of the whispers around her, wore a visible expression of delight. Upon seeing Tang Yichen approach, Mr. Meng hurried over, exclaiming, Mr. Tang, we are honored by your presence. Your arrival has undoubtedly elevated the atmosphere of the evening. The upcoming auction items pale in comparison. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Wen Qing beside him, both seasoned veterans in the commercial realm, their expressions revealing a keen understanding of the situation. If Mr. Tang finds anything to his liking, I shall have it sent directly to JK Group. Meng offered with an ingratiating smile. The ladies present could not help but envy Wen Qing, who stood next to Tang Yichen. Since we are here, let us proceed according to the usual protocol, Tang Yichen remarked, a rare decision to speak. Mr. Tang, this way please, I will guide you to your seats, Meng said. Certainly, Tang Yichen nodded, leading Wen Qing to follow Meng towards the front. They settled into the center of the first row. Soon, the unique auction commenced, showcasing the latest collection from the One series, featuring earrings, studs, brooches, and necklaces, all of which were quickly bid upon. Observing Tang Yichen's calm demeanor, without raising a paddle even once, the attendees felt emboldened to bid freely, knowing that if Mr. Tang desired an item, there would be no competition, as none wished to offend JK Group over a mere piece of jewelry. The host then took the stage to introduce the next auction item, a cherished pink diamond brick, fashioned into a heart-shaped ring with the remnants transformed into a diamond necklace. No one expected to acquire the ring, yet many were eager to try for the necklace. As this pink diamond had not been displayed for years, merely witnessing it was deemed worthwhile. To everyone's astonishment, this gathering held such a delightful surprise. The necklace was presented first, with a starting bid of 50 million, increasing by 5 million with each paddle raised. As bidding commenced, paddle number 7 offered 55 million, followed by paddle number 8 at 60 million, with offers cascading until paddle number 1 ultimately bid 100 million. Paddle 1 belonged to Tang Yichen, facing off against himself. The room fell silent. At such a price, no one dared to bid higher, and Tang Yichen successfully acquired the necklace. Next came the ring, starting at 100 million, with increments of 10 million. Paddle 1 raised immediately, a price range few could afford. Just as the host prepared to finalize the bidding, paddle 7 was raised. Thus, paddles 1 and 7 continued to exchange bids, with the price soaring to 300 million, captivating the audience in this thrilling contest. Wen Qing, witnessing Tang Yichen's bid for the ring, felt a mix of tension and anticipation, her hands tightly gripping the seat as the stakes rose. 500 million. Mr. Tang of JK Group bids 500 million. Is there a bid higher than 500 million? If not, this unique pink diamond shall belong to Mr. Tang. Any further bids? 3, 2, 1 sold. Congratulations, Mr. Tang. The host's voice trembled with excitement, while the crowd marveled at the spectacular display, astonished by Mr. Tang's direct bid of 500 million. Indeed, one cannot help but envy Miss Wen. Surely, the ring is intended for a proposal. Miss Wen is indeed fortunate, they whispered. As the two approached the exit, a man clad in a black trench coat stood before them. Congratulations, Mr. Tang, you have achieved your desire, he said. Tang Yichen raised his gaze to meet the man's serious expression. The man smiled, revealing himself as paddle number 7. Without uttering a word, Tang Yichen strode past him, with Wen Qing hastily following suit, not daring to linger. The man, feeling a surge of anger, turned to gaze at Tang Yichen's retreating figure, his smile fading, replaced by a profound expression. Chapter 23. My Father on the Moon. The following day, Lin Shu rose early to prepare breakfast for everyone. Despite her busy schedule in Yun City, she had always personally cooked for her children, striving to ensure a balanced diet. Once breakfast was ready, Chen Sisi also awoke. Lin Shu went to rouse the two little ones, Chung Chung, Nuo. It's time to get up for breakfast. Soon, we will be heading out. Today, Mommy and Godmother have work, so you will accompany us to the studio, where Aunt Xiaowei will look after you. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Chung Chung, though still drowsy, sat up from his blanket, rubbing his eyes. Mom, I can take care of my sister. Yes, Chung Chung, that's wonderful. You can help Aunt Xiaowei look after your sister. Okay, Mommy. You and Godmother can focus on your work. Lin Shu smiled as she gently patted her son's head, handing him his clothes. Chung Chung took them from her and began dressing himself. Watching her thoughtful son, Lin Shu felt a surge of emotion. Over the years, the companionship of her two little treasures had inspired her to become a better person. Turning her gaze to her daughter, who was still fast asleep like a little piglet, she leaned closer and whispered, Nuo, it's time to wake up. We have to leave soon. With her eyes still closed, Lin Yunu turned over, murmuring, Mom, I want to sleep a little longer. Nuo, hurry and get up. Your brother will help you get dressed, and I made a delicious breakfast. If you don't wake up, he will eat it all. Lin Yuqing intentionally teased his sister, knowing her well enough that the mere mention of food would rouse her. Sure enough, the little foodie sprang up upon hearing her brother's words. I want food. Stinky brother, hum. Lin Shu smiled warmly as she watched the two siblings. Your brother is just playing with you. Mommy made plenty. He can't eat it all by himself. As she comforted the pouting Lin Yunu, she helped her get dressed. Your brother is teasing you, she said, and with that, Lin Yunu's sleepiness faded, and she happily dressed, following her brother to brush their teeth and wash their faces, ready to enjoy the sumptuous breakfast prepared by their mother. After the four of them finished breakfast, Chen Sisi drove them to the studio, where Xiaowei was already present. Lin Shu entrusted the children to her. Xiaowei, thank you for your hard work today, especially on such short notice. Hello, Sister Xiaowei, the two little ones chimed in unison, introducing themselves without their mother's prompting. I am Lin Yuqing, you can call me Chung Chung. I am Lin Yunu, you can call me Nuo. It's no problem, Sister Shu Shu. Sister Sisi. I'm also an employee of the company, so working extra hours is quite normal. Xiaowei, a young woman who had joined the studio when it was founded, had just graduated at the time. Now, 2 years later, she was a bundle of joy, cherished by Chen Sisi like a younger sister. Sister Shu Shu, are these two adorable babies truly your children? I thought you weren't married yet. The employees at the company were unaware that Lin Shu was one of the studio's owners. They only knew her as a remarkably talented designer. Lin Shu, who usually does not reside in Jiangcheng, often finds her communication with the studio staff somewhat obstructive when connecting online. She had not particularly mentioned her personal matters to Chen Sisi, which is why it was a revelation for Xiaowei to learn that Lin Shu had 2 children, and they were such beautiful twins. These are my children. I apologize for the trouble this morning, Chung Chung and Nuo. You must listen to Auntie Xiaowei and behave yourselves, understood? Lin Shu offered no extensive explanation regarding marriage, smiling as she entered the office with Chen Sisi, intending to review the design drafts together before the client arrived. Xiaowei took Lin Yuqing and Lin Yunua to the pantry, where she provided them with snacks and poured them some water. Gazing at the 2 adorable children, Xiaowei found herself irresistibly yearning for a child of her own. Ching Ching Nuo, what would you like for lunch? Auntie will treat you to something delicious. I want fried chicken legs and strawberry ice cream, Nuo, the little foodie, unabashedly declared. Mom said you can't have fried chicken or ice cream this week, Chung Chung replied, ruthlessly dismantling his sister's hopes. Nuo attempted to negotiate. I'll eat today and I want to eat it next week. You said the same thing to your godmother yesterday, Chung Chung asserted, exhibiting a strong sense of principle. Nuo, feeling dejected, slumped over the table. All right, Nuo is sad. There will be no strawberry ice cream today. If you keep your promise to your brother, he will take you to see Dad today. Silly Nuonuo. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Chengqing's sparkling eyes concealed a little secret. Yay, I can see Daddy now. My brother wouldn't lie, so he can really take me to see Daddy. Nuonuo could only await in eager anticipation. Xiao Wei, overhearing the adorable exchange between the siblings, could not help but curiously interject. What does your father do? Yes. We've never met Daddy. Nuonuo nodded in agreement while munching on snacks. But I'm about to find Daddy. We'll need Auntie Xiao Wei's help for a little errand to take us out. Listening to the siblings' conversation, Xiao Wei's imagination conjured a dramatic narrative of a scoundrel abandoning his family, surmising that Lin Shu must be shielding the children from sorrow by telling them their father worked on the moon. Reflecting on Lin Shu's kindness, Xiao Wei was surprised to discover she was a single mother, especially after having mentioned marriage earlier. It felt quite inappropriate. Observing the two adorable children before her, she felt a surge of sympathy and resolutely declared, no problem. Auntie Xiao Wei will definitely take you to find Daddy. Chengqing looked at Auntie Xiao Wei's agreement with bright eyes. Without her, he worried that a driver might refuse to take them, but with Auntie Xiao Wei, their excursion would be much more manageable. The little fellow had considered it thoroughly. Chapter 24. Discovering Lin Shu's return to Jiangcheng. At the JK Group headquarters. In the president's office on the top floor, Tang Yichen sat at an exquisite mahogany desk, diligently processing documents on his computer. His assistant Li Cheng knocked and entered. President Tang, Mr. Meng from Jinyu Jewelry has sent the rings and necklace. Li Cheng presented two elegantly packaged boxes.
Place them on the desk.
Noticing that Li Cheng had not yet departed, Tang Yichen lifted his head and inquired, is there something else? Li Cheng, unsure if Tang Yichen intended to accept the matter at hand, recalled that many who sought to forge connections often failed to meet the boss directly, resorting instead to leaving items at the front desk. Please bring it here. Upon learning that it involved a lady, Tang Yichen was inexplicably reminded of Lin Shu. Despite knowing that she would not come to seek him out, thoughts of her occasionally intruded upon his mind. Li Cheng handed the envelope to his boss, who promptly opened it, causing a sum of 100,000 yuan to spill forth. Tang Yichen was momentarily rendered speechless. Who still sends cash? And only 100,000? Li Cheng, upon witnessing the contents of the envelope, was taken aback. Such a sum was merely a trivial expense for their boss. He turned to observe Tang Yichen, who was fixated on the 100,000 yuan, rendered utterly silent. As Tang Yichen stared at the scattered bills, he felt a profound sense of shock. In that instant, he instinctively believed it was Lin Shu who had sent it. He knew that no one else would do so during their divorce. She had withdrawn only 100,000 from the card he had given her, leaving the card behind in the study without taking it. She had insisted on taking nothing more than that sum, and now, it seemed she had returned it. Did this mean she would never appear in his life again? A wave of anxiety swept over Tang Yichen, prompting him to urgently instruct Li Cheng, immediately investigate the whereabouts of the person who delivered this.
Go now.
And inform me as soon as you find out. This was the first time Li Cheng had witnessed his boss in such a state of disarray. So eager to locate someone. Understood, Mr. Tang. I will look into it right away. Once Li Cheng departed, Tang Yichen remained seated, staring blankly at the cash before him. He rested his hands on his head, furrowing his brow in contemplation. From the moment he saw the contents of the envelope, his instinctive reaction was to ascertain Lin Shu's address and seek her out, which is why he had instructed Li Cheng to investigate. After a brief period, Tang Yichen managed to regain his composure. Knowing that she was in Jiangcheng, he pondered the significance of knowing her address. They had long since divorced, which meant they were no longer connected. Perhaps she had already formed a new family, and perhaps not intruding upon her life was indeed the greatest blessing he could offer. Mr. Tang, I have located her. Miss Lin is currently residing with a friend at the Platinum Apartments. Very well. Simply send me the address, Tang Yichen interrupted. Realizing it was unnecessary for Li Cheng to transmit the address to him, he could simply have Li Cheng deliver the card he had given her during their divorce. That was her rightful due. Forget about sending me the address. Just help me deliver the bank card later. Understood. Li Cheng found it peculiar that his boss had been so anxious to investigate the money earlier, assuming he could hardly wait to see Miss Lin upon receiving the address. Yet for reasons unknown, he now opted to have Li Cheng handle the delivery instead. I recently received a new message that I had not yet had the chance to share with my boss. It appears that Miss Lin is living with two children who, according to investigations, should be hers. Has Miss Lin remarried and had children after her divorce from the boss? Could it be that the boss was already aware of this? Which is why he felt it was inappropriate for him to visit and instead arranged for himself to deliver the card. That seems plausible. After ending the call with Li Cheng, I opened the first drawer on my left, where I found a bank card, the same one that Lin Shu had placed in the study 4 years ago. I stared at it for a while, Then placed the ring box from the table inside the drawer before closing it and returning to my work. Shortly after, Wenqing called. Yichen. I was initially hesitant to disturb you since I know you're busy, but I'm feeling unwell and I'm unsure if I should go to the hospital. How are you feeling now? I will come and take you to the hospital. Just lie down and rest for a moment. I'll be there shortly.
All right.
Don't rush. Focus on your work first. I've had some hot water and I feel a bit better lying here. It's fine. Work can wait. I'm leaving the company now. As Tang Yichen spoke on the phone, he grabbed the necklace box that Li Cheng had brought in that morning and exited the office. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. Wenqing hung up, her heart fluttering with anticipation. She knew that after the auction at the evening banquet, the jewelry company would deliver the items to JK Group for Tang Yichen. When afternoon arrived and he had not called her, she could hardly wait any longer. She was eager to wear that pink diamond ring, so she concocted an excuse to summon Tang Yichen over, certain that he would bring it if it was for her. Tang Yichen drove to Wenqing's apartment, where she greeted him at the door in her pajamas. Yichen, you're here. Yes, how are you feeling? Let us get you dressed, so I can take you to the hospital. I feel much better now. I don't want to go to the hospital. In truth, Wenqing had no real ailment. She simply wished for Tang Yichen's company. Be good and listen to me. It's better to see a doctor and recover quickly. Tang Yichen coaxed gently. Yichen, I truly don't want to go to the hospital. Just being here with me is enough. Wenqing playfully tugged at his arm, swaying side to side. All right, then lie down on the bed first. Have you eaten anything? Suppressing her excitement, Wenqing took the gift box and, unable to wait for Tang Yichen to leave, opened it immediately, her smile faltering. It was the necklace, not the ring. What's wrong? Don't you like the pink necklace from the auction? No, I love it. Thank you, Yichen. Quickly regaining her composure, she leaned in and kissed his cheek. Yichen, can you help me put it on? Tang Yichen retrieved the necklace from the box and adorned Wenqing with it. How does it look? Very pretty. He nodded in affirmation. Yichen, can you stay with me tonight? Wenqing's voice was soft and inviting. I just received a message from Xiaowu. They're at the bar and need me to come over since I have something to discuss with their heir. You can serve yourself some porridge when you get up. Don't skip meals.
All right.
There was a hint of disappointment in Wenqing's voice. Yet she couldn't insist when Tang Yichen mentioned he had matters to attend to. Tang Yichen rose from his seat and departed from Wenqing's apartment, driving towards the Nightshade bar. His assertion to Wenqing about visiting the bar was indeed sincere. However, his stated purpose of discussing matters with Lao Heir served merely as a pretext. Chapter 25. I am searching for my father. Lin Shu and Chen Sisi had been waiting in the studio until nearly 11 o'clock when Miss Meng called to inform them of a delay of half an hour. There was little to be done. After all, the customer is king. Lin Shu pondered that lunchtime was approaching, and she was uncertain when their meeting would conclude. Stepping out of the office, she found Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno with Xiao Wei in the break room, engrossed in a storybook. Xiao Wei, could you please take them out for a bite to eat later? Miss Meng will be arriving late, and Cece and I likely won't have time to join you. Lin Shu requested. Not to worry, we can order takeout. You both enjoy your meal, without concern for us, replied Xiao Wei. Lin Shu was anxious that her two little treasures would feel compelled to bring her food, which would disrupt their enjoyment of their meal. Thus, she decided to order takeout with Cece, allowing them to eat peacefully. Yes, Mommy, you need not worry about me and my sister. Sister Xiao Wei is telling us stories, which we love. We will listen to Sister Xiao Wei, Lin Yuqing assured his mother. Mommy, I will listen to brother and Sister Xiao Wei, chimed in Lin Yuno with her sweet voice. Observing her two little ones, Lin Shu felt invigorated once more. After she departed, Lin Yuqing excitedly shared with his sister and Xiao Wei his grand plan to find their father. Sister Xiao Wei, once we go out to eat, you must take me and my sister to the JK Group headquarters and then, you shall seek out their boss and say, Lin Yuqing began. And Lin Yuno promptly raised her hand in support of her brother. Brother, I will surely complete the mission. Xiao Wei, with her innocent perspective, believed that since the children's father was still present, it was indeed arduous for Lin Shu to raise them alone. Thus, the father must fulfill his responsibilities. Enthusiastically, she supported Lin Yuqing's plan. The trio set off directly to the JK Group. Upon their arrival at the JK Group building, Lin Yuno ventured alone into the lobby. The receptionist, noticing the adorable little girl, quickly approached and knelt down to inquire, Little one, are you here alone? Who are you looking for? Pretty sister. I am searching for my father, Lin Yuno replied sweetly. The receptionist, charmed by the delightful child, couldn't help but smile broadly. Do you know your father's name? The receptionist, contemplating that she might be the child of an employee, was taken aback when Lin Yuno proudly declared, My father's surname is Tang. He is the boss here. Upon realizing that the little girl was the daughter of President Tang, The receptionist was surprised and hesitant to make any decisions. She immediately called the president's office. And it was Sister Yang who answered the phone. Sister Yang, there is a little girl downstairs claiming to be President Tang's daughter, here to see him.
Yang, equally astonished?
Asked his daughter. Are you certain it is President Tang? Yes, she said she is looking for her father, surnamed Tang, the boss here. The receptionist relayed Lin Yuno's words verbatim to the top floor. Please bring her up, Yang instructed. Momentarily uncertain as both President Tang and Assistant Li were not in the office. The only course of action was to bring her up and inquire further. Lin Yuno remembered her brother's words, instructing her to call him again once she saw their father. Thus, she obediently followed the beautiful sister into the elevator and ascended. The reception girl guided her to Secretary Yang's office, stating, Sister Yang, I've brought her here. The few people in the secretary's office gathered around, curious to see what the daughter of their boss looked like. After all, they had worked at JK Group for years and had never heard of the boss having a daughter. Upon seeing the little girl, Secretary Yang noticed a doll-like figure standing there with big, bright eyes. Hello, pretty sisters, Lin Yuno greeted politely. Oh my, is she really the boss's daughter? How adorable. Upon closer inspection, they felt she resembled the boss. But when had the president had a daughter? He hadn't even married Miss One. Truly, a big shot keeps such matters under wraps, and now here is a daughter all grown up. Little one, what is your name? Did you come with family? Where is your mother? I am called Nono. My mother is at work, and I came here with my brother. Lin Yuno recalled her brother's words and chose not to mention that her brother and sister Xiaowei were waiting for her downstairs. Such an adorable child is hard not to like. Secretary Yang, being a mother herself, pondered how a mother could let such a small child venture out alone. She took Lin Yuno to the lounge area, offering her some snacks and warm water. No, our General Tang is out today. Why don't you rest for a bit while I try to contact him? Okay, thank you, pretty sister. Call me auntie. I have a little baby at home about your age, Secretary Yang smiled. All right, thank you, pretty auntie. You go ahead and be busy. Seated in the lounge, several secretaries from the president's office discreetly took turns bringing her snacks, and the little foodie, No, was thoroughly enjoying herself, almost forgetting her brother's important task of finding their father. Meanwhile, downstairs, Lin Yuchen and Xiaowei were growing anxious as Lin Yuno had not yet come down. Xiaowei was particularly worried. After all, they could not easily enter the JK Group headquarters, and losing little Nono would be disastrous. Sister Shu had entrusted her with the care of both children. Just as she was about to rush in, Lin Yuchen stopped her in time. I'll call Nono. He then dialed Lin Yuno's phone watch. Nono, where are you? How is it going? Have you seen Dad? With a mouthful of uneaten biscuit, Lin Yuno replied, Brother, Dad isn't at the company today. The pretty auntie said he went out and I haven't seen him yet. That's all right. We know the address. We'll come back next time. Okay then, I'll come down to find you. Hearing her brother's reassurance, Lin Yuno felt relieved. They would look for their father next time. She then walked towards the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor as she was just tall enough to reach it, eager to find her brother. Chapter 26. The Duck's Stubbornness. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Lin. I hope to receive the dress in time for my birthday banquet. Meng Xiao extended her hand. You're too kind. Although I am reluctant to admit it, your design indeed has merit. I look forward to the finished product.
Until next time.
It is a privilege to have received Miss Meng's recognition. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Meng Xiao, Lin Shu and Chen Sisi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Securing this substantial contract alleviated their concerns for future business endeavors. Meng Xiaoxiao's birthday banquet is sure to attract a plethora of affluent attendees, and as the guest of honor, she will undoubtedly be the center of attention. The exquisite gown she adorns will gain considerable exposure, serving not only their immediate interests, but also the subsequent development of Secret. Lin Shu, still basking in the glow of their recent success, remained unaware that the two children had already slipped away to seek out Tang Yichen. Tang Yichen arrived at Nightshade Bar in his own vehicle, where his companions awaited him. Upon taking a seat, he immediately downed a glass of liquor, remaining silent as he continued to drink one after another. Lu Yan observed Tang Yichen's demeanor and glanced at the others, questioning what had transpired with their elder brother. They exchanged uncertain glances, unable to decipher the situation. Ignoring the murmurs of his companions, Tang Yichen lifted his glass once more, only to be restrained by Mo Zhe, who implored, Brother, enough. If you keep this up, we may have to take you to the hospital. Indeed, there will be no little sister-in-law to fetch you this time, Lu Yan candidly remarked, only to realize he had perhaps overstepped. He sheepishly lowered his head, aware that while the reasons for their elder brother's divorce remained a mystery, the many years that had passed since then saw the little sister-in-law vanish from their lives. Instead, a certain Wenqing had taken her place by their elder brother's side. Mentioning the little sister-in-law felt inappropriate. It took a moment for the group to comprehend whom he referred to. Mose speculated that part of the reason behind their elder brother's divorce was tied to investigating the circumstances surrounding Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang's demise. However, he remained uncertain about the depth of his brother's feelings for his ex-wife, given that the marriage had not been his brother's own decision. Over the past few years, Kay had seemingly vanished without a trace. They had uncovered no leads, and there were no signs of contact with Wenqing. It was only last month that he received a fragment of information from a collaborator in the Middle East, revealing that Kay's capable deputy, nicknamed Hawkeye, might have already entered the country, though they had yet to ascertain his whereabouts. In recent years, Qin had spent more time in the country, with their elder brother taking on most of the business trips, leaving him to oversee domestic operations. Tang Wanner, that spirited young woman, initially interned at JK Group and remained on after graduation, now serving as his assistant. Although she is their elder brother's cousin, she has diligently worked her way up from the ground level. Her commitment and diligence have honed her skills to the point where she can now handle responsibilities independently. Qing, his own sister, has begun to create short films and web dramas, earning several newcomer awards, marking her official entry into the realm of directing. Perhaps the most transformed among them is Ji Fengfan, who has transitioned from a frivolous playboy to someone devoid of scandal. The outside world claims that Ji Xiao has adopted a more disciplined lifestyle, but only these brothers know that since the emergence of Xia Qingqian, he has not been seen with any other woman, suggesting he has truly fallen for her. Lu Yan remained as carefree as ever, indulging in food and leisure. In the past, he would often pull Tang Wanner and Qing along, but now both sisters were preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving him a solitary figure. He could either seek out his fourth brother, but since the latter had welcomed a new addition to his life, he rarely paid him any mind. Consequently, he found himself spending his days idling away in his elder brother's office, enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. I won't go anymore. I will have Li Cheng deliver the money designated for her during our divorce. She didn't take it with her, and it rightfully belongs to her. Perhaps she has embarked on her own journey, so I shall not intrude. These words carried an unmistakable bitterness. Though he professed not to interfere, he still sought solace in a bottle. A few exchanged glances among the group revealed a mutual understanding as they silently raised their glasses and drank. After his shower, Tang Yichen lay on his bed, the effects of the alcohol wearing off, and once again, insomnia plagued him. Habitually, he opened the bedside drawer, retrieved a bottle, and swallowed the sleeping pills inside, without hesitation. Chapter 27. The adorable little one invades the CEO's office. Where would you like to go, the amusement park or the zoo? Xiaowei assumed the two little ones, having spent too long at home, were eager for an outing. We want to find Daddy, Nua piped up. Her voice tinged with disappointment. But what if we still can't find him? Since their last visit to the JK Group, Xiaowei had begun to question whether she had been misled by the two children. Sister Xiaowei, please take us just once more. I called ahead to confirm that my daddy is there. Lin Yuqing had done his homework this time. All right, I'll take you. Let's go. Seeing the adorable requests from the two little ones, Xiaowei felt an overwhelming sense of obligation to comply.
With that,
She led them outside to hail a taxi to the JK Group headquarters. As planned, Lin was to go up first. Upon entering the lobby, she confidently approached the receptionist, sweetly charming her into granting access to the elevator and even pressing the button for her. Upon reaching the top floor, she immediately sought out Secretary Yang. Pretty aunt, I'm back. Is my daddy in the office today? Secretary Yang recognized her as the little girl who had visited with Tang Zong last time and recalled her name was Nua. Nua, you're here. Mister. Tang is in today. Let me check if he has a moment for you. As Secretary Yang stood to head towards the CEO's office, she knocked on the door. Come in, came Tang Yichen's deep voice from within. As soon as the door opened, Nua dashed in, exclaiming, Daddy, I've finally found you. Tang Yichen was taken aback as a small bundle of joy leapt toward him, embracing him tightly and refusing to let go. Caught off guard by the affection of such a tiny child, he stood frozen in place. Secretary Yang, equally startled, hadn't anticipated Nua. Under the weight of her boss's gaze, she hurriedly explained, Mr. Tang, this little one was here before. She claims to be your daughter, come to find her daddy. She spoke truthfully, feeling the pressure of her employer's scrutiny. Tang Yichen remained silent, gazing at the small, plump child nestled in his arms. Her glossy black hair continually burrowed into him, carrying the comforting scent reminiscent of her grandmother. He had never considered himself someone who would cherish children, yet in the presence of this little girl who had suddenly rushed into his embrace, he felt no aversion. Rather, a softening sensation blossomed deep within his heart due to her impetuousness. Secretary Yang, noticing Tang Yichen's stern expression and silence, hesitated before speaking. Mr. Tang, I apologize, but I must take the little one out. No, Daddy, I finally found you. I want to leave, No exclaimed, her large, tear-filled eyes gazing up at Tang Yichen. She had gone through so much to find her father and had yet to truly connect with him. How could they think of sending her away? Does Daddy not like No? She whimpered, her cries echoing with a heart-wrenching intensity. Tang Yichen, observing the tear-streaked face of the little girl in his arms, felt somewhat at a loss. He stiffly spoke, I'm not trying to send you away. He then turned to Secretary Yang. You may leave for now. Understood, Mr. Tang. Once Secretary Yang departed, Lin Shu gradually ceased her sobbing. Tang Yichen gently placed her on the sofa, where she clung tightly to his arm, unwilling to let him go. Daddy, where are you going? I need to attend to some work for a moment. Please sit here, and I will have someone bring you something to eat. Okay, Daddy. As he resumed his work, Lin Shu sat quietly on the sofa, contemplating how to message her brother to inform him of her encounter with their father. Before long, Secretary Yang returned, carrying several small cakes, some fruit, and a glass of orange juice, placing them on the table beside the sofa. No. I brought you the strawberry cake you had last time. Please enjoy it. Thank you, Auntie. No exclaimed, immediately grabbing a piece and stuffing it into her mouth. Tang Yichen looked up just in time to see her cheeks puffed out with cake, cream adorning the corners of her mouth. He approached her, took a tissue, and gently wiped her face. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke. There's plenty more. His tone held a tenderness he was unaware of, resembling that of a doting father. Do you know anything about her parents? Secretary Yang inquired, momentarily taken aback, wondering if the child's father was not indeed Tang Yichen himself. I'm not sure. Last time she mentioned she came with her brother and an older sister. Please step out for now. Of course, Mr. Tang. With no further information at hand, Secretary Yang would have to wait for Li Cheng to investigate. What is your name? Tang Yichen asked, observing the joy radiating from the little girl as she savored her cake. The ordinary dessert seemed to transform into something exquisite in her eyes, and he found himself enchanted by her delight. My name is Lin Shu, but you can call me No, Daddy. Would you like some strawberry cake too? Lin Shu, noticing her father's gaze fixated on the cake in her hand, assumed he must also enjoy the treat, and she held out a piece toward him. You should eat it, I want tea. Please, Daddy, you eat it. I have plenty. Lin Shu pondered that her father might be too shy to admit he also enjoyed strawberry cakes, hence he forcefully stuffed a piece into Tang Yichen's mouth. Delicious, right? Mom loves them too, Lin Shu exclaimed joyfully. Tang Yichen chewed on the cake that Lin Shu had given him, savoring its distinctively sweet strawberry flavor. Chapter 28. Father has no new wife. Lin Shu quickly finished the cake on her plate and drank all the orange juice. Tang Yichen was taken aback by the little one's hearty appetite. Observing her round belly, he worried she might overindulge. Are you really my dad? Doesn't Dad like No? Is it because I finished the strawberry cake? Next time, I'll save some for you, okay? Lin Shu said, feeling aggrieved. It's late. Your family must be worried. Did you come out here all by yourself? Tang Yichen wondered if she was a lost child. For reasons unknown, upon hearing Lin Shu's soft, tender voice express such sentiments, his heart felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if he were on the verge of losing something profoundly significant. Does that mean Dad is already married? Is there a new baby?
No.
Wonderful. I knew Dad wouldn't abandon us. I'll call my brother right now. Upon hearing that Tang Yichen was neither married nor had a new baby, little Lin Shu joyfully leaped off the sofa and hurriedly dialed her brother on her watch phone. Brother, hurry up here. Dad, doesn't he have a new wife or baby? We have Dad now. Confronted with the excited Lin Shu, Tang Yichen was at a loss on how to explain to a 3-year-old that although he was not married and had no children, it did not necessarily mean he was her father. This child seemed to have made up her mind about him. Had children become so astute nowadays that they could appoint themselves a new dad? Have your brother wait at the front desk. I'll send someone to fetch him, as he might not manage to come up alone. Brother, Dad wants you to wait at the front desk. He'll send someone to pick you up. Hearing Lin Shu's loud proclamation, Tang Yichen truly felt as if he had become a father. Chung, what does your dad do inside? This is a big company. Xiaowei could not suppress her curiosity and asked, initially thinking the two little ones were merely playing, never expecting they had genuinely found their father. My dad is the president of this company, Lin Yucheng declared proudly. Are you serious? Xiaowei swore that even if she had contemplated what kind of executive he might be, she would never have imagined that their dad was the president of JK Group, the man she had only seen on television. Chengqing claimed him as his father, which meant he was Xiao Shu's husband. Goodness, what invisible tycoons surrounded her. However, Xiaowei felt a twinge of unease. Although JK Group was reputable, she had brought these children out, and leaving them alone would be irresponsible. All right, let us head up together. The two made their way to the front desk, where Secretary Yang descended to greet them. Upon seeing Lin Yucheng, Secretary Yang thought, the boss is remarkable. He has both a daughter and a son. And everyone knows them. These children are so charming. Indeed, the boss is extraordinary. As Lin Yucheng is indeed a boy, he bears a striking resemblance to Tang Yichen. You must be Cheng Cheng. Nuo is in President Tang's office, and I have come to escort you, said the secretary. Yes, thank you, Auntie. This is Sister Xiaowei. She will accompany me upstairs. Xiaowei hastily greeted, hello. Hello, I appreciate your effort in bringing the two children over. Shall we proceed? Secretary Yang had already concluded that Nuo and Cheng Cheng were the offspring of her employer. After all, she had never witnessed her boss exhibit such affection towards any child, and indeed, the brother bore a remarkable likeness to him.
All right.
Xiaowei felt a twinge of nervousness, as it was her first visit to the renowned JK Group, and she was about to meet the esteemed boss. Thus, she cautiously followed behind as they ascended in the elevator to the top floor. Secretary Yang led the two directly to the president's office. The other young female staff members in the office whispered amongst themselves, "Oh my, is that the president's son? How handsome! I wish I could hug him. He is so charming. I can wait for him to grow up. The president is incredible. How did he manage to have both a son and a daughter so effortlessly? Truly a winner in life." Chapter 29, A Family Reunion Over Dinner. After escorting Lin Yucheng and Xiaowei inside, Secretary Yang stepped out. Upon seeing her brother, Nuo joyfully ran out, grasping his hand. Brother, you're here? Daddy just treated me to strawberry cake. It was so delicious that I finished it all, but I saved some candy for you. She then pulled two candies from her pocket and handed one to Lin Yucheng and the other to Sister Xiaowei. Tang Yichen looked up at the only adult among the three children. Are you their sister? Why yes, Xiaowei stammered, feeling intimidated by Tang Yichen's formidable presence. At that moment, Lin Yucheng turned to look, and Tang Yichen finally discerned his features. For reasons unknown, he felt an uncanny familiarity, much like with the little girl. What is your name? I am Lin Yucheng. You may call me Cheng Cheng. Lin Yucheng opted not to address him as father, believing further assessment was necessary.
All right.
Seeing Nuo's joyful expression, Tang Yichen couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiaowei declined the invitation to join the father and his children, feeling that Cheng Cheng and Nuo's father was far too cold, and lingering longer might lead to her demise by frost. Upon realizing that he was indeed the president of JK Group, Xiaowei felt reassured. Provided Tang Yichen with her apartment address and took her leave. Tang Yichen took the two children out of the company without any pretense, personally driving them to the top-floor rotating restaurant of the Crown Hotel. They settled at a table by the window, where the hotel manager personally approached Tang Yichen to present the menu. He handed the menu to the two young guests. What would you like to eat? Feel free to order. Lin Yucheng and Lin Nuo glanced at the menu, their eyes widening in astonishment at the exorbitant prices. Observing their hesitation, Tang Yichen remarked, "No need to be polite. I am a member here and can avail discounts." The manager, familiar with Tang Yichen, was intrigued to see him joking and curiously glanced at the two children seated opposite him, pondering their identities in relation to President Tang. Lin Yuno, with her small fingers, was flipping through the menu, selecting several appealing dishes from the vibrant pictures. "I want to eat these," she declared. Lin Yucheng, aware of his sister's innate love for food, couldn't help but acknowledge it, despite his reluctance to admit it. Yuno truly had an insatiable appetite. Tang Yichen observed the siblings with a subtle smile. After they had placed their orders, Lin Yuno expressed a desire for a strawberry ice cream, only to be gently deterred by Lin Yucheng. "No, Yuno. You already had 2 ice creams at home this morning. You can't have any more now." Disheartened, Yuno felt a twinge of disappointment. Although she understood that her mother and brother restricted her ice cream consumption for her own good, her love for it was simply too strong to resist. Noticing her sudden demoralization, Tang Yichen reassured her, "You've already had enough for today. We can come again another time."
Yay.
Daddy is so nice. Yuno's eyes sparkled with delight, her admiration for Tang Yichen soaring to new heights. Once the appetizers arrived, Tang Yichen encouraged the two little ones to begin eating and casually inquired, "Where's your mother? How can she trust you to be out on your own? Mom has been working very hard lately, so Sister Xiaowei is taking care of us. We didn't come out by ourselves. We asked Sister Xiaowei to take us," Lin Yuno explained with clarity. "Your mother is so busy. What does she do?" "She is a renowned designer," Lin Yuno replied proudly. "A renowned designer?" Tang Yichen frowned, pondering something as he lowered his gaze, then turned to Lin Yuno. "What is your mother's name?" Before Lin Yuno could respond, Lin Yucheng hurriedly interjected, "Her name is Chen Sisi. She is just an ordinary designer, not famous." Lin Yuno, confused, looked up at her brother, thinking he didn't understand. "But Mom's name is Lin Shu. Chen Sisi is godmother's name. Why did you mention godmother's name? However, trusting her brother's judgment, Lin Yuno chose not to contradict him, reasoning that godmother was still a mother, and even if their father discovered the truth later, it wouldn't be considered a lie. Daddy, you said you are not married and have no children. Do you have a girlfriend now? Lin Yuno asked cautiously, while Lin Yucheng anxiously watched Tang Yichen, as if the answer was crucial for both of them. No, Tang Yichen replied, looking down. Wenqing wasn't truly his girlfriend. He found himself perplexed. If he truly had a child, how could he not know? My mother is single and very beautiful. Many people pursue her. You are quite handsome too, so you would match her well, like a perfect pair, Lin Yucheng stated earnestly. Tang Yichen nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. Realizing that these two children genuinely came from a single-parent household, and they were inadvertently seeking a new father figure, Tang Yichen fell silent, contemplating. Indeed, both Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno were exceptionally attractive. The woman who bore them must surely possess remarkable beauty as well. As he gazed at Lin Yuno's face, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The little girl's eyes felt strikingly reminiscent. Was it merely because she had called him daddy a few times that he was entertaining the thought of becoming a father? Tang Yichen shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. All right, Yuno, let us go. Lin Yucheng rose to his feet, calling for his sister to follow Tang Yichen out of the hotel. Excuse me, where is their mother? Tang Yichen remained silent, seemingly confirming their earlier assertions. Indeed, their mother was quite occupied. Father, may I have your phone number? I will visit you another day. Lin Yuno rushed to the door, reluctant to see her father depart, especially since today marked their first meeting. Tang Yichen wrote down a number and handed it to Lin Yuno, saying, call me in advance next time, and I will send someone to pick you up. You cannot go out alone. Chapter 30, returning to the hometown with the two little treasures. Very well, but do take care of yourself. Lin Shu, recognizing her son as considerate and sensible nature, allowed him to wash on his own. After approximately half an hour, Lin Yucheng emerged from the bath, dressed in his pajamas. Mother, I'm done. Please take my sister to wash as well. All right, Cheng, you go to bed and cover yourself with the blanket to avoid catching a chill. Lin Shu had already prepared the bedding in advance. As Lin Shu held Lin Yuno as hand, preparing to lead her to the bath, Lin Yuno chimed in, Mother, Nuonuo is growing up too. She wants to wash by herself. Be good, Nuonuo. Today, Mother will wash you. When the weather turns hot, you can wash on your own, all right? Lin Shu seemed to prefer letting them be independent during the summer heat. Okay. Little Nuonuo thought that if her brother could do it, so could she. Feeling a bit disheartened that Mother wouldn't let her bathe alone. However, upon entering the bathroom and seeing her beloved bathing tub, she completely forgot her disappointment, as soaking in her cherished tub brought her immense joy. Mother, what does hometown mean? Who is great-grandfather? Lin Yuno innocently inquired. Hometown is the place where Mother grew up, and great-grandfather is Mother's grandfather, Lin Shu patiently explained. Is it because great-grandfather has passed away that we are paying our respects? Lin Yucheng, more aware than his sister, asked. Yes, great-grandfather was Mother's only relative, and he has indeed passed away. Mentioning her grandfather brought a touch of melancholy to Lin Shu's voice. It's all right, Mother. Now you have me and my sister as your family. Lin Yucheng quickly reassured his mother upon sensing her sadness. Indeed, Mother. You now have both me and my brother as your little treasures, Lin Yuno added, embracing their mother for comfort. Thank you, heavens, for granting me the two of you little angels, and I am grateful that you chose me to be your mother, Lin Shu said, holding them tightly. Let us retire early. Tomorrow morning we shall pack our belongings and set off by noon. Good night. Lin Shu kissed each of them gently on their cheeks before cuddling them close as they drifted into slumber. The following midday, Lin Shu took the two little ones on the green train to the town, and then a taxi to the village. The village had undergone a remarkable transformation. The roads were newly paved, many houses had been built, and with the development of tourist attractions, numerous families had opened bed and breakfasts and agritourism ventures. Although dusk was approaching, the streets were illuminated by bright streetlights adorned with colorful flags, and every household glowed with warm lights. Lin Shu was astonished by the village's progress over the years. Concerned that their old house may no longer be habitable after such a long time, she sought out a guest house and decided to stay there for the next couple of days. Fortunately, it is not the peak tourist season, and there are still available rooms. Lin Shu approached the front desk and requested a double room. To her surprise, she encountered an acquaintance. You must be Xiao Shu, said the owner of the guest house. Lin Shu looked up and replied, Yes, and you are? How wonderful. A Yaoge is still as remarkable as ever, Lin Shu sincerely remarked. Why don't you go ahead and settle your things in the room? You haven't eaten yet, have you? I will prepare a few dishes in the kitchen for dinner, she offered. I truly appreciate your kindness, sister-in-law, Lin Shu replied. No need for such formality. We are all family. I will be cooking anyway. So, it's merely a matter of extra chopsticks. You've had a long journey. Here is your room key. It's the first room on the left upstairs. Take the two little ones to rest, and I will call you when dinner is ready. After saying this, Sister Guiping turned and headed to the kitchen. All right, thank you.
Sister-in-law.
Lin Shu led Lin Yichen and Lin Yuno upstairs to their room. The room was spacious, clean, and tidy, with a large lake visible just outside the window. Upon opening the window, they could see the dark night sky adorned with a couple of twinkling stars. Mom, this place is so beautiful, exclaimed Lin Yichen and Lin Yuno, gazing at the view from the floor-to-ceiling window. Indeed, it is quite lovely. Lin Shu smiled at her two precious children. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to see the house where I lived as a child, and then we will go up the mountain to visit great-grandfather. Hooray! Chapter 31. Ascending the mountain to honor grandfather. The next morning, Lin Shu rose early, and the two little ones quickly followed suit, likely still in a state of excitement from their new surroundings. Thank you, sister-in-law, but there is no need to go out of your way for us. You focus on your tasks. I will take them to see the old house and visit my grandfather, Lin Shu said, noticing the courtyard filling with guests arriving for their stay. She encouraged Sister Guiping to attend to her own duties. All right then. Just leave your plates on the table after you finish eating. I will come back to tidy up later. I must attend to my work. We have many guests today. With that, she turned to greet the incoming visitors. The two little ones eagerly sat down to eat. Yuno, the little foodie, immediately dug in with her hands. Lin Shu, having longed for the flavors of her hometown, savored a hearty breakfast. After finishing, she took the children outside. They strolled along, stopping occasionally, while Lin Yichen and Lin Yuno bounced ahead. Lin Shu snapped photos of them, relishing the scenic beauty along the way. The village, bathed in daylight, presented a fresh charm. The roads had been well maintained, adorned with an array of blooming flowers, and the walls were decorated with lovely murals, creating picturesque views at every turn. As they played and walked, it felt like no time had passed before they arrived at Lin Shu's childhood home, the old house where she once lived with her grandfather. Mom, what is wrong? Lin Yichen and Lin Yuno asked, noticing her pause at the door, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm fine, come on in. This is where I used to live. Lin Shu composed herself and beckoned the children inside, sharing stories of her childhood experiences in the place. Thinking of her aunt, Lin Shu decided to visit her next. Let us go see great-grandmother, who is Uncle Guiping's mother, my aunt. As she spoke, she took the little hands of the two children and walked towards the neighboring house. Upon reaching the doorstep, she caught sight of her great-aunt sitting in the yard, engaged in her handicrafts. The elderly woman's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at the two children beside Lin Shu. Are these your children? My goodness. They've grown so much. Your grandfather's spirit can rest in peace now. Yes, Auntie, they are my children. This is Cheng Cheng and this is Nua Nua. Lin Shu introduced them, pointing at Lin Yichen and Lin Yunoa. Cheng Cheng no Noa, greet your great-grandmother. Hello, great-grandmother. Lin Yichen and Lin Yunoa chimed in obediently. Good, good, good. After a moment of recollection, the elderly lady trembled slightly as she went inside, returning with a handful of candies. These are for you. They were given to me. Hurry, give them to the children. Lin Yichen and Lin Yunoa accepted the candies with gratefulness. Thank you, great-grandmother. Such good children. After leaving her great-aunt's home, Lin Shu prepared to buy some offerings before heading up the mountain to pay respects to her grandfather. Cheng Cheng Noa Noa, we need to buy some things. We will go to the mountain to honor great-grandfather soon. Okay, Mommy. What does great-grandfather like to eat? We can buy what he enjoys. As a little foodie, Noa Noa immediately thought of food. Great-grandfather would surely love what Noa picks out. I will choose the tastiest for him, Lin Yunoa exclaimed, dashing towards the shop. Standing before her grandfather's grave, Lin Shu's eyes were red, her lips slightly pale, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Mommy, are you crying? Lin Yunoa's voice alleviated some of Lin Shu's sorrow. She raised her hand to wipe her tears and crouched down. Taking the little one's hands, she led them to the grave. Grandfather, these are my two children. This is Cheng Cheng and this is Nua Nua. We brought them to see you. Hello, great-grandfather. Lin Yichen and Lin Yunoa greeted in unison. Mommy, is great-grandfather sleeping inside? The innocent Lin Yunoa posed her question. Yes, great-grandfather is sleeping inside. Can we wake him up? Great-grandfather is very tired, so he will sleep for a long time. Let's allow him to rest peacefully and not disturb him, all right? Okay. Turning their heads, the two little ones spotted a butterfly fluttering by and dashed off to catch it. Alone at the grave, Lin Shu whispered, Grandfather, this is my child with Yichen. The last time I saw you, I promised to bring Yichen with me, but it seems that will not be possible now that we have parted ways. Nevertheless, I will always bring the children to visit you. Do not worry. I am doing well. I do not blame Yichen, and I hope you do not either. I thank him for giving me 2 angels. Mommy, we are back. Chapter 32. Father has a rival. Lin Shu entered with the 2 little ones, where Gui Ping and his wife had already prepared a bountiful feast on a large table, alongside the village chief and his family, as well as brother Nyo and his family. Everyone warmly welcomed them to take a seat. As Lin Shu settled down with Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunua, she heard the village chief rise and announce, "A Yao has arrived." Everyone turned to the entrance, where a charming young man stood at the gate. Gui Ping's sister hurried to greet them, and A Yao had also arrived.
Come in.
This morning, the village chief said he might not have time to come over, she said.
Well,
I just finished up and thought I would bring 2 bottles of wine for everyone to try. As she spoke, she handed the bag to Gui Ping's sister. A Yao is truly thoughtful. She always brings something for everyone. Sister Nyo smiled warmly in agreement. As Lin Mu Yao approached, Lin Shu softly called out, "A Yao ge." She turned to let the 2 children greet him. Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunua politely said, "Hello, uncle." "Hello to you as well." Lin Mu Yao replied, gently ruffling Lin Yucheng's hair. To their delight, he unexpectedly took out 2 small toys from his pocket and handed them to the children. "Thank you, uncle." The 2 little ones exclaimed joyfully at the gifts. "It's nothing. After working for so long, I can handle a bit of alcohol." Lin Mu Yao straightened up from the pillar. "Let's take a walk, A Yao ge." Sure, they both agreed and walked out of the small courtyard, following the path to the lakeside. There was a rubber track by the lake with a walking path alongside it. Perhaps due to the coolness of the evening, there were not many people around. A few scattered individuals sat on the benches, and occasionally, a night runner would pass by. The 2 walked in silence. After listening intently, Lin Mu Yao paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. "If you need any help, feel free to let me know. It must be tough for you to manage the 2 children alone." Lin Shu stopped walking and looked at Lin Mu Yao. "It's not tough. They are our source of strength, my angels sent by heaven," she replied before continuing forward.
all right.
"When will you find me a sister-in-law? A Yao ge." "They say that once you settle down and establish a career, you should consider lifelong matters," she teased. "You're still just a child. How can you advise me?" He retorted. "I'm already a mother. What child?" Lin Shu pouted in protest. Indeed, if she didn't mention that the 2 children were hers, others might think she was a recent college graduate. "Okay, A Yao ge, where are you staying tonight?" she asked, leading the children upstairs for a bath. After the 2 little ones finished bathing, they snuggled under the covers. Lin Shu went to take her shower, and as she heard the sound of running water, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunua whispered under the blankets, "Oh no, brother. Dad has a rival. This uncle seems different from the one Grandma Chen introduced him on before. What should we do?" Young Lin Yucheng furrowed his brow, aware of the situation his silly sister was oblivious to, although their father was still in a trial period in his eyes. The little fellow still favored Tang Yichen in his heart. "No way. I'm going to message Dad to give him a heads up and make him feel a sense of urgency," Lin Yunua declared, pulling out her phone watch. She navigated to Tang Yichen's WeChat, a number she had previously asked sister Xiao Wei to save. The WeChat notification popped up with her father's message. And, much to her surprise, he approved her request almost immediately. "Dad and Uncle just went for a walk with Mom. He looks quite decent, though not as good as you. But he suits Mom well, and he grew up with her. If you don't take action, I might have a new dad soon. Moreover, Uncle will be driving us tomorrow, which presents another opportunity for him to showcase himself before Mother." Lin Yunao, feeling uneasy, hastily added a remark. Lin Yucheng, observing his sister's audacious declaration, felt a sense of helplessness. However, this uncle indeed poses a challenge to their father. The bond forged through their childhood cannot be easily overshadowed. Yet their father's good looks give him an edge, and having both of them strengthens his position. Ultimately, when reflecting upon this, Lin Yucheng felt reassured and promptly ushered his sister to bed. Meanwhile, Tang Yichen, still working overtime at the office, received a perplexing WeChat message from Lin Yunao, containing such nonsensical information that his first thought was to wonder about what their mother truly looked like. He mused that he must be losing his mind from overwork to contemplate the appearance of a woman he had never met who had given birth. Nonetheless, he set down his phone and returned to his tasks. Chapter 33. A private rendezvous among 3. By the time the 3 descended for breakfast, it was already past 9 o'clock. The 2 little ones had played vigorously the previous day and could not be roused in the morning, stubbornly remaining in bed until 9. Most other guests had already finished their meals and set out to explore. Sister Guiping had prepared congee, side dishes, eggs, and pancakes for them. A bountiful spread indeed. Lin Shu finished her meal first and went upstairs to pack their luggage while the 2 children continued to eat downstairs. Just as Lin Shu was bringing down the luggage, Lin Muyao arrived. Although the children perceived this uncle as a potential rival to their father, they greeted him politely. For mother had taught them that discourteous children would be labeled as lacking proper upbringing. Good morning, uncle. Good morning, cheng cheng nono. Lin Muyao bent down to greet the two little ones before straightening up to ask Lin Shu, are you all packed? Yes, once they finish eating. I will just need to say goodbye to Sister Guiping before we can leave. There's no rush. Let them take their time. We still have ample time. Lin Muyao noticed her concern and reassured her, it's fine. I have no pressing matters today, so it doesn't matter if we leave a bit earlier or later. He turned to the two still enjoying their pancakes. Take your time. Eating too quickly can lead to choking. After bidding farewell to Sister Guiping, Lin Shu, reluctant to settle the room and meal expenses, discreetly placed 20,000 yuan in her front desk drawer before departing. Along the way, the two little ones posed numerous questions, and Lin Muyao patiently addressed each one. He accompanied the trio to the base of their apartment building. As they exited the vehicle, Nua felt a burgeoning loyalty to her uncle, believing his score in her heart was swiftly approaching that of her father. After all, uncle was gentle, patient, and regaled them with stories and jokes. Brother, would you mind sharing your new number? I've been in Jiangxing recently, and I could take the two children out to play sometime. Of course, I apologize for the earlier situation that necessitated a change of number without informing everyone. No need for apologies. As long as you are well, that is enough. You two should head up now. I must take my leave. All right, Yao Ge, drive safely. Goodbye, uncle. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno waved their farewells to Lin Muyao. That night, as she lay in bed, the little girl sighed deeply. Oh, it's so difficult. Lin Shu, rarely witnessing her daughter in such a glum state, inquired, What's wrong? Nua? Mother, it's nothing. She's just pondering what to eat tomorrow. Lin Yuqing swiftly explained, ensuring that their mother would not discover their visit to their father. He leaped onto the bed, whispering with his sister. Dad, can you take my brother? Their mother mentioned sharing. Lin Yuno was always considerate of her brother. Sure. Yay, Dad. I'll wait for you. Please call me tomorrow in advance. We can only go out when Mom isn't home. So, remember to contact me ahead of time. All right. But it's best to inform your mother before you leave. Otherwise, she will worry. Would you like me to help you tell her? Tang Yichen felt that sneaking out was inappropriate, but if necessary, he could assist the children in notifying their mother. Okay, Dad. I will tell Mom. Don't worry. See you tomorrow. Lin Yuno was terrified at the thought of their mother discovering that she and her brother had gone to find their father. They would be in big trouble. The little one crawled over to gently wake her brother, eager to report the latest developments. The next day, Lin Shu and Chen Sisi had to rush to the studio early to finish a dress, leaving the two children once again in the care of Xiaowei. Upon arriving at the apartment, Lin Shu instructed the little ones before she and Chen Sisi departed. As soon as their mother and godmother stepped out, Lin Yuno immediately took out her phone watch to contact Tang Yichen. Dad, are you here to pick me up? I'm heading out now. Have you spoken to Mom? Should I wait for you to say hello? I've already mentioned it. Mom surely agreed for us to leave, Lin Yuno insisted. Hurry, Dad. My brother and I are waiting downstairs. Though it is said that lying children must swallow 1,000 needles. Her brother had advised her not to let their mother know they were seeking their father. Thus, Lin Yuno felt compelled to lie, believing that if 1,000 needles were to be swallowed, her brother should bear half the burden. After hanging up, Lin Yuno called for her brother while quickly changing her clothes and washing her face in the bathroom. Xiaowei, hearing Lin Yuno on the phone, was accustomed to the two children going to find their father. Once they were dressed, they descended the stairs just as Tang Yichen's black Rolls-Royce came to a halt. Initially planning to send a driver, he decided to come personally, recalling Lin Yuno's grandmother's voice. Dad, is this your new car? It's so cool, right, brother? Lin Yuno turned to her brother, who, while also finding it impressive, restrained himself to merely nod in agreement. Tang Yichen observed the young boy, who clearly admired the car but pretended to be uninterested, piquing his curiosity. Tang Yichen opened the car door for the children. Let us go grab breakfast first. Where would you like to go today? I want to go to the zoo. Last time, my godmother took my brother and me to the amusement park, but we haven't been to the zoo yet. Dad, can we go to the zoo? Of course, let us head to the zoo then. Tang Yichen is experiencing the joy of taking care of children for the first time. He did not anticipate the boundless energy that young children possess. From the moment they left the house, Lin Yuno has been bouncing around, running to and fro, continuously munching on snacks without a moment's pause. Although Lin Yuqing remains relatively quiet and reserved in his presence, he cannot conceal the exuberance of childhood at the zoo, clearly delighted as he follows his sister around. Dad, today Nono is very happy. Thank you for treating me to strawberry ice cream and strawberry cake. After expressing his gratitude, he affectionately plants a kiss on Tang Yichen's cheek. Though Lin Yuqing is still assessing Tang Yichen, the outing to the zoo has certainly earned him some points. Thank you, he says coolly. Tang Yichen thinks to himself that this is indeed an interesting little fellow. He waits for Xiaowei to come down and escort the two children upstairs before he turns to drive away. Chapter 34. Encountering in the most awkward moment. Lin Shu must return to the studio tomorrow, so she prepares her pajamas early, readying herself for a bath. Just then, her phone rings. It is Lin Muyao. Hello, Brother Yao. Hey, Shu. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all. I'm free now. Is there something you need? Well, there is a banquet tomorrow evening, and I'm short of female companion. I wanted to ask if you would accompany me, if you have the time. A minute of silence ensues, with Lin Muyao on the other end anxiously awaiting her response. Just as he begins to think he might have been too forward, he reassures himself that it's fine if she cannot make it. In truth, Lin Shu contemplates the prospect of attending the banquet, as she has never been to such an event before and worries about embarrassing Brother Yao. However, hearing the disappointment in his voice makes her reluctant to decline. I can go, Brother Yao. Please send me the time and place, and I will make my own way there. I'll pick you up at 7 p.m. Alright. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. At 7 p.m., Lin Muyao arrives punctually, parking his car beneath the apartment building. After stepping out, he calls Lin Shu, leaning against the vehicle as he waits. Lin Shu descends the stairs, adorned in a black off-shoulder evening gown that fits her slender figure impeccably, accentuating her graceful curves in a sensuous manner. Her flawless, fair skin, sparkling eyes, and elegantly elongated neck radiate an aura of both nobility and charm. The exposed length of her legs, clad in matching high heels, further enhances her captivating demeanor. As she approaches, she greets Brother Yao. In the dazzling night, the entrance of the Jiangqing Emperor Hotel is bustling with luxury cars, and a throng of reporters armed with cameras blocks the entrance. Perched inside the vehicle, Lin Shu feels a surge of anxiety. She had not anticipated such a grand affair, mistakenly believing it to be a simple gathering. As they step out, Lin Muyao takes her hand, linking it with his arm, reassuring her, no need to be nervous. Once we enter, we can find a little corner to stay in.
All right.
Hearing Brother Yao's comforting words, Lin Shu relaxes a bit, assuming they are not of significant importance and can simply hide in a corner once inside. However, as they walk through the hotel entrance, a commotion erupts at the door. Nearby, reporters gasp in excitement. Tang Yichen. Tang Yichen is here. A crowd surges forward, and numerous security personnel emerge to shield the frenzied reporters. Tang Yichen, clad in a black suit, steps out of the car with long strides, exuding the same handsome and charismatic presence he did 4 years ago. Lin Shu was lost in thought when the security guard opened the car door, revealing Wenqing. Adorned in a striking crimson evening gown, her neck graced by the delicate pink brick necklace gifted by Tang Yichen. A gentle smile illuminated her face as she elegantly descended from the vehicle.
Wow.
CEO Tang personally driving, truly a match made in heaven. What a pair. Indeed. A business magnate enamored with a graceful dancer. I hear she is his first love. My goodness. How utterly devoted and romantic. I envy Miss Wen. The voices of admiration surged around Lin Shu, who stood frozen, stunned by the unexpected sight of Tang Yichen and Wenqing. Given the vastness of Jiang City, she never anticipated encountering them. Had she known, perhaps she would have refrained from joining a Yao. The crowd felt overwhelming, and her breath became labored. Seeing them after 4 years was unexpectedly disconcerting. Are you alright? Your hands are quite cold, Lin Muyao remarked, sensing Lin Shu's unease since Tang Yichen's arrival. I'm fine.
A Yao.
Let's head inside. It's a bit windy out here. Lin Shu turned away, deliberately avoiding another glance at the striking couple. Meanwhile, Tang Yichen, lifting his gaze, caught sight of Lin Shu's retreating figure. He paused momentarily. Was it truly her? No. It couldn't be. She had never adorned herself in such a manner. And there seemed to be a man accompanying her. Surely, he must have been mistaken. Noticing Tang Yichen's unwavering stare at the hotel entrance, Wenqing followed his gaze, but saw nothing amiss. Yichen, what are you looking at? Nothing, let us go inside. After Lin Shu entered with Lin Muyao, he had some social obligations to attend to. Observing Lin Shu's lack of enthusiasm, he suggested she rest alone for a while, promising to find her later. The banquet hall was a whirlwind of elegance and sophistication, filled with the elite and their exquisite companions. It was Lin Shu's first experience in such an environment, and she felt out of place. Retreating to a corner sofa beside the buffet table, she attempted to gather herself. Excuse me, she quickly apologized as she stepped back, intending to leave, only to be obstructed by an unwelcome presence. Miss, are you alone? Would you like some company? A greasy older man had been eyeing Lin Shu for some time. Noticing her solitude, he felt emboldened, extending his hand with unwarranted audacity. Startled, Lin Shu swiftly sidestepped, her heart racing as she realized a Yao had not yet noticed her predicament. The corner was sparsely populated, and the man continued to block her path, making escape difficult. Seeing Lin Shu's silence only fueled the man's confidence. He lunged forward, attempting to embrace her. In a moment of desperation, she splashed her juice directly at him. The man's face and attire were instantly drenched. Enraged, he raised his hand to slap Lin Shu. "You filthy wench, do you know who I am? You dare to be disrespectful? I will make you regret this." With that, he seized her arm, pulling her toward the exit. "Let go of me. Let go." Lin Shu cried, struggling fiercely against his grip. "You'll pay for this, you filthy wench." The commotion drew the attention of the attendees, who turned their gaze toward the scene. Yet none intervened. They were all unfamiliar with Lin Shu, and the guests, primarily business executives with varying degrees of connection to the greasy man, merely observed the unfolding drama as though it were entertainment. "Release her." A cold voice sliced through the air, parting the crowd as Tang Yichen advanced. His gaze was fixed intently on the greasy man gripping Lin Shu's wrist, which was already flushed with color. "Release her." Everyone was aware that Tang Yichen seldom displayed his emotions, yet at this moment, his anger was palpable to all. The greasy man sheepishly relinquished his hold on Lin Shu. Chuckling nervously, "Hey, Mr. Tang, this woman intruded to entice me, and now she is throwing a fit. I merely sought to teach her a lesson." Tang Yichen did not spare him a glance, his focus solely on the woman before him, observing the mark on her face. Which hand struck her? What? The greasy man was taken aback, realizing that this woman knew Tang Yichen. Had he been aware, he would never have dared to provoke her. "I mean, no, Mr. Tang, this is a misunderstanding," he stammered, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Ignoring his excuses, Tang Yichen turned to Li Cheng and commanded, "Remove him." Li Cheng was equally surprised to encounter the madam in such a predicament at the banquet. The greasy man, Zhang, had truly brought misfortune upon himself by crossing paths with Tang Yichen. "Understood," Li Cheng responded, efficiently escorting the greasy man away. The onlookers were left to speculate about the fate that awaited him, undoubtedly grim. In the ensuing week, Zhang's company collapsed, and it was tacitly understood that the JK Group was behind it. Chapter 35. Tang Yichen took her home. Lin Shu stood frozen in place, her initial fear now replaced with a sense of trepidation. She dared not meet Tang Yichen's gaze, especially after their first encounter in 4 years, where she appeared so disheveled, and he so regal. Tang Yichen removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, whispering a quiet, "Thank you," audible only to him. He bent down and lifted her, striding toward the door. When Qing, witnessing the scene, hurriedly called out, "Yichen." Left behind. She glared fiercely at the retreating figures. Whispers erupted among the crowd. "Who is that woman? Why is Mr. Tang carrying her?" Indeed, he left Miss Wen behind. As these words reached her ears, Wen Qing seethed with indignation. She was unwilling to concede her 4 years of effort to maintain their relationship, not allowing Lin Shu to alter the course of her life. Meanwhile, Lin Muyao, who had been engaged in discussions in a private room, learned of the earlier commotion and that Lin Shu had been carried away by Tang Yichen. Anxiously, she attempted to call Lin Shu, but there was no response. Dazed, Lin Shu found herself being placed in a car by Tang Yichen. By the time she regained her senses, they had arrived at the villa where they had previously resided. Tang Yichen exited the vehicle, moving to the passenger side to carry her inside. With her head bowed low, Lin Shu protested, "Put me down. I can walk on my own." Tang Yichen remained silent, yet he did not heed her request. She squirmed and struggled to free herself. He halted, his voice low and commanding, "Do not move." Startled, Lin Shu felt like a frightened quail, yielding to him as he carried her into the room. Once he laid Lin Shu on the bed, Tang Yichen rose to retrieve some ointment, noting that the mark on her face had begun to swell. Lin Shu sat on the bed, surveying the room's decor, which had not changed since her departure 4 years prior. The suit he wore carried his distinctive scent, and in that moment, Lin Shu felt her eyes well with tears, unable to suppress a sniffle. Tang Yichen entered with the ointment, noticing Lin Shu's red eyes and nose, mistakenly attributing it to the recent events. He hurried over, gently dipping a cotton swab into the ointment to apply it on her, his movements tender and deliberate. "Be gentle." She winced. She had been preoccupied with escaping that man, fear clouding her mind, and now, feeling faint, she finally registered the pain on her face. Tang Yichen observed the swollen marks on Lin Shu's face, furrowing his brow and gasping softly, tears welling in his eyes. That brute should be dealt with severely. The two remained silent as Tang Yichen quietly attended to her inflamed visage. Watching him concentrate, Lin Shu found herself gradually entranced. It must be said, after all these years, This man still possessed an undeniable allure. His long eyelashes, prominent nose, and the slight tension in his lips from focus rendered him serious, yet captivating. Her son shared his eyes and nose. They were close enough that she could hear his shallow breaths, the warmth of his exhalation brushing against her, causing her face to grow increasingly warm, prompting her to wish to retreat slightly. All right, don't wash this area when you cleanse your face tonight. Apply it 3 times a day for 2 days, and it will heal, he advised, sealing the ointment and handing it to Lin Shu. Thank you, she murmured, lowering her head as she accepted the ointment. Suddenly, she remembered her bag left at the hotel and realized she hadn't informed Yao about it. He would surely worry if he couldn't find her. May I borrow your phone? I left my bag at the hotel. In front of Tang Yichen, Lin Shu often felt timid and insecure, her voice barely above a whisper. Tang Yichen retrieved his phone and handed it to her. She quickly dialed Lin Muyao. Ah Yao. It's me. Xiao Shu, are you alright? I heard someone was harassed. Was it you? Yes, he mistook me for someone else. I'm fine now. I happened to run into a friend and left in a hurry, so I forgot my phone. Lin Shu didn't want Yao to feel guilty, deliberately downplaying the situation. I'm sorry, Xiao Shu. It's alright, you should get some rest. Xiao Shu, is your friend Mr. Tang? Lin Muyao inquired. Having heard that it was Mr. Tang who had carried away the girl being harassed. Yes, that is correct. Lin Shu had no intention of deceiving Yao. Yet she refrained from explaining her relationship with Tang Yichen, especially as he stood behind her, watching her while she spoke. Thank you. That is the 3rd time you've thanked me tonight, Tang Yichen teased, taking back the phone. Wait, could I borrow the phone again? I need to make one more call, it won't take long. He silently handed it back to her. Lin Shu accepted the phone. Noticing that Tang Yichen showed no intention of leaving, moving slowly to the window, she lowered her voice as she dialed Chen Cc's number. After finishing her call, she turned back. I apologize for making you wait so long. I'll have someone retrieve my belongings from the hotel and bring them here tomorrow. There is no need for that trouble. The hotel should have staff. I can go myself. Lin Shu instinctively declined, realizing that staying here was inappropriate given their divorce status. Miss Wen would surely be displeased. There's really no need, just call a car for me. It wouldn't be good if someone misunderstood. Who could possibly misunderstand? Tang Yichen's sudden proximity, his warm breath brushing against Lin Shu's face, startled her into retreating, causing her to fall onto the bed. Could she have someone else? Was it that Yao who had called earlier? Or perhaps the person she had spoken to for half an hour without knowing who they were? Tang Yichen pondered these questions in his mind. In such close quarters, his gaze fixated on the petite woman before him, clad in a black dress, still draped in his coat, her fair skin accentuated by the exposed neckline. Below, her alluring curves and delicate waist were captivating, and he found himself drawn to her luscious lips as he leaned in slowly.
Ding.
Tang Yichen rose, his voice a deep, husky murmur. After he left, Lin Shu sat dazedly on the bed, her cheeks flushed, perplexed as to why she felt so foolish upon seeing him, utterly entranced by his beauty. With no way to leave, she resigned herself to spending the night there. Opening the wardrobe, she found no women's clothing, a surprising relief washing over her. She retrieved one of Tang Yichen's shirts and headed for the bathroom. Chapter 36. Mr. Tang catches a cold from cold showers. Throughout the night, Lin Shu unexpectedly slept soundly. In the morning, she was roused by a series of knocks. Groggily, she approached the door and was taken aback to find Tang Yichen standing outside. He was momentarily frozen. Tang Yichen swore he had not anticipated such a scene upon opening the door. After taking 3 cold showers the previous night to quell his desire, he had woken up with a cold, suffering a severe headache and unable to go to work. Before him stood the disheveled woman who had just risen, her hair tousled, wearing his white shirt, with her long legs exposed, the hem barely concealing her backside, and the buttons at her chest undone, revealing a hint of her curves. Tang Yichen turned his head, clearing his throat, and handed her a bag. Change your clothes first. The garments inside were sent over this morning. It wouldn't be convenient for you to wear yesterday's dress out. Lin Shu, her face flushed, accepted the bag, murmuring her thanks. Once inside, she hurried to the bathroom, only to realize that her shirt's buttons were undone. The thought of having opened the door for Tang Yichen in such a state, standing there for so long, made her panic. Had he seen everything? Oh, how she wished to vanish on the spot. No wonder he had turned his head while handing her the clothes. Feeling utterly overwhelmed, Lin Shu thought she could never face Tang Yichen again. She rummaged through the bag and found a chic little dress. After changing and freshening up, she deliberately took her time before finally stepping out of the room. The silence outside led her to believe he had left for work. As she descended the stairs, she spotted her bag lying on the sofa and hurried over to retrieve it. Just as she reached for it, a voice from behind nearly startled her to death. Are you ready?
Come eat breakfast.
Tang Yichen, dressed in gray loungewear and slippers, emerged from the kitchen with a bowl and chopsticks. His cool demeanor reminiscent of a character straight out of a comic book. Lin Shu had genuinely been frightened. Why hadn't he gone to the office at such a late hour? She had almost assumed the house was empty as she prepared to leave with her bag. All right then. Thank you for your trouble. Tang Yichen lifted his gaze to glance at her, remaining silent as he continued to eat. Lin Shu approached and seated herself opposite him, where a bowl of vegetable porridge and a boiled egg awaited. She served herself a bowl and peeled an egg. Why didn't you go to the office today? She inquired. I'm not feeling well, he replied. Oh, what's wrong? Shouldn't you go to the hospital? Upon hearing his discomfort, Lin Shu grew anxious, dropping her spoon in haste. Tang Yichen looked at her, yet remained mute. Realizing her overreaction, she clarified, if you're unwell, it's best to see a doctor. Don't let it linger. It could turn serious. She hastily picked up her spoon again, lowering her head to continue eating. He mentioned he would head upstairs, and it was then that Lin Shu noticed his voice was hoarse and his complexion pale. The sound of the door closing signaled to him that she had departed. Tang Yichen lay languidly on the bed, just as he felt himself slipping into slumber. The shrill ring of his phone jolted him awake. Hello, big brother, it's me. I wanted to ask why you didn't come to the office today. Did you forget about our meeting? Lu Yan asked cautiously, sensing the tension in his brother's voice over the phone, as if he were on the verge of frustration. I'm unwell. I have a cold, he replied before hanging up. Big brother, big brother. Lu Yan stared at his phone, taken aback by his brother's apparent indifference. He had intended to inquire about his health. The group seated on the sofa exchanged glances. They had received a notice from Big Brother the previous day to convene for a meeting, yet, to their surprise, even the notoriously tardy Lu Xiaowu had arrived. But Big Brother was still absent. The staff from the president's office were nowhere to be found, prompting Lu Yan to call Big Brother. Though he was unsure what was said. It seemed the meeting would not proceed as planned. What's wrong with Big Brother? Qin Hao asked Lu Yan, intrigued, as Big Brother was known for his strict discipline and would never allow personal matters to interfere with work. Indeed, what has happened? How could he forget about the meeting? Ji Fengfan chimed in, eager for gossip. Lu Yan looked up, noticing even the typically aloof second brother was focused on him, yet he truly had no insider information. Big Brother just said he was unwell. He sounded like he had a severe cold. Big Brother is sick? A severe cold? I can't believe he, who is as strong as iron, has fallen ill, Ji Fengfan exclaimed in astonishment. His surprise was warranted. They had known each other for years. And Big Brother had never let illness hinder his work. Qin Hao was also puzzled. The weather was mild, and the temperature wasn't particularly low. How could he have developed a severe cold? Only Mo Zhe remained relatively composed, stating, Big Brother is human, not a deity. Isn't it quite normal to catch a cold? He turned to Lu Yan and said, you should check on Big Brother at home. If he has a high fever, he'll have no one to care for him. But I don't know how to look after a sick person. Lu Yan protested. While visiting was feasible, he truly lacked the skills to care for someone unwell. Take Wana with you, Mo Zhe suggested. He thought Lu Yan was unreliable. Although Tang Waner might not be significantly better at nursing, being a girl, she could manage to prepare some food or cook porridge. Fine, this heavy responsibility falls on me. Lu Yan sighed, rising as if he were heading into battle. Lu Yan took out his phone and called Tang Waner. At that moment, she was toiling away on the 20th floor. Upon receiving the call and learning that her elder brother was ill, she hurriedly requested leave from her supervisor and ascended to find Lu Yan. Chapter 37, Discovering a Woman in Brother's Room. Tang Wana urged Lu Yan to first visit the supermarket to purchase some fruits and snacks, and then to the pharmacy for cold medicine. Suspecting that her brother's home was devoid of supplies, the two hastily arrived at Tang Yichen's villa and rang the doorbell, waiting for an extended period with no response. Could it be that he has collapsed inside? Lu Yan speculated rationally, considering that a severe cold could lead to a high fever and possibly fainting. Fifth brother. What should we do? Should we call the police or an ambulance? Tang Waner, frightened by Lu Yan's suggestion, anxiously knocked on the door. I'll make a call to find someone to unlock it, Lu Yan said as he prepared to contact a locksmith. Suddenly, the door swung open from within, causing Tang Waner to nearly stumble inside. Tang Yichen appeared, looking haggard, with an unusual flush on his face, standing coldly inside, seemingly weak yet noticeably irritable. You're so noisy, he remarked, glaring at the two at the door with a displeased tone. He opened the door wider and turned to plop down on the sofa, leaning back wearily. The two quickly entered, placing the food in the kitchen, and upon returning, they found Tang Yichen still in the same position, eyes closed as though he had fallen asleep. Upon hearing their approach, he lifted his eyelids, furrowing his brow to inquire, What are you two doing here? Brother, This morning you mentioned being unwell, and we were worried no one was looking after you, so Warner and I came to check on you." After dismissing them, Tang Yichen rose to head upstairs for some rest. However, as he stood, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Lu Yan, standing nearby, quickly caught him, while Tang Wana was terrified. "Brother, brother, what's wrong?" She touched his forehead. "Oh my, your temperature is so high." Lu Yan remained composed in that critical moment. "Help me support him. We need to take him to the hospital." Yes, let's go to the hospital immediately." In a flurry of chaos, the two finally transported Tang Yichen to the hospital and settled him into a ward. By the time Moze, Qin Hao, and Ji Fengfan arrived, Tang Yichen was already on an 4 drip and still unconscious. Upon hearing the doctor's assurance that there was nothing serious, but that observation for 2 days was advisable, they learned that the fainting was due to a full day of fever without any medication or food intake. They could finally breathe easy, having been initially alarmed by the phone call, fearing for their elder brother's well-being without informing their grandfather of the situation. Once in the car, Tang Wanner remained silent. "What's wrong? Who has upset you now?" Qin Hao observed her quietness, assuming it was another issue at work. "Nothing," she replied, turning to gaze out the window. At times, she found herself loathing her own feelings. Deep down, she understood that Qin Hao did not harbor any romantic interest in her, viewing her merely as a sister like Qing. Yet, she could not suppress her heart's desires. From a young age, she had resolved to marry him. However, after all these years, she had not even mustered the courage to confess her feelings. Time had passed, and she now found herself labeled as an unmarried woman, with her parents beginning to arrange blind dates for her. She has always been aware that as the proprietor of the Nightshade Bar, Qin Hao is never lacking in women who readily offer themselves. Whether he has indulged in any of these encounters remains uncertain, but he is often seen in the company of multiple admirers. She fears the prospect of being alone with Qin Hao, as she struggles to control her own emotions. "Tang Wanner, you truly are a coward." Noticing that the usually chatty girl appears rather despondent today, Qin Hao muses. Although she also works at JK Group, they have scarcely crossed paths lately, leaving him curious about what might have transpired. Perhaps he will inquire with Qing later. As the car comes to a halt at the villa, Tang Wanner, this time equipped with a key, opens the door and steps inside. "I'll head upstairs to gather a couple of outfits for my elder brother. Third brother, please make yourself comfortable." Tang Wanner feels as though she has uncovered a new realm. Her brother has been divorced for 4 years, and these garments certainly do not belong to Wenqing. This villa was previously shared with his ex-wife, and since the divorce, he has continued to reside here. Wenqing, it seems, has seldom visited, let alone spent the night. In truth, she is unaware of the reasons behind their separation, nor has she heard from her sister-in-law since. Is it possible that her brother is involved with someone new? With that thought, she hurries downstairs. "Third brother, look. What is this?" Qin Hao, who had just observed the gloomy girl, is now confronted by her. Wide-eyed and bustling with excitement, brandishing a piece of black fabric before him, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. A dress, he conjectures reasonably. It's a skirt. A girl's skirt. "I found it on my brother's bed." Intrigued, Qin Hao's interest peaks, though a thought crosses his mind. It cannot possibly belong to Wenqing. Absolutely not. Wenqing has never spent the night in this villa. "How do you know so well?" Qin Hao inquires, genuinely curious. "Humph. This is the result of women's gossip. I can't help but wonder who the woman was that shared a delightful evening with my brother last night." Suddenly, a thought strikes her. "Oh my, let me make a bold and reasonable hypothesis. My brother's severe cold and fever. Could it be a consequence of last night's escapades?" "What escapades?" Qin Hao, perplexed, wonders if he has grown too old to comprehend the innuendos of the younger generation. You know, the tender moments, followed by a series of indescribable events. As she clutches the skirt, she turns to ascend the stairs, muttering to herself, "What young girls. I'm already 25. Others my age are already married with children." Qin Hao, listening to her as she walks away, is bewildered by her murmurs. "What did you say?"
Oh,
"It's nothing. I just said I'm all set to bring things down and then leave." She huffs, unable to suppress her grievances. With everyone else absent, likely dismissed, she approaches her brother. "Brother, you're awake. Are you feeling any better? We were all so frightened when you fainted. I brought your clothes and shoes. Let me stay and care for you, just in case you feel unwell tonight." Observing that his elder brother appears to have fully recovered, Qin Hao takes Tang Wanner by the hand and leads her away. Chapter 38. The father of Chingcheng and Nuanoa. Lin Shu steps out of the car and walks toward Lin Mu Yao, noticing his haggard appearance, unshaven and seemingly deprived of sleep. "Ah Yao, you've come so early. Yes, after our call yesterday, I couldn't shake my concern for you, so I decided to come and check on you. Lin Miao did not reveal to her that he had spent an entire night waiting beneath the apartment building of Lin Shu, consumed with an urgent desire to ascertain the nature of her relationship with Tang Yichen. It gnawed at his heart like a relentless claw, rendering him restless and uneasy. However, upon learning that she had been taken away by Mr. Tang of the JK Group, whom she evidently knew, he was seized by a sense of foreboding and disquiet, prompting him to linger downstairs in anticipation of answers. By morning, Lin Shu's face had significantly reduced in swelling, leaving only faint traces. The ointment provided by Tang Yichen proved effective, and with a touch of concealer, the remnants were nearly imperceptible. She wished to avoid causing concern for others. She had opted to stay the night outside, as it was too late for a taxi and her bag had been left at the hotel. As she spoke, a twinge of guilt washed over her, reminiscent of a child caught in a secret romance. Her gaze lowered in avoidance of Lin Miao's eyes. Did you stay with Mr. Tang? Lin Miao could not restrain himself from asking. Lin Shu paused, slowly lifting her head with a puzzled expression directed at him. Why do you ask, Yao? I'm sorry, I meant no offense. I simply did not expect that you would know the president of JK Group, Lin Miao hurriedly clarified, aware of her misunderstanding. He is my ex-husband, the father of Chengcheng and Nunu. Lin Shu did not wish to deceive her brother-like figure, Yao, and was somewhat aware of his feelings. Yet, she had no intention of fostering any hope within him. What had once been impossible was even more so now. After her divorce from Tang Yichen, she had never contemplated her own personal matters and was solely focused on raising her two precious children. Upon hearing this revelation, although he had anticipated such a response and prepared himself for it, Lin Miao felt frozen in place. So, he was indeed the father of Chengcheng and Nunu. How splendid. Xiaoshu. My kindness towards you is entirely voluntary. You need not feel burdened by it. Remember, you can always reach out to me for anything. Just consider me your dearest Yao, he assured her. Lin Shu nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Yao. Take care on your way, he replied. Watching the car drive away brought a sigh of relief from Lin Shu. Some truths were better revealed sooner than later, for the well-being of all. She hoped that Yao would truly heed her words. My dear babies, Mommy misses you so much. Lin Shu exclaimed as she planted a kiss on each of her children, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno. Let us tidy up and head to the ocean park with your godmother today, shall we?
Yay.
We're going out to play. I'm so excited. Lin Yuno clapped her hands joyfully. After their bath, the two little treasures nestled under the blankets, whispering to one another. It should be all right. Mommy's work is probably winding down, Lin Yuqing reassured. Why, brother? Lin Yuno asked, puzzled by her brother's sudden change of heart. A few days ago, I saw in the news that Dad attended some gala with a woman, and I noticed that she has appeared alongside him in every news story. They claim he has no girlfriend, yet he deceives us, Lin Yuqing concluded, his investigation into his father yielding unsatisfactory results. Really? But I can't bear to think of Dad that way. I refuse to believe he is like that, Lin Yuno replied, her innocence intact. Lin Yuno harbored high expectations for her father. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that made their fleeting moments together feel profoundly significant. After sending her voice message, she secluded herself beneath her covers, discreetly wiping away tears. In the hospital room, Tang Yichen lay alone, receiving Lin Yuno's choked farewell, which suddenly gripped his heart, rendering him breathless with discomfort. Chapter 39. It turns out she has two children. Finally, she learned that Tang Yichen was hospitalized due to illness. Early the next morning, she hurried to the hospital, carrying a pot of soup she had personally prepared. Upon entering, she found Tang Yichen not in bed, but standing by the window, already dressed in a tailored suit. Yichen, how are you? I woke up at dawn to make this soup after hearing you were hospitalized, she said. Tang Yichen turned at the sound of her voice, his expression cool. He felt uneasy since receiving Yuno's message the previous night, having forgotten his usual sleeping pills. He had not slept a wink and had already arranged for his discharge with Li Qing early that morning. Just a mild cold. I'm fine now, ready to leave. At that moment, the thermos in Wenqing's hand seemed somewhat superfluous. I've made you soup. Please drink some before you go. She quickly poured a bowl and presented it to Tang Yichen. Just then, his assistant, Li Cheng, knocked and entered. Seeing Wenqing in the room, he paused briefly before recovering his composure, not revealing any surprise. Mr. Tang, the discharge paperwork is ready. Good. Let's go, Tang Yichen replied, turning to leave. Yichen, you haven't drunk the soup yet. I simmered it for a long time, and you need nourishment to recuperate, Wenqing insisted, holding the bowl firmly. Tang Yichen took the bowl, sipped a mouthful, and found the taste lacking compared to Lin Shu's cooking. This was his immediate thought. Put down the bowl, I won't finish it in time. Let Li Cheng take it away. I'll pack the remainder for you, she said. After Tang Yichen departed, Wenqing stared at the untouched soup and, in a fit of anger, shattered the bowl on the floor. It was undoubtedly because of Lin Shu. Ever since Lin Shu appeared in Jiangcheng, Yichen had grown increasingly distant. Lin Shu, I will not allow you to disrupt my relationship with Yichen. I am determined to secure the position of Mrs. Tang. Amidst the shards of ceramic and spilled soup, Wenqing stood in the hospital room, her hands clenched tightly, her expression almost contorted. Mr. Tang, you previously instructed me to deliver Miss Lin's card. I visited her twice, but she was not present, so I handed it to someone living with her. Although they are children, they indeed reside with her. Very well. Noting his boss's lack of inquiry and his evident displeasure, Li Chung refrained from further conversation. Upon arriving at the office, Mo Zhe entered. Elder brother, are you feeling better? It was just a minor cold. Wanner and Xiao Wu were overly anxious. I've fallen behind on work after resting for 2 days. Tang Yichen replied as he sat down and opened his computer files. They cannot be blamed. When you suddenly fainted, we were all startled when we received the call. Observing his elder brother, Mo Zhe recalled something. Still unable to sleep? Tang Yichen remained silent, a tacit acknowledgement. Why not consult the doctor again? It's an old ailment. I'm well aware of it. Mo Zhe, hearing this, chose not to press further. Knowing his elder brother's stubbornness, it was universally recognized that such discussions were futile. Recently, I have been pursuing the elusive Eagle Eye. There has been no contact with anyone. He spent a few days in Jiangcheng before heading to Beijing. And then he vanished without a trace. Do you have any leads from Wenqing? Tang Yichen shook his head, indicating a lack of news. I have a feeling that Eagle Eye's recent appearance was a deliberate revelation to us. Mo Zhe confided his suspicions to Tang Yichen. Let us continue to monitor the situation. And keep a closer watch on the 2 projects in the Middle East and Europe, involve Lao Sand as well. All right, brother, I shall take my leave. After Mo Zhe departed, Tang Yichen stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the JK Group. Emerging from the hospital, Wenqing was in a sour mood and decided to vent her feelings by going shopping. Just as she approached the entrance of the mall, she fortuitously encountered Lin Shu, who was accompanied by another girl and 2 children entering a toy store. She stealthily followed them inside. But, Mom, I can't decide. I like both. The voice of Lin Yuno's grandmother was filled with conflict. At that moment, Chen Sisi approached, suggesting, how about one gift from Mom and another from Godmother? Yuno and Chengcheng can each choose 2 gifts, what do you think? Chengcheng is wonderful. Remember what Grandma likes to eat. Lin Shu praised while gently ruffling her son's hair. Rest assured, Godmother remembers. I'll buy osmanthus cake first thing tomorrow morning. That shop is quite popular. And if we go now, it will probably be sold out. Watching the 4 of them laugh and chat as they departed, Wenqing slowly stepped out. She was certain she had not misheard. She had heard the 2 children calling Lin Shu Mom. Did Lin Shu really have children? Had she remarried? No. Those children appeared to be over 3 years old. Could they be Chen's children? She had been pregnant when she divorced Yichen. Why hadn't she informed him or the elder? If the elder had known she was pregnant, he would never have allowed the divorce. Did Yichen know about these 2 children? She had seen him just that morning. If he had known Lin Shu had children, he would certainly not have behaved as he did. And the elder would not have been so silent. This meant Lin Shu had concealed the existence of these 2 children from everyone. Countless speculations surged through Wenqing's mind. No, she absolutely could not allow Yichen to learn of the children's existence. She took out her phone and dialed a long untouched number. Hello, I need you to investigate someone. A man's voice came through the line. Miss Wen. It has indeed been a while. Investigating is straightforward. It will cost 100,000. I'll provide the results tonight. You know the rules. All right. I will transfer the money to you immediately. I've sent you the name. I expect results by tonight. Rest assured, I will get it done. At 8 p.m. The other party sent the information to Wenqing as promised. It turned out that after her divorce, Lin Shu had moved to Yun City and given birth to 2 children. Her marital status still indicated divorced, and the children were just over 3 years old, attending kindergarten. I was indeed correct. These 2 children were Yichen's. Once more, she dialed the number. Miss Wen, I have sent you the information. What else do you need? I need you to assist me with something. I will give you 1 million upon completion. Hee hee. Well said, as long as the money is in place. There is nothing my brothers cannot accomplish. After Wenqing finished speaking, she added, Miss Wen, this is not a trivial matter. First, provide a deposit of 1 million. And, upon completion, another 1 million will follow. You are capable. Conduct your business with integrity. Rest assured, my brothers are reliable. This is not our first collaboration. Less idle chatter. I will transfer the funds shortly. Expedite the process. He chuckled, pleased. Hanging up the phone, he mused that this woman, when resolute, was even more formidable than they were. He beckoned to the two individuals behind him, announcing, "We have work to do." The trio set out in their vehicle. "Yes, we made a purchase yesterday. Let us dine first upon your arrival." "All right, let us eat before we discuss further." Lin Shu ended the call, only to realize that Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunhua were no longer at the balloon stand. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she squeezed through the crowd, yet she still could not find them. Panic surged as she called out their names, inquiring frantically with those around her if anyone had seen the two children. But everyone shook their heads in response. Lin Mu Yao observed Lin Shu running about, pulling people aside to ask questions, her eyes reddening with distress. "Xiao Shu, what troubles you?" Upon seeing Lin Shu in tears, recounting the situation, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder to offer comfort. "Do not fret, let us first approach the mall manager to review the surveillance footage. It has only been a brief moment. They cannot have wandered far. We should also contact the police to file a report. Since they have been missing for less than 24 hours, the police may not act immediately, but we must still register the case." Okay. Lin Shu felt lost. But Lin Mu Yao's words calmed her somewhat. "Yes, the mall must have surveillance. Once we check the footage, we will ascertain what has transpired." Lin Mu Yao took Lin Shu's hand, guiding her to the mall surveillance room. They explained the situation to the manager, who, upon hearing that two children were missing, took it seriously and assisted in reviewing the footage. However, the critical corner was a blind spot for the cameras. Initially, they could see Nua running over to watch a clown selling balloons, with Ching following closely behind. Then, for reasons unknown, Nua turned and dashed into the blind spot, with Ching trailing after her. That was the last image of the two in the footage. Thereafter, they vanished from view. Lin Mu Yao, watching the footage, sensed a deliberate abduction, carried out by skilled individuals, as it was unlikely anyone could evade the surveillance so completely. Yet, he hesitated to share this realization with Lin Shu. Her current state could not bear such a grim truth. Instead, he reassured her, "Let us call the police." Because less than 24 hours had passed since the disappearance, the police, indeed, could not take immediate action. However, they had registered the case, and after 24 hours, an investigation would commence. Lin Shu remembered that both children wore phone watches, and in a rush, she took out her phone to call them. Initially, the calls went through, but soon they could not connect at all. Lin Shu felt lost. Waiting for the police felt unbearable. She was consumed by anxiety and guilt, knowing they were leaving the next day.
It is all my fault. Sobe.
It's all my fault for not keeping a close watch on them. What will I do if something happens to them? From the moment they were born, the two children had never left her side, and at this moment, she was truly on the verge of collapse. She could sense that their disappearance was not a simple matter. The surveillance footage revealed nothing, and their phones were unreachable. They had undoubtedly encountered danger. As soon as she voiced her concerns, Lin Shu broke down in tears, embracing Chen Cici. "Cici, Cheng and Nuo are missing. I don't know what happened. They said they were going to buy balloons right beside me, and then they vanished. What should I do?" Observing Lin Shu's despair, Chen Cici looked up at Lin Muyao, who had checked the surveillance and found no leads. The police had been notified, but they would not file a report until the children had been missing for 24 hours. Lin Muyao conveyed the current situation to Chen Cici. "All right, Sister Shu. Since we reported it to the authorities, we must trust in their capabilities. Do not worry. Cheng is very clever. They will be all right." Chen Cici sought to comfort Lin Shu, who cried for a while before gradually calming down. The mere thought of the two children lost in some corner, perhaps in pain, made her tears flow anew. While Chen Cici and Lin Muyao attempted to console Lin Shu, they too were filled with concern, for they remained unaware of the motives behind this incident. With the police yet to take action, anxiety enveloped them. Lin Muyao suddenly had an idea. "Sister Shu, there is still another way." "What way?" Lin Shu looked up in confusion. "We can ask Cheng and Nuonyo's father for help." Chapter 41. Seeking assistance from Tang Yichen. Lin Shu stood frozen at Lin Muyao's words. If Tang Yichen, the influential figure in Jiangcheng, intervened, he could undoubtedly locate Cheng and Nuonyo swiftly. Though Lin Muyao harbored selfish thoughts, wishing for Lin Shu to remain disconnected from the children's father, the safety of the two children was paramount. If this was indeed the work of professionals, only Tang Yichen could rescue them in the shortest time possible. "Who is Cheng and Nuonyo's father?" Chen Cici, perplexed, interjected. If their father was indeed in Jiangcheng and possessed such formidable capabilities, they certainly needed his assistance. Lin Muyao refrained from speaking further, leaving the decision to Lin Shu. In truth, Lin Shu had never intended to conceal the identity of the children's father. She simply felt it unnecessary to broadcast it. Now that circumstances had escalated, there was no longer anything to hide. Tang Yichen, the president of JK Group, is my ex-husband and the biological father of Chengcheng and Nuonuo. Sister Shu. You don't mean to say that Tang doesn't know about the existence of Chengcheng and Nuonuo, do you? Chen Sisi voiced her apprehensions. This revelation left Chen Sisi feeling conflicted. After all, if it came to a legal battle over custody against the president of JK Group, Sister Shu would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Let us go. Yao, please take me to JK Group, Lin Shu resolved, standing up and wiping her tears. Determined to seek Tang Yicheng's assistance. Have you thought this through? Lin Muyao inquired. Yes, Sister Shu, are you sure about this? Chen Sisi asked with concern. Indeed. I have made up my mind. Nothing is more important than finding Chengcheng and Nuonuo as soon as possible. Alright, I will take you there. Lin Shu, riding in Lin Muyao's car, arrived at the base of JK Group after a lengthy mental preparation. Upon stopping, Lin Muyao suggested, Sister Shu, I have an idea. Let us go up together and claim the children as ours. Thus, Tang would not suspect that Chengcheng and Nuonuo are his children. It may, however, impose some emotional strain on you.
Thank you, Yao.
Lin Shu contemplated that perhaps this was a viable solution. Regardless of Tang Yichen's perception of her, as long as he remained oblivious to the truth about Chengcheng and Nuonuo being his progeny and was willing to extend his assistance, she would acquiesce to whatever he required. As she thought of the two children, who had not been heard from at all, Lin Shu could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. Once she composed herself, the two entered together. Upon their arrival, they were halted by the receptionist, who greeted them with a smile. Good day. May I inquire whom you are looking for? Excuse me, I am seeking Tang. Certainly, do you have an appointment?
No.
I'm sorry, but without an appointment, I cannot permit you to proceed. Alternatively, you may contact Mr. Tang directly, the diligent receptionist suggested. At that moment, Li Cheng walked in from outside and recognized the familiar figures before him. Indeed, it was Mrs. Lin. The receptionist also acknowledged Li Cheng.
Good day, Assistant Li.
Li Cheng nodded in acknowledgement and approached Lin Shu. Miss Lin, are you here to see Mr. Tang? Do you require assistance? Yes, indeed. Could you escort us upstairs? Li Cheng glanced at Lin Shu's companion, Lin Muyao, pondering their relationship. Noting that Assistant Li recognized the two, the receptionist felt there was no further issue and permitted them to ascend. Li Cheng led Lin Shu and Lin Muyao into the elevator, arriving at the entrance of the president's office on the top floor. Please wait a moment. I will first report to Mr. Tang. Thank you for your assistance. Lin Shu replied graciously. Please have a seat on the sofa over here. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Cheng returned. Miss Lin, Mr. Tang requests your presence. Please follow me. The two rose, following Li Cheng into the president's office, where he excused himself. Lin Shu and Lin Muyao stood there. And only Lin Shu was aware of her overwhelming nervousness and embarrassment, her hands anxiously entwined. Despite having mentally prepared herself and rehearsed her words during the journey, all had fled her mind now. Tang Yichen sat behind his desk, lifting his gaze to find Lin Shu and Lin Muyao standing before him. He was unaware of the purpose behind Lin Shu's visit, particularly with the presence of a man. His instinct suggested that this man harbored feelings for Lin Shu, prompting him to question their relationship. Were they spouses? Observing the silence, Lin Muyao, who believed many regarded Tang Yichen as an idol and a goal in the business realm, felt the gravity of Tang's presence was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. He spoke on behalf of Lin Shu. Mr. Tang, I apologize for the intrusion. We have come to request your assistance with a matter. Pray, do enlighten me, Tang Yichen replied, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Lin Muyao turned to Lin Shu, who, with a quiver in her voice, began, My two children are missing, and I thought you might be able to help us find them. Only then did Tang Yichen notice the redness in Lin Shu's eyes. Damn it, he struggled to restrain himself from rushing forward to envelop her in his arms. She had children, which meant the man beside her was her husband, correct? They had a family together. How wonderful, how splendid. This aligned perfectly with his earlier conjectures. Child lost? Call the police, was the initial response. The officer informed them that a case could not be filed until 24 hours had passed. After reviewing the surveillance footage from the mall, they discovered that the individual who had taken the children had skillfully evaded all cameras, leaving them utterly helpless. Lin Muyao explained this disheartening situation. A prolonged silence enveloped them. Lin Shu stood before Tang Yichen, feeling as if she had been stripped bare, utterly exposed. Indeed, they had long since divorced, and he harbored no feelings for her. He had Miss Wen now. She had overestimated herself, foolishly believing he would assist her unconditionally. I apologize for the intrusion, Lin Shu stated, turning to leave. I never said I wouldn't help, Tang Yichen thought to himself, feeling a pang of self-reproach. Despite her having a new family, married with children, she had come to his office seeking assistance to rescue their children. He had told himself to remain uninvolved. Yet witnessing her tears softened his resolve. He promptly retrieved his phone and called Moze. Find out about the 2 children abducted at Century Square today. What are their ages? What are their distinguishing features? Lin Liao hastily replied, a boy and a girl. They are twins, just over 3 years old. They went missing from the 2nd floor. Have you heard? I need to know the whereabouts of the children before 5 o'clock. Have the 3rd one liaise with the police and take immediate action. After hanging up, Tang Yichen felt a heaviness in his heart. How could they have had twins? Chapter 42. Why the bitterness? Tang Yichen buried himself in paperwork, finding it unbearable to see the couple before him. The thought that they were married and had even produced a pair of twins made him realize how small-hearted he truly was. Lin Liao pondered that their presence was disruptive to others. A certain president mused, Little Shu, calling her so affectionately, as if no one knows they are married. Someone, clearly envious, pounded away at the keyboard, attempting to project an image of being exceedingly busy. Yes, I have arranged for someone to look into it. I believe we will have news soon, Lin Liao replied. Lin Yucheng awoke to find himself in a dilapidated house, his sister sleeping beside him, still oblivious to their situation. Moments before, they had been at the mall, preparing to buy balloons. His sister had spotted a Peppa Pig balloon on the ground, and as she rushed towards it, he followed suit, only to be ambushed from behind, a towel pressed against their mouths, rendering them unconscious. He surmised they had encountered human traffickers, specializing in child abduction. Their phone watches were missing, likely taken from them. He needed to devise a plan to escape. Their mother would undoubtedly be frantic with worry upon discovering their absence. Lin Yucheng gently shook his sister's shoulder, intending to awaken her and strategize their escape.
No, vad jag blessed.
Lin Yuno slowly opened her eyes. Brother, what's wrong? How did we end up here? We were drugged by kidnappers at the mall and brought here. What do we do now? Mommy and Auntie will be very worried. Do not fret. Your brother will find a way to get us out of here, Lin Yucheng reassured her, bolstering himself with the resolve that he must care for his sister and lead her back to their mother. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. We need to pretend to be asleep. Quickly, Lin Yucheng urged Lin Yuno, and they both assumed the positions they had discussed earlier. The sound of the door creaking open was followed by the voices of 2 men engaged in conversation. Lin Yucheng cautiously opened his eyes, observing 2 ruffians resembling bandits. One, adorned with tattoos and referred to as Big Brother, had an arm draped over a short, scrawny henchman trailing behind him. Who would have thought I'd be calling that wretched woman? She dares to deceive my grandfather, the tattooed man exclaimed, pulling out his phone to make a call. Miss Wen, we have the 2 children in our possession now, but the final payment is no longer 1 million. The entire police force of Jiangcheng is currently on the lookout for my brother and me. You've truly put us in a dire situation. We need 10 million transferred immediately. We will take the children, and the task will be completed as promised, not a penny less. Where on earth am I supposed to procure 10 million for you? Wen Qing's voice on the other end of the line was laced with tension, her brows furrowed, and her eyes glinting with a fierce light as she shouted into the phone. That's the situation with Miss Wen, the tattooed man concluded before hanging up. Big Brother. What's the plan? The henchman inquired. Once we receive the money, we'll leave and check if those 2 have awakened. The tattooed man replied as they approached Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno. Why haven't they woken up yet?
He questioned.
It's possible they received too much sedative. The henchman explained, unsure of the reason for their prolonged unconsciousness. While they're still out, let us have the 3rd brother drive us to buy some supplies we'll need on the way. Once we get the money, we'll make our exit. All right. Big Brother, the 2 agreed before stepping out again. Holding Lin Yuno's hand, Lin Yucheng found the door locked. He grabbed a chair, helped Lin Yuno climb up, and then he himself climbed out the window. Once outside, Lin Yuno hesitated, daunted by the height. Brother, I'm a bit scared, she confessed. Don't be afraid, no. Be brave and jump down. I'll be right behind you. Once we escape, we'll find Mother quickly, Lin Yucheng reassured her. With her eyes shut tight, Lin Yuno mustered her courage and finally leaped down, but the height caused her to twist her ankle upon landing. It hurts. Lin Yucheng heard his sister's cry and quickly scrambled out the window, landing beside her. Are you alright, sister? Try to stand slowly and see if you can walk. We need to get out of here, he urged. Lin Yuno gritted her teeth against the pain. Brother, I can do it. It's not too bad. I can walk. They had been confined in a secluded farmhouse, surrounded by endless open land devoid of human presence. Hand in hand, the siblings felt the urgency to leave, with Lin Yucheng increasingly anxious about Lin Yuno's injury as she was moving more slowly. What should we do, brother? Maybe you should go ahead and find someone to help, Lin Yuno suggested, reluctant to burden him. No, I want to leave you alone. We must find a place to hide first. It's getting dark. They want to find us easily. We'll wait until morning. Mother must have reported us missing. The police will begin searching for us, and we will be rescued, he replied firmly. Lin Yuno nodded vigorously, reassured by her brother's presence. With him by her side, she feared nothing. Chapter 43. Yichen, thank you. 3 kidnappers purchased a vehicle filled with provisions and tools for their escape. Upon parking, they opened the door, only to find that 2 children had vanished. The tattooed man pushed past the others and glanced towards the stool beneath the window. Deducing that the children had fled through the window, one of the younger accomplices inquired, "What shall we do, boss?" The tattooed man waved his hand dismissively. "Let us go out and search. There's not a soul in sight. We haven't even gone long. The children can't have gone far." The trio turned and exited, dispersing to commence their search. Lin Yucheng held his sister tightly, offering her silent reassurance. The tattooed man indeed searched near a dry well, but fortunately, Lin Yucheng had obscured their hiding place with some dried grass and branches. As darkness fell, visibility was poor. Yet the tattooed man approached, with a metal rod in hand. Suddenly, a phone rang, prompting him to halt. He retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was a call from one of his accomplices. "Have you found them?" The voice on the other end was frantic. "No, boss, it's worse than we thought. Not only are the police searching for us, but Mo Air is also involved. We must leave quickly, or we'll be trapped. This damned fool dares to betray us. Tell Lao San to gather our things. I'll be there shortly. I'm calling that wretched woman to secure the money." After hanging up, the tattooed man promptly called Wen Qing. "Where's the money? I can't produce such a sum immediately. I only have 1 million. And the children? They've escaped." Wen Qing exclaimed, aghast. "We finally caught them. How could they have gotten away? They're gone. You couldn't even keep hold of them. And you dare ask me for money?" Lin Yucheng, overhearing the conversation, realized they were not merely victims of human traffickers. Someone had paid to have them kidnapped. He could not fathom why, having just arrived from Yun City to Jiang City, anyone would want to abduct them. They dared not venture outside, uncertain of the situation beyond their hiding place, but it seemed the kidnappers were preparing to flee. Wen Qing, having ended the call, was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. With the operation having failed and the children gone, she feared that Mo Zhe had intervened. Could Yichen be assisting him from behind the scenes? Did he know that Lin Shu's children were involved? Regardless of the circumstances, she had to gather 5 million to pay those desperate criminals. Otherwise, she would surely be implicated. If Yichen discovered her involvement, it would spell disaster for her. Meanwhile, Tang Yichen awaited news from Mo Zhe, still without any word, as the clock approached 5. Recalling Lin Shu's tear-streaked face, he personally called Mo Zhe. "Old 2. Any updates?" "Brother, I've just uncovered some information regarding a few individuals and their hideouts. I was about to call you." "What kind of individuals?"
Tang Yichen pondered.
If Mo Zhe needed time to find them, it indicated that they were not mere common criminals. The only plausible explanation was that this was a kidnapping. But what trouble could Lin Shu have gotten into that would lead to her children being abducted? He found himself equally baffled. They are a group of reckless fugitives with criminal records. Whose children are they, and how did they entangle themselves with such people? Mo Zhe was also curious. None of their acquaintances had married or had children, so he wondered why his elder brother was so eager to find someone, risking exposure and even employing mercenaries and hackers from abroad. Without such resources, it would have been impossible to ascertain the other party's information and whereabouts in such a short time. It was Lin Shu's child. After a moment of silence, Tang Yichen spoke up. "Your sister-in-law's child? Has she already married and had children?" Mo Zhe was taken aback, momentarily stunned, and blurted out, "The child has grown so big." "Yes," Tang Yichen, in a foul mood, prepared to hang up the phone. Now that they had found her, there were hardly any issues left. "By the way, send me the location." He remembered that he still needed to inform Lin Shu. Upon receiving Tang Yichen's call, Lin Shu felt a sense of relief wash over her with the good news. "Yichen, thank you." Lin Shu expressed her heartfelt gratitude, knowing that without his help, she might not have found Chengcheng and Nuonuo so quickly, and she could have lost both children. Tang Yichen remained silent, not hanging up. They both lingered in silence until he finally uttered a curt "no problem" before ending the call. After receiving the news, Lin Shu and Lin Muyao immediately drove out, arriving at the small house where Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno were being held, following the address provided by Tang Yichen. Just then, Mo Zhe emerged from inside.
"Sister-in-law.
You're here. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, the kidnappers had already fled. I've arranged for people to chase after their vehicle, but the children are not in it." According to their account, the 2 kids ran away while they went out to buy something. Lin Shu paid no heed to his address, her heart sinking at the news that the children were not there. The feeling of plummeting from heaven to hell was palpable. Her entire body swayed backward, nearly collapsing, but Lin Liao, who was following closely behind, caught her just in time. Sensing that the situation was dire, Mo Zhe quickly messaged Tang Yichen. Upon hearing that the children were missing and that Lin Shu almost fainted, Tang Yichen immediately grabbed his coat and rushed out the door. Sister-in-law, don't panic. If the kidnappers fled, that means they are safe. I'm arranging a thorough search in the vicinity. We will definitely find them. Lin Shu's spirits lifted at this reassurance. Indeed, Chengcheng was so clever. If he had managed to escape, he was surely fine. She dashed out, calling the names of the two children as she went. Meanwhile, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno were at the bottom of a well, feeling groggy from hunger after a day. Nunu, wake up. It sounds like Mom's voice. Listen carefully. Lin Yuno awakened and, upon listening closely, exclaimed, It's Mom. Brother. It's really Mom. She found us. Chapter 44. Why would I go over to another family of four? Hearing Lin Shu's voice grow ever closer, Lin Yuqing quickly stood up, pushing aside the weeds above, and shouted, Mom. Lin Shu, upon hearing her children's voices, rushed over excitedly. Others also heard the commotion and hurried in that direction. Lin Shu located the dry well, and Lin Muao arrived just in time to descend and lift the two children up, while Lin Shu caught them above. Overcome with emotion at their reunion, Lin Shu embraced her children, tears of joy streaming down her face, while Lin Muao gently patted her back in comfort. Xiao Shu, don't cry. The children are safe now. Lin Shu gently released the two children, reaching out to caress their faces as she scrutinized them closely. Lin Yucheng bore several abrasions upon his visage, and his hands were similarly marked. Both children's garments were tattered, undoubtedly a testament to the tribulations they had endured. At last, dear children, I have found you. Beyond the injuries on your faces, are there any other wounds? Lin Shu inquired anxiously. Mother, I'm fine. It's just that Nua twisted her ankle while attempting to jump through the window, came the reply. Let me see that sprain, she urged, rolling up Lin Yunua's pant leg to reveal a swollen ankle. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks once more. Mother, it's nothing serious. It doesn't hurt much. Please don't cry, Nua consoled, her words contrasting sharply with the evidence of her suffering. Upon his hurried arrival, Tang Yichen stepped out of his vehicle and was immediately confronted with this poignant scene, a family of four embracing one another. He halted, contemplating his next move. Mo Zhe, spotting him, approached saying, Elder brother, you're here. Internally, he marveled at the distance Tang Yichen had traversed in such haste. Did you drive at breakneck speed to get here? Seeing his elder brother's apparent hesitation to approach his sister-in-law, who was on the verge of fainting, he urged, Elder brother, 1 tea you greet sister-in-law? I 1 tea. Now that they have been found, I shall take my leave. Please make arrangements for someone to escort them home. Tang Yichen replied, opening the car door, ready to depart. Why would he intrude upon their reunion? What will happen to the 3 kidnappers you apprehended? Have you identified the mastermind behind this?
Molly Danger queried.
Interrogation has yet to commence. They will be taken to the police station first to uncover the identity of the instigator. Tang Yichen remained apprehensive about the possibility of future attempts. Thus, he was determined to unearth the orchestrator behind this incident, ensuring a thorough resolution. Mo Zhe observed Tang Yichen's retreating vehicle, shaking his head before turning back towards Lin Shu and the children. Thank you, Heir, for your help today. Your efforts allowed us to find Chengcheng and Nua so swiftly. Why, thank me. You should express your gratitude to elder brother. He was here just now but has since left. Yichen came? I must thank him, Lin Shu responded, her expression revealing her appreciation. However, Mo Zhe hesitated, recognizing that it was his elder brother who had initiated the divorce and could hardly blame his sister-in-law for seeking solace anew. We may need to visit the hospital. Nua has sprained her ankle. A sprain? Let us get in the car quickly and head to the hospital. It's getting late. I'll have Sansen call ahead to prepare. Lin Shu concurred, realizing that if they queued at the hospital, it would only delay their care further. She then lifted Nua into Mo Zhe's vehicle. Take care of yourself as well, and call me if anything arises. Understood, she replied, turning to her son. Mo Zhe drove Lin Shu and Lin Yunua to the hospital, where, thanks to prior arrangements, they were able to proceed directly to treatment without delay. The doctor assessed the situation and declared it manageable, not severe, and advised a 2-day observation period during which Nua should refrain from walking. Mo Zhe arranged for the mother and daughter to settle into the hospital room before departing, leaving a few individuals to handle other matters. As Lin Shu gazed upon her daughter sleeping peacefully in the ward, the anxiety that had hung over her throughout the day began to dissipate gradually. Wen Qing, upon learning that several individuals had been captured by Mo Zhe, was seized by panic. She understood that if those people fell into Mo Zhe's hands, Their fate would be dire, and it would inevitably implicate her as well. She urged herself to regain her composure, convinced that there must be a solution. Entering the room, she retrieved her mobile phone from the innermost drawer and dialed the sole number stored within. The call connected. "Godfather, please help me." After hanging up, a wave of relief washed over her. With her godfather's intervention, she knew she would remain unscathed. Meanwhile, Mose arranged for the 3 kidnappers to be taken to the police station, along with evidence of their abduction of the child, while simultaneously dispatching others to search for clues regarding the mastermind behind the scheme. "Yichen, where are you? Are you feeling any better?" When Qing inquired cautiously. "Yes, I'm at home. Nothing serious," Tang Yichen replied, tugging at his tie in frustration. Since learning earlier that Lin Shu had remarried and borne children, he felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. "Did you go out today?" When Qing probed, curious to ascertain whether Tang Yichen was aware of Lin Shu's 2 children and their lineage. "At the company. What's wrong?" he responded, slightly perplexed. "Nothing much. Just take care of yourself now that you're recovering. Don't exert yourself too much. Get some rest," when Qing said, unable to decipher how much he truly knew or what he had uncovered. Anxious, she ended the call, fearing that she had revealed too much.
Tang Yichen,
Oblivious to when Qing's unease, was consumed by thoughts of Lin Shu and her family of 4, feeling an acute sense of discomfort. As he examined the formal attire in his hand, memories of Lin Shu in that dress, seated on the large bed, flooded his mind. And he recalled the softness of her figure. "Damn it," he muttered, striding to the wardrobe and flinging the door open. He then turned and entered the bathroom, where soon the sound of strained breathing intermingled with the rush of water. Chapter 45. It was her. The following day, as Tang Yichen arrived at the company, Mose entered with a grave expression. "Brother, the 3 individuals committed suicide last night at the police station." Tang Yichen was taken aback. "Suicide? Indeed.
they poisoned themselves.
Looks like the puppet master has made their move. To kill 3 individuals within the police station without anyone noticing and disguise it as suicide is no small feat. But how did Lin Shu get entangled with such a person? Do you have any leads on your end?" Tang Yichen was increasingly bewildered. If it were merely a case of child abduction, that would be one thing, but the situation had clearly escalated beyond a simple kidnapping. "Fortunately, we managed to seize their phones before sending them to the station. Can you guess who they were in contact with?" Mose said, his tone enigmatic. Tang Yichen fixated on Mose, awaiting the answer. Mose continued, "Wen Qing. It's her. I discovered the call records on one of the phones and found that Wen Qing had transferred 2 sums of money to them via an overseas online banking service." Hearing Wen Qing's name from Mose was unexpected for Tang Yichen. Why would she want to kidnap Lin Shu's child? He questioned, confusion evident in his voice. He tapped his pen against the desk, lost in thought, pondering why she would spend money to have Lin Shu's child kidnapped. Their paths rarely crossed, and Lin Shu had not been in Jiangcheng for several years. He could not fathom why Wen Qing would resort to such actions. Neither could Mose comprehend this. He hesitated, unsure whether to voice his thoughts. "What is it?" Tang Yichen raised an eyebrow. "Could it be that she thinks your brother's child is actually your sister-in-law's?"
Danger speculated.
After all, he perceived that the sister-in-law did not seem particularly close to the husband she spoke of. Could it genuinely be the brother's child? Tang Yichen's deep black eyes fixed intently on Mose, as if to convey, "Do you think I wouldn't know whether or not I have a child?" "Fine. Forget I said anything," Mose retorted, unable to withstand his elder brother's scrutiny. "When Qing has someone backing her, she doesn't possess the capability to carry out murders unnoticed at the police station," Tang Yichen stated. "Could it be Kay? There hasn't been a whisper of news in all these years, and the last lead has gone cold. I don't know, but let us keep a close watch." Mose replied, "Yes, brother." Seeing Tang Yichen fall silent, Mose announced, "I'll take my leave now, brother." After he departed, Tang Yichen leaned back into his chair, engulfed in contemplation. The thought of children led him to remember Nuanua. He retrieved his phone, finding no new messages. Opening the chat history, he listened to the voice message Nuanua had sent him, announcing their departure from Jiangcheng. They had likely already left. The adorable little girl who had come to his office to seek him out, calling him daddy, would probably be a fleeting memory. Today, he felt reluctant to work. He donned his coat and exited his office, surprising the secretary of the president's office, who noted his early departure. Why is President Tang leaving so early today?
Indeed.
Even workaholics can grow weary, one secretary quipped, overhearing the whispers of the young women. She stood up and admonished, "Focus on your tasks. The boss can leave whenever he pleases, but you haven't reached the end of your working hours yet." A chorus of discontent arose as the employees resigned themselves to their duties. Meanwhile, Lin Yuno had just fallen asleep. Lin Shu exited her room, preparing to pick up Lin Yucheng, Chen Sisi, and Lin Muyao. Upon hearing that Lin Yuno was to be hospitalized for observation, the others rushed to the hospital in anticipation. As she turned around, she spotted Tang Yichen standing a few meters away. They exchanged glances, neither daring to speak or take a step closer. Having experienced a tumult of joy and sorrow, seeing Tang Yichen again felt like an eternity compressed into a single moment. Tang Yichen stepped forward, halting a meter away from Lin Shu. Noticing his silence, Lin Shu took the initiative to greet him. "Are you still unwell?" she asked, a hint of concern surfacing in her voice. She was puzzled by his presence at the hospital, recalling that he had mentioned feeling unwell when she left. Was he still not better? Unbeknownst to her, she remained attentive and caring towards him. "No, I'm here to visit a friend," Tang Yichen replied, unwilling to disclose that he had come specifically to see her. After all, could they not be friends post-divorce? He had not lied.
Oh.
"So you came to see a friend? Thank goodness it's not because you're ill," Lin Shu instinctively sighed in relief. "How is your daughter?"
Oh.
"She just fell asleep. The doctor said there's nothing serious. She just needs to be observed for a couple of days." As he succumbed to slumber, he refrained from entering further. "All is well, so I shall take my leave." "Very well." The two figures brushed past each other, and Yichen turned to call out to Lin Shu. Observing his retreating silhouette, Lin Shu silently expressed her gratitude. "Yichen, thank you for saving Qingchen and Nuanua. I apologize for monopolizing them. Rest assured, I will take good care of them from now on. Farewell." Just as Tang Yichen departed, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Yucheng rushed out, followed closely by Lin Muyao and Chen Sisi. Lin Yucheng leapt into Lin Shu's arms, affectionately calling Mommy Mommy. Yesterday, she had taken Nuanua to the hospital, and she had yet to embrace her mother properly. "Mommy zeres nono? Indet honis nono?" Chen Sisi inquired eagerly. "She has just fallen asleep. The doctor mentioned her recovery is going well, and she should be hospitalized normally by tomorrow." Lin Shu, understanding their concerns for Nuanua, hastily conveyed the doctor's words to reassure them. "That is wonderful news. I've hardly slept these past few nights, worrying endlessly," Chen Sisi remarked, viewing the two children as her own. Lin Shu gently led them into the hospital room, glanced at Lin Yunua, and then took them out for lunch. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Lin Muyao felt a tinge of melancholy. "Do inform me when you decide on the tickets. I shall see you off." "Very well," Lin Shu accepted with grace. Lin Muyao refrained from saying more, for he feared Lin Shu's calm demeanor revealed a permanence in their separation. Chapter 46, Departure. Upon awakening, Lin Yunua was delighted to see everyone present. "Godmother, brother, Uncle Lin, you all came to see Nuanua. Nuanua, Godmother has prepared your favorite vegetable and minced meat porridge." Seeing that Nuanua seemed well, Chen Sisi felt a wave of relief. "Thank you, Godmother. Brother, does your face hurt?" Lin Yunua noticed the bruises on Lin Yucheng's face and quickly expressed concern for her brother. "It doesn't hurt." Godmother applied iodine to disinfect it. "It will be fine in a couple of days." "Mommy, my and brother's phone watches have gone missing," Lin Yunua lamented, realizing without the phone watch, she could not contact her father. "We shall buy new ones when Nuanua is discharged tomorrow," Lin Shu replied readily. "An uncle will come to pick up Nuanua upon discharge and take you both shopping. He intended to gift you something, but he is still pondering what." The two little ones sweetly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." "Thank you, Brother Yao." Lin Shu sincerely reciprocated the thanks. It was only fitting to gift the children. Lin Shu always maintained such courtesy towards herself. She was a woman who seemingly never made demands or lost her temper, with a gentle disposition and a perpetual smile. In their 3 years of marriage, they had never quarreled, and she had never expressed anger towards him. Perhaps she was akin to her mother, possessing the same joyful spirit, which is why he continually found himself reminiscing about her. In the early morning, he was roused from sleep by a call from Li Cheng, reminding him of a meeting with the president of Lin Group to discuss collaboration. After hanging up, Tang Yichen glanced up and drove away.
Today,
Lin Yuno was discharged from the hospital. Early in the morning, Lin Muyao brought Lin Yucheng to the hospital. Chen Sisi had matters to attend to at her studio and could not come to pick her up. After completing the discharge formalities, she joyfully followed her brother and Lin Muyao to the mall to purchase a smartwatch. In the evening, the group gathered around the table, enjoying a hearty meal. Lin Shu had prepared a dual-flavor hot pot. However, the two little ones, having grown up in Yun City, were accustomed to spicy food and could handle a few bites of the spicy tripe and beef balls. After dinner, Lin Shu accompanied Lin Muyao downstairs. Upon reaching the car, both paused. "All right, brother Ya, take care on the road," she said. "Yes, I will come to pick you up for the airport tomorrow. If you are busy, we can manage on our own," Lin Shu replied, concerned about delaying brother Ya, who had been assisting her these days. "I have already bought my ticket for tomorrow." Lin Shu was taken aback. That is not what I meant, brother Ya. When you have time, you can come to Yin City to visit us. I will definitely take you to try the local delicacies. They are quite wonderful. She extended an invitation.
Sure.
Lin Shu turned to head back upstairs. Lin Muyao watched her figure disappear around the corner before opening the car door and driving away. So be it, he thought. He was unaware of the reasons behind her divorce from President Tang, yet he could perceive that she still held feelings for him. Xiao Shu. I shall always be your brother Ya. Lin Yuno and Lin Yucheng had already bathed and lay in bed while their mother packed their luggage. And their godmother tidied up the dinner table. The little girl eagerly anticipated contacting her father the next day. The following morning, Lin Muyao arrived early. The two little ones had a favorable impression of him and greeted him warmly. Uncle Lin.
Zheng no gello.
Brother Ya, you're here. I'm sorry for making you come so early. Mo Nua insisted on getting her card replaced. Lin Shu expressed her apologies upon seeing Lin Muyao's early arrival. It's fine. I typically wake up early, he replied, glancing at the suitcase in the living room. Is everything packed? I'll take the luggage downstairs. He then carried the suitcase down, followed by Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno, who took their little backpacks and went down after him. Qin Sisi observed Lin Muyao as diligent assistants and teased, Xiao Shu, your brother Ya is truly devoted to you. Why don't you consider him? I'm already divorced and have 2 children. Brother Ya deserves someone better, Lin Shu replied. Xiao Shu, you're mistaken. You're only a few months older than me. You simply married early. Moreover, our Chingcheng and Nua Nua are adorable. What is wrong with being a divorced mother of 2? Perhaps brother Ya wouldn't mind. What are you saying? Lin Shu chuckled, recognizing Qin Sisi's concern and straightforwardness, not taking offense. Xiao Shu, you're not still thinking about their father, are you? But then again, in terms of looks, wealth, and capability, no one compares to the president of JK Group. He is simply exceptional. Upon hearing Qin Sisi's words, Lin Shu fell silent for a moment. Indeed, he is truly remarkable. But it's impossible for us. Noticing Lin Shu's mood dampen at the mention of Chingcheng and Nua Nua's father, Qin Sisi opted not to say more. Accompanying Lin Shu, we descended the stairs with the remaining luggage. Chapter 47. My mother is Lin Shu. The Nightshade Bar had yet to open its doors. Yet in the dimly lit confines of the VIP lounge on the second floor, Tang Yichen sat silently, toying with the glass in his hand before tilting his head back to drain its contents. Qin Hao received a notification from the waiter, informing him that his elder brother had arrived and was drinking alone in the private room upstairs. Upon entering, he was met with the disheartening sight of his brother, in broad daylight, appearing to indulge in excessive drinking, leaving him puzzled about the circumstances that had led to this state. Qin Hao approached, taking the glass from Tang Yichen's hand. Brother, please refrain from drinking any further. If you continue, we may have to take you to the hospital. Tang Yichen remained silent, his hands resting on his knees, fingers interlaced, his head leaning against them. Before long, Mo Zhe, Ji Fengfan, and Lu Yan arrived. Uncertain of his brother's condition and concerned about potential complications, Qin Hao had summoned them all. What is going on? Why summon us to the bar on such a bright day? Lu Yan entered, oblivious to the tension in the air, inquired loudly. Ji Fengfan, standing beside him, patted Lu Yan on the shoulder, saying, Hey, Xiao Wu, if all of us were like you, the JK Group would likely be bankrupt by now. And this about drinking? What did you call us for? Lu Yan, still unaware of Tang Yichen's predicament, turned to Sangge, confused about the purpose of their gathering. Qin Hao lifted his chin, gesturing towards Tang Yichen on the sofa.
Look.
It was then that Lu Yan realized something was amiss with his elder brother. What is wrong with him? I'm not sure. I received a notification from the waiter, and he was already in this state when I arrived, Qin Hao explained. Has something happened recently that we are unaware of? Ergo, do you know anything?
Yifengfan speculated, glancing at Mose.
As the second and third brothers typically had a closer rapport with Tang Yichen regarding work matters, especially in the entertainment sector, where the 3 brothers seldom intervened. Is the child kidnapped?
Just how serious is this?
Whose child is it? Ji Fengfan inquired, displaying particular concern for this matter. It seems that the little sister-in-law has remarried, Mo Zhe remarked. Who knows whose child it is? All I know is that brother insists it is not his. Mo Zhe settled down and poured himself a glass of wine, nonchalantly continuing, As for my brother's affairs, he did not instruct me to disclose anything. So how could I inform you? Upon hearing this, Lu Yan, filled with indignation, plopped down onto a chair with a huff. Throughout this time, Tang Yichen maintained his bowed posture, indifferent to the ongoing discussion. Suddenly, the phone on the table emitted a series of notification sounds from WeChat. Seeing his brother's lack of reaction, Lu Yan picked up the phone. Who is it? It's a barrage of messages. Upon glancing at the screen, he noted that a user named Nua Nua had sent a flurry of heart emojis.
Heavens no.
Is there new development regarding brother? Qin Hao pondered, recalling the time when his brother had fallen ill and been hospitalized. He and Wan Er had visited Tang Yichen's villa to tidy up, during which Wan Er had brought out a black gown, suggesting that his brother was entangled in some issues. Could it be that this Nua was indeed a new woman in his brother's life? Mo Zhe felt a sense of familiarity with the name, as if he had heard it before, though he could not recall where. Ji Fengfan, ever the gossip, leaned in to snatch the phone from Lu Yan, but unexpectedly. A call came in. As they tussled, their hands inadvertently pressed the answer button. Everyone froze, holding their breath and exchanging bewildered glances. Fearing that his elder brother would discover the call, Lu Yan instinctively prepared to hang up, but a sweet, innocent voice emerged from the phone.
Daddy.
The phone slipped from Lu Yan's grasp, landing on the plush carpet of the private room. Young Lin, despite knowing she should heed her mother's advice, could not resist the urge to bid farewell to her father before leaving. She had stealthily claimed she needed to use the restroom, and Lin Shu took Lin Yuqing and Lin to the family restroom. After this incident, she felt a heightened sense of anxiety, unable to relax anywhere without following closely behind. However, upon reaching the door, Lin insisted she was grown up enough to go alone. Leaving Lin Shu to wait outside with Lin Yuqing, Tang Yichen had lifted his head during the scuffle for the phone, and in the quiet of the room, Lin Yuno's call of daddy resonated in his ears, striking a chord deep within him. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Is it serious? Are they all right? Hearing Yuno mention an accident involving her brother, he instinctively worried about their well-being. As Lin prepared to end the call, she recalled the last time she had deceived her father by claiming her mother's name was Chen Sisi. Now, as they were about to leave, she felt compelled to apologize.
Daddy, I'm sorry.
Last time you asked me my mother's name, I lied with my brother. My mother's name is not Chen Sisi. Chen Sisi is my godmother. My mother's name is Lin Shu. Listening to her adorable voice, everyone imagined that the child on the other end must be exceptionally endearing. However, they were perplexed about when their elder brother had a child, as they had never been informed. Upon hearing the familiar name, Tang Yichen stared at the phone in a daze, his expression betraying an unmistakable shock. He snatched the phone and dashed out like a whirlwind. Everyone, except for Mo Zhe, stared blankly at Tang Yichen's receding figure, utterly baffled. Mo Zhe remarked, "It seems that the two children of the little sister-in-law truly belong to my elder brother." Chapter 48. The Airport Chase for Love. Seeing that Lin had not yet emerged, Lin Shu grew concerned that the little girl might be struggling. Are you alright? Do you need mommy to come in and help? I'm fine, mommy. I'll be right out. Lin upon hearing her mother's call, hurriedly ended the call, tucked away her phone watch, and stepped out with a bright smile, gazing at her mother and brother. Unbeknownst to her, the seemingly inconsequential card in her hand was the very one Tang Yichen had instructed Li Cheng to deliver to Lin Shu, a bank card left behind during their divorce, with enough money inside to buy a lifetime's worth of snacks. Mommy, here, this is for you. Lin casually handed the card to Lin Shu. Lin Shu turned and noticed the familiar bank card in Lin hand, frozen in place. How did you come by this? Lin sensing her mother's agitation, replied. An uncle brought it before, and said it was to be given to you. If you don't believe me, just ask my brother. I forgot it was in my backpack. What uncle? What did he look like? Lin Shu was startled to learn that the delivery was made by a man whom she referred to as an uncle. Could it be that Tang Yichen had sent it? Had he met the two children? She mused, recalling that the boy was rather short. Little Lin however, could scarcely remember, only that he was neither as tall nor as handsome as his father. Lin Shu turned to Lin Yuqing, her anxiety growing. Chung. What did the uncle who brought the card look like? Did he say anything else?
No, mommy.
He wore glasses and just handed us the card before leaving. He didn't ask anything. Upon hearing their descriptions, Lin Shu let out a sigh of relief, clutching the card tightly in her hand, feeling a slight sheen of perspiration in her palm. Thankfully, it was not Tang Yichen, it was likely assistant Li. That was too perilous. Fortunately, they had left promptly. Once gone, they would be safe, Lin Shu reassured herself. Meanwhile, Tang Yichen dashed outside, phone in hand, calling Li Cheng to immediately ascertain Lin Shu's flight number and to secure all airport exits. No plane is to take off before I arrive, he commanded. After hanging up, he sped towards the airport in his sleek black Rolls-Royce, running red lights and reaching the airport at the fastest pace possible. Upon his arrival, Li Cheng rushed to meet him. Mr. Tang, the plane has been halted, and we have confirmed Madam's location. Allow me to escort you there. Lin Shu glanced at the time. Boarding should commence shortly. Just then, the airport's announcement system chimed in with a soothing voice. Dear passengers, we sincerely apologize for the delay of flight in U-3633 due to regulatory reasons. The specific departure time is yet to be determined. We kindly ask for your patience. A chorus of discontent murmured through the crowd, eliciting a sense of unease within Lin Shu. Mommy, can we not board the plane yet? Lin Yuno asked, looking up. Yes. The flight has been delayed. We may have to wait a bit longer, Lin Shu replied, concerned that the two little ones might struggle with the wait. She contemplated taking them to a nearby specialty store to browse. Just as the trio rose from their seats, a swarm of men in black rushed in, heading straight for them. Lin Shu grasped the hands of her children tightly, while Lin Yuching and Lin Yuno clung to her, retreating slightly behind her. The men in black parted to form a pathway, and at the end stood Tang Yichen, his shirt slightly disheveled with 2 buttons undone. Upon seeing Tang Yichen, a single thought reverberated in Lin Shu's mind. This is it. He stood there, tall and poised, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the airport's expansive windows. His face glowed, and his deep black eyes seemed to shimmer with a hint of red, his lips pressed together in a restrained yet enduring manner. Tang Yichen gazed at the 3 figures huddled together, the little woman biting her lip, exhibiting a resolute yet subdued demeanor, her arms protectively encircling the 2 children who had behind her. For reasons unbeknownst to him, although they were right before his eyes, he found himself hesitant to step forward. He suppressed his impulses and took slow, deliberate steps forward, his sleeves billowing as he moved. The mere distance of a few meters felt like a century to him. Finally, he stood silently before the 3, words escaping him, though the tension within him was palpable, his heart racing, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. Lin Shu anxiously regarded the man before her, his crimson-rimmed eyes betraying the sheen of sweat forming at the tip of his brow. Lin Yuno stealthily peered out from behind her mother, and to her astonishment, she saw Tang Yichen standing before her. Without hesitation, she dashed out from behind, leaping into Tang Yichen's arms, exclaiming, "Daddy." Tang Yichen, noticing Lin Yuno rushing towards him, quickly crouched down to catch the small bundle. No, good girl. He looked up to see Lin Shu's son, who was also gazing back at him. Unlike his sister, the boy did not exhibit the same enthusiasm. In fact, he had never called him daddy. He extended his hand, and Lin Yuching hesitantly placed his hand in Tang Yichen's. With one arm, he lifted Lin Yuno while grasping Lin Yuching's hand with the other, his gaze fixed on Lin Shu. Upon hearing Lin Yuno's call of daddy, Lin Shu was momentarily frozen in place, grappling with the reality that Nono had referred to Tang Yichen as her father. While it was indeed true, and it appeared that Cheng also recognized him, she pondered the circumstances under which they had met and how they had become familiar enough for Nono to call him daddy. Lin Yuno turned to Tang Yichen and asked, "Daddy, what are you doing here?" Tang Yichen looked at Lin Shu, who, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered her head and turned to her little cotton-padded jacket. Lin Shu's heart raced as she absorbed Tang Yichen's words, her grip tightening on her sleeves. Her demeanor vigilant as she watched Lin Yuno nestled in Tang Yichen's embrace and Lin Yuching held by his hand. Had he always known about Cheng and Nono? Was he planning to take them away from her? Chapter 49. Together Home. Tang Yichen gazed at the petite woman before him, contemplating her audacity in leaving with their children without his knowledge, seemingly intent on withholding the truth from him. The last time their son and daughter were kidnapped, she had come to his office for help, yet she had withheld the full story. The thought of this left him feeling both angry and heartbroken. Seeing their mother standing still, Lin Yuching released Tang Yichen's hand, and Lin Yuno struggled to descend from his arms. Each child took hold of Lin Shu's hands. While they were delighted that their father had arrived, if forced to choose, they would undoubtedly select their mother. Of course, in Lin Yuno's heart, she wished that her parents could be together. Tang Yichen watched as his son and daughter gravitated towards Lin Shu without feeling any resentment. After all, she was their mother, having raised them single-handedly. He felt a sense of regret for having missed their births and the years of their growth. He reassured himself that he would make amends for the years he had lost in the time to come. Lin Yuching inquired, "Where's Mommy?" as he stood up and took Lin Yuno's little hand. Lin Shu, meeting the expectant gazes of Cheng and Nono, found herself unable to let them down. Offering a gentle nod of affirmation, Tang Yichen, upon witnessing Lin Shu's acquiescence, finally exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Little did anyone know the extent of his anxiety during that fleeting minute, waiting for Lin Shu's nod. The thought of her refusal left him in a state of turmoil. Who could have anticipated that the formidable business tycoon, the omnipotent President Tang, would one day find himself in such trepidation? With a tender gaze, Tang Yichen observed his daughter frolicking about, contemplating that henceforth, Nua would reside here. "What a magnificent garden!" Lin Yuno exclaimed, having dashed to the backyard. "Mom, brother, come and see." Lin Shu and Lin Yuching followed closely behind. "No, Slondon." "Be careful not to fall," Lin Shu cautioned, her concern evident as she watched her exuberant daughter. As Lin Shu surveyed the villa's decor, she noted that the furnishings remained untouched since her departure 4 years prior. Upon reaching the backyard, she beheld the flowers she had once planted, still thriving under diligent care, blooming splendidly. In her previous hurried visit, she had failed to notice that everything remained unchanged, just as it had been 4 years ago. Overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she heard footsteps approaching. It was Tang Yichen. "Noa Noa, Chung Chung, let me show you your rooms. For tonight, we shall make do, and tomorrow, I will take you to the mall to choose your favorite furniture for a fresh arrangement," he proposed. As he approached, Lin Shu hastily averted her gaze, concealing her unease. "Dad, my brother, and I want to sleep with Mom. There's no need to prepare a room," Lin Yuno stated matter-of-factly. Accustomed to sharing a bed with her mother, Tang Yichen, reveling in the joy of having both a son and a daughter, had not anticipated that they would vie for their mother's attention. "We can prepare for that later. Noa and your brother are growing up. You can't always sleep with your mother. You must learn to be independent. Eventually, each of you will have your own room," he explained.
Lin Shu voiced no objections.
Confident in his masculinity to sleep alone. "I can check it out first, but I want to wait until I'm older to sleep separately from Mom," Lin Yuno, being the more timid of the two, expressed her reluctance to part from her mother. Tang Yichen turned to Lin Shu, who, steeling herself, responded. Noa has grown accustomed to sleeping with me since childhood. She is still quite young. We can discuss it when she is older." Tang Yichen then led the two children upstairs, while Lin Shu, feeling disheartened, trailed behind. He prepared the two guest rooms for Chung Chung and Noa. As Lin Shu observed, she noticed the absence of any feminine belongings. Could it be that when Qing had never resided here? It was understandable. Who would allow their current partner to inhabit a space once occupied by their ex-spouse? Moreover, for Tang Yichen, acquiring another property would be a trivial matter. Tang Yichen noticed Lin Shu's somber demeanor and lack of enthusiasm. He pondered what thoughts might be occupying her mind. Was she still harboring intentions of fleeing with their children? He could not fathom that Lin Shu's concern lay in whether he would attempt to claim the children for himself. That evening, Lin Shu took the initiative to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, she found it nearly bare, surmising that Tang Yichen likely seldom cooked at home. She simply boiled noodles for the two children and herself, preparing an additional bowl for Tang Yichen. After dinner, he retreated to his study and did not emerge. After Lin Shu and the two children finished tidying up the kitchen, they headed to the guest room. There, she bathed the children and completed her own grooming before spending time with Lin Yuno in her room. Lin Yucheng followed suit, and the three of them lay on the bed as they used to. Lin Shu, just like before, nestled in the middle, flipping through a storybook and narrating tales to the children, who quietly listened on either side. Before long, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno drifted off to sleep. Lin Shu put away the storybook, turned off the light, and retired for the night. Tang Yichen had been occupied in his study, handling work. After finishing, he stepped into the room only to find it empty. He then proceeded to the guest room, where the moonlight gently filtered through the window, illuminating the three slumbering figures on the bed. He quietly entered, tenderly tucked the little girl's exposed feet under the covers, and gazed at the trio in peaceful slumber, his heart swelling with warmth. Ever since the passing of his parents, his heart had felt hollow for years, but in this moment, it finally felt whole again. The following morning, Lin Shu rose early, intending to prepare breakfast for the children before they woke. Upon entering the kitchen and opening the refrigerator, she stood in disbelief. The once barren fridge was now brimming with a variety of provisions. Lin Shu knew these must have been prepared by Tang Yichen, but she wondered when he had done so. He had been busy working in the study the previous evening, and she hadn't heard him leave the room until they had fallen asleep. His meticulousness brought her a sense of comfort. If Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno were to truly stay with him, at least he would treat them sincerely. As the three gathered in the dining room for breakfast, the thoughtful Lin Yuno noticed Tang Yichen's absence. "Mom, where's Dad? Isn't he joining us for breakfast?" Lin Shu was uncertain if Tang Yichen was indeed home. She hadn't heard any sounds from the master bedroom and couldn't just barge in. Considering the food in the refrigerator, she assumed he must have risen early and possibly left for work, as she knew he often had a busy schedule.
"Oh."
Lin Shu observed the slight disappointment on the children's faces and quickly offered an explanation. "Dad is very busy with work. He must have had an urgent matter that made him forget your breakfast plans. We can go to the mall another time, alright?" "Okay." Lin Yuno's mood shifted quickly as he stuffed a fried egg into his mouth. Watching the two children eat obediently, Lin Shu suddenly recalled a serious matter she had yet to address. How did you know he was your dad the first time you met?" She set down her chopsticks and fixed her gaze on Lin Yuno. "Mom, my brother told me," Lin Yuno replied, surprised that her mother would bring this up after such a delightful evening of storytelling and sleep. Why was she suddenly so serious? Feeling a bit frightened by her demeanor, Lin Yuno reluctantly sold out his brother, sensing his mother's sternness. Lin Shu then turned her attention to Lin Yucheng. Lin Yucheng genuinely believed that his forgetful mother had overlooked the matter. Last night, he felt relieved that they had evaded a crisis, only to find themselves here now. Observing the apparent anger on their mother's face, with a sense of responsibility, Lin Yucheng confessed everything. He had taken his sister to their father's company to search for him, arranged an outing to the zoo, and shared meals together. His sister even added their father on WeChat, chatting frequently. Mother, it was all my idea. My sister had no part in it. After his confession as an older brother, he willingly took on the blame. It's not my brother's fault. I asked him to take me to find father, Lin Yuno interjected, eager to share the burden of accountability. Lin Shu, however, was perplexed. How did you know he is your father? Before arriving in Jiangcheng, the children had never expressed disbelief in her claim that their father was working on the moon, nor had they ever mentioned knowing his identity. I accidentally discovered the divorce certificate and the expired marriage certificate in mother's cabinet. I found father's picture on the expired marriage certificate, and then I searched for Lin Yucheng's information online using mother's computer. Lin Yucheng concluded, his head bowed in anticipation of criticism. Seeing this, Lin Yuno also lowered her head. Upon hearing her son's revelation, Lin Shu felt a wave of emotions that could not be encapsulated by mere shock. She had always known her son was intelligent, but she never imagined that her preschooler would navigate the internet to uncover information about Tang Yichen and locate their father.
So,
Your purpose in coming to Jiangcheng with me was to find your father? Lin Shu's voice quivered, realizing that both her beloved children wished to reunite with Tang Yichen. Yes, we definitely came with mother, Lin Yuno eagerly nodded. Noticing their mother's deepening sorrow, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno descended from their chairs, rushing to embrace her knees, affectionately declaring, Mother, we will never leave you. Lin Shu wrapped her arms around them, wishing to shield her children from adult matters. Lin Shu was concerned about burdening their hearts. Coming to a resolution, she acknowledged that since the situation was already set in motion and Tang Yichen had discovered their existence, they had acknowledged him as their father. If he truly intended to pursue custody, she would remain in Jiangcheng, closer to them. Unexpectedly encountering him at home, Lin Shu was taken aback by his sudden presence. Given the current circumstances, she was uncertain of his intentions, and sharing the same roof felt somewhat awkward. Tang Yichen walked directly to the dining room, seating himself beside Lin Yuno, unceremoniously grabbing breakfast and beginning to eat. Upon seeing their father, Lin Yucheng's eyes brightened momentarily, although he deliberately kept his head down to conceal his excitement. Lin Yuno, thrilled by her father's arrival, struggled to contain her excitement. However, having just upset their mother with their secretive excursion to find him, she whispered to Tang Yichen, Father, didn't he go to work? Are we still going to the mall today? Tang Yichen, noticing the sudden drop in his daughter's voice, found it peculiar, as she usually greeted him with exuberant enthusiasm. He raised his head to glance at his son across the room, who was also looking down. Turning to Lin Shu, he sensed nothing unusual. Could it be that he was overthinking? Of course, they were going. After finishing breakfast, they would set off. Chapter 51. A Family of Four. After a hearty breakfast, Tang Yichen personally drove the family to a home customization store. Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno eagerly selected their favorite furnishings for their rooms and placed an order, with the shopkeeper assuring them that delivery would occur within a week. Noticing that they still had time, Tang Yichen took the three of them to a toy store in the mall, where the two little ones were overjoyed. Daddy, how many toys can we buy? According to a prior agreement with their mother, she and her brother could each only purchase one toy at a time, prompting the clever Lin Yuno to inquire with their father in advance. As Tang Yichen pushed the cart, he appeared quite different from the CEO of JK Group. They bought an abundance of toys, Lego sets, cars, Barbie dolls, and various small trinkets. The car was soon filled to capacity, leading Tang Yichen to arrange for another vehicle to transport the excess. Meanwhile, Lin Shu entered the kitchen to begin preparing the meal. She opened the refrigerator to assess the available ingredients. Planning to cook 4 dishes and a soup for the 4 of them, she swiftly gathered vegetables, meat, bell peppers, and ribs to start her preparations. Engrossed in her culinary tasks, she did not notice when Tang Yichen entered the kitchen. As she turned to grab a bowl, she spotted him leaning against the doorframe, watching her. He had changed into black loungewear, his hair still damp, likely from a recent shower. Unsure of how long he had been standing there silently observing her, Lin Shu felt a wave of shyness wash over her, causing her cooking pace to slow and her actions to become clumsy. Noticing he had no intention of leaving, she mustered the courage to speak. Have you showered? Your hair is still wet. Perhaps you should dry it first. I'll call you when the meal is ready. Instead of leaving, Tang Yichen stepped inside. No need. What do you need me to do? I can help. Startled by a sudden offer, Lin Shu's limbs stiffened further. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. Realizing he truly had no intention of departing, she handed him the vegetables. Then, could you please wash the vegetables? Of course. Tang Yichen accepted the greens, with one hand holding the basket and the other grasping the vegetables. He watched the shy woman before him, her ears and cheeks flushed. A faint smile tugged at his lips. It was endearing how even with their children grown, she remained so easily embarrassed. Turning on the faucet, he began rinsing the greens, piece by piece. Lin Shu felt increasingly warm, acutely aware that her face was likely a deep crimson, all because of the man diligently washing vegetables beside her. Stealing glances, she observed him rolling up his sleeves, his long fingers meticulously cleansing the produce, as if he were handling a work of art rather than mere vegetables. Is something wrong? Do I have something on my face? Tang Yichen noticed the petite woman slicing vegetables had been sneaking glances at him. Though pleased by her attention, he worried she might accidentally cut herself and felt compelled to speak up. No, nothing at all. Caught in a moment of embarrassment, Lin Shu was startled by Tang Yichen's sudden voice. How humiliating. Why, after 4 years, did she still feel nervous and her heart race in his presence? You should dry your hair after washing it. Don't catch a cold, she urged him to leave once more. If he lingered in the kitchen, dinner would be delayed, as she found it impossible to concentrate on her tasks. All right, I shall head upstairs first. I will call Chengcheng and Nuonyo down shortly, Tang Yichen noted. Having recognized her discomfort, he placed the washed vegetables aside and ascended the stairs. After his departure, Lin Shu finally regained her composure, swiftly preparing the meal. Just as she set the soup on the table, Tang Yichen descended with the 2 children. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready, she instructed.
Wow.
Mom made my favorite braised ribs, Lin Yuno exclaimed joyfully. And I love the stir-fried green peppers with meat. Lin Yuno chimed in eagerly. The family of 4 sat at the dining table, happily enjoying their meal. Tang Yichen ate the most. After all these years, savoring Lin Shu's home-cooked dishes was truly delightful. Lin Shu paused for a moment, aware that he was speaking to her. She understood that she should also visit her grandfather. Chapter 52. The elder brother takes a vacation. Who is Dad talking about? Lin Yuno asked curiously. After finishing their meal, Tang Yichen was pulled away by the 2 children to continue building with Legos. Lin Shu tidied up the dishes and called Chen Sisi, briefly updating her on the situation. Since she would be staying in Jiangqing for the time being, she felt it necessary to shoulder more responsibilities regarding the studio. Knowing that the children were picked up by their father, Chen Sisi refrained from further inquiries, advising Lin Shu not to worry about work matters and to discuss the children's situation with Mr. Tang first. After hanging up, Lin Shu went upstairs and heard voices in Lin Yuqing's room. She entered Lin Yuno's room, took out her sketches, and diligently preserved her recent inspirations through drawing. She became so engrossed that she only realized it was dark outside when she lifted her head and saw the time. It was already 6 in the evening. Dinner had yet to be prepared. In a hurry, she stepped out and approached Lin Yuqing's door, only to find Tang Yichen engrossed in building Legos with the children, even more focused than she had been while drawing. She knocked on the door. I'm sorry, I got caught up and forgot to cook. Would it be all right if we had dumplings for dinner? Mom, come see. Dad helped us build a castle, and it's already halfway done. We can show you soon. Lin Yuno joyfully pulled Lin Shu's hand, eager to showcase their afternoon's work. Nuonyo, you did great. Now I'll go downstairs to boil the dumplings. And you all hurry down too. Lin Shu felt Tang Yichen's gaze on her and dared not look back. She turned and exited the room, heading downstairs to the kitchen to prepare the dumplings. The 3 upstairs soon followed, and the dumplings were the frozen kind Lin Shu had spotted in the refrigerator. Though they could not compare to freshly made ones, they still tasted quite good. Uncertain whether it was the eagerness to ascend the stairs and continue constructing the Lego castle or a genuine hunger, the 2 little ones consumed their meals with remarkable haste. Once finished, they eagerly lingered beside Tang Yichen, who had barely set down his bowl before being tugged upstairs by the duo. Mom, come quickly, Lin Yuno exclaimed, pulling Lin Shu along towards her brother's room. Upon entering Lin Yuqing's chamber, they discovered a grand castle nearly completed on the floor, with Tang Yichen and Lin Yuqing seated, engrossed in studying the blueprints. Mom, look, this is what I built with Dad and my brother. Dad said it's a gift for you, Lin Yuno declared with immense pride. Hearing this, Lin Shu glanced at Tang Yichen, who was looking up at her from the floor. Her heart became a tumultuous mess, and she felt her pulse quicken. Confusion washed over her as she pondered why Yuno had stated that it was a gift from Tang Yichen, who had not refuted her claim and seemed to be gazing at her intently. Realizing she had been whisked away in nothing but her pajamas, Lin Shu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, although her dress fell below her knees and was not sheer. She remembered she had not donned a bra after her shower. Flushed, she quickly spread the towel she had used to dry her hair with both hands, attempting to shield herself, and called out to Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno, Chung, it's time to take a bath with Mom.
With that,
She hurriedly turned and fled the room. Oh dear, how could she have appeared before Tang Yichen clad only in her sleepwear? An outsider might misconstrue her actions as an attempt to entice him. After the trio departed, Tang Yichen remained seated on the floor, his mind adrift as he recalled Lin Shu's entrance, her damp hair and delicate skin glowing under the light. A smirk crept onto his lips as he remembered the sight of her hurried retreat. Gradually, he rose and made his way to the study. Inside the study, Tang Yichen settled before his computer, preparing to log in. Opposite him, Mo Zhe and several others were already present. Qin Hao, I have no idea. Ask your second brother. He must know. With the eldest absent, I am swamped with company matters and have no time for anything else. Ji Fengfan, why is the eldest calling for a meeting at this late hour? Luyan and Mo Zhe, you're online? Are you doing all right over there? What's going on? You haven't been to the office in days, yet you're summoning us for a meeting at this hour. Mo Zhe ignored him, and soon Tang Yichen entered the conference room. The atmosphere grew silent, almost stifling. Today, I wish to inform everyone that I intend to take a half-month leave. During my absence, the third will oversee domestic affairs, and the second will manage international markets. For any urgent matters, feel free to call me. All right, unless there are any questions, you may disperse and take a break. Wait. Eldest brother, why are you taking leave? Why such an extended break all of a sudden? Lu Xiaowu's astonishment was palpable. It was known that his elder brother worked tirelessly throughout the year without rest, and now he was announcing a vacation. Can I not take a break after years of work?
Tang Yichen Zito.
That's not what I meant, eldest brother. I was merely curious. Who was it that called your father last time? In a flurry, you rushed outside. What was the situation? Share it with your younger brothers. Lu Xiaowu, with a fearless spirit, began to gossip about Tang Yichen. She is my daughter. All right, it's nothing. I'm logging off now.
Tang Yichen,
In a rather good mood today, refrained from scolding Lu Yan and even explained himself with a gentle demeanor. After Tang Yichen logged off, Lu Xiaowu was left staring blankly at the screen, as though the internet had momentarily frozen. Mo Zhe remarked, Brother, have you reconciled with your sister-in-law? That was quite swift. He remained silent, and upon seeing his elder brother go offline, he too logged off immediately. Second brother, don't leave. Please tell us what happened. Lu Xiaowu called out to Mo Zhe, but no one paid him any heed. Well, with the elder brother gone, I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm off to bed. Qin Hao said, more concerned about the absence of his elder brother than indulging in gossip, and he too logged off. Seeing that his brothers had all departed, Lu Xiaowu seized the opportunity to engage the usually idle Ji Fengfan. Fourth brother, please don't go. Let us chat. What's the situation with elder brother? Ji Fengfan replied, Do I look like I know? And don't gossip either. With elder brother absent, third brother is likely swamped with work. You think you can escape? Recently, Ji Fengfan had been at odds with Xia Qingqian, which soured his mood. With elder brother gone, he anticipated that third brother would offload his tasks onto himself, further aggravating his displeasure, and he too departed, leaving Lu Yan to sigh in solitude. Chapter 53, Returning to the Old Residence. Hello, Uncle Chen. This is a tea set for grandfather. Please accept it. As she spoke, Lin Shu pulled the hands of the two children, encouraging them to greet. Chung Nuo. Quickly say hello to Grandfather Chen. Hello, Grandfather Chen. The two little ones obediently greeted him. Uncle Chen, excited, accepted the tea set from Lin Shu's hands and, upon hearing the children address him, could not help but ask, Are these? Uncle Chen, trembling with excitement as he held the tea set, hurried upstairs to summon the old master. Aunt Wang, hearing the commotion, rushed out, coincidentally catching Tang Yichen's words, and was equally exhilarated. Having spent most of their lives in the Tang household, they never expected to meet the children of the young master. Are these the children of the young master? They are so lovely, Aunt Wang exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Hello, Aunt Wang. Lin Shu encouraged the children to greet Aunt Wang as she appeared. Hello, Grandma Wang. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. The old master will be overjoyed. Noticing the four of them still standing at the door, she hastily invited them into the living room to sit down, then went to prepare tea for them. Observing Aunt Wang bustling about, making tea and fetching fruits, Lin Shu said, Aunt Wang, please don't trouble yourself. We can manage. Young mistress, please sit and rest. I'll wash some strawberries for the children. They just arrived fresh this morning. Lin Shu settled on the sofa in the living room with the two children. The youngsters curiously glanced around. Mommy, is this really great-grandfather's house? It's so big. Even bigger than Daddy's. Lin Yunu, the little one, had thought that her father's house was spacious, only to find great-grandfather's abode even more expansive. Hearing Lin Yunu's words, Tang Yichen chimed in. Your father used to live here as well. After meeting great-grandfather, I'll take you on a tour. Really? That's amazing. I just saw a rockery and a swing in the back. I want to go there. Lin Yunu exclaimed, brimming with joy. Although Lin Yuching did not utter a word, he was equally curious about the place where his father had lived during his childhood and felt a desire to explore. Upstairs, the venerable Mr. Tang was seated on the sofa in his room, donning reading glasses and engrossed in a book. Uncle Chen stood at the doorway, still slightly out of breath. The old gentleman removed his spectacles, placing them into their case, closed the book, and slowly rose to his feet. The book slipped from his grasp and landed upon the carpet as he hastily approached the door, grasping Uncle Chen's arm, and inquired, Who has arrived? Is it truly Xiao Shu? The old man's hands trembled with excitement as he accepted the tea-set gift box. Is this from Xiao Shu?
Indeed.
The young lady specifically purchased it for you, Uncle Chen replied. Come, let us hurry downstairs. The old gentleman strode past Uncle Chen, eager to exit. Please take care, sir. Uncle Chen cautioned from behind, observing the old man's brisk pace with concern. Upon reaching the staircase, the old gentleman caught sight of a family of four seated in the living room below. Tang Yichen sat apart, while the two children nestled closely beside Lin Shu. The old man could hardly believe his eyes, and with remarkable speed, he descended the stairs, calling out before even entering the living room, Xiao Shu. Lin Shu, noticing her grandfather had come down, quickly took the hands of the two children and approached him, followed closely by Tang Yichen. Grandfather, Lin Shu said, gazing at her seemingly aged grandfather, her eyes instantly moistening. The old gentleman felt a lump in his throat upon hearing Lin Shu's affectionate address. Lin Shu urged the children, quickly greet your great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, hello. The two little ones chimed in unison. The old man felt an overwhelming joy as he witnessed his two exquisitely beautiful great-grandchildren calling him great-grandfather, a thrill surpassing that of hearing Uncle Chen mention it earlier. These are your great-grandsons, Tang Yichen announced, standing behind Lin Shu. The old gentleman turned to Tang Yichen, then back to Lin Shu, who nodded affirmatively, saying, Yes, grandfather. He leaned back in exhilaration, exclaiming, At last, I can face your parents with pride. The Tang family has descendants. Uncle Chen hurried to support the old gentleman, genuinely worried that his excitement might cause his blood pressure to rise and lead to a fainting spell. Grandfather, let us sit on the sofa, Lin Shu suggested, guiding him into the living room, where he settled onto the couch. The old gentleman, beaming at Lin Shu, reassured, No worries. Grandfather is in good health as long as that little rascal doesn't irritate me. Observing the two children gathered around Lin Shu brought him immense joy.
Come.
Let your great-grandfather have a good look at you. Lin Yuching and Lin Yuno were instantly fond of this grandfather they were meeting for the first time. The bond of blood is indeed a wondrous force. One on each side of the old man, he embraced them both, seating them upon his lap. Lin Shu initially worried that her grandfather might tire, but seeing his delight, she refrained from intervening. Now tell your great-grandfather your names. I am Lin Yuching. You may call me Ching Ching, for I am the elder brother. I am Lin Yuno. You may call me Nuo, as I am the adorable younger sister.
Ha ha ha.
Such splendid names, truly delightful. He boomed, calling out with vigor, Bring me some treats for my two precious great-grandsons. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Tang Yichen initially intended to take the two little ones to explore the old residence. However, upon hearing this, the old gentleman insisted on joining them, declaring that he would forego his afternoon nap. In Chapter 54, Tang Yichen faced disdain from the elder. The group of grandfather and grandchildren embarked on their visit, which concluded rather swiftly. Lin Yuno was primarily eager to play on the swing in the backyard, with Tang Yichen accompanying her. Meanwhile, the elder, upon learning that Lin Yuching could play chess, took his great-grandson to engage in a game. Tang Yichen withdrew a book from the shelf, Eileen Chang's Half a Lifetime. Over the years, while caring for the two children, designing and earning a living, he had scarcely found the leisure to sit down and immerse himself in literature. Captivated by the narrative, he lost himself in the pages, and upon reading half of it, he began to feel drowsy and eventually dozed off on the recliner. When Tang Yichen entered the room, he found Lin Shu lying there, clutching the book, sound asleep. He gently placed a blanket over her before turning to leave. As he descended the stairs, Lin Yuno called out, Daddy, where's Mommy? He replied, Sure, Mommy is asleep. Let us go find great-grandpa and your brother. But it's dark and Mommy is still sleeping. Just then, Aunt Wang approached to inquire if Tang Yichen was preparing dinner. Thinking of the sleeping woman upstairs, he decided to postpone it. Tang Yichen took Lin Yuno to the elder's study, where Lin Yuqing and the elder were deeply engrossed in their chess game. Approaching the chessboard for a closer look, Tang Yichen noted that Yuqing's skill was quite impressive. Even the seasoned player, the grandfather, needed to be cautious to avoid falling into traps. Great-grandpa, who won, you or brother? Lin Yuno asked curiously, aware of her brother's prowess in chess and sensing the elder's competence. Ha ha ha, Yuqing is quite formidable. It's currently 3-3, a tie. The elder replied with a smile, acknowledging that his great-grandson matched his grandson's skills. Then whoever wins this round will be the champion, and I want to watch. With that, Lin Yuno pulled over a small stool to sit beside them, and Tang Yichen joined her. With an audience, Lin Yuqing's competitive spirit soared. Meanwhile, Lin Shu awoke, surprised to find herself asleep, covered with a blanket. Perhaps Aunt Wang had seen her and kindly draped it over her. Is everything all right, Aunt Wang? Where is everyone? They are likely in the elder's study, madam. Would you like to check? Yes, I will go see. As Lin Shu approached the study, she discovered the four of them sitting quietly inside. Even the usually chatty Lin Yuno was attentively watching her brother and great-grandfather play chess. Not wishing to disturb them, she entered softly, standing behind Lin Yuno. Tang Yichen noticed Lin Shu had awakened sooner than expected. He thought she would sleep longer. After a while, Lin Yuqing's cheerful voice rang out, Great-grandpa, you lost. Ha ha ha, Yuqing is impressive. He defeated Great-grandpa. Though the elder had lost the game, his spirit soared. Wow, brother is amazing. Lin Yuno clapped her hands in applause for her brother. Tang Yichen stood and walked to Lin Yuqing, ruffling his son's hair. Yuqing, you did wonderfully.
Now,
shall we go out for dinner? Lin Shu, holding Lin Yuno's hand, cheerfully exited the study, not expecting that Cheng Qing could even outsmart their grandfather. The atmosphere was jubilant at the dining table, with the two little ones skillfully charming everyone, keeping the old man in high spirits, his laughter echoing throughout the room. Uncle Chen and Aunt Wang, observing the lively scene, felt a wave of nostalgia, for it had been ages since the old residence had been so animated. After dinner, the old man summoned Tang Yichen into the study. I've come to understand, Tang Yichen stated, addressing his grandfather, yet it felt as if he were also speaking to himself. The matters concerning Wenqing needed to be resolved expeditiously. The old man was aware of his grandson's tendency to bear burdens silently, and with a sigh, he opted not to elaborate further. You may leave now. Once Tang Yichen departed, the old man called Lin Shu into the study, and this time, his demeanor was entirely different, warm and amiable, a stark contrast to the sternness he had shown toward his grandson. Little Shu, you have endured much these past years, raising the two children on your own and educating them so well. Grandfather, I am sorry. I hope you do not harbor resentment for my abrupt departure, Lin Shu replied, feeling remorseful only towards her grandfather for having left. Why would I blame you? I know it was all that rascally Chen's fault. Had he not proposed the divorce, I'm certain you would not have brought it up yourself. Lin Shu remained silent, standing there. Well, the reason I called you here is to assure you that I am always on your side. If that scoundrel fails to cherish you, I shall sever ties with him. Humph. Grandfather, please do not be angry. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. As long as I can be by the children's side, I respect Yichen's thoughts on the matter. The old man could discern that Lin Shu still held feelings for his grandson. Observing Yichen's demeanor this time, it did not seem as though he wished to part ways with little Shu again. It would depend on whether Yichen could seize the opportunity. That is certain. The children must not be separated from their mother. Thank you, grandfather. With her grandfather's words, Lin Shu felt a sense of relief in her heart. Moze received a call from his elder brother and hurriedly relayed the information he had uncovered. Brother, it has been confirmed that the 3 kidnappers who committed suicide in prison were dealt with by K. We previously discovered that their contact was Wenqing, which suggests she indeed has ties with K's criminal organization. Good, continue to monitor them. You should travel to Paris and investigate her situation over the past few years. Ensure to scrutinize the people surrounding her. Understood, brother. After hanging up, Tang Yichen exited the room, only to encounter the old man at the door. Lin Shu had already taken the 2 children to the guest room, where she was attending to their hygiene. Is little Shu not inside? The old man inquired. Peering into the room, she likely took Ching Cheng and Nua to rest, Tang Yichen replied. Humph. The old man rolled his eyes, snorted disdainfully, and marched away, leaving Tang Yichen standing at the door, scratching his nose, puzzled as to why he had once again incurred his grandfather's displeasure. Chapter 55, Tang Wanner and Qin Qing pay a visit. Is the president of JK Group truly so idle now? On the top floor of the JK Group headquarters, Tang Wanner had ascended for 3 consecutive days, only to discover that her brother was inexplicably absent. Upon inquiry, The secretary from the president's office informed her that Tang Zong had not been to the company for 2 weeks. Anxiously, Tang Wanner dialed Tang Yichen's number. But to her dismay, there was no answer. She hastily reached out to Liu Yan. Fifth brother, they said my brother hasn't been to the company for 2 weeks. And he isn't answering my calls. Is something amiss? Has he been in touch with you? Tang Wanner expressed her concern. Fearing that Tang Yichen might have fallen ill at home, just as he had previously, without anyone being aware. The eldest is on vacation, Liu Yan replied, his tone lacking enthusiasm. We do have contact, but it's all through evening video conferences. I haven't seen him in person. Wugo, what's wrong? She probed further. How could anything be right? The eldest is on vacation, and I am overwhelmed with work. There's so much to do, he sighed. Anyway, you should go check on him. I really don't know what the situation is. Although Liu Yan also wished to go, he was buried in responsibilities and truly could not spare the time. It seemed prudent to let Wanner go first to assess the situation. Just as Tang Wannu ended her call with Liu Yan, another call came in from Qin Qing. Situated on the 20th floor within the headquarters project team, it was a rare occasion for Qin Qing to invite her to lunch. Yet, preoccupied with thoughts of her brother, she remained uneasy. Qin Qing, my brother hasn't been to work for 2 weeks. Fifth brother mentioned he is on vacation, and I'm thinking of checking on him. I don't want a repeat of last time when he fell ill and no one knew to take him to the hospital. 2 weeks? That's quite unusual. Qin Qing replied. Indeed. So, about lunch, let us reschedule. Perhaps I can accompany you. I have nothing planned for the afternoon. Great. Let us meet in the underground garage, and I'll drive. All right, see you soon. After they convened in the garage, Tang Wanner drove toward her brother's villa. Upon arriving and parking, they approached the entrance, where Tang Wanner pressed the doorbell. Inside, Lin Shu was busy sketching design drafts. Having received a call from Chin Cici that morning about a new client placing an order, which would likely keep her occupied. Hearing the doorbell, Lin Yuno dashed to answer it. Dad, I'll get the door. As she opened the door, the expressions of those inside and outside varied dramatically.
Tang Wanner stockfrozen.
Qin Qing wore a look of curiosity, while Lin Yuno beamed with surprise. How could you be here? Tang Wanner thought the world had turned surreal. The beautiful little girl she had encountered at the airport was now at her brother's home. This is my dad's house, so I live here with him, my mom, and my brother, Lin Yuno responded, puzzled as to why the pretty sister asked such odd questions. Are you here to find me, pretty sister? Lin Yuno inquired. Sensing something was amiss with Tang Wanner, hearing her father's voice, Lin Yuno turned her head and exclaimed, Dad, the pretty sister is here to see me. Tang Wanner also recognized her brother's voice, and she and Qin Qing stood in stunned silence. Tang Yichen approached the door and, upon seeing Tang Wanner and Qin Qing, asked, What brings you two here?
Come in.
He was left wondering when Yuno had made their acquaintance. Two individuals with stiff limbs followed Tang Yichen into the living room, where they discovered a little boy engrossed in a television program. Tang Wanner recognized him as Nua's brother, whom she had encountered earlier while dining with her parents and elder brother. She felt an inexplicable familiarity. Could he truly be her brother's child? As they settled onto the sofa, an odd atmosphere enveloped the room. Lin Yuno turned to Lin Yuching and said, Brother, it's that beautiful sister from the airport, the one we met in the restaurant, remember? Lin Yuching, casting a glance at Tang Wanner, recalled that she was the sister who had assisted Nua in the restroom at the airport. Upon hearing Lin Yuno refer to her as a beautiful sister, Tang Yichen could not help but interject, She is an aunt, not a sister. Oh, why is that? Because she is your father's cousin. So you and your brother should address her as aunt. So, she's a beautiful aunt then. Is the pretty sister next to her also an aunt? Lin Yuno blinked her large eyes, continuing to inquire with the curiosity of a child. Indeed, Tang Yichen nodded. The two little ones sweetly greeted Tang Wanner and Qin Qing, who were utterly charmed and found themselves enamored by the children. Tang Wanner felt a tumult of emotions. The children were already so grown up. Could it be that her brother was an unfaithful scoundrel? She had just heard Nua mention that her mother lived with them, yet she had not seen her. Was that woman upstairs? The black dress she had discovered in her brother's room last time must belong to their mother. She had not been mistaken. Her brother truly was a rogue. She had thought that after her sister-in-law left, her brother would come to his senses, yet here he was, allowing Wen Qing to flaunt his name while deceiving others, despite the fact that Wen Qing had never shared anything substantial with him. Last time, she had inadvertently eavesdropped on a meeting where they seemed to discuss her brother's desire to uncover the cause of their uncle and aunt's deaths, which appeared to be linked to Wen Qing, permitting her to act with such arrogance. However, she had never anticipated that the child of the mistress would be so grown up. She had thought her brother had awakened after his sister-in-law's departure. Though both children were indeed adorable, infidelity was something she could not tolerate. With this thought, Tang Wanner raised her head and fixed her gaze intently on Tang Yichen, who found her stare rather perplexing. Chapter 56. Is the mistress the sister-in-law? Tang Wanner turned to exchange a glance with Qin, who then asked, Nunua, where is your mother? My mother should be in her room. She might be drawing, reading, or perhaps sleeping. Daddy told us not to disturb her. So, we didn't go upstairs, Lin Yuno cleverly replied to Qin. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, who was upstairs working on design sketches, was progressing quickly due to the absence of interruptions. After finishing the rough drafts of 2 sketches, she glanced at the time and realized it was nearly noon. She rose to head downstairs. Just as she reached the staircase, she heard voices. Had guests arrived? Upon descending, she saw not only Tang Yichen and Cheng, but also Tang Wanner and Qin seated on the sofa. Lin Shu was taken aback to see them, feeling a bit awkward. When Lin Yuno spotted her mother coming down, she shouted, Mom. This single exclamation drew the attention of everyone, who turned in unison to face Lin Shu. Lin Yuno and Lin Yuching descended from the sofa and hurried to Lin Shu's side, eagerly tugging at her hands while introducing Tang Wanner and Qin. Lin Yuno recounted their earlier encounters with Tang Wanner at the airport and the restaurant. Holding the hands of the 2 little treasures, Lin Shu made her way toward the living room sofa.
Tang Wanner exclaimed.
So the mistress I was scolding in my heart is actually my sister-in-law. So these adorable children are the offspring of my elder brother and sister-in-law? Yet she is pregnant while he contemplates divorce. Tang Wanner silently chastised her brother, thinking, though there is no mistress, he is still a scoundrel. As Lin Shu approached, Tang Wanner and Qin warmly engaged her in conversation, predominantly revolving around the 2 children, with Lin Yuching and Lin Yuno eagerly participating nearby. The initial awkwardness Lin Shu felt was soon dispelled by their enthusiastic interaction. Observing the lively exchange, Tang Yichen felt somewhat superfluous. Noticing the time, Lin Shu invited Tang Wanner and Qin to stay for lunch. They graciously accepted, recalling how delightful her cooking had been on previous occasions, always eager to partake in her meals. Although they had missed out on the newly opened Cantonese restaurant, they were delighted to enjoy Lin Shu's home-cooked fare instead. After lunch, the 2 continued to entertain Lin Yuno and Lin Yuching, encouraging Lin Shu to rest while they took charge of the children. Satisfied to see the kids enjoying themselves with their aunts, Lin Shu ascended the stairs to resume her drawing. Meanwhile, Tang Yichen wore a cold, disdainful expression as he lingered nearby, observing that the 2 had not only lingered for lunch, but had made no move to depart. Are you 2 so idle that you needn't attend to work? What exactly are you here for? He queried, his tone unwelcoming, upon realizing they had no intention of leaving. Tang Wanner stood up excitedly, interpreting her brother's tone as an attempt to drive them away, only to resolve to stay longer, much to his chagrin. Tang Yichen remained cross-legged and reclined, unfazed and unembarrassed, calmly asking, What do you intend to do? He understood that Tang Wanner and her companion were concerned for him, yet their habitual lingering for meals annoyed him, even if he was not the one cooking. Choosing not to continue hovering around the children and their aunts, he rose and made his way upstairs. Upon reaching Lin Yuno's door, which was slightly ajar, he caught a glimpse of Lin Shu beneath the warm glow of a lamp. Engrossed in her artwork, her beautiful, cascading black hair framed her focused visage, and for a moment, he stood outside the door, mesmerized, before proceeding to the study. That evening, Tang Wanner and Qin indeed stayed for a meal. Lin Yuching and Lin Yuno had already forged a bond with their aunts and had made plans for Tang Wanner to take them to the arcade the following morning. Qin, having to attend a film set, lamented her absence, insisting on arranging another outing with the little treasures soon. After dinner, noticing Tang Yichen's foul mood, Tang Wanner and Qin felt it best not to overstay their welcome. They confirmed their departure time for the next day's adventure with the children before taking their leave. From within, Tang Yichen's deep voice resonated, Come in. Upon entering, Lin Shu noticed Tang Yichen deeply engrossed in his work, pen in hand, seemingly overwhelmed with tasks, and she hesitated on how to broach the subject. Tang Yichen lifted his gaze, recognizing Lin Shu, and set down the documents and pen. What is it? Do you need something? Lin Shu remained silent for a moment, while Tang Yichen patiently awaited her reply. I would like to discuss Cheng and Nua. Chapter 57, The Conversation. Upon hearing Lin Shu's words, Tang Yichen rose from his desk and approached her. What about Cheng and Nua? With the school year approaching, it became evident that arrangements regarding their schooling needed to be made, as they had previously attended kindergarten in Yun City. Lin Shu's mention of their enrollment piqued Tang Yichen's interest. He realized that it was time to prepare for their transfer. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was getting late, and he resolved to have Li Cheng handle the matter first thing in the morning. Although Lin Shu was unaware of the reasons behind his lack of marriage to Wen Qing during her absence over the years, she understood that such a day would inevitably come, whether with Wen Qing or someone else. What did you say? Tang Yichen, preoccupied with the children's schooling, considered the logistics of enrolling them in a nearby bilingual kindergarten. It became clear that Lin Shu would require assistance for pickups, meal preparations, and housekeeping, as managing everything alone would be too burdensome for her.
How could that be?
The school year starts, and they won't have a break for several months. What if grandfather misses them? You can't bear to see him saddened, can you? Moreover, the educational resources in Jiang City are undoubtedly superior to those in Yun City. I will have assistantly arrange everything for their schooling tomorrow. You need not worry about that. Lin Shu was not concerned about their inability to find a school. She had complete faith in Tang Yichen's capabilities. Her true apprehension lay in the prospect of living in the villa long term. If they were to remain in Jiang City, she pondered, having saved some money over the years, perhaps she could consider purchasing a smaller residence where she and the children could reside. This arrangement would allow grandfather and Tang Yichen to see them frequently, and she hoped he would not contest her for custody. As Lin Shu contemplated her plans, Tang Yichen's phone on the desk rang, prompting him to answer it. Noticing that he was becoming busy once more, Lin Shu decided to leave and take a moment to search for housing. Tang Yichen, while answering a call from Qin Hao regarding an important project update, observed Lin Shu exit the study, sensing that she still had something left unsaid. He had never been so eager to see his brother at the office as he was at that moment. The following morning, when Lin Shu and the children awoke, Tang Yichen was already gone, presumably at the office. Shortly after they finished breakfast, Tang Wanner arrived in her car, honking outside. Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunua rushed to the door. Auntie, you're here. In her red Porsche, Tang Wanner sat in the driver's seat, rolling down the window. Dressed casually, one hand on the steering wheel and the other resting against the window, she eagerly beckoned the two little ones to jump in. Come on. Hurry up and get in the car. Today, Auntie is taking you on a fun adventure. Wait, I need to tell Mom first. Lin Yucheng hurriedly dashed inside, once more. Lin Shu was in the kitchen tidying up the breakfast dishes. Mom, Annie has come to take us out to play. As Lin Shu dried her hands, she followed Lin Yucheng outside, where Lin Yuno was waiting at the door, refusing to get into the car. Sister-in-law, I told Yuno to get in and wait. But she insisted on waiting for Mom's approval before she would. Upon seeing Lin Shu emerge, Tang Wanner quickly reported to her. It's no trouble. I often go to the arcade with Qin Xing, so I'm quite familiar with it. Sister-in-law, if you have nothing else to do, you can join us. Lin Shu contemplated making a trip to the studio to show Chen Sisi the drawings from the past few days, to see if there were any modifications needed for the client. It's fine, you take them to play, I won't go. I'll head out later to meet their godmother. Alright, then Chengcheng and Yuno can get in the car. Let us set off. With their mother's permission, the two little ones joyfully climbed into the car and followed Tang Wanner. Lin Shu returned indoors to continue her work in the kitchen. Once she finished, she called Chen Sisi, and they arranged to meet at the studio. As soon as Lin Shu entered, Chen Sisi greeted her with a warm embrace. They sat down, and Lin Shu presented the draft to Chen Sisi. Sisi, for this Order S design draft, please show it to the client first for their feedback, and I will make adjustments afterward. Sister Shu, how have you been? How are things with Mr. Tang? He is looking for schools for Chengcheng and Yuno. Intending for them to stay in Jiangqing for their studies, Lin Shu replied softly. I'll call Auntie Chen later. He hasn't mentioned custody yet, and since he hasn't brought it up, I certainly won't either. I plan to use my savings over the next few years to buy a house and live with Chengcheng and Yuno. We can't always stay with him. That sounds good. When do you plan to look? I'll go with you, since I'm quite familiar with this area. Chen Sisi did not oppose Lin Shu's intention to buy a house. Alright, I'll call you in advance when I find a place. You should also stop renting that apartment and move in with us. Sure, I'll handle the rent and don't refuse. Otherwise, I'll just continue living in the apartment, Chen Sisi said cheerfully. We can discuss the rent later. You can also cover the utilities. Lin Shu knew that Chen Sisi wouldn't want to live for free. By the way, why didn't Chengcheng and Yuno come with you today? Did they go with their father? The absence of the two little ones made Lin Shu feel a bit uneasy, as they were accustomed to calling their godmother. Hearing Lin Shu mention it, Chen Sisi recalled seeing a rather beautiful girl at the restaurant who greeted Yuno, mentioning how coincidental it was to run into each other and even exchange numbers. That must have been her. Chapter 58, An Unexpected Encounter in the Mall. As Lin Shu remained at the studio until the afternoon, she wondered where Chengcheng was. Chengcheng, where are you? The noise on Lin Yucheng's end made it difficult for Lin Shu to hear his voice clearly. Chengcheng, find a quieter spot to talk to Mom. It's too noisy there, and I can't hear you. After a while, Lin Yucheng's voice came through the phone. Mom, we're still at the arcade with Auntie. She is helping my sister win stuffed toys. Auntie is amazing. We've gotten so many. Alright, just be good, and don't trouble Auntie.
Keep an eye on Nua Nua.
Okay, Mom, don't worry. You be good too. Love you. Then, they linked arms and went to enjoy some spicy hot pot together. Meanwhile, Tang Wana was having a blast at the arcade with the two little ones, their coats cast aside as they played, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Their spoils included a large bag filled with plush toys and trinkets, and the shopkeeper kindly provided a big bag for them. Tang Wana, carrying the bag of toys, resembled a college student as she prepared to take the children for dinner. As they strolled through the mall, Tang Wana pondered what to eat. Jiang no no. What do you want for dinner? The little ones looked around, tilting their heads in thought. Auntie, we can eat anything. You decide. Tang Wana glanced up and spotted a Cantonese tea restaurant. Let us go here. Auntie will let you try rice rolls. Following her lead, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno entered the restaurant, where they found a table for four, perfectly suited for their bag of toys. Unexpectedly, the place they randomly chose had delightful food. The garlic shrimp, rice rolls, and clay pot rice were all exquisite, and the three of them ordered a lavish spread, delighting the two little ones. Wenqing was out shopping with friends when she happened to pass by the tea restaurant and thought she saw Tang Wana inside. Having intended to cultivate a closer relationship with her, she entered the restaurant only to confirm it was indeed Tang Wana, who greeted her with her usual warm smile.
Vanya.
What a coincidence. Why are you out shopping alone? Tang Wana looked up, realizing it was unfortunate to encounter her, and forced a smile. I'm not alone, look. We are three. Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno were engrossed in their food, as Annie hadn't instructed them to greet anyone. Moreover, Lin Yucheng recognized Wenqing as the villainess he'd seen on television with his father, and huffed, refusing to acknowledge her. She was the one who took his father away. Wenqing then glanced across the table at Tang Wana, her smile fading instantly as she struggled to conceal her expression. Who are these two children? They are the children of my brother and sister-in-law, Tang Wana interjected, waving her hand dismissively. Wenqing left the mall and made her way directly to the JK Group headquarters, rushing into Tang Yichen's office. Yichen, are you here? Your secretary wouldn't let me in. The secretary followed her in. Mr. Tang, I apologize for not stopping Miss Wen. You may leave, Tang Yichen said, lifting his gaze from behind his desk. I instructed that everyone must announce themselves first. Yichen, have you been very busy lately? Wenqing ventured cautiously. Tang Yichen lowered his head, returning to his paperwork. Wenqing stood opposite him, hesitating as she contemplated how to voice her lingering doubts about his relationship with Lin Shu. Noticing her silence, Tang Yichen inquired, do you need something? Oh, it's nothing important, she replied. Tang Yichen looked up, studying her. What have you been up to lately? Wenqing felt a twinge of anxiety as she was questioned. No, I haven't done anything, just went out shopping with friends and indulged in some beauty treatments. Tang Yichen remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The weight of his stare unnerved Wenqing. She felt as if he could see right through her. Earlier, she had received a call from her benefactor, instructing her to get close to a senior official visiting from Jing City. Her mission was to extract data from a USB drive he carried. She had deliberately orchestrated opportunities for them to meet, and had even initiated several dinner invitations, making significant progress in her covert endeavor. Wenqing sensed that Tang Yichen might have uncovered her true intentions, and fear crept in, fear that he had discovered the kidnapping of Lin Shu's child, or perhaps the myriad of her clandestine activities over the years. That evening, she cautiously inquired, would you like to have dinner together? Tang Yichen lifted his head from the pile of documents, his eyes locking onto the woman standing before him. He had received information from Moze the previous night. While there was no concrete evidence yet, it was evident that she had ties to the K organization. During her years in France, she had been assisting them. He recalled their innocent days together in university, believing they had both been sincere. Yet, over the years, they had changed. From the moment he married Lin Shu, it was as if they were destined to drift further apart. He could never comprehend how she had become involved with a criminal organization. His decision to divorce Lin Shu stemmed mainly from the realization that their relationship lacked affection. There was no point in prolonging it. Furthermore, he sought to find leads regarding the cause of his parents' plane crash through Wenqing. After Lin Shu's departure, he immersed himself in work and investigations, pondering whether he might rekindle his relationship with Wenqing. However, apart from his grandfather's staunch opposition, he had come to realize that his youthful affections for her had faded long ago. Wenqing, we need to talk, he said. Chapter 59. Clarification.
All right.
Tang Yichen rose and settled onto the sofa in the reception area, with Wenqing following, her heart fluttering as she took a seat across from him. This was the first time he had explicitly stated, I no longer love you. Yet, Wenqing could not hear him. She deluded herself, saying, Yichen, since you've waited for me all these years, and now that you're divorced from Lin Shu, we can be together again. It doesn't matter if grandfather disapproves. We don't have to marry just like these past few years, this is fine. Her face turned pale, as if struck by a great blow, her hands entwined tightly, trembling despite her efforts to conceal it. The anguish in her eyes was unmistakable. Tang Yichen appeared oblivious, his voice growing colder as he continued. Some matters remain unspoken. But that does not mean I am unaware. Lin Shu and the two children are my bottom line. Wen Qing let out a self-deprecating laugh, realizing he had known all along. Despair filled her as she stood abruptly and turned away. In the past, I cherished you. In the present and future, I have found the person I wish to spend my life with. Lin Shu and the children are his present and future. After work, Tang Yichen left the office early, eager to return home to someone waiting for him. He hurriedly reached his house, parked the car, and opened the door, only to find the villa eerily quiet. There was no one home. Where had everyone gone? Yesterday, Wana mentioned her intention to take Changcheng and Nuonuo out for a day of fun. Did Lin Shu accompany them? Just as I retrieved my phone from my pocket, intending to call Tang Wana, I heard the sound of a car at the door. Stepping outside, I saw Tang Wana alighting from the vehicle with the two little ones, each carrying a large bag filled with toys and dolls. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno, upon spotting their father Tang Yichen at the door, excitedly rushed forward to embrace his legs. Tang Yichen glanced back but didn't see Lin Shu and couldn't help but inquire of the children, "Where's your mother?" "Earlier this morning, when we left with Annie, she mentioned she was going to meet Godmother. She'll call us this afternoon. We told her we were dining out with Auntie. So, she must be having a meal with Godmother," Lin Yuqing patiently explained, revealing his father's evident concern for their mother. Tang Wana was surprised to see her elder brother home so early, even before them. "We haven't eaten yet. We packed some rice rolls and roast duck. But we ordered too much. The three of us couldn't finish it." She followed him into the house, placing the bag on the dining table. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly dragged the bag of toys to the living room sofa and began to play. Feeling neglected, Tang Yichen, with a stern expression, declared, "Not hungry, not eating," and turned to ascend the stairs to his study. Tang Wana mused to herself how her elder brother, with such a disposition, could possibly have produced two delightful children like Changcheng and Nuonuo. It must be that her sister-in-law's exceptional character was responsible, while her brother lacked charm. If you choose not to eat, that's your decision. Changcheng and Nuonuo will still have something to eat if they get hungry later. Especially since my sister-in-law isn't here to cook for you. You might just starve." She made a face at Tang Yichen's retreating figure. "Auntie, come help us see how to play with this toy." Lin Yuno's small voice called from the living room. Tang Wana quickly set down the takeout bag and rushed over. "I'm coming." The three engrossed in their play didn't even hear Lin Shu enter. "Why are there so many toys?" Lin Shu couldn't help but interrupt the trio, who were deep in concentration. Lin Yuqing set down the car he was assembling. Lin Yuno paused with her doll, and Tang Wana lifted the instruction manual. They all looked up simultaneously. "Mom, these are the spoils we won today with Annie." Lin Yuno proudly displayed them to her mother. "Sister-in-law, have you eaten yet? There are still some rice rolls and shrimp on the table. Would you like to try some? It's quite delicious. Next time, we should all go to the restaurant together. I originally got it for my brother, but he said he wasn't hungry." Tang Wana highly recommended the restaurant they had dined at that evening. The two little ones, having eaten dinner early, were now eyeing the food as their aunt opened the containers. And soon all three quickly finished a box of rice rolls and a box of shrimp. "Auntie, we haven't finished assembling all the toys." Lin Yuno expressed a bit of reluctance. "Annie has to work tomorrow. How about we finish it together on the weekend?" Although Tang Wana wished to be the children's playmate every day, work responsibilities called. Very well then. Annie has to work, and they shouldn't always drag her into their games. After Tang Wana departed, Lin Shu instructed the two children to tidy up the toys in the living room and put them away in their room. Ascending the stairs, she noticed the study light was still on. Considering that Tang Yichen had not dined, she quickly reminded herself that he was not a child. Surely, he could fend for himself when hunger struck. Once the children had finished their chores, Lin Shu took them to wash up. Chapter 60. The immaturity of Tang Yichen. Was he unaware of his own hunger? Why had he not prepared a meal for himself? Even boiling some noodles would suffice. Just because they had dined outside, did that mean he would neglect his own needs? The immature and starving CEO, Tang Yichen, found himself at Lin Yuno's door, knocking gently. At that moment, Lin Shu was engrossed in telling a story to the two little ones, who, having played exhaustively throughout the day, quickly succumbed to slumber. Upon opening the door, she found Tang Yichen standing there, his expression dark and his suit impeccably worn. Was he still busy? Why had he not taken a shower? She wondered what could possibly bring him to her at such a late hour. "I haven't eaten dinner," he stated, his gloomy demeanor dissipating slightly as he spoke, resembling the playful charm he often displayed when coaxing Lin Yuno and Lin Yuqing for snacks. "I know," Lin Shu replied, taken aback. She was aware of his unfulfilled hunger. Warner had mentioned he claimed to be too full to dine and had retreated upstairs. So what was this all about? "I want noodles," he stated, standing at the threshold, his demeanor perplexing to Lin Shu, who regarded him with a questioning gaze. If he desired noodles, why not simply prepare them in the kitchen? There was no need to knock on her door to inform her of his cravings. Even within her own home, such matters did not require her approval. Tang Yichen gazed at the adorably bewildered woman before him, his irritation fading. They stood there, separated by the door. Lin Shu, regaining her composure, ventured. "Shall I help you cook the noodles?" Tang Yichen's expression softened at her offer.
All right.
He turned and descended the stairs, while Lin Shu observed his retreating figure, noting his childish and awkward demeanor. In the kitchen, Lin Shu prepared a simple dish of vegetable noodles, topped with a poached egg. Though modest, it appeared quite appetizing. Tang Yichen sat patiently at the dining table, awaiting the meal without engaging in any other activity. Once Lin Shu placed the noodles before him, she intended to ascend once more. However, as she turned to leave, Tang Yichen called out urgently, "Wait a moment." Perplexed, Lin Shu wondered why he was not diving into his meal if he was truly hungry.
What is it?
In truth, Tang Yichen was unsure of what he wished to convey. He simply did not want her to depart. Noticing his hesitation, Lin Shu sensed something was amiss with him today. A peculiar shift since their recent reunion. "If all is well, I shall head upstairs to rest. Please remember to place your dishes in the sink afterward. I intend to hire a cleaning lady to come weekly to maintain the household. What do you think?" Tang Yichen, anxious to prevent her departure, interjected swiftly. "That sounds fine. You decide." Lin Shu mused that he could not have been the one to clean the villa himself. It must have been Assistant Li who regularly arranged for such services. Was he now seeking a permanent cleaning arrangement? "Since you have no objections, I will ask Li Chung to make the arrangements." Tang Yichen was concerned whether Lin Shu would feel uncomfortable with strangers entering the house. Since she seemed unfazed, having someone to assist with household chores would certainly ease her burden. Lin Shu felt that such matters did not require her input. Once they purchased a home, they would move out, and whether or not to hire a maid for cleaning would be Tang Yichen's decision alone. The schools for Chungchung and Nuonuo had been selected, and they would be able to report directly when the term commenced. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu felt invigorated. If the school was confirmed, she could begin searching for a house, ideally one in close proximity to the school for convenient drop-offs and pickups. Noticing Lin Shu's newfound interest, Tang Yichen eagerly elaborated on the school's virtues: bilingual education, foreign teachers, a plethora of extracurricular courses, and no need for additional tutoring. There were also 2 overseas summer camps each year, encompassing early childhood through junior high. Lin Shu found this quite impressive. She had never harbored concerns about Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno's schooling, and it did not surprise her that Tang Yichen had swiftly settled on a school within a day, as this was but a trifling matter for the president of JK Group. However, she suspected the tuition would be substantial. "Is the tuition expensive?" she inquired.
You need not worry about that.
"Tomorrow, I will have Li Chung send you the additional materials about the school. You can review them, and if you find them unsatisfactory, we shall explore other options."
All right.
Lin Shu felt assured there would be little to discontent her. Such an elite institution would undoubtedly surpass the local kindergartens in Yun City. Thus, she primarily wished to ascertain the exact location to research nearby neighborhoods online, searching for suitable properties for sale. "I shall head upstairs first. Take your time with your meal," Lin Shu said, hastily departing before Tang Yichen could utter further unnecessary words. After showering, she emerged wrapped in a loosely draped bathrobe, droplets of water cascading down her neck, revealing the contours of her chest beneath the robe. With her hair still slightly damp and tousled, Tang Yichen appeared less austere than during the day, exuding a softer demeanor. The warm glow of the yellow bedside lamp filled the room with a cozy ambience. He loosened his bathrobe and climbed into bed, leaning over to open the drawer of the bedside table. A glance at the pill bottle nestled within prompted him to close the drawer. It had been over half a month since Lin Shu and the children moved into the villa, and he found himself sleeping soundly without the need for medication. Comforted by the knowledge that they were merely rooms away, enveloping the deepest recesses of his heart in warmth. Chapter 61. The President's Early Departure. One morning, Lin Shu had just risen when she received a call from her grandfather. Little Shu, good morning. It's Grandpa. Are you busy today?" Upon recognizing the caller, Lin Shu surmised he was inquiring about Chungchung and Nuonuo.
Good morning, Grandpa.
"I'm not busy today." The thought of sending the children to their grandfather's house while she ventured out reassured her, knowing they would be in safe hands. "Excellent. I will have Aunt Wang prepare more food and wait for you at home." Even through the phone, Lin Shu could sense her grandfather's delight. After hanging up, she completed her morning routine and woke Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno, who dressed themselves and got out of bed. Lin Shu prepared to head downstairs to make breakfast. Upon entering the restaurant, I was taken aback to see Tang Yichen still at home, leisurely indulging in bread and milk for breakfast. When did he develop the habit of dining at home? I recalled my recent conversation with grandfather, who had just called to invite us for a meal, expressing his desire to see Ching and Nuo. Once they had risen and had their breakfast, I would take them to the ancestral home. I agreed to visit the old residents for dinner after work, and would pick them up along the way. Tang Yichen set his bread down and prepared to leave for work. Never mind, picking them up was merely a side note, and I needn't dwell on it. This morning, he had dawdled intentionally, savoring his breakfast at home while occasionally glancing up, finally waiting for Lin Shu to descend from her slumber. Of course, he would not divulge to Lin Shu that he had chosen to eat at home solely for the chance to see her in the morning. As he stepped into his office, Secretary Yang entered with breakfast in hand. President Tang, your breakfast is ready and placed on your desk, she announced. Upon reaching his desk, Tang Yichen regarded Secretary Yang and said, I've already eaten at home. Please take the breakfast away. Secretary Yang halted in her tracks, bewildered, as if she had heard some extraordinary alien dialect. It was an unwritten rule that the president always received breakfast upon arriving at the office. Today, however, he claimed to have eaten beforehand, and this was particularly surprising given that he had just returned from a 2-week vacation, appearing rather refreshing. Just yesterday, I overheard a young lady remarking that Miss Wen left the president's office, looking rather displeased, even wiping her eyes. Alas, such gossip was too risky to pursue. The young women in the president's office gathered curiously as Secretary Yang brought the breakfast in, and then promptly took it back out. Yang Jie, this is bad news. Is the president in a foul mood? I won't be delivering documents in there today, one remarked. Who has the audacity to upset the president to the point where he can't even eat breakfast? Another added, regardless, I'm not going in today. Although the president is undeniably handsome, I fear it may bring trouble upon myself. Hearing the speculation, Secretary Yang quickly interjected, stop your wild guesses. President Tang simply stated he has already eaten, so you all are in for a treat. Oh, Yang Jie, you should have mentioned that sooner. I didn't realize we could enjoy the president's lavish breakfast. Though Secretary Yang insisted, she was not hungry. The others wasted no time in opening the bag and devouring its contents. Yang Jie chuckled and shook her head as she settled down to work. Tang Yichen remained composed, casting a fleeting glance at her before returning to his tasks, ignoring her presence. If you want to tell me, that is fine. I now know I'm coming to your house, Lu Yan decreed, though unfortunately for him, his elder brother was not easily swayed. Observing this, Lu Yan resorted to a charming plea, brother, Wan'er and Qingqing have both visited, meeting my sister-in-law and the little ones. They said the children are exceptionally beautiful, adorable, and charming. If you want to invite me to your home, at least bring them out so I can see how impressively dashing and suave my little fifth uncle is. Tang Yichen raised his head, staring at Lu Yan as if he were an imbecile. Lu Yan was unyielding, stating that it mattered not whether he went or they came. He insisted on arrangements being made immediately. Tang Yichen, plagued by the incessant noise, suggested that they could visit the ancestral home another day. Recognizing his elder brother's concession and the absence of others today, Lu Yan decided to relent, stating that he would not contest with grandfather Tang today, but insisted on seeing his beloved nephews and niece over the weekend. With an air of haughtiness akin to a peacock, he strutted out of the room. Once this bothersome individual had departed, Tang Yichen returned to his paperwork, pondering an early exit from work. Li Cheng entered, holding documents requiring his signature. Tang Zong. Regarding the collaboration with Xingshi Group, President Qin has reviewed it and asked for your approval. Very well, place it here. Inform all departments that any documents needing signatures should be submitted early. I plan to leave by 4, Tang Yichen replied, engrossed in his work, barely lifting his gaze. Understood. I will inform everyone, Li Cheng acknowledged, while contemplating if he had overlooked any urgent matters. However, he couldn't pinpoint anything pressing as he exited the president's office. Puzzled by Tang Zong's apparent urgency to leave early. Chapter 62. A call from A Yao. After Tang Yichen left for work, Lin Shu prepared breakfast while the two little ones dressed themselves and descended the stairs. Okay, Mama, no Mrs. Great-Grandpa, Lin Yu mumbled through a mouthful of egg. Nua, chew slowly, Lin Shu cautioned, concerned for her daughter's safety. In contrast, her son exhibited much more decorum while eating, much like Tang Yichen. Cheng had always been quite the gentleman, finishing his meals without a trace of mess, unlike his sister who turned into a little mess after eating.
Mom.
Cheng also misses great-grandpa and wants to play chess with him again, Lin Yu expressed enthusiastically, looking forward to the visit. Knowing that neither his mother nor his godmother could match his skills in chess, and Nua was even less of a contender. After breakfast, Lin Shu tidied up the dishes while Lin Yu and Lin Yu gathered their toys, each shouldering their little backpacks as they took a taxi to the ancestral home. As they approached, Lin Shu called her grandfather, and upon turning the corner, They spotted the grand entrance of the ancestral home, where they could see Uncle Chun and the elderly gentleman waiting. As the car halted, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunhua hurriedly leapt out. "Be careful, don't trip," Lin Shu called after them. "Great-grandpa has been waiting for you, preparing a feast, so hurry inside," the elderly gentleman said, taking the children's hands as they entered. "Good day, young madam," Uncle Chun greeted Lin Shu respectfully. She smiled gently in acknowledgement. Upon entering, Lin Yucheng eagerly engaged great-grandpa in a game of chess, while Lin Yunhua stood by, watching intently. Lin Shu, having received school information from Assistant Lee that morning, took out her phone to call Chen Sisi, hoping she could accompany her to explore the school and the nearby properties. As soon as she took out her phone, Lin Muyao's call came through. Lin Shu walked to the garden area and answered the call. "Yao, what has happened?" Lin Muyao inquired anxiously, recalling the previous ordeal with Cheng Cheng and Nua Nua's abduction. "We are fine. It appears that Cheng Cheng and Nua Nua's father has learned of their existence," Lin Shu explained. "So, have you reconciled with President Tang?" Lin Muyao's voice carried a hint of despondency. "No, in truth his marriage to me was forced by grandfather. So I merely wish to be by Cheng Cheng and Nua Nua's side. Since you are in Jiangcheng, let us have dinner together today. Are you free?" Lin Muyao suggested. "I initially planned to meet Cici to visit the school, where Cheng Cheng and Nua Nua are preparing to attend. I happen to be free today. I'll join you. I'll come to pick you up. Where are you?" Lin Shu replied. "No need, I will send you the school address. Let us meet at the school gate." Lin Shu thought that acquiring a house was a significant matter, and having an extra person to offer counsel would be beneficial. After hanging up with Lin Muyao, she called Chen Cici, who was not far away, and drove over to pick her up. After coordinating with them, Lin Shu went to the study where the two children were deeply engrossed in a game of chess, while another was seriously observing. Today, Lin Yunho was unexpectedly quiet. "All right, Mama." The two little ones, accustomed to seeking their godmother, understood that their mother had much work to do alongside her. Chen Cici sent a WeChat message saying she would arrive shortly, and Lin Shu walked to the entrance to wait for her. Once in the car, they headed directly to the school's address. Upon their arrival, Lin Muyao was already at the school gate. Lin Shu had informed Chen Cici about Yao's arrival, so the three greeted each other naturally, without any sense of awkwardness. The school grounds were off-limits, and the trio circled the perimeter, noting the excellent environment, with students engaged in football lessons on the playground. Upon hearing Lin Shu's intention to purchase a home, the three wandered nearby to explore suitable neighborhoods. As midday approached, Lin Muyao mentioned a private dining establishment recommended by a friend that was quite good, leading Lin Shu and Chen Cici there to sample the cuisine. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the JK group, a young girl rushed to find Secretary Yang, nearly on the verge of tears. Secretary Yang, hearing her distress, felt a sense of urgency, but was at a loss for words. Just then, Tang Yichen approached and asked, "Has lunch arrived?" Typically, lunch would be delivered to his office promptly at noon, but seeing it was now 10 minutes past, he stepped out to inquire. Upon his entrance, a sudden silence enveloped the room. The young girl, hearing him inquire about lunch, became even more frightened, casting a pleading glance towards Secretary Yang while glancing at her own takeout on the table. "If you don't mind, you may have my meal," Secretary Yang quickly offered, presenting his 20 yuan takeout bag, believing it better than nothing. Tang Yichen glanced at it and decided, "Forget it, I'll go out to eat." As he spoke, he dialed his assistant Li and walked out. After he entered the elevator, everyone exhaled in relief. The president was surprisingly agreeable today, they remarked. Tang Yichen called Li Cheng, instructing him to bring the car to the first floor as they were going out for a meal. After a few minutes of waiting in the elevator, Li Cheng arrived with the vehicle. Once inside, Li Cheng inquired, "Where shall we dine, Mr. Tang?" "Let's go to that private restaurant we visited last time. It's closer to the company and has commendable cuisine," Tang Yichen replied. With the directive given, Li Cheng drove off. Chapter 63. Jealousy. Lin Muyao drove her own car, while Lin Shu rode with Chen Cici. Following the address provided by Lin Muyao, the two vehicles arrived sequentially at the private restaurant named A Place to Dine. As they entered an alley, Lin Shu and Chen Cici pondered where they might park, only to be pleasantly surprised by the spaciousness that greeted them after turning the corner, complete with a large parking lot at the restaurant's entrance. After parking, the trio entered the establishment, crossing a quaint arch bridge flanked by small fish ponds teeming with goldfish. Pushing open the grand door revealed an ambience steeped in traditional Chinese aesthetics. It was said that reservations were necessary for dining here, ensuring a tranquil atmosphere devoid of clamor, allowing patrons to savor their meals in peace. A server escorted the three to a vacant table for four and informed them that ordering was done in the front hall, where fresh ingredients were on display. Guests could select their desired dishes directly, which would be prepared on the spot, emphasizing the freshness of their offerings. Lin Muao inquired if the two wished to join her in selecting the dishes, but Lin Shu and Chen Sisi declined. Ah Yao, you've dined here before. Please go ahead and order. We are not picky eaters, Lin Shu said with a gentle smile. Very well, please make yourselves comfortable. Lin Muao replied before turning to place the order. Meanwhile, Lin Shu and Chen Sisi engaged in conversation about the various neighborhoods they had just viewed, sipping the tea poured by the server. Both expressed a favorable opinion of Xinjiang Garden, noting its modernity, robust security, pleasant environment, and high greenery ratio. They also considered its proximity to the school, where a shuttle service was available, making distance less of an issue. Crucially, the subway station was just 500 meters from the community, facilitating transportation for her once the children began school. Li Cheng brought Tang Yichen to a place to dine, parking conveniently at the entrance. He did not exit the car beforehand. Instead, they entered together. The server led Tang Yichen directly to a private room, while Li Cheng proceeded to the front hall to place the order. Upon returning, with the dishes not yet served, he took the opportunity to update Tang Yichen on recent work progress. Once the food was served, the two lapsed into a comfortable silence, enjoying their meal. How is it? Any suitable options? Lin Muao inquired, her warm smile always radiating comfort. Sister Shu finds Xinjiang Garden quite appealing, Chen Sisi remarked, turning to Lin Shu. Indeed, I share that sentiment. I'll also assist in searching for suitable housing options, Lin Muao responded just as the server began to bring out the dishes, prompting the group to conclude their discussion about the properties and commence their meal. The private dining establishment indeed boasts exquisite flavors, prompting Chen Sisi to commend it several times. The culinary skills displayed here are certainly on par with those of our dear Xiao Shu. Do not mock me, these dishes are prepared by a professional chef. Lin Shu hurriedly interjected, fearing that Chen Sisi might start to believe she herself was destined to become a culinary deity. I have yet to sample Xiao Shu's culinary talents, remarked Lin Muao. Once the house is purchased and we move into the new home, I shall invite you all to taste her cooking. Absolutely. Lin Shu replied with a smile. Tang Yichen and Li Cheng finished their meals rather swiftly and exited the private room. Li Cheng suggested that Tang Yichen either head to the car first or he would handle the bill himself. Tang Yichen lingered at the doorway, opting not to go to the vehicle, instead casually surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Seated in the second-to-last row on the left side of the main hall were two women and one man. Lin Shu occupied one seat, while a man sat across from her, and Tang Yichen recognized him as the individual who had accompanied Lin Shu to his office during their last encounter. His gaze remained fixated on them, observing how animatedly Lin Shu conversed with the man opposite her, her laughter radiant, which only intensified the tumult of jealousy within him. He struggled to suppress the urge to confront them, bombarded by a torrent of questions. How long had they known each other? What was the nature of their relationship? Why was she smiling at him like that? He had always known Lin Shu to be cheerful, which endeared her to his family and friends. Yet, in this moment, he realized that his bitter jealousy was directed towards the man sitting across from her, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Yet he found himself lacking the audacity or the right to question her. When Li Cheng returned after settling the bill, he sensed an unsettling shift in his boss's demeanor. Moments ago, he had seemed as lighthearted as a spring breeze, and now it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, the atmosphere around them chilling. Li Cheng found himself perplexed. After all, he had merely gone to settle a bill. Upon seeing Li Cheng approach, Tang Yichen coldly instructed, "Let us go." Upon returning to the office, he could no longer resist dialing Nua's number. Lin Yuno, at that moment, was assisting Aunt Wang in making dumplings. Holding a piece of dough filled with minced meat, shaping it into her preferred design. Spotting her father's call, she disregarded her messy hands and answered with a sweet, "Daddy." Hearing his daughter's cherubic voice brought Tang Yichen a modicum of solace, and after chatting for a while, he inquired, "Where's your mother?"
"Oh hat, Tang Yichen ponder."
Surprised that she had not yet returned home. Did it truly take this long to have a meal? Or was she off somewhere else? What about great-grandpa and your brother? Great-grandpa and my brother are trimming the plants, and I'm making dumplings with Aunt Wang. Daddy, have you finished work? Lin Yuno expressed her eagerness to see her father. That's wonderful. Tonight, you'll let me taste the dumplings you've made. They must look lovely. Okay. After ending the call with Lin Yuno, Tang Yichen glanced at the documents on his desk, realizing he was utterly disinterested in work. He forced himself to finish reading the two files before stepping out of the office. Upon seeing him, the secretary waiting at the door quickly rose to her feet. Please organize the documents from each department that will arrive shortly. I will review them tomorrow, he instructed before heading directly to the president's private elevator. When Li Cheng arrived with a stack of documents, the young lady remarked, assistantly, "President Tang has already left for the day. He mentioned he would review the documents tomorrow." Li Cheng stood frozen, clutching the documents. Wasn't it said they would leave at 4? It was barely 3. And yet here they were. Chapter 64, Jealousy. She donned an exquisite dress ensemble, a black silk blouse adorned with a round neckline, paired with a long black and white pleated skirt that cascaded to her ankles. A subtle silver belt accentuated her slender waist, while her feet were adorned with black flats. It seemed she rarely wore high heels. Lin Shu, seated on the sofa with her two children, was engrossed in a picture book when she heard footsteps. Upon looking up, she was surprised to see Tang Yichen. How could he be off work so early? Mommy got back before Daddy, she thought, and has been reading to me and my brother for quite some time. That evening, the family gathered around the dining table to enjoy dumplings. Aunt Wang had made the dumpling wrappers herself, resulting in a delightful texture. She prepared an array of fillings, celery, mushrooms, cabbage, and tofu, creating a sumptuous feast. Lin Yuno joined in, making an assortment of oddly shaped dumplings, which she thoughtfully placed in Tang Yichen's bowl. Daddy, these are all specially made for you. Tang Yichen surveyed the peculiar dumplings in his plate, and rather than express annoyance, he looked at his daughter with affection, saying, "Thank you, Nuo. I promise to eat every single one." The presence of the two children at the table added a vibrant energy to the atmosphere. Lin Yuching inquired of Lin Shu, "Mommy, where did you go with Godmother today?" Tang Yichen shot a glance at his son, recognizing the unmistakable resemblance. Lin Shu chose not to mention Lin Miao's presence, mindful of the many people at Grandpa's house to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Besides, she had not lied. Her original plan was to go out solely with Cici. And Yao had only joined due to a last-minute phone call. Clearly on a date, yet dressed so beautifully, pretending to be visiting the school. Tang Yichen mused inwardly, while maintaining a composed demeanor as he savored the dumplings on his plate. At the ancestral home, with great-grandpa keeping the children company, they would only seek her out when it was nearly time for bed, granting her ample time to work on design sketches and house hunting. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, leading Lin Shu to assume it was Aunt Wang. To her surprise, it was Tang Yichen standing outside. "Oh, is there something you need?" she stammered. Tang Yichen pressed his lips together and walked past her into the room, casting an eye over the familiar surroundings. Everything remained as it was, save for a doll belonging to Nuo on the bed and Lin Shu's coat draped over the sofa, which added a touch of homeliness to the space. Lin Shu wondered if he had something of importance to discuss with her. After all, the house belonged to him, and she had no right to prevent his entry. Yet, his scrutinizing gaze felt as though he could see right through her, and his expression appeared somewhat displeased. "Who did you go out with today?" Tang Yichen asked, observing Lin Shu now clad in loungewear while she lingered at the doorway. "Is there anyone else?" Lin Shu replied, her face a canvas of confusion, thinking it peculiar that she needed to report her whereabouts to him. "Who was that man you brought to the office last time? Are you referring to Yao?" Lin Shu queried, puzzled by his sudden mention of him. "Were you also dining at a restaurant during lunch today? Did he see them at noon?" "No. I had no time to go out for lunch. It was Li Cheng who informed me." Tang Yichen, realizing he had been exposed, hastily fabricated a lie, claiming it was Assistant Li who had told him. "Oh, Yao, calling so intimately. It seems you have known each other for quite some time. Could it be you were acquainted even before marriage, akin to childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted?" In an instant, Tang Yichen classified Lin Miao as a potential threat. Lin Shu, noticing that Tang Yichen lingered in her room without any intention of leaving, appeared lost in thought. "If there's nothing else, I would like to take a shower first." Lin Shu, feeling uneasy about being alone with him, could not help but issue a gentle dismissal. Tang Yichen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, departed the room, his mind burdened with unspoken worries. Chapter 65, A Visit to the Bar. After a pleasant dinner, everyone gathered in the living room to watch television, a rare occasion. Tang Yichen's phone vibrated incessantly, but he paid it no mind. Lin Shu glanced at him, noticing his unwavering focus on the screen, seemingly engrossed. Seeing he was not inclined to check his phone, she decided to let it be. Before long, the phone rang audibly, and Tang Yichen glanced at it, hung up, and tossed it onto the sofa, only for it to ring again almost immediately. His expression slightly irritable, he picked up the phone and pressed the call button. "What is it?" came the voice of Lu Xiao from the other end. "Brother, we're at Sanga Bar. Hurry and bring your little sister-in-law here." "Not going. You all enjoy yourselves." Tang Yichen preferred to relish the family time and had no desire to visit a bar. Besides, Lin Shu might not accompany him. "Forget it. Is the little sister-in-law next to you?" "Yes." "Pass the phone to my sister-in-law. I want to speak with her." Lu Yan abandoned his efforts with his elder brother, reasoning that as long as the little sister-in-law was out, his brother would inevitably follow. Lin Shu was engrossed in the television when a phone was suddenly thrust into her hands. Bewildered, she looked up to find Tang Yichen, who had been on the phone moments ago, standing beside her, offering his phone. Xiao Wu, Lin Shu remarked, recognizing Lu Yan's voice. Further perplexed as to why her brother-in-law would hand her the phone. Unable to withstand the persistence of the caller, who held the phone before her without relent, Lin Shu reluctantly accepted it.
Hello, Xiao Wu.
Sister-in-law, it's me. We're at Sanga Bar. Wanner and Qingqing are here too. You and Big Brother should come over quickly. Oh, let your big brother go by himself. I won't be joining. The two little ones need to sleep soon. Lin Shu, upon hearing that everyone was present, felt even more reluctant. How awkward it would be. She hadn't seen everyone in years, and now she was still divorced from Tang Yichen. What role could she possibly play in this gathering? Sister-in-law, Big Brother can skip it, but you must come. I initially wanted to come over for dinner, but Big Brother wouldn't allow it. Aren't you at the old residence? Grandfather Tang can watch over you for the night, and you both should have some time alone to nurture your relationship. Lu Yan believed he was facilitating an opportunity for his elder brother. Lin Shu, upon hearing Lu Yan's words, felt overwhelmed and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Stealing a glance at Tang Yichen, who remained on the sofa, still focused on the television. She continued her phone conversation with Lu Yan, reassured that he had not reacted. In the realm of companionship, Lu Yan truly enjoys sharing jokes. While Lin Shu contemplates how to decline, Tang Wanni's voice emerges, likely having seized Lu Yan's phone. Sister-in-law, you must come quickly. We are all waiting for you. If you don't show up, we will be quite disheartened. Indeed, comes Lu Yan's supportive voice from the side. Lin Shu, who struggles with the notion of rejecting others, reluctantly rises and approaches Tang Yichen, casting a pleading glance his way. Covering the microphone, she whispers, Xiao Wu and the others suggested heading to a bar. Could you kindly inform them I want to be attending? Tang Yichen lazily lifts his eyelids. They invited you. Not me. It hardly matters whether I go or not. Hee, she muses, realizing he must have overheard Lu Yan's remarks. Tang Yichen takes the phone and stands up.
We are leaving now.
Lin Shu is taken aback. She had clearly asked him to help her decline. What does he mean by we are leaving? Shrinking her head, she pretends not to hear. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno listen on the call, and after Tang Yichen hangs up, Lin Yuno inquires, Daddy, are you going out?
Yes.
Can Nono and brother go with you? Their grandfather, having caught wind of the earlier conversation, seizes the opportunity and interjects, Nono, would you mind staying home with great-grandfather? Let your parents enjoy some time alone. There are many fascinating things in great-grandfather's study that you haven't seen yet. I'll take you to explore them shortly. Upon hearing of the more enticing activities, Lin Yuno quickly changes her tune. All right then, I want to go. Daddy and Mommy can go by themselves. I hope you have a great time. Lin Yuqing, naturally composed, does not fuss about wanting to accompany them and is quite content to stay with great-grandfather. Lin Shu initially intended to express her desire to remain at home with them but now finds herself in a predicament. Tang Yichen has already gone to fetch the car keys, and upon descending, he tells Lin Shu, let us go. She slowly rises, trailing behind him. When did she agree to join? Recently, Tang Yichen has been driving himself in his sleek black Rolls-Royce. As the car rolls from the garage to the entrance, Lin Shu intends to open the rear door. However, Tang Yichen interrupts her before she can grasp the handle. Sit in the front. He frowns, his expression dark. Foolish woman. Do you truly think you are the driver? Sensing his displeasure, Lin Shu hastily veers to the passenger seat, opens the door, and fastens her seatbelt in one fluid motion. Sitting upright, her hands resting neatly on her lap, she resembles a primary school student. All right, let us go, Tang Yichen remarks, turning his head with a slight smile before starting the car and exiting the gate. At the Nightshade Bar, Xia Qingqian has often heard others mention tango in his absence, cultivating her curiosity about what his ex-wife is truly like. Chapter 66, The Mist of the Night. Upon arriving at the Nightshade Bar, Lin Shu disembarks first, standing at the entrance awaiting Tang Yichen as he parks. After he secures the vehicle and spots Lin Shu waiting, he asks, why not go inside first? She wears a dress with short sleeves, exposing her arms and calves, and he wonders if she is feeling cold in the breeze. How awkward it was for her to enter alone. However, given the current dynamics between the two, it seemed even more uncomfortable for them to go in together. If only she had entered first. Lin Shu felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Following closely behind Tang Yichen, the two walked in, one after the other. The bar was relatively quiet today, with the resident singer strumming a guitar and singing soft love songs, creating a serene atmosphere. As they approached their booth, Lu Yan and Tang Wanner immediately spotted the younger sister-in-law trailing behind her elder brother and enthusiastically rushed over to greet her. Lin Shu had been pondering how to navigate the situation, but the warm welcome from the two of them dissipated her earlier discomfort. Tang Wanner pulled her to sit with Qin Qing and Xia Qingqian. Mo Zhe, Qin Hao, and Ji Fengfan also took the initiative to greet her, calling her sister-in-law. Hearing the familiar address from everyone made Lin Shu feel a bit awkward again. Tang Yichen, seated with Mo Zhe and the others, remained silent, prompting her to merely smile and nod in acknowledgement. They were divorced after all, and it felt somewhat inappropriate for his friends and family to still refer to her as sister-in-law. Once seated, Lin Shu noticed a stunning young woman beside Qin Qing. The woman stood up to introduce herself, and Lin Shu was surprised to realize she was a celebrity who had previously commissioned dresses from their studio. Lin Shu had even watched the drama in which she starred, although she was only the second female lead. Despite that, her performance had left a lasting impression on Lin Shu, and seeing her in person was even more captivating. Since the divorce, Lin Shu had not set foot in a bar. Consequently, she was unfamiliar with the various concoctions available. Staring at the colorful cocktails on the menu, she hesitated to make a choice. She noticed a particularly beautiful cocktail in front of Tang Wanner, and upon spotting a signature drink called Mist of the Night on the menu, she thought it might have a low alcohol content, and decided to order it. Wanner seemed poised to dissuade her, saying, "Sister Shu this," but was interrupted by Lu Yan, who chimed in, "This one is great, trust me," while playfully winking at Tang Wanner. Noticing her elder brother's reaction, Wanner quickly silenced herself, realizing the implications of the moment. As the owner of the bar, Qin Hao observed the scene with a hint of amusement. The other gentleman wisely chose to remain silent. Lin Shu tilted her head and asked, "What is going on?" "Nothing, Sister Shu," they replied quickly. "Fifth brother mentioned he wants to invite us over for a meal. Let us arrange a time when you're free. And they can also see Ching Chung and Nua Nua, my precious nephews and niece." "Sounds good," Lin Shu agreed. Seeing Lin Shu order the Mist of the Night, Qin Qing felt a twinge of concern. While the drink looked delightful and was indeed tasty, it had a strong aftereffect. Wanner often had to attend business meetings and had developed a tolerance for alcohol, but Lin Shu seldom drank. She worried that this cocktail might leave her intoxicated tonight. It was evident that fifth brother and the others were encouraging a connection between Lin Shu and Tang Yichen, and since they were in her brother's bar, she felt reassured and chose to remain silent. When the server brought the drink, Lin Shu took a small sip. It was her first experience with a cocktail, and she was pleasantly surprised by how delightful it tasted. She listened quietly as everyone engaged in conversation, no one inquiring about her whereabouts over the past few years. As if she had never left during these 4 years. She waited for Tang Yichen beside her. Qin Hao looked at Tang Wanner on stage with a fond expression, remarking on her boundless energy. Ji Fengfan observed Xia Qingqian join in the playful antics, commenting on her clumsiness and lackluster jumps. Since sitting down, Tang Yichen had cast furtive glances at Lin Shu, noticing her selecting Misty Night. Xiao Wu deliberately prevented Wanner from intervening, remaining silent himself. Now looking over, he saw her flushed cheeks, leaning against the sofa. Tang Yichen set down his glass and approached, taking a seat beside Lin Shu. It was then he realized she was intoxicated. The foolish woman had nearly emptied her glass at the table. Lin Shu found the cocktail quite delightful, and while they danced, she quietly sipped her drink alone, unwittingly finishing nearly a glass. Gradually, a warmth enveloped her, her head began to spin, and she leaned back against the sofa. Sensing someone approach, she swayed slightly, attempting to sit up straight, only to find it futile, so she leaned back again, lifting her gaze to see that it was indeed Tang Yichen coming toward her. Tang Yichen beheld Lin Shu's drunken state, her rosy cheeks, pouting lips, and the blush adorning her delicate face, her eyes glazed with a dreamy haze, exhaling a faint scent of alcohol. The once tender complexion now bore an added allure. Her head tilted as she gazed at him with a dazed expression. Observing her like this, Tang Yichen suddenly regretted not having intervened earlier to stop Xiao Wu's mischief. He had no desire for others to witness Lin Shu in such a state. Lin Shu, recognizing the familiar face before her, felt a wave of relief and directly collapsed into Tang Yichen's embrace. He was momentarily frozen in place, taken aback by her sudden action. He instinctively reached out to steady her shoulder as she nestled against his chest. Her unique scent enveloped him, evoking a feeling of something cherished regained, which was utterly delightful. Dizzy, Lin Shu instinctively tugged at Tang Yichen's white shirt sleeve. Mose and the others observed this scene, finally sensing a sense of accomplishment, with Lu Xiao Wu the most exhilarated. Tang Yichen grabbed his coat and bent to carry Lin Shu away. Lu Xiao Wu even whistled at their departing figures, jesting about how the little white rabbit wouldn't be devoured by the big bad wolf. Chapter 67. Intoxication. Tang Yichen sent a message to his driver from the bar, instructing him to come and fetch him. As he carried Lin Shu outside, the driver had already parked his Rolls-Royce at the entrance, waiting. Upon seeing his boss, the driver exited the vehicle and opened the door. Tang Yichen gently placed Lin Shu in the back seat, ensuring her comfort before entering from the other side. To the villa, he directed. The car glided smoothly away. Throughout the journey, Lin Shu remained quiet. It was Tang Yichen's first encounter with her inebriated state, and he was pleasantly surprised by her amiable demeanor as she simply succumbed to slumber. Lin Shu reclined against the seat, her head swaying back and forth until it collided with the car window, producing a dull thud that likely brought her some pain. A slight furrow appeared on her brow, and just as she seemed poised to strike the glass once more, Tang Yichen hastily reached out to steady her head, gently guiding her to rest against his shoulder to sleep. Upon arriving at the villa's garage, Tang Yichen carried Lin Shu out of the car, opened the door, and ascended directly to the master bedroom upstairs. He laid her upon the bed, where the white sheets, her white dress, and her fair skin seemed to blend into one another, with only her long, dark hair cascading around her. Lying there, Lin Shu felt an overwhelming warmth and instinctively sought to unfasten the buttons of her dress. When Tang Yichen emerged from the bathroom with a towel, intending to wipe her face, he was met with a rather provocative scene. He stood frozen, towel in hand, as a wave of heat surged through him. Lin Shu had carelessly torn open the buttons of her dress, leaving her flesh-colored undergarments barely concealed. And the hem of her dress had been pulled up to expose her thighs, revealing delicate lace edging beneath. In her intoxicated state, she remained blissfully unaware of her alluring vulnerability. Observing her on the bed, softly moaning and writhing, she reached to tug at the last two buttons of her dress. Tang Yichen rushed over and swiftly pulled the blanket over her, but as soon as the cool fabric touched her, Lin Shu kicked her legs out from under the covers, tugging at them with her hands. Tang Yichen sighed deeply, his gaze darkening, for her movements inadvertently exposed her underwear directly in front of him. He leaned down to restrain her flailing arms and legs. "Let go of me. It's hot," Lin Shu protested, still oblivious to the impending danger beneath him. "Don't move." Tang Yichen's voice was hoarse and strained. Lin Shu expressed her discomfort, and he stifled a groan of pain, hastily grasping her wandering hands. "What is this? I'm uncomfortable." "Take it away," she mumbled drunkenly. Tang Yichen summoned immense patience, feeling a fire igniting within him. He held her still, his eyes fixated on the innocent expression of the woman beneath him, her slightly parted lips nearly driving him to the brink of desire. In a husky whisper, he asked, "Lin Shu, who am I?" She opened her hazy eyes and gazed at him, murmuring, "Yichen." The way she pronounced his name, with its lingering tone, was irresistibly enticing. Tang Yichen felt he could not endure any longer. He lowered his head and captured her lips, his tongue plunging in deeply. Lin Shu's mind was a whirlwind, passively succumbing to Tang Yichen's advances, soft moans escaping her lips involuntarily. Just as she felt she could scarcely breathe, he released her mouth, trailing his kisses down to her soft chest, one hand tearing away her undergarment while the other caressed the opposite side. This sudden invasion left Lin Shu's body weak and her mind clouded with confusion. Tang Yichen reached out to unfasten his belt buckle, gazing down at the woman beneath him whose moist eyes looked up at him in a daze. Suddenly, he halted his movements. What the hell was he doing? Lin Shu was intoxicated and utterly unaware. Was he really contemplating taking advantage of her vulnerable state? They had not yet reconciled. And how would she perceive him when she regained consciousness tomorrow? Damn it! He shouldn't have let her drink. Cursing under his breath, Tang Yichen rose from the bed and pulled the blanket over Lin Shu to keep her warm. He then retreated to the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon echoed. Meanwhile, Lin Shu, in her hazy state, drifted back to sleep. When Tang Yichen emerged from his shower, he noticed the foolish woman had finally stopped kicking off the covers. Otherwise, he would have likely needed another cold shower. After a moment's thought, he turned off the light for her and exited the master bedroom, making his way to Lin Yuqing's room to sleep. The next morning, Lin Shu awoke with a slight headache, sitting up in bed to find a peculiar red mark on her chest. It took her a moment to realize she was in the master bedroom of the villa, still clad in the dress from the previous day, though nearly all the buttons were undone. She recalled attending a gathering at the Nightshade Bar with Tang Yichen, Xiao Wu, and Wanner. After they went dancing, she had sat alone, sipping cocktails, which she found quite enjoyable, leading her to drink one after another until she felt a bit dizzy. Leaning back on the sofa to rest, she vaguely remembered seeing Tang Yichen approach, but after that, everything was a blur. In a hurry, Lin Shu scrambled out of bed, tidied her clothes, and rushed to Lin Yuno's room to wash her face and brush her teeth, as her toiletries were there. After freshening up, she descended the stairs to find Tang Yichen seated at the dining table, having breakfast. Upon seeing her, he remarked, "Once you finish your breakfast, I'll have a driver take you to the old residence. I need to stop by the office first." Noticing his stern demeanor, Lin Shu felt perplexed. Had she really made a fool of herself last night? Tentatively, she broached the subject, I didn't do anything embarrassing last night, did I? Tang Yichen lifted his gaze to fixate on her, a chill running down Lin Shu's spine. Had she truly lost control, or had she vomited on him?
No.
That didn't happen. Observing her anxious expression, Tang Yichen coldly replied with 2 words before returning to his meal. Upon hearing that nothing had occurred, Lin Shu breathed a sigh of relief and happily resumed her breakfast. Tang Yichen prepared a simple meal of milk and bread, convenient yet unremarkable. That's a relief, he thought. However, when he looked up and saw the woman across from him, vibrant and engrossed in her meal, he felt a surge of irritation. Why was it that she could drink herself into a stupor and suffer no consequences, while he had spent the night in Lin Yuching's room, taking a cold shower before finally falling asleep? Chapter 68. The house is confirmed. Tang Yichen buried his head in documents, ignoring any further inquiries. Lu Xiaowu, undeterred, persisted. Elder brother, don't just sit there in silence. We've put in a lot of effort. Tang Yichen shot him a single word, scram. Lu Xiaowu, feeling dejected, exited while muttering to himself, could it be that elder brother is incapable? With that thought, he hurried off to find Ji Fengfan. Lu Yan hurriedly entered Ji Fengfan's office after taking the elevator. Fourth brother, something is amiss. Ji Fengfan was reviewing the latest season's advertisements from the JK Group, poised to send them to the eldest brother for approval before publication. Noticing Xiao Wu's troubled expression, he inquired, "What has happened?" The eldest brother may be in a predicament. Lu Yan deliberately lowered his voice, speaking in vague terms. What kind of predicament? Ji Fengfan looked bewildered. That kind of predicament. This morning, I asked him if he had. You know, with sister-in-law last night, and he looked utterly unsatisfied, telling me to scram. Lu Xiao's tone grew increasingly aggrieved. Ji Fengfan stared at Lu Yan as if he were a fool. Are you overthinking this? Just because he hasn't acted doesn't mean he can't. You've never even seen a pig run, what do you know? Ji Fengfan's sharp tongue subtly implied that Lu Xiao was still a virgin. Just because I haven't seen a pig run doesn't mean I haven't heard of it. Lu Xiao, feeling unjustly attacked, stormed out. Ji Fengfan pondered as he heard the heavy slam of the door. Could it be that the eldest brother truly is incapable? At that moment, Lin Shu entered, followed closely by Lin Yuching and Lin Yuno. Well, I was worried about waking you up since it was so late last night. Your mother is away. Have you been good? Rest assured, mother, I was the one who put my sister to sleep last night. I even told her stories just like you do. Lin Yuching proudly declared, revealing his affection for his sister. You're doing wonderfully, Ching Ching. Lin Shu affectionately ruffled her son's hair. But where did you and Dad sleep last night? The little boy asked innocently. In the villa, Lin Shu replied, naturally omitting any mention of her drunkenness to the children. Are you going out to find godmother again today? Lin Yuching observed that his mother had been particularly busy lately, often visiting her friend. Knowing that his mother was a fashion designer, he surmised that her studio must be thriving. Yes, so you must be good and listen to your great-grandfather, okay? Don't worry. Mother, I will take care of my sister. Lin Shu ascended the stairs to change her clothes, first calling the agent she had contacted earlier, then dialing Chen Cece. She intended to finalize the house purchase before Ching Cheng and Nono returned to school. Arranging to meet the agent at the entrance of the new Jiang Garden, which was conveniently near her studio, she asked Chen Cece to arrive first while she took a taxi. The agent guided them to 3 properties, 1 2-bedroom and 2 3-bedroom homes. However, one of the 3-bedroom options was a bare shell, which Lin Shu dismissed as it would require significant time and effort to renovate. The 2-bedroom apartments were relatively new, but considering future living arrangements, they felt somewhat cramped. Thus, she was primarily interested in the other 3-bedroom house, where the owner was relocating abroad and generously offering all furniture and appliances. The home had been beautifully decorated and occupied for less than a year, making it nearly move-in ready. After consulting with Chen Cece, who also found it appealing, especially the lack of renovation concerns, Lin Shu had the agent negotiate with the landlord. It turned out they were the first to view the property, and the landlord felt a connection with them, offering a discount of several thousand yuan on the total price. Lin Shu promptly decided to purchase the house, paid the deposit, and scheduled a date for the formal contract signing next week. The matter concerning the house has been fundamentally resolved. Holding the receipt provided by the agent after paying the deposit, she was inexplicably reminded of Tang Yichen's displeased expression from that morning. Now that the house has been confirmed, it is time to find an opportunity to inform him about their impending move. Over the past few days, she has been accompanied by her 2 precious great-grandchildren, which has greatly uplifted the old man's spirits. He has been eating and sleeping well, his happiness palpable. Thus, after dinner, Lin Shu gathered the children's belongings while Tang Yichen drove to the entrance. The 2 little ones bid a reluctant farewell to their great-grandfather, their expressions as if they were parting forever. All right, get in the car, We'll bring you back this weekend, Tang Yichen urged, prompting the two children to sluggishly climb into the vehicle. After giving Lin Yu and the others a bath, the two little ones were already lying on the bed, and she prepared to take her own shower. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lin Shu recognized it was Tang Yichen. There was no one else in the house, but she was uncertain why he had come so late. Opening the door, she found him standing there with an expression of fury, holding the receipt she had received from the agent earlier that day.
Tang Yichen.
Momentarily forgetting the children were still present, furiously questioned this woman before him, demanding to know what this meant. He had just finished some work in the study and was heading downstairs to get a glass of water when he stumbled upon the receipt on the stairs. Noting the date. So, she had gone out to view houses today. Was she with that fellow, a Yao, again? She had deceived them, claiming she was going to check on schools. He had already clarified matters with Wenqing, making an effort to spend time with him lately. Yet she had the audacity to purchase a house behind his back. Raising the receipt, he suppressed the anger boiling within and coldly inquired, "What is this?" Chapter 69, An Unpleasant Departure. Lin Shu opened the door and froze upon seeing the receipt in Tang Yichen's hand. She had intended to discuss this matter with him, seeking a suitable moment, rather than being caught in such a manner as if she had committed some wrongdoing. His expression was terrifying, a mask of fury, his face taut, and his eyes seemingly ablaze. Lin Shu was so taken aback that she could not utter a sound. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, hearing Tang Yichen's voice, called out, "Mom, is that Dad?" Tang Yichen swiftly seized her hand. No, Dad needs to talk to Mom. Chung, take your sister and go to sleep." With that, he pulled Lin Shu out and shut their bedroom door, dragging her into the master bedroom. He was quite strong. Once inside, he released her, leaving her wrist reddened from his grip. Lin Shu, gazing at him, hesitated, her voice caught in her throat. Tang Yichen fixed his gaze upon her. "What is it?" "It's that I plan to buy a house. This is the deposit," Lin Shu finally declared, finding her courage, meeting his gaze head-on. She thought, let him do as he pleases. Who is he? Using her own hard-earned money to buy a house. What does it have to do with him? Why should she feel afraid? "So, are you planning to do this with your Yao?" Lin Shu felt a sense of bewilderment. She could not fathom how her decision to purchase a house had any relevance to a Yao. Observing her silence, Tang Yichen smirked self-deprecatingly, convinced that his assumptions were correct. Indeed, having grown up together as childhood friends, their bond was innocent and untainted. When they married, it was evident that she was reluctant. Had it not been for his grandfather, she likely would not have consented. He surmised that she must have felt elated when he proposed divorce, as it aligned with her desires. Now, it seemed, they were expected to build a love nest together. Lin Shu coldly lifted her gaze and deliberately remarked, "Since you are already aware, what is the point of your inquiry?" Hearing her acknowledgement, Tang Yichen lost his composure entirely. He gazed at the small woman before him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, defiantly biting her lip as she looked back at him. Suddenly, he leaned in, wrapping his arms around her neck, pulling her close, and pressed his lips forcefully against her soft, inviting mouth. Lin Shu was taken aback by the unexpected kiss, her mind momentarily blank. As she regained her senses and attempted to protest, he seized the opportunity to invade her mouth with his agile tongue, domineeringly exploring every inch. Lin Shu struggled fiercely, attempting to push him away, but he held her tightly, refusing to allow her to escape. His passionate lips pressed deeper, devouring all her whimpers and resistance. The kiss intensified, and he embraced Lin Shu, guiding her toward the bed, his hands tugging at her clothing while his lips trailed downward, his fingers deftly undoing his own buttons. In a flurry of panic, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across Tang Yichen's face. The impact jolted him back to reality, and he released her. Momentarily stunned, he beheld the woman beneath him, her eyes reddened, fighting back tears, her clothing in disarray. The black lingerie he had pushed up revealed her soft, pale skin, marred by the red marks he had left the previous night. Lin Shu instinctively shielded her chest with her hands. Tang Yichen stared blankly, then fled the room, rushing downstairs and out the door. Lin Shu lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and only rose to approach the master bathroom after hearing the heavy sound of the door slamming shut. Was it merely because he knew she intended to buy a house? She could not comprehend, but she recognized the urgency of her plans. Since he was already aware, there was no need to seek him out to discuss it further. Her grandfather had always taught her to be independent, self-reliant, and self-respecting, since he had missed one in his life. She would not become the unwelcome third party in someone else's relationship. Tang Yichen drove straight to the Nightshade Bar. In a private booth on the second floor, the man sat brooding on the sofa. He had just come perilously close to assaulting Lin Shu, having heard her openly confess her affection for a Yao and their shared plans to purchase a house. In that moment, All he could think of was silencing her, preventing her from uttering words he could not bear to hear. Yet, upon touching her, he felt an uncontrollable urge, akin to touching a poppy. For 4 years, he had not experienced such desires. Sometimes he resorted to his own hand to alleviate the natural urges, feeling no compulsion to act otherwise. But every time he encountered her, a surge of heat coursed through him. Unsure of how to face her, he chose to escape, to the bar, where he sought solace in alcohol to numb his senses. Qin Hao hurried over to find his elder brother dejectedly sprawled on the sofa, exuding an air of despondency. He approached and helped Tang Yichen to sit up. Tang Yichen tugged at Qin Hao's shirt, requesting him to fetch some alcohol. Initially, he intended to call Lin Shu, but upon realizing he lacked her new phone number and after searching fruitlessly for his own phone, he decided to contact Tang Wanner instead. However, no one answered, and he recalled that the project manager had mentioned she was on a business trip. When he exited the car, Qin Hao enlisted the help of 2 security guards to assist in bringing Tang Yichen inside. His elder brother's height of 185 meters made it nearly impossible to carry him when intoxicated. As he gazed at the motionless figure lying on the bed, Qin Hao pondered what had transpired. This seemed far more severe than their divorce 4 years prior. Chapter 70. The Hangover. By the time Tang Yichen awoke, it was already evening. Concerned about leaving him alone, Qin Hao opted to forego going to the office after dropping him off at the apartment, instead choosing to work from home. Emerging from his room, he settled in the living room with his laptop to handle some documents. Hearing footsteps, he paused his work, relieved to see his beloved elder brother finally awake. Had he not stirred soon, Qin Hao might have considered taking him to the hospital. "Brother, you're awake. I ordered porridge from Chinji porridge shop. It just arrived and should still be warm. Let me serve you a bowl." Tang Yichen said nothing, frowning as he made his way to the dining table and sat down, clearly indicating his hunger. Qin Hao opened the takeout bag. He himself hadn't eaten and had ordered porridge for Tang Yichen while opting for fried noodles for himself. The porridge shop was renowned for its delightful offerings. The two men sat facing each other. Tang Yichen quietly consumed his meal without glancing at Qin Hao. Unable to contain himself, Qin Hao spoke up. "Brother, did you lose your phone? You were trying to reach sister-in-law yesterday."
Why?
Tang Yichen retorted, his tone curt. "Is this a case of you wanting to leave home? Or were you thrown out by your little sister-in-law?" Qin Hao mused, bemused by his brother's childish antics at his age. "There's no reason," Tang Yichen replied tersely. Qin Hao understood that if his brother chose not to share, no one could pry information from him, so he decided against further inquiries. After all, there were spare rooms available. As long as his brother could tolerate daily takeout with him, it would suffice. Once they finished their meal, they simply placed the utensils back into the takeout bag, tying it shut. No need for dishwashing or extensive tidying up. Ordering takeout suited them, two men not particularly skilled in household chores or cooking. As he walked away, Tang Yichen casually remarked, "I want to be going to the office tomorrow. You'll be presiding over the morning meeting." "Brother, why?" The door slammed shut, effectively silencing Qin Hao's voice from the outside. Resigned, he continued to sit on the sofa with his laptop, reviewing reports. In the morning, Qin Hao rose to find his brother's room door still closed. Reflecting on his brother's parting words from the previous night, he chose not to knock and headed directly to the office. The quarterly working meeting for the domestic market of JK Group was convened in the grand conference room. As Qin Hao entered the office, he received a call from Liu Yan. "Third brother, the meeting is starting, hurry up. We're just waiting on you and brother. Everyone else is already here." "I'm on my way," he replied, hanging up the phone and taking his laptop upstairs. The grand conference room is located on the top floor, adjacent to the president's office. As Qin Hao entered the room, he noted that Mo Zhe primarily oversees the international market and typically does not partake in domestic work report meetings. Thus, aside from Mo Zhe, the usual attendees would include several of his colleagues, along with department directors and project leaders. Ji Fengfan occupied the left side of the main seat at the conference table, followed by Liu Yan, while Qin Hao's position was originally on the right. Upon entering, Qin Hao strode directly to the president's seat and sat down. "Today, President Tang has prior engagements, so I will be presiding over the meeting. Let us commence." Qin Hao had previously hosted meetings without anyone expressing concern. As the meeting began, silence enveloped the room. However, Liu Yan and Ji Fengfan found it peculiar, as they had not heard of any matters preventing their elder brother from attending. Liu Yan initially thought his brother might be late, but was surprised to learn he would not be present at all. Ji Fengfan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Nevertheless, the meeting had commenced, and the two refrained from further discussion. As department directors and project leaders sequentially reported on the quarterly work summaries and plans for the upcoming quarter, a break ensued, prompting attendees to gradually disperse. Liu Yan approached Qin Hao and quietly inquired, "Third brother, where is eldest brother gone?" Why isn't he here to preside? I tried calling him this morning, but he didn't answer. Ji Fengfan, seated beside him, fixed his gaze on Qin Hao. With a resigned sigh, Qin Hao replied,
Who knows what he's up to?
He is likely lounging on my bed at home, without even his phone. It seems eldest brother is in a precarious situation. Lu Yan concluded gravely. Is that why he was sent away?
Ye Fengfan speculated, forming a reasonable deduction.
Qin Hao regarded the two with bemusement as more individuals entered the room, choosing not to engage further. Unfazed, the two continued to whisper amongst themselves. Ji Fengfan cast a glance around before exiting the study and closing the door, effectively silencing the raucous chatter while ignoring the incessant ringing of her phone. She descended the stairs to prepare breakfast for the two still slumbering children. Once breakfast was ready, she went upstairs to rouse them. The two little ones washed up on their own before heading downstairs. The three gathered in the dining area for breakfast. Lin Shu, noticing the absence of Tang Yichen, asked, Mom, where's Dad? Recently, he had been at home for breakfast with them, so his sudden absence seemed to unsettle the children. He went to work, Lin Shu replied, though she was uncertain of Tang Yichen's whereabouts after their outing the previous night. However, at this hour, he should be at the office. As they were eating, a call came from Chen Sisi, inviting Lin Shu to take the two children shopping, suggesting they buy supplies for Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno in preparation for the new school term. Upon hearing their godmother's voice, the children beamed with joy, both shouting, Godmother, Godmother, we miss you so much. Lin Shu, upon receiving the call from Chen Sisi, temporarily forgot the unpleasantness from the previous night with Tang Yichen. After the children finished their meal, they left the house joyfully together. Chapter 71. The Unreturned. As Lin Shu arrived at the central square with Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno, where they had arranged to meet Chen Sisi, she found Chen Sisi already seated on a bench at the side of the square, holding two skewers of candied hawthorn. Spotting their godmother from a distance, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno released their mother's hands and dashed toward her, shouting, Godmother, Godmother, we're here. Upon rising from her seat, Chen Sisi immediately crouched down, extending her arms wide, with one hand raised high, holding the candied hawthorn, while the other embraced the two delightful little ones rushing toward her.
Hyengcheng, no komegere.
Godmother has bought you candied hawthorn. Let us see if it's as delicious as that from Yin City. Chen Sisi exclaimed with a smile, dividing the two skewers between them. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno each clutched a candied hawthorn, holding Chen Sisi's hand as they all strolled towards the nearby shopping mall. Chen Sisi expressed her intention to buy each of them a new backpack and led them into a store specializing in children's bags. Lin Yuqing selected a backpack adorned with a car motif, while Lin Yuno chose one featuring Princess Elsa. Delighted, they donned the backpacks even before payment was made. Afterward, the four ventured to a local amusement park, where Lin Shu and Chen Sisi followed, and the two adults watched the children revel in joy. They enjoyed a light meal at noon before returning to play, and even as dusk fell, Lin Yuno was reluctant to leave, ultimately being carried out by Lin Shu when the night had fully enveloped the sky. Exiting the amusement park after a day filled with laughter and activity, the group, feeling famished from their exertions, headed to KFC at Lin Yuno's insistence for hamburgers and fries, ordering a family bucket and 2 sundaes for the children. By the time they finished dinner, it was already 9 p.m. As they parked in front of the villa, they noticed the house was dimly lit. Leading the two little ones inside, Lin Shu switched on the lights, illuminating the interior. Perhaps father is busy with work. I ought to call him, she remarked, raising her wrist to dial Tang Yichen's number on her phone watch. However, after waiting a while, no one answered. Upon hearing Lin Yuno mention that Tang Yichen did not pick up, it dawned on her that she had seen his phone left behind in the study that morning. Noah, don't call anymore. Father must have forgotten his phone at home. Let us quickly take our backpacks upstairs and prepare for a bath and bed. Lin Shu gently interrupted Lin Yuno's attempt to call again. It was evident that Tang Yichen had left in a hurry that morning, forgetting his phone behind. With her new backpack on her back, Lin Yuno bounded up the stairs with a thud. Seeing her mother's demeanor, perhaps misinterpreting the earlier tension, she thought maybe she had heard incorrectly. After all, father could indeed be busy with work. The three of them lay on the bed, with Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno quickly drifting off to sleep after a day of play. Regardless of the changes around her, Lin Shu's only wish was to safeguard her two treasures, ensuring they grew up joyfully. Upon entering the house, she discovered her elder brother once again, indulging in alcohol. Not knowing how to prevent him from finishing the treasured old wine she had kept for years, she decided to join him in his revelry. Tears welled up within me. Brother, do you wish for me to have someone fetch you a drink from the bar? This is something I intended to savor slowly in my old age. I have preserved it for several years, only for you to consume it all at once.
Oh dear.
Hastily, I placed the food I was holding on the dining table and rushed over to snatch the cup from his hands. Brother, Please refrain from drinking.
Have a bite to eat first.
Qin Hao resignedly began to tidy up the bottles and glasses, the spilled liquor saturating the carpet with its scent. There was no choice but to remove the carpet and toss it outside. I opened the windows for ventilation, and it took nearly half an hour for the odor to dissipate. Xiao Wu, come by tomorrow to take brother away. With all that alcohol hidden in his room. If he continues drinking like this, he might end up with alcohol poisoning and in the hospital. It's not that I'm concerned about the liquor. I genuinely worry for his well-being. Why me? Where am I supposed to take him? Lu Xiao Wu lamented, receiving a late-night call from third brother, instructing him to fetch the elder brother. Why was his fate so unfortunate? After hanging up, he finally felt a bit relieved. Facing a drunken man daily was becoming too much. The next day, Lu Yan drove to Qin Hao's residence. Third brother, where's the elder brother? Upon entering, he looked around but did not see the elder brother's figure. Qin Hao raised his chin, directing him towards a door. There, he is sleeping inside. Go wake him. Are you joking? You want me to wake him? I'll be in serious trouble. Lu Yan retreated a step, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. At that moment, a sound caught their attention. They turned to see the door opening, and Tang Yichen emerged, looking dazed. His lips were tightly pressed, his eyes bloodshot. The once cool demeanor now appeared despondent and unkempt, exuding an aura of despair as if he were numb to everything around him. Qin Hao had grown accustomed to this sight over the past few days, but Lu Yan was genuinely taken aback. Is this truly my dashing and handsome elder brother? Tang Yichen walked directly to the sofa, ignoring the two standing at the door. Brother, what on earth has happened to you? Have you had a fight with sister-in-law? Lu Yan couldn't help but inquire. Tang Yichen lowered his head in silence. Then I shall call sister-in-law, Lu Yan declared as he took out his phone. Preparing to contact Lin Shu. Go ahead if you have her number. You ought to have mentioned it sooner, Qin Hao remarked, sensing it was undoubtedly related to sister-in-law. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Contacting sister-in-law will surely yield results. No need to call, I'm fine. Please go to the villa and retrieve my phone for me, and tidy up a few articles of clothing. Tang Yichen finally spoke after remaining silent with his head bowed. Chapter 72. On a business trip. Lu Yan drove to the villa, and upon ringing the doorbell, Lin Shu answered. Sister-in-law, I came to get the elder brother's phone. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunhua scampered down from their room upstairs. Mom, who is here? Lu Yan gazed at the two adorable children standing behind Lin Shu, particularly captivated by Lin Yunhua's charming features. Having only heard about them from one air before, he was now seeing them in person. So delightful. No wonder the elder brother kept them hidden. Lu Yan chuckled as he crouched down to meet the children's gaze. Lin Shu introduced Cheng Cheng, Noa Noa, greet Uncle Wu. Hello, Uncle Wu, the two little ones politely said to Lu Yan. Without hesitation, Lu Yan picked up Lin Yunhua, who was never shy, and allowed him to carry her into the house. Uncle Wu, am I going to work with my dad? Lin Yunhua inquired. Indeed, your second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle will also be there. Next time, I'll take you to meet them. But wait. Your second uncle often travels abroad and isn't around much. The others will be there, including your aunt. The little girl clapped her hands in delight. That's wonderful. I want to go to my dad's company with Uncle Wu today. Ah, it truly burdens my heart, sighed Lu Yan. Wu, the phone is in the study. You can go fetch it yourself. Noa Noa, come down first while Uncle Wu goes upstairs to get something for your dad. I'll go with Uncle Wu to get it. I know where it is. With that, Lu Yan took the little princess upstairs to the study. Inside the study, as Lu Yan entered holding Lin Yunhua, he spotted the phone resting on the desk.
Grab the phone.
Noa, take me to your father's room. I need to tidy up a few of his clothes. Why do we need to bring clothes? Are we going to be gone for a long time? Lin Yunhua tilted her head in question. If we're gone for a long time, that means we won't see Dad for ages. Not necessarily. It's just a precaution, Lu Yan replied. The pair arrived at the master bedroom, and upon opening the wardrobe, Lu Yan discovered it contained only men's clothing, devoid of any women's attire. Why is it all your brother's clothes? He grumbled while pulling out several shirts. Mom sleeps in my room with me and my brother, while Dad sleeps in his own room, so naturally, they're only Dad's clothes. After saying this, she looked at Lu Yan with an expression that suggested he might be a bit foolish. Realizing the situation, Lu Yan had an epiphany. The two of them slept in separate rooms, and due to unfulfilled desires, her brother and father had quarreled, ultimately leading to her brother leaving home. It must be said, Lu Xiao Wu had indeed stumbled upon the truth. Unfulfilled desires were indeed at play. After descending the stairs, he initially intended to linger for a meal, as he hadn't tasted his sister-in-law's cooking in quite some time. However, contemplating his brother's dejected demeanor and knowing he was waiting for him at the third brother's house, he resolutely turned away and bid farewell to the two little treasures before driving off. Business trips were fine, but he needed to expedite the process of securing a house. After finalizing an appointment with the agent and hanging up the phone, he turned to find Lin Yuqing standing at the door. Having just watered the flowers in the garden with the two, Lin Shu had gone upstairs to make a call without closing the door, likely prompting Ching to overhear her conversation. Ching, ¿quieres no? He asked. Nua is downstairs watering the plants. Ching initially wanted to go upstairs to ask their mother for a larger watering can, but he overheard her discussing the house contract. Lin Shu invited Lin Yuqing into the room, pulling him to sit on the edge of the bed. Since Ching had heard, and she had decided to move out with them, it was important to inform them in advance. Mom, what's the matter? Did you have a fight with Dad? Ching asked. Why do you never call him Dad to his face? The little boy hung his head low, as if finding it difficult to speak. Finally, he lifted his head to look at his mother and earnestly said, I saw Dad on television with another girl. Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yuqing's words. So, does Ching not like Dad? No, I do like him, but if he bullies Mom, I'd rather not have a dad. Lin Yuqing's resolve was unwavering. Initially, he had yearned to find his father out of curiosity about the kind of person he was, but if his father were to cause harm to his mother, he would prefer to forego that relationship. Ching, your father and mother have actually divorced. They separated before you were born. So, it is normal for your father to be with another girl now. Lin Shu wished to shield her children from harboring any feelings of resentment, wanting nothing more than their happiness, especially Lin Yuqing, who kept everything bottled up inside. I know you are divorced, so is that why Mom wants to move out? He had overheard his mother on the phone earlier, seemingly discussing buying a house. Ching wants to stay with Mom, and Nono does too. We don't want to be apart from you, Mom. Ching nodded fervently. Dad will probably remarry like our classmate Zaya from kindergarten and have his own new home, right? Yes, that might be the case. One cannot blame Dad entirely. He wasn't informed when Mom was pregnant. However, you must believe that both your father and mother love you dearly. Lin Shu was uncertain when Tang Yichen would remarry, yet surely that day would come eventually, wouldn't it? Let us go downstairs and find Nono. We can discuss things with her later, once the house is finalized. All right. Lin Shu took her son's hand as they descended the stairs to find their daughter. The greatest fortune in her life was undoubtedly the blessing of having these two precious children. Chapter 73, The Shot. Brother, where are you planning to stay tonight? Lu Yan inquired cautiously, mindful not to provoke any trouble. I have a business trip tonight. There are some issues on the second brother's side. Tang Yichen replied without lifting his eyes from his phone. Haha, is your mouth made of gold? You casually mention a business trip, and you truly have one. Qin Hao asked, when are you leaving? Leaving shortly. There's a flight tonight. Tang Yichen's silence was an implicit confirmation. Get me a razor. He instructed Qin Hao before tossing his phone aside and heading to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he emerged, having shaved cleanly, and proceeded to change clothes. When he reappeared, he appeared considerably more refreshed. Aside from looking somewhat gaunt, he had nearly restored his handsome demeanor. He then picked up a few items of clothing that Lu Yan had prepared and got ready to head to the airport. Let's go, Xiao Wu. Weren't you supposed to take me to the airport? Oh, right, let us go. Third brother, we're off. Lu Yan eagerly followed behind Tang Yichen as they departed from Qin Hao's residence. Be careful on the road. Qin Hao remarked upon hearing that his brother was going on a business trip. Since it was for official matters, he assumed everything would be fine. Tang Yichen had been away on business for 3 days. Lin Shu noticed that Lin Yuno sent him WeChat messages every day, occasionally catching a glimpse of him through video calls, seemingly abroad. In a couple of days, she would complete the transfer of ownership, and once she received the keys, they could prepare to move in. In just 2 days, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno will commence their school year. The enrollment procedures have been meticulously arranged by Assistant Li under Tang Yichen's direction, allowing them to simply report to school on the designated day. The first day is designated as Parent Open Day, where mothers and fathers can accompany their children to explore the school. That evening, Lin Shu overheard Lin Yuno sending a WeChat message to Tang Yichen while holding her phone watch. After a brief moment, a reply arrived from Tang Yichen. In the message, he assured her with a gentle voice. Listening to his daughter's sweet, innocent tone, Tang Yichen couldn't help but smirk at himself, pondering that her mother likely would not wish to see him. All right then, I shall rest early. Mother is finished with her bath and will soon narrate stories for me and my brother. We shall chat again tomorrow. Goodbye, father. All right, goodbye, no. After finishing her bath, Lin Shu, with her hair still damp, donned her cotton pajamas. Lin Yuqing had opted to bathe alone, so he remained in the bathroom while Lin Shu exited first. Nono must be quite delighted, she thought, as she slipped under the covers beside her daughter. If she were to leave quietly with the 2 little ones, someone would surely throw a fit. Mother, is brother not done yet? Lin Yuno awaited the storytelling. He should be finishing up soon. Let's wait for him a little longer. All right. Lin Yuno began flipping through a picture book, admiring the illustrations. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yuching emerged from the bathroom, dressed in his pajamas. Brother, hurry up. Mother is about to start the stories. Lin Yuno joyfully beckoned him to join them on the bed. After 2 enchanting tales, both little ones gradually drifted off to sleep. Lin Shu, noticing that her hair was still not fully dry, rose to the bathroom to blow-dry it before gently climbing back into bed, surrendering to slumber accompanied by the soft sounds of her children's breathing. In a 7-star presidential suite in Saudi Arabia, Tang Yichen engaged in a WeChat conversation with Lin Yuno. Recently, he had received numerous calls and messages from his daughter, and the sound of her adorable voice had finally dispelled the gloom that lingered in his heart. Mo Zhe entered the room. Elder brother, have something to eat. He placed the food on the table. Tang Yichen set his phone aside, nodded, and walked over. The two began to discuss the negotiations for the following day while they ate. Elder brother, are you certain you do not need me to accompany you tomorrow? Perhaps you should bring a few more people with you. Mo Zhe expressed his concern about Tang Yichen negotiating a loan regarding the oil development cooperation, especially given the local underworld presence. Although the JK Group had been making significant strides in the Middle East recently, garnering respect from many, the potential for underhanded tactics remained a worry. Do not fret. They wouldn't dare to create trouble during the signing of the contract. Focus on your matters over there. Very well, I shall discreetly send a few individuals to follow you. I remain uneasy. Tang Yichen nodded in acknowledgement, declining further discussion. The negotiation was set to take place at a local underground money exchange. Clad in a black trench coat and carrying cash, Tang Yichen strode in alone, exuding an aura that caused even the guards at the entrance to forget their duty to stop him. Mr. Tang, you truly possess courage. Daring to come to my domain alone, the other party remarked in somewhat halting English. Tang Yichen placed his briefcase on the table, opened it, revealing a full box of dollars. That oil field must be acquired by the JK Group. As he spoke, his fluent Arabic resonated with an exquisite cadence. His striking visage, coupled with a stern countenance, revealed thin lips that uttered chilling words. It became evident that Mr. Tang was exceptionally gifted, possessing remarkable proficiency in Arabic. The man seated directly across from him commenced the dialogue. You flatter me, Tang Yichen replied, taking a seat as the subordinate presented the contract, which he scrutinized with utmost diligence. An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped them. Upon successfully acquiring the contract, Tang Yichen tucked it into the pocket of his trench coat. A fruitful collaboration, he declared before turning to exit the underground bank. The man's gaze followed Tang's departing figure, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Having walked a few hundred meters, Tang encountered a man approaching him. Instinctively, he met the stranger's gaze with wariness, but the moment he sensed something amiss, bang! The gunshot rang out. Crimson blood blossomed from his chest, staining the white shirt beneath. As he collapsed, fleeting images of Lin Shu and their 2 children flashed through Tang Yichen's mind. Chapter 74, Awakening. The sound of gunfire sent the surrounding pedestrians into a frenzy. Screams erupting in a cacophony as the assailant seized the chaos to flee. The incident transpired so abruptly that Mo Zhe's concealed subordinates could only react too late. One hastily contacted Mo Zhe, while the other rushed to assess Tang Yichen's condition, who was now teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Private physician Kevin and his assistant awaited in the treatment room. Mo Zhe, witnessing his brother bloodied and carried in by his men, felt a surge of anxiety. There was no time for contemplation. He quickly ushered Tang into the treatment room to commence surgery. Assessing the bullet's trajectory, he estimated it to be near the heart, with significant blood loss. It was imperative that the bullet be extracted swiftly to staunch the bleeding. Kevin, a highly skilled physician serving JK Group, assured himself that his brother would survive. Throughout the duration of the surgery, Mo Zhe remained vigilantly stationed outside. After 4 or 5 hours, the treatment room door finally opened, and Dr. Kevin emerged, removing his mask. Mo Zhe rose to greet him. Kevin, how is my brother? The bullet has been removed, and he is no longer in danger. However, he has lost a considerable amount of blood and is currently receiving a transfusion. He is yet to regain consciousness, but under normal circumstances, he should awaken by tomorrow afternoon, Kevin informed Mo Zhe, discarding his gloves as he spoke. Once Kevin departed, Mo Zhe stationed personnel at the treatment room's entrance, insisting they notify him immediately upon Tang's awakening. He then ascended the stairs to continue his pursuit of the perpetrator. The audacity to fire a weapon in broad daylight, coupled with a meticulously planned escape route that left no trace, demanded that he uncover the individual behind this heinous act. Upon reaching the information room, Mo Zhe found his team already reviewing surveillance footage from the vicinity where Tang Yichen had been shot. Tension permeated the air, his expression stoic. What's the status? Have you identified anyone? He inquired icily. Expand the search. Infiltrate the surveillance of nearby businesses as well. I refuse to believe he left no trace, Mo commanded. Furthermore, dispatch personnel to investigate the oil merchants. My brother had just finalized a contract with them, and the timing of the shooting is too coincidental. I want them closely monitored. Understood. His subordinates promptly set to work. A subordinate entered, presenting the mobile phone that had fallen from Tang Yichen amidst the recent chaos. Master Mo, it's Tang's phone. Mo took the device, noticing unread messages on WeChat and a missed call from Lao San. Preoccupied with concerns for his elder brother's surgery and the urgency of tracking down the assailant, he neglected to inform them. He refrained from tampering with Tang Yichen's phone, opting instead to place it in his pocket, intending to return it to him for his personal handling once he awoke the following day. Using his own phone, he sent a message in their group chat comprising the 5 of them. Qin Hao, what is the situation? Who is responsible? Mo, we have yet to ascertain the culprit. It may be those oil tycoons. The new contract demanded an exorbitant profit increase of 50%. This morning, my brother went to the underground bank with cash to negotiate. Despite receiving news that the contract was finalized, he was shot as he exited. Qin Hao, these oil tycoons are utterly insatiable. Ji Fengfan, how is my brother now? Mo, the surgery has been completed, and he is out of immediate danger. But he has yet to awaken. Kevin mentioned he might regain consciousness by tomorrow afternoon. Mo, Xiao Wu, please refrain from informing Wanner and the sister-in-law for now to spare them unnecessary worry. Lu Yan understood. But how could my brother have fallen victim to such treachery? Silence enveloped the group. They were all acutely aware of the state in which their elder brother had left before. Upon arriving in Saudi Arabia, Mo sensed that his brother had seemed somewhat distracted, prompting him to offer to accompany him, but Tang Yichen had declined, choosing instead to rely on his covert subordinates, who unfortunately failed to detect the imminent peril. With Mo preoccupied, the others chose not to prolong the discussion. Since the second brother had confirmed Kevin's presence and the fact that they had passed the critical period, it was presumed that all was well. Mo spent the entire night awake, poring over surveillance footage in the information room. The assailants had come prepared, and much of the footage had been damaged beyond repair. Master Mo, the 2 guards stationed at the treatment room door stood up respectfully as Mo entered. Has my brother not awakened? Has Kevin visited? Master Tang has yet to regain consciousness, and Dr. Run has not come by. Let me take a look. The subordinate opened the door to the treatment room, and Mo stepped inside, finding his elder brother lying quietly on the bed, seemingly asleep, his complexion pale. The blood-stained white shirt and coat had been discarded into the trash bin, leaving his upper body bare, revealing the bandaged wound where the bullet had struck. Anxiously, Mo retrieved his phone, intending to call Kevin. Had he not stated that his brother would awaken in the afternoon? Why had nightfall arrived with no sign of consciousness? The call connected. Is he awake? Kevin answered, initially assuming Tang Yichen had come to. I was about to ask you. You said he would awaken in the afternoon. It's already evening, and he still hasn't He hasn't awakened? I'll come over to check. Kevin calculated the time. He should have been awake by now. All right, hurry over. After hanging up, Mo waited in the treatment room for Kevin. The latter's residence was a mere 10 minutes away, and soon he arrived, donning a white coat, mask, and gloves. Others may leave first. There should not be too many people inside. Mo instructed 2 subordinates to step outside and waited beside them. Kevin reaffirmed to Tang Yichen that everything was all right, assuring him, I guarantee you are safe now, you won't die. Let someone take you to the room upstairs to rest. There's no need to linger in the treatment room. Do not worry, you will surely awaken tonight. Hearing Kevin's words, Mo finally relaxed and summoned someone to escort Tang Yichen to the upstairs bedroom. When Tang Yichen awoke, it was already past 2 in the morning. The outside world lay shrouded in darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight seeping through the curtain, faintly illuminating the room's furnishings, revealing that he was in the villa of the Saudi headquarters. Chapter 75, Returning Home. He could not find his phone and, propping himself up, slid off the bed to open the door. At the entrance, Mo had stationed 2 guards. Upon seeing him awake, they hurried to inform Mo, who soon arrived. Tang Yichen sat at the edge of the bed. Brother, you are awake. You should lie down. Why are you getting up right after surgery? Mo observed that his brother was sitting at the bedside, and the white bandage wrapped around his chest had already absorbed some blood, likely from his exertion in getting up and disturbing the sutured wound. Tang Yichen took his phone and scrolled through WeChat, noticing that Nuo had sent him 2 voice messages along with a plethora of adorable stickers. He played the first voice message, which carried Lin Yuno's sweet voice. Daddy, have you eaten yet? The second message followed. Daddy, today mommy took me and my brother to plant succulents. We each planted a pot to see whose grows faster. After listening to both messages and carefully reviewing each sticker sent by Lin Yuno, he finally put away his phone. Mose, his expression stern, declined. Tang Yichen was reluctant to break his promise, knowing Kevin's medical expertise. Since the surgery had been successful, there should be no major problems. He realized he had indeed been careless. Ever since he learned of Lin Shu's intention to leave, his mind had been elsewhere. And his reflexes were not as sharp as usual, which allowed the opponent to take advantage. Half an hour later, all arrangements were finalized, and Mose personally escorted Tang Yichen to the airport. Have you found them? Tang Yichen inquired during the journey. We captured them. They are currently detained in the basement and have not yet been interrogated. I suspected as much. We will drag them over to face the music. I was too lenient with them previously, even compensating them according to last year's standards. If they are indeed responsible, they won't get a single cent. He intended to meet with the crown prince beforehand. After nearly 8 hours, they finally arrived in Jiangcheng, already past 10 in the morning. Tang Yichen rushed straight to the kindergarten. Upon hearing that Lin Shu was not there, the little girl pouted, saying, "Daddy promised to come. He would accompany me and my brother for the parents' open day. He must be waiting for us at the school gate. Let us hurry." Lin Yuno was certain that her father was waiting at the kindergarten entrance, so after breakfast, she eagerly donned her little backpack and tugged her mother and brother out the door. As they prepared to leave, the sound of a car approached. Lin Yuno hastily opened the door, revealing Chen Sisi arriving in a car. Lin Yucheng approached with a smile and said, "Godmother, you're here." "Yes. It's your first day reporting, so I came to see you," she replied. "Thank you, Godmother," Chen Sisi said, glancing up at Lin Yuno, who stood behind Lin Yucheng, pouting and seemingly displeased. "What's wrong, Nono? Pouting on your first day of school? Are you unhappy?"
Chen Sisi inquired.
Lin Yucheng explained on behalf of their godmother. She probably thought it was Dad, so she feels a bit disappointed. Does Nono not like her godmother because she has a father? Chen Sisi teased Lin Yuno playfully. "He might be waiting for you at the school gate," she comforted as she noticed Lin Yuno's disappointment. Lin Yuno's face brightened instantly. "I thought so too. Dad must be waiting for us at the school gate. Godmother, let us go." Lin Shu, observing her daughter's delighted expression, smiled indulgently and opened the car door for them. The three of them settled into the back seat, and Chen Sisi drove towards the school. Upon arriving at the school, due to restrictions on driving in, Chen Sisi parked in a lot at the entrance. Once they disembarked, Lin Yuno began searching for her father's figure but, regrettably, saw no sign of him after a prolonged effort. After circling around and witnessing other children entering with their parents, she finally resigned herself to the reality that her father was indeed absent. Lin Shu approached her, squatted down, and gently consoled. No, shall we head inside? Dad must have other matters to attend to and couldn't come. There will be another parents' day next time and we can come with him then, alright? Let us go in. No. Mommy, Godmother, and your brother are here with you, Lin Yucheng added in reassurance. Alright, Lin Yuno mumbled, her head downcast, still feeling somewhat disheartened as she followed her mother, brother, and godmother into the school. Lin Yuno and Lin Yucheng were in the same class. They first went to meet all the other children in their classroom while the parents waited outside. Then, the teacher led the children out to find their parents and took them on a tour of the school. The day concluded with a parent-child activity. After the tour, everyone gathered at the school playground for a fun sports day, where every child could participate and the top 3 would receive prizes. Lin Shu and Chen Sisi accompanied Lin Yuno while she trailed behind the group on the school tour, marveling at the advanced facilities of the elite institution and the beautiful environment, ultimately concluding how wonderful it is to be wealthy. After the tour concluded, the 4 of them joined the others at the sports field. Lin Yucheng participated in a ball bouncing contest, where a parent and a child competed to see who could bounce the ball the most times within a minute. Lin Yuno took part in a 3-legged race, where a parent and child raced with their legs tied together to reach the finish line first. Lin Yucheng and his mother competed first, while Lin Yuno and her godmother cheered from the sidelines. Lin Yuno enthusiastically shouted encouragement, and Lin Yucheng, along with his mother, secured second place, primarily due to his impressive ball bouncing skills. Seeing her brother and mother receive a prize, Lin Yuno jumped up in joy. Just then, she turned and spotted Tang Yichen walking gracefully towards them. Upon seeing her father, Lin Yuno dashed over excitedly. Tang Yichen crouched down to catch his approaching daughter, letting out a muffled grunt as Lin Yuno collided with him, inadvertently jarring his injury. With an exuberant grip on her father's hand, Lin Yuno eagerly led him toward the competition site. "Daddy, why did you arrive just now? I thought you wouldn't make it," she exclaimed, her face radiating joy. "I'm sorry, my work kept me busy, and I just managed to catch the morning flight," Tang Yichen apologized. "It's all right. You've arrived just in time. Will you compete with me later?" she inquired enthusiastically. Of course, he replied, and together they approached Lin Shu and the others. Lin Shu observed Lin Yuno and Tang Yichen's approach, noting that it had been over a week since they last met. His complexion appeared pale, and he seemed to have lost weight, looking somewhat haggard. Turning his head, he sought out Lin Yucheng, who had just gone to collect the second-place sticker from the teacher. After the competition, those with stickers would participate in the award ceremony and receive their prizes. Immersed in thoughts of the recent competition, Lin Yucheng had yet to notice Tang Yichen's arrival. He excitedly told his mother that if he had taken a few more shots, they could have secured first place. He urged her to crouch down so he could affix her sticker prominently on her chest, animatedly sharing how they could have achieved victory. Lin Shu affectionately ruffled her son's hair, saying, "Chung Chung, you were fantastic. It was I who held you back."
It's all right, Mama.
Second place is still wonderful. We can still go up to receive our award, and there are prizes too. He reassured her. Yes, we will go up together, she responded. Upon seeing Tang Yichen arrive, Chen Sisi greeted him, aware he was Nuo's father. Despite his somewhat weary appearance, he still exuded a powerful presence. "Hello, Mr. Tang," she said warmly. This was Tang Yichen's first encounter with the godmother Lin Yuno, often mentioned. Having previously conversed with Lin Yuno and Lin Yucheng, he was aware of Chen Sisi's care for them over the years, prompting him to respond politely, "Hello, thank you for bringing them here. There's no need for formality." Chen Sisi smiled, waving her hand dismissively. She had not expected the president of JK Group, known as the black-faced king of hell, to be so courteous. Meeting him up close was surprisingly pleasant. Lin Yucheng turned and spotted his father, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Lin Yuno quickly exclaimed, "Brother, Daddy is really here. Can I switch to compete with Daddy instead of Godmother?" After turning to seek the opinions of Tang Yichen and Chen Sisi, the latter readily agreed, believing it would be better for Lin Yuno to compete with her father. Though Tang Yichen was not suited for vigorous exercise, he could not bring himself to refuse the eager look in his daughter's eyes, nodding in agreement. Lin Yucheng, despite his excitement at their father's arrival, managed to suppress his emotions. Standing at the starting line alongside Lin Yuno, Tang Yichen found their legs tied together in solidarity. As the competition commenced, they exhibited a remarkable synergy, surging to the front. However, two-thirds of the way through, Tang Yichen's pace noticeably slowed, prompting Lin Shu, watching from the sidelines, to sense something was amiss. In the end, they were overtaken by the second place, with Tang Yichen and Lin Yuno both achieving the same rank. Although Lin Yu felt a tinge of regret for not securing the top position, she was nonetheless elated to have, like her brother, attained second place. With exuberance, she dashed over to the teacher to claim a sticker, which she promptly affixed to Tang Yichen's chest in a prominent spot. Observing this harmonious family of four standing together, Chen Sisi quietly approached to capture a photograph of them. As Lin Shu descended, she noticed that Tang Yichen's complexion appeared even paler than before. A sense of worry crept into her mind. Was he unwell? He seemed on the verge of fainting. During the competition, they had clearly been poised to win first place, yet he had suddenly slowed down, seemingly pressing against his right side, his brow deeply furrowed. Could he have sustained an injury? Lin Shu was taken aback to realize that she instinctively harbored concerns for Tang Yichen's health. However, recalling their recent discord and his absence over the past few days, a hint of awkwardness restrained her from inquiring about his discomfort. While photographing, she mused that she and Tang Yichen were indeed a striking pair. Such celestial beauty in their combination was no wonder they had produced two adorable children. Although Tang Yichen maintained a rather aloof demeanor, his stoic expression seemed to exude even more coolness. In contrast, Yao appeared somewhat dimmed. Alas, she was a sucker for handsome faces, and given that Tang Yichen was the biological father of Chung Chung and Nua, she found herself inadvertently siding with him. Not wishing to intrude further upon the idyllic ambience of the family, Chen Sisi excused herself, citing other commitments, and slipped away. Tang Yichen turned to Lin Shu, speaking earnestly. "No need to hurry. Let us go. My car is parked out front." With that, he took Lin Yuno by the hand and proceeded forward, while Lin Shu followed closely behind, holding Lin Yucheng's hand. Upon reaching the kitchen, Lin Shu began preparing dinner. Half an hour later, she had crafted a simple yet delightful meal of 3 dishes and a soup: stir-fried asparagus, garlic vermicelli shrimp, sautéed bell peppers with meat, and a comforting tomato and egg soup. As these uncomplicated home-cooked dishes required little time, she set the table only to discover that the 2 children and Tang Yichen had yet to come down. Removing her apron, she decided to head upstairs to summon them. Passing the master bedroom, Lin Shu knocked on the door, but silence greeted her. Gently pushing the door open, she entered, only to find the room empty. Assuming Tang Yichen was in his study, just as she was about to leave, Tang Yichen emerged from the bathroom, bare-chested. Lin Shu froze momentarily before hastily turning her back to him, her cheeks flushed as she stammered an explanation. I thought you weren't in the room. Dinner is ready. I'll go call Ching Chung and Nu Nua. With that, she swiftly retreated. Tang Yichen found his way to the medicine cabinet, carrying it into the bathroom. Carefully, he unwrapped the bandage, revealing a sutured wound that had begun to tear open. He took out some hemostatic powder from the cabinet and poured it directly onto the wound, a sharp pain coursing through him, causing beads of sweat to drip onto the floor. Despite the agony, he merely furrowed his brow slightly. He continued to carefully reapply the gauze, winding fresh bandages around the injury, ensuring it was properly dressed once more. After tidying up, he emerged from the bathroom only to find Lin Shu standing in the room, leaving Tang Yichen momentarily frozen in place. As he watched the petite woman hastily utter a few words before fleeing, he made his way to the wardrobe to fetch clean clothes, even donning an additional coat to conceal his injuries before heading to the dining room. He pondered whether she had noticed the bandages wrapped around him as she had swiftly turned away. Perhaps she hadn't seen after all. Instinctively, Tang Yichen wished to keep his injuries hidden from Lin Shu. As Lin Shu dashed out of the room and walked down the corridor, she gradually realized that she had indeed seen the thick bandages on Tang Yichen. Was he genuinely hurt? Today, he had seemed rather off. Her earlier suspicions were confirmed. He had even pushed through to compete with Nu Nua. She was concerned about the severity of his injuries, especially given his pallor. Calling Lin Yuno and Lin Yuching downstairs, she spotted Tang Yichen wearing a coat at home, confirming that he was indeed injured and perhaps didn't he want them to see. Upon seeing him, Lin Yuno instinctively tried to break free from Lin Shu's grasp to rush over. Daddy! But Lin Shu held her back, knowing that if Nu Nua dashed into him, it might aggravate his wounds. Nu Nua, wash your hands first. You've been playing outside, and we wouldn't want to dirty Daddy's clothes. Lin Yuno paused, obediently heading to the kitchen to wash her hands in preparation for dinner. Okay, Mommy. Lin Yuching followed suit. This left Tang Yichen and Lin Shu alone in the dining room. Tang Yichen cast a meaningful glance at Lin Shu, who hurriedly averted her gaze and turned to follow him into the kitchen. I'll grab them some hand towels. During dinner, Tang Yichen surprisingly had quite an appetite, consuming more than usual. The atmosphere was imbued with the warmth of home. After the meal, Lin Shu cleared the table while Tang Yichen accompanied the two little ones in the living room to watch television. Lin Yuno prepared to ask Tang Yichen to hold her while watching, but Lin Shu, noticing from the dining table, quickly intervened. Noa, you're growing up now. You can't always ask to be held. Tomorrow is a school day, so go wash your face and brush your teeth with your brother first. Mommy will come upstairs to tuck you in later, alright? Alright, but make sure you come up quickly. Lin Yuno turned to Tang Yichen and said, Daddy, we'll watch TV together tomorrow. For now, my brother and I will go to sleep. Good night. She then planted a kiss on Tang Yichen's cheek.
Good night, my dear.
Tang Yichen reciprocated with a kiss on Nu Nua's cheek. After the two little ones ascended the stairs, Tang Yichen remained in the living room, continuing to watch the animated show without changing the channel. Lin Shu paid him no further mind and retreated to the kitchen. Tang Yichen observed Lin Shu's retreating figure, now certain that she had indeed seen the bandages. Earlier, she had stopped Nu Nua from rushing to embrace him, and she had thwarted Nu Nua's attempt to climb onto him. Tang Yichen found himself in a state of inner conflict. He was reluctant for her to know, not wanting her to feel pity for him. If Lin Shu was worried, he wished to shield her from that concern. Yet, on the other hand, the thought of her being aware of his injuries meant she would be cautious of Nu Nua's actions, preventing her from inadvertently touching his wounds. This notion brought him a small, secret joy. If I endure a few more embraces with Nu Nua tonight, and the wound bleeds anew, I shall likely find myself in the hospital tomorrow. Lin Shu tidied up and emerged from the kitchen, only to discover that Tang Yichen was still in the living room, engrossed in a television show, as the next episode of the animated series had already begun. Lin Shu mused to herself, when did he develop an affinity for animated shows? After drying her hands, she prepared to ascend the stairs in search of the two little ones. Tang Yichen, observing Lin Shu's retreating figure, remained silent. Once on the upper floor, Lin Shu narrated a story to the two small children, both of whom soon succumbed to slumber. She set the storybook aside and heard sounds emanating from downstairs. She thought, why is he still watching television? Even with his injury, he should rest sooner. Tang Yichen remained below, not truly watching television at all. As Lin Shu washed the dishes, he hesitated to leave, wishing to keep her company. After Lin Shu ascended, he could not immediately follow, as that would render his earlier presence downstairs too conspicuous. Thus, he lingered in the living room, contemplating his relationship with Lin Shu. During his time in the Middle East, Mo Zhe had discerned that something was amiss. He had divulged to Tang Yichen that Lin Shu was preparing to purchase a home and mentioned her childhood friend, Yao. Mo Zhe advised, brother. If the one in your heart is your sister-in-law, you ought to let her know. How can others be aware if you remain silent? Moreover, you and your sister-in-law have been divorced for 4 years. The ambiguity of your cohabitation, coupled with your lack of expressed feelings, will surely prompt her to move out. If she is resolute in her decision to leave, allow her to do so. As long as she is not remarried, you may fairly compete with that childhood friend of hers. You share 2 children with her, which inherently gives you an advantage. Tang Yichen's romantic history was rather uncomplicated previously, when Qing had pursued him. Now, faced with the prospect of competing for someone else's affection, he was at a loss. He retrieved his phone and messaged Ji Fengfan. Old 4, how do you usually pursue women? After sending the message, he felt somewhat uneasy sitting on the sofa. Ji Fengfan replied, typically, they pursue me. Do I need to chase anyone? Tang Yichen retorted, scram. Ji Fengfan continued, hold on, brother. Although I have never pursued anyone, I can share the tactics of those who have pursued me. He suggested, dates, candlelit dinners, flowers. It's best if you endure some discomfort to evoke a sense of guilt. That should seal the deal. Meanwhile, the small woman who had been sleeping soundly stirred. Her eyes still closed and furrowed her brow, saying, why are you not asleep at this late hour? Laughing like a fool. Ji Fengfan turned and enveloped the small woman from behind, gently kissing her neck. It's nothing, sleep well. He then silently analyzed, when Qing hardly needed Tang Yichen's pursuit. It was undoubtedly the younger sister-in-law who required his attention. He thought. It seems brother has finally had an epiphany and is preparing to make his move on the younger sister-in-law. Chapter 78. The Photograph. The following morning, Lin Shu rose to prepare breakfast for the 2 little ones. Noticing Tang Yichen's absence, she found the doors to the bedroom and study closed. Considering how late he had stayed up the previous night, she wondered if he had already left for the office. Lin Yuno, enjoying her breakfast, inquired, Mommy, did Daddy go to the office? Yes, he probably did. After breakfast, shall I take you both to kindergarten?
All right.
Lin Yuno was aware of her father's busy work schedule. Thus, she did not dwell on his absence at home. After a hearty breakfast, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno each slung their small backpacks over their shoulders, holding hands with their mother as they stepped outside. Originally intending to hail a taxi, Lin Shu noticed Tang Yichen's car parked at the entrance. The driver, upon seeing them emerge, hurriedly exited to open the rear door for them. Madam, Mr. Tang instructed me to wait here to take you to the kindergarten. Lin Shu surmised that the car had been arranged by Tang Yichen and, not wanting to be overly polite and miss the chance to avoid delays, guided Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno into the vehicle. After disembarking, Lin Shu entered the house, changed her shoes, hung up her bag, and prepared to ascend the stairs to work on her drawings. With the 2 little ones starting school, she would have more time to dedicate to her designs. As she poured herself a glass of water in the kitchen, she heard the sound of the front door opening. Standing still, cup in hand, she noticed he was carrying a bag that appeared to be from the hospital. Had he been to the hospital that morning? Tang Yichen walked in and spotted Lin Shu standing by the sofa with her cup. They exchanged glances, enveloped in silence, neither willing to break it. Tang Yichen had woken in the middle of the night to severe pain from a stitched wound and had begun to feel feverish, prompting him to urgently call the family doctor. With Lin Shu and the 2 children at home, it was inconvenient to have the doctor visit. So, he took a taxi to the clinic, arranging for the driver to come back in the morning to take the children to school. The doctor had re-stitched his wound, advising him to avoid water, refrain from vigorous activities, and take care not to reopen the wound, among a host of other precautions. After listening attentively, Tang Yichen simply nodded, acknowledging, understood. He had not anticipated encountering Lin Shu upon entering the house, as she typically remained in her room at this hour. Clearing his throat to shatter the silence, Tang Yichen broke the stillness. Lin Shu hesitated, holding her cup, before finally asking, are you alright? Oh, just take care of yourself. With an injury, you shouldn't be holding Nuanua all the time. She refrained from inquiring about how he had sustained his injury, and turned to ascend the stairs. While Lin Shu was in her room sketching, she received a WeChat message from Chen Cece. Upon opening it, she found a photograph. It captured the moment when the 4 of them received an award the previous day, taken by Chen Cece from the audience. She hadn't even realized she was standing next to Tang Yichen at that moment, with Lin Yuno on his right and Lin Yucheng on her left. The candid shot was delightful, showcasing the 2 little ones joyfully holding their prizes, while she herself wore a smile. Most notably, Tang Yichen had a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lin Shu had always known he was handsome, yet he rarely smiled in everyday life. The gentle smile in the photograph lent him an air of softness, making him appear even more radiant. She gently pressed the save button, quietly storing the photograph on her phone. After putting her phone away, she picked up her pen, preparing to continue her illustrations. Interrupted by the photographs sent by Chen Cece, Lin Shu found her thoughts and inspiration scattered. The shadows of the images lingered in her mind, and after staring at the design for an extended period, she could not bring herself to put pen to paper. She decided to set aside her drawing tools and take a stroll in the garden, intending to check on the cacti she had previously purchased for Chingcheng and Nuanoa. As she picked up her phone and stepped outside, the house was enveloped in silence. She did not hear Tang Yichen leaving again. He must be either in the master bedroom or the study, both doors firmly closed. Lin Shu descended the stairs softly, making her way directly to the garden. The two pots of cacti belonging to Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunhua sat atop the plant stand. The yellow pot belonged to Lin Yunhua, while the blue pot was for Lin Yucheng. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Lin Yunhua's cactus had begun to sprout 2 flower buds. Lin Shu observed the cacti for a considerable time before retrieving a watering can for the other plants. Cacti do not require much water, so she only sprinkled a little to moisten the soil. Just as she was finishing her task, she received a call from the real estate agent. The agent informed her that the paperwork was complete and the keys to the house were ready for transfer. In her mind, Lin Shu contemplated picking up the keys the following day after dropping Chingcheng and Nuanua off at school, and she arranged to meet the agent at 10 o'clock. After hanging up, with the watering nearly finished, Lin Shu turned to head back inside. To her surprise, she was startled to find Tang Yichen standing behind her. She wondered when he had arrived, as he had made no sound. Had he overheard her conversation with the agent? Would he be angry, as he had been last time? Lin Shu lingered in the garden for a moment, observing that Tang Yichen showed no signs of anger. His expression was calm. Unlike the previous encounter, when even standing face-to-face felt like being scorched by his fury. As he descended the stairs and entered the living room, he caught sight of Lin Shu bent over, intently studying the 2 cacti. He recalled a message from Nuanua stating that she and Chengqing each had 1 cactus to care for, likely these very pots. After watching her for some time, he quietly approached the glass door, silently observing her as she busily tended to the plants, a sweet smile adorning her face as she diligently watered them. When she received a phone call informing her that the paperwork was complete and that she could collect the keys, she confirmed an appointment for the next day. Thus, it seemed she had indeed purchased the house. Feeling somewhat awkward under his gaze, Lin Shu raised her hand to check the time. It was past noon. He must have come down for lunch. In her fascination with the cacti, she had forgotten about their meal. Setting down the watering can, she turned toward the house. Tang Yichen followed closely behind her, reminiscent of a hungry child trailing after his mother. Considering his injury, Lin Shu felt a sense of responsibility. "I forgot to prepare lunch," she said. "Would you like to have wontons?" "That sounds fine," Tang Yichen replied, not fussy about food. He was content as long as there was something to eat, and he had previously enjoyed the wontons Lin Shu made, finding them far superior to those served in 5-star hotels. Lin Shujin entered the kitchen to prepare wontons, while Tang Yichen quietly sat at the dining table, awaiting her. She deftly minced the meat using a grinder, adding seasonings and mixing them well. The wonton wrappers had been purchased the previous day and stored in the refrigerator, allowing her to wrap the dumplings swiftly. In approximately half an hour, 2 bowls of wontons were presented on the table, adorned with a few slices of greens and sprinkled with chopped scallions, a feast for the eyes and the palate. The two sat opposite each other in silence, savoring the wontons. Tang Yichen consumed his meal rather quickly, soon revealing the bottom of his bowl. He set it aside and remained at the table, seemingly indifferent to leaving. Observing that he had finished, Lin Shu could not help but speak up, urging him to attend to his tasks while she would handle the dishes after finishing her meal. She then lowered her head to continue eating. Yet she noticed that the man across from her showed no intention of rising. After a moment of silence, Tang Yichen's voice resonated from above, informing her that the paperwork for purchasing a house had been completed. Lin Shu, holding a wonton, froze momentarily, causing it to tumble back into the bowl. His statement was assertive, indicating he had indeed overheard her conversation with the agent. She questioned her own intentions, wondering if she might react in anger. Seeing Lin Shu's silence, Tang Yichen remained unperturbed and inquired, "When do you plan to move in? Have you discussed it with Chengcheng and Nuonuo?" At this, Lin Shu finally lifted her gaze from the bowl, staring incredulously at Tang Yichen, searching for any hint of his true motives on his face. However, after a prolonged scrutiny, he maintained his composed demeanor, showing no signs of anger, and his tone remained calm. Noticing her continued silence, Tang Yichen raised a hand to touch his face, puzzled, and asked, "Is something wrong? Do I have something on my face?" He pressed further, "So, what do you think?" Lin Shu, with wide eyes and a look of confusion, replied, "What?" Tang Yichen sensed that the petite woman before him seemed unusually distracted, lost in thought, perhaps unclear about his inquiries. With a sigh, he continued, "So, when do you intend to move?" The agent had instructed her to collect the keys tomorrow, confirming that all procedures were completed. It was a second-hand property, and once it was cleaned and furnished, They could move in as early as next week. After discussing the moving arrangements, Lin Shu remembered she had yet to inform Nuo. She had already mentioned the house purchase to Cheng, but Nuo was still in the dark. Knowing how attached Nuo was to Tang Yichen, she felt uncertain about how to broach the subject with her daughter regarding their separation and the impending move. Tang Yichen observed the conflicted expression on Lin Shu's face and surmised some of her thoughts. Given Nuo's strong attachment to him, he guessed she might be struggling to find the right words. "I can speak to her," he offered. Lin Shu exclaimed, relieved that he was willing to facilitate the conversation with the children and support her in this transition. "That would be wonderful. Thank you," she replied gratefully. "Of course," he affirmed. Lin Shu was well aware of the strong bond shared among the brothers, and their visit to see Cheng and Nuo stemmed from their fondness for them, which she had no intention of declining. Upon her agreement, Tang Yichen promptly suggested, "Let us do it this Saturday." Lin Shu nodded in affirmation. Previously, the fourth and fifth brothers often relished coming over for meals, and she was quite familiar with their tastes, making it easy for her to prepare for them. After finishing her meal, she tidied up the dishes and headed to the kitchen to wash them, while Tang Yichen ascended the stairs, leaving the dining table. Having had a late lunch, Lin Shu went upstairs to peruse a design book. However, she had barely made any progress when it was time to pick up Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno from school. She donned her coat, descended the stairs, and was about to step outside when she heard the study door open. Tang Yichen emerged, holding the car keys. Upon seeing Lin Shu, he proactively inquired, "Are you going to pick up Cheng and Nuo? I can drive us there." Considering they had already discussed the matter and he had agreed to their moving out, which would happen as soon as next week, she didn't refuse and followed him to the car. As she opened the passenger door and settled into the seat, she noticed that he was driving his usual black Rolls-Royce, adorned with the safety charm she had previously requested for him. To her surprise,
He had kept it all this time.
once inside, the two sat in silence, the atmosphere in the car somewhat quiet, which made Lin Shu feel a tad awkward. Fortunately, the kindergarten was not far away. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the kindergarten's entrance, alighting from the car to join the line of parents waiting to pick up their children. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno emerged hand in hand, their faces lighting up upon spotting their parents together, enthusiastically waving at Tang Yichen and Lin Shu. Lin Yuno even called out joyfully, "Daddy, Mommy." The children exited class by grade, and when it was finally their turn, they rushed towards their parents with uncontainable excitement. The four of them clasped hands as they made their way back to the car. Lin Shu settled the two little ones in the back seat, and the atmosphere brightened considerably with their presence. Throughout the ride, Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno eagerly shared amusing anecdotes from their first day at kindergarten. The family's camaraderie was palpable. Chapter 80, A Family of Four at the Supermarket in the Following Days. Tang Yichen personally drove the little ones to school each morning before heading to the office. With a complimentary chauffeur at her disposal, Lin Shu avoided the need for taxis. Every morning, she would ride with him to the kindergarten, which was conveniently just a short walk from their new home. On the day they were to collect the keys, knowing she was nearby, the real estate agent brought the keys directly to her. Thus, upon receiving the keys, Lin Shu spent the week gradually cleaning the new place. Since the previous landlord had lived there, the property was exceptionally well maintained, and after her efforts, it felt like a brand new home. She intended to reserve the smaller guest room for CC, while the larger master bedroom would be divided with a wardrobe to accommodate two beds for Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno, enabling them to gradually learn to sleep independently. The remaining room was just right for moving her own bed into the master bedroom. The list of items to procure includes a tall cabinet for partitioning the space, two children's beds, and various small essentials for bedding. Ideally, if there were no urgency, custom options could have been considered. However, the desire to move in sooner prevailed, leading to the decision to purchase ready-made furnishings. Fortunately, a suitable cabinet was found in a natural wood hue, harmonizing well with the existing decor. The selection of children's beds was considerably easier, with a myriad of colorful options available. Ultimately, Lin Shu opted for a bed from a reputable brand, prioritizing safety for the children. As these were readily available, delivery and installation were scheduled for Friday, perfectly aligning with their move the following week. After tidying up the kitchenware, Lin Shu emerged to find Tang Yichen and the two children engrossed in a television show downstairs. Upon noticing her, Tang Yichen looked up and suggested, "Shall we venture out to the supermarket together to purchase some supplies?" They mentioned they would be coming over tomorrow. It took Lin Shu a few moments to recall his earlier mention of a meal gathering with Xiao Wu and Wan Er before their move. Amidst the recent flurry of preparing for the house, she had nearly forgotten this detail. Are they coming early?
How many will there be?
Perhaps we could have a barbecue in the garden for lunch and cook in the evening. If you're driving, we could go to that larger supermarket a bit farther away. They have a wider variety. Upon hearing they were heading to the supermarket, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunhua dashed to the doorway to change their shoes. When Lin Shu mentioned the barbecue, they eagerly raised their hands in agreement. During their previous stay in Yun City, they had relished the street-side barbecue stalls, often using their pocket money to buy a couple of skewers, much to their mother's chagrin, who limited their indulgence. They clapped their hands in excitement, exclaiming, "That sounds great. Barbecue is wonderful." Observing Lin Shu's enthusiastic preparations, Tang Yichen muttered to himself, "Had I known, I wouldn't have invited them over, especially with a barbecue involved." Lin Shu was already at the entrance, putting on her coat and grabbing her bag, oblivious to his murmurs. "What did you say?" she asked, slightly flustered. It was clear to her that she was merely accommodating guests. She held no obligation to him. Feeling a warmth rise to her cheeks, she chose not to respond further, hurriedly turning to open the door while tugging the two children along as they exited. Tang Yichen watched the hurried departure of the small woman, bemused by her haste. What was the rush? He hadn't said anything of consequence. Upon their arrival at the supermarket, Tang Yichen pushed a shopping cart at the entrance, and Lin Yunhua insisted on riding in it. He lifted the little girl, plump like a meatball, and placed her in the cart. Lin Shu walked ahead with Lin Yucheng, while Tang Yichen trailed behind, pushing Lin Yunhua. As Lin Shu wandered through the aisles, she added items to the cart, and before long, it was nearly filled to capacity. This was Tang Yichen's first experience accompanying Lin Shu to the supermarket, and he came to a realization. Aside from women who indulged in extravagant shopping for clothes and handbags, there were those equally fervent about grocery shopping. He silently contemplated whether he should fetch another cart, observing that they had only traversed half the store and the cart was already brimming. Lin Shu walked steadily forward, selecting ingredients as she went. She purchased vegetables and meats, then moved on to buy fruits, still needing to acquire some beverages and snacks. When she turned around, holding a box of cherries, she spotted Tang Yichen pushing Lin Yunho along with a cart full of food, standing before the chocolate biscuits, seemingly trying to appease Yunho's cravings as he placed items into the cart. Lin Shu and Lin Yucheng approached, only to realize that the cart was nearly overflowing. At that moment, Tang Yichen remarked, "Shall I fetch another cart?" Lin Shu, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, we have enough." She thought to herself, "I must exercise restraint. It seems that when others shop, they act as though money is no object, taking everything in sight." Tang Yichen regarded her with a look that seemed to question her certainty. Lin Yucheng chimed in, calling out loudly, "Mom, do you want to buy this discounted shampoo?" Lin Shu covered her face and swiftly turned to escape. She hurried to Lin Yucheng's side and snatched the shampoo from his hands, saying, "No need to buy it. We have some at home." Lin Yucheng appeared puzzled, as he remembered that each time they visited the supermarket during promotions, his mother would typically stock up on tissues, shampoo, and laundry detergent. Hadn't she just placed several packs of tissues and laundry detergent into the cart? As Tang Yichen observed the little woman making furtive gestures with his son, he quietly placed the bottle of shampoo into the cart as he pushed it forward. In the end, although they did not retrieve another cart, they were forced to find a basket to redistribute some items. As Tang Yichen bent down to lift the basket, Lin Shu quickly took it from him, remembering his previous injury and deciding it was best not to let him carry anything. After checking out, the cart could be pushed directly to the underground parking lot. So despite the large haul, there was little lifting required. They simply pushed the cart to the car. Chapter 81. Understanding. Once they had placed all the items from the trunk into the kitchen, Lin Shu hurriedly urged the two little ones to go upstairs and wash up. The children, still bubbling with excitement, wanted to pull Tang Yichen along to play with Lego. "Not tonight. It's too late. We can play tomorrow," she insisted. Lin Shu generally enforced strict bedtime rules, as it was crucial for their growth and development. Staying up too late could have repercussions. Since there's no school tomorrow, a little delay won't hurt. Tang Yichen found himself unable to resist his daughter's pleading gaze. Lin Shu glanced at him without uttering another word, thinking, You take on all the good roles." Tang Yichen found her flushed cheeks, an indication of her irritation, somewhat endearing. He sheepishly rubbed his nose and said, "Then I will take them upstairs first." With that, he led the two children upstairs to wash up. As Lin Shu watched the three ascend, Tang Yichen comforted his daughter, assuring her that he would play with her tomorrow and coaxing her through her bedtime routine. She then turned back to the kitchen to place the groceries in the refrigerator before carrying the remaining items to the storage room, placing the tissues and other supplies into the cupboard. While organizing, Lin Shu discovered that Ching Chung had placed the bottle of shampoo he had urged her to buy in the bag. She distinctly remembered not adding it to the cart herself, leading her to wonder if Ching Chung had done so. This particular brand of shampoo was one that Lin Shu had consistently used. She cherished its fragrance and found it well suited to her hair type, leaving it soft after washing. Typically, when there were promotions, she would stock up on a bottle or two. Just moments ago, she hesitated to take it due to Tang Yichen's presence. But to her surprise, Ching Chung had placed it in the bag. What a thoughtful son he was. She resolved to kiss him goodnight later. As Lin Shu ascended the stairs after tidying up, she found both little ones already bathed and lying on the bed, while Tang Yichen sat at the bedside, narrating a story to them. Ching Chung had always bathed himself, but usually it was Lin Shu who bathed Nua Nua. Had Tang Yichen assisted Nua Nua with her bath? Upon seeing Lin Shu enter, Lin Nua eagerly sought praise. "Mommy, I bathed by myself today. Daddy helped adjust the water temperature and watched over me from the shower area. I did it all by myself. Am I amazing?" "Yes, you truly are," Lin Shu replied. "The stories Daddy tells are different from mine, too." Typically, whenever she encouraged Nua Nua to bathe alone, Nua Nua would resist stubbornly. Yet now, with Tang Yichen's two simple statements, he had managed to turn the situation around and even claimed the storytelling role. Tang Yichen stood up from the bed and turned around. The previously warm and gentle woman now had wide eyes, appearing slightly annoyed upon seeing him. He had just coaxed the two children to bed and was bravely telling them a story. What could she possibly be upset about? The complexities of a woman's heart, as the saying goes, were indeed as unfathomable as a needle in the ocean. Tang Yichen closed the storybook, bid the children good night, and quietly exited the room. Lin Shu was unsure why she felt this way. Witnessing his amiable demeanor, his gentlemanly attitude, was oddly displeasing. He had previously been cold and distant, making it difficult for anyone to approach him. So someone had indeed changed him, hadn't they? Suppressing the pang of jealousy within, Lin Shu bent down to kiss her two treasures on the cheeks, saying, "Good night." As she kissed Lin Yucheng, she added, "Thank you, Chung Chung, for putting the shampoo in the cart." Lin Yucheng looked back at her in confusion and replied, "Mommy, I didn't put it in." Lin Shu was taken aback. If he hadn't tea, then who had? Lin Yunua, overhearing their conversation, chimed in, "Mommy, I saw Daddy secretly put it in. Why would he give her shampoo? Had he witnessed the little scheme between her and Ching Ching? How embarrassing." While others returned to a glamorous life post-divorce, dazzling their ex-spouses, she had been caught being frugal by hers. "Mommy, what's wrong?" Lin Yunua innocently asked. "Nothing, sweetie. You two should sleep now. Mommy is going to take a bath. We have many uncles and aunts and your aunt coming over tomorrow," Lin Shu replied as she picked up her pajamas and entered the bathroom. On Saturday morning, Lin Shu rose early to prepare the ingredients. She was surprised to find that Tang Yichen was also awake at such an early hour. Just as she finished washing up and opened her door, she heard the door of the master bedroom also creaking open. The two individuals exchanged glances, and Lin Shu cleared her throat before speaking. "Good morning." "Good morning." Perhaps still groggy from sleep, his voice was low and hoarse. Lin Shu took the initiative to descend the stairs, heading straight into the kitchen. She retrieved the tang yuan she had purchased the day before, intending to prepare them for breakfast. Turning around, she was startled to see Tang Yichen standing at the kitchen door, and she instinctively patted her chest. How does this person walk so silently? I wanted to ask if there's anything I can assist with. Having purchased so many items yesterday, it would be too laborious for her to manage alone. I will cook the tang yuan first. Later, could you please ignite the charcoal in the barbecue grill in the garden? All right. Tang Yichen, now assigned a task, appeared noticeably more cheerful. The two enjoyed a small bowl of tang yuan each. After Lin Shu entered the kitchen, she quickly began preparing the ingredients for the afternoon barbecue, while Tang Yichen went to the garden to set up the grill and light the charcoal. Their collaboration was unexpectedly harmonious. Once the fire was ready, Tang Yichen also carried a few chairs outside, then entered the kitchen to bring out the marinated meat that Lin Shu had prepared, placing it on the table, where a sunshade was already raised. After setting out the vegetables, he planned to go upstairs to awaken the two little ones. Upon entering, he discovered that Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno had already risen and dressed themselves, holding hands as they prepared to descend. "Daddy!" Lin Yuno called out from the top of the stairs. "I was just about to come upstairs to wake you too," Tang Yichen replied. "Have you washed your faces and brushed your teeth?" "Yes, we have. Brother helped me twist the towel and squeeze the toothpaste," Lin Yuno said, walking to her father and taking his large hand. "Chung Chung is so impressive," Tang Yichen praised, ruffling his son's hair. Standing beside them, Lin Yucheng turned his face away, a faint blush creeping up to his ears. Observing his son's shy demeanor, Tang Yichen found this personality both sensible and endearing, albeit a bit awkward. He led the two little ones to the kitchen to find Lin Shu, who was busy preparing drinks ahead of time. Noticing that Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno were awake, she paused her juicing to prepare tang yuan for them, insisting that breakfast should not be neglected. "Chung Chung, would you like some tang yuan?" Lin Shu asked with a warm smile. "That sounds delightful. Mommy, I really want to eat tang yuan," Lin Yuno responded. The two little ones excelled at flattering their mother. Tang Yichen instinctively moved to the juicer to assist in making juice. Although it was his first attempt, the buttons on the machine were labeled, making it quite straightforward to operate. Chapter 82. The Villa Gathering. Just as Tang Yichen finished making the juice, mimicking Lin Shu's actions, he poured it into a large glass container.
The doorbell rang.
They must have arrived. I'll go answer the door, he said, wiping his hands with a clean towel as he walked toward the entrance. Upon opening the door, he found Tang Wanner and Liu Yan at the forefront, with Liu Yan clutching a gigantic teddy bear and Tang Wanner holding a Barbie doll. Looking behind them, Tang Yichen noticed that everyone was carrying gifts. Big brother, we're here. Where's sister-in-law? Where are Chengcheng and Yuno? In the dining room, he replied, stepping aside to let them enter. It was Summer Qingqian's first visit as well, and she brought a large box of Lego for the little ones. Following Tang Wanner, she and Qin Qing greeted everyone. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno had just finished their breakfast when they heard a lively commotion at the door. They hurried out of the dining room and, upon seeing Tang Wanner and Liu Yan, whom they had encountered previously, they felt an immediate sense of familiarity and rushed over to grasp their hands. Auntie, Uncle Wu, they greeted warmly. Tang Yichen stood nearby, introducing the two young ones to the adults, who responded dutifully, addressing each elder from the second uncle to the fourth uncle, and then to Aunt Qingqing and Aunt Xianxian. Afterward, they received an abundance of gifts, and Liu Yan volunteered to help carry them to their room, leading the two little ones upstairs. Meanwhile, the men retreated to the garden while Tang Wanner, Qin Qing, and Xia Qingshan made their way to the kitchen. Sister-in-law, is there anything we can assist you with? You're managing all this food by yourself. It must be quite taxing, Lin Shu said, her head bowed as she prepared the barbecue marinade and oil. She looked up to see three vibrant young women entering, and a sweet smile graced her face. Not at all. It's a rare occasion for you all to come, she replied. Sister-in-law, if that is the case, we'll have to visit more often. Qin Qing teased with a grin. Absolutely, Lin Shu affirmed, as she enjoyed cooking. Though they couldn't host them at the villa, she mentioned they could always dine at the Xinjiang garden in the future, albeit only for hot pot or stir-fried dishes, as barbecuing was off the table. Make sure to invite me next time, Xia Qingshan eagerly chimed in, as her schedule was currently light, with few engagements. She then approached Lin Shu, saying, Sister-in-law, this is meant to be taken out, right? I'll take it. With that, she carried the barbecue sauce and oil outside. Lin Shu had seen this girl once at a bar and later heard from Wanner that she was the girlfriend of the fourth brother. Although they had only met a couple of times, she found her quite likable, genuine, innocent, and a rarity in the entertainment industry. Tang Wanner and Qin Qing followed her outside, joining the men in the garden. The gentlemen were casually tossing pieces of meat and chicken wings onto the grill. Upon seeing this, Xia Qingshan quickly took the tongs from their hands, realizing that if they relied on these young masters for the barbecue, they might not get a bite. Thus, the three young women had no choice but to step in. While the men were seated together, engaged in light conversation, Tang Yichen noticed that Lin Shu had not yet emerged and decided to check on her. Observing his older brother's retreating figure, the others began to gossip, quietly behind him. Second brother, don't you think brother seems to have acquired a touch of earthly warmth? Qin Hao remarked. Mo Zhe added, wasn't he always one of us mortals? That's not what I meant, Qin Hao clarified. I simply mean that he seems to embody a certain domesticity today. Indeed, Ji Fengfan concurred. When has he ever been so busy, serving tea and running about? He must not want his little sister-in-law to bear the burden alone. Lin Shu, hearing footsteps, assumed it was Tang Wanner and the others. With her back turned as she washed fruit, she called out, Wanner, please take the juice outside, and check if there are cups. If not, there are some in the sterilizer. Tang Yichen obediently held the freshly squeezed juice, preparing to retrieve glass cups from the sterilizer. They're grilling, let me handle this. Is there anything else you need to do? Tang Yichen observed that Lin Shu was preoccupied with her tasks and thought it best to suggest that they should choose their own food. It was nearly ready. All he needed to do was serve the fruit. Lin Shu had spent the entire morning preparing the ingredients for dinner, so she was indeed quite busy. Carrying the fruit, she followed Tang Yichen into the garden, where they both placed the juice and fruit on the table for everyone. Seeing the two approach, Qin Hao remarked, I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. Ji Fengfan agreed, saying, indeed, this scene seems so lovely. Just a couple of days ago, my elder brother was asking me how to pursue a girl, yet little sister-in-law has been swept off her feet so quickly. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow at Ji Fengfan. Is that true? Has he really come to his senses? But why did he ask you and not me? Ji Fengfan shrugged. How would I know? Third brother? You should ask him. Mo Zhe chose not to engage with the two, reflecting inwardly that it appeared his elder brother had taken his words to heart and was preparing for fair competition. The group politely urged Lin Shu to stop working and join them for a meal. Come, sister-in-law, try the chicken wings I grilled. Tang Wano offered a small bowl filled with freshly cooked food to Lin Shu. Lin Shu accepted the bowl with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Waner." The sizzling sound and aroma of the barbecued meat drew everyone closer. Lu Yan, accompanied by Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno, descended from upstairs, stating that they had caught the enticing scent from above. Initially engrossed in their toys, they could no longer resist the temptation to come down and eat. The barbecue sauce was a special blend created by Lin Shu, which gave it a unique flavor compared to what one might find outside. The delightful aroma tantalized the taste buds, complemented perfectly by the freshly squeezed juice, prompting everyone to give a thumbs up in approval. Lin Shu was pleasantly surprised by the enthusiasm and hearty appetites of her guests, as she observed that most of the ingredients she had prepared were nearly consumed. While everyone was focused on the barbecue, the fruit remained largely untouched. Once everyone had eaten to their fill and set down their chopsticks, Lin Shu began to tidy up the table. Tang Wane, Qin Qing, and Xia Qingqian joined her in helping, while Lu Yan took charge of the children, leading the little ones back upstairs to play with their toys. Tang Yichen was responsible for extinguishing the charcoal in the grill. After a hearty lunch, the group continued their conversation. To stave off boredom, Lin Shu inquired if they would like to play cards. The men quickly agreed, expressing a desire to play mahjong, even arranging for a new mahjong table to be delivered to the villa. With Lu Xiaowu occupied with the children, the four men were perfectly matched for a game. Chapter 83. Playing mahjong, the men gathered around the table, with Tang Yichen and Mo Zhe facing each other, Qin Hao on the left, and Ji Fengfan on the right. Xia Qingqian moved a chair to sit behind Ji Fengfan, while Tang Wanu and Qin Qing settled between Tang Yichen and Qin Hao, their eyes darting between the two players' cards. Tang Yichen was on a winning streak, drawing several winning hands in succession. Lin Shu brought over a plate of freshly washed fruit for them. Winning a bit of money is nothing to you, Tang Yichen glanced at Ji Fengfan. Then you owe me. Ji Fengfan, unfazed, boldly made his demand. He played an 8 of the suit. Who? A complete hand. Ji Fengfan exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Tang Wana chuckled playfully, saying, "Fourth brother, hurry up. Qin Qing and I will help you sneak a peek at eldest brother's cards." "No need. We shall rely on our own abilities," Ji Fengfan resolutely declined, believing that luck could not favor eldest brother. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him next. Mo Zhe and Qin Hao exchanged glances, amused by fourth brother's banter with eldest brother, and shook their heads. They were indifferent, enjoying the camaraderie, as eldest brother had remarked that losing a small amount of money was of no consequence. The four resumed their game. Lin Shu, unfamiliar with the card game, observed for a while, finding it rather entertaining. Tang Yichen won another round, stealthily glancing at Lin Shu, who stood at a diagonal from him, flanked by Mo Zhe and Qin Hao, diligently watching like an earnest student. His thoughts were entirely occupied with the woman across from him, leading to his defeat at the hands of fourth brother. Tang Yichen feigned a stretch and turned to Lin Shu, saying, "Lin Shu, could you play a hand for me while I step to the restroom?" Suddenly called upon. Lin Shu, who had been attentively learning, panicked and waved her hands. "I can't play cards. Perhaps everyone could wait?" She looked toward the others.
Yifengfan.
Catching on to eldest brother's intentions, called out loudly, "That won't do. I just want a hand. My luck has just turned. If we wait, it might shift back to eldest brother." With a mischievous grin, Ji Fengfan added, "Sister-in-law, why not take a turn for eldest brother? It's fine if you don't know how to play. Just lose a bit of money for us." Tang Wanner chimed in, "It's all right, sister-in-law. My brother has plenty of money, so come sit down quickly." Meanwhile, Tang Yichen had already risen from his seat, making room. Lin Shu felt teary-eyed. She had only just grasped the rules of winning, and was now being thrust into a match with seasoned players. Wasn't that tantamount to giving away money? The atmosphere made it clear they wouldn't relent unless she joined the table, but what sense was there in losing money for Tang Yichen? Despite the expectant gazes of the group, Lin Shu steeled herself and took a seat. It was indeed a losing venture. Once at the table, she failed to win a single hand, losing several rounds in succession, with Mo Zhe, Qin Hao, and Ji Fengfan alternating victories, particularly Ji Fengfan winning the most. After Tang Yichen returned from the restroom, he went upstairs to check on his two little treasures. As he entered the room, he found them sprawled on the floor. Xiao Wu was seriously building with Lego alongside the two little ones. The set that fourth brother's family had just sent them was already dismantled, and judging by the box's design, it seemed to be a Disney castle. None of them noticed his arrival until he cleared his throat and asked, "Would you like something to eat?" "Daddy, Mommy just brought us some fruit. Come quickly. Uncle Xiao Wu and I have built half of it together," Lin Yuno exclaimed, eagerly lifting her little head to showcase their progress. "Eldest brother, I think I heard you all playing mahjong, right?" Lu Xiaowu casually inquired. "Yes, do you want to join? I can have Wanner come up to keep them company." "I'd rather not play. I'm not fond of mahjong." It's far more enjoyable to be with Cheng and Nono. Lu Yan refrained from playing mahjong with his elder brothers, as each time he ended up losing miserably. The last occasion he lost a sports car prompted him to vow never to engage in their games again.
Tang Yichen.
Contemplating the petite woman downstairs who was playing cards on his behalf, reminded Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno to partake in some fruit before making his way down. Upon approaching the mahjong table, he overheard Wanner defending the new player. Indeed, sister-in-law has just learned to play, and you all should show a bit of leniency. Qing and the fourth brother's companion had also joined in. Lin Shu, with her head bowed, seemed ready to disappear into the table, muttering to herself, "Perhaps it's better if you refrain from speaking. Every round is a loss. Who else could it be but her?" Silently, she questioned if it was merely a matter of bad luck. Observing Tang Yichen's expression, which bore hints of indignation, she knew it was not just poor fortune. He was simply unable to draw the tiles he desired, a fact he was acutely aware of. Tang Yichen raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't it be so? Indeed, it should. Ji Fengfan quickly agreed, having won considerably since his sister-in-law joined the table. He turned to comfort Lin Shu, sister-in-law. Everyone incurs a bit of tuition during their first game of mahjong. Do not take it to heart. We shall battle again next time. Blushing, Lin Shu offered an awkward smile and hastily excused herself to prepare dinner, slipping away to the kitchen. Upon entering, she noted the hour was growing late. So she retrieved the ingredients she had prepared that morning from the refrigerator and began boiling the pork rib soup. Donning an apron, she was ready to handle the seafood. In the interim, Tang Wanner and the other two girls entered offering to assist, but Lin Shu, having already completed the washing and chopping earlier, insisted they go enjoy themselves instead. At precisely 7 p.m., dinner commenced, with a total of 11 people gathered around the large round table in the dining room. Lin Shu was well aware of their preferences, and thus prepared a delectable array of dishes, both spicy and mild, featuring crispy pork, spicy boiled meat slices, braised pork, hot pot, steamed fish, garlic lobster, and a hearty corn rib soup, all beautifully arranged on the table. Xia Qingqian, experiencing Lin Shu's cooking for the first time, savored the first bite and began to sing her praises. The others, having not tasted such fare in ages, also dug in with fervor. Tang Yichen sat beside Lin Shu, his expression unmistakably declaring, "The dishes prepared by my wife are unparalleled." Chapter 84. You are my wife. Everyone wore expressions suggesting they understood, but chose not to voice it. It was indeed a rare occasion for the group to gather for a meal, especially with Mo frequently being away on business abroad. Tang Yichen fetched 2 bottles of white wine from the cabinet. After pouring for the others, he served himself a glass. Lin Shu, seated beside him, observed and wondered if his previous injury had healed sufficiently for him to indulge in alcohol once more. However, with so many people present, she hesitated to inquire, swallowing the question that lingered on her lips. The men engaged in lively conversation, consuming a fair amount of wine. Once the 2 bottles of white were finished, another bottle of red was procured, and the gathering shifted from the dining table to the living room. Tang Wanner and the other 2 young women assisted Lin Shu in clearing the dishes, playfully pushing her out of the kitchen as they insisted on taking turns washing up. Lin Shu noticed that it was getting late and, acquiescing to their wishes, went to the living room to call the 2 little ones upstairs, intending to lull them to sleep. The men downstairs were enjoying their drinks, and she estimated it would not conclude anytime soon. Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunua obediently washed up and climbed into bed, falling asleep shortly thereafter. When Lin Shu returned downstairs, everyone was seated in the living room. Since Qing had to go to the film set the next day, and the hour was getting late, she suggested that they disperse. Except for Xiao Wu, the others were in varying states of inebriation. Fortunately, they all maintained good manners, quietly enjoying their tipsiness without causing a ruckus. Xia Qing and Qian supported Ji Fengfan, driving away in Lao Si's car as the first to leave. Qing took it upon herself to escort her brother, being the second to depart. Remaining were Lu Yan and Mo. Lin Shu, concerned that one heir might struggle alone, proposed that they either stay over or leave together. She helped Mo. into the car, followed by Lu Yan. Tang Wanner, taking her place in the driver's seat, waved at Lin Shu, saying, "Sister-in-law, we're off now. You should go in and check on Big Brother. He has likely had too much to drink. We'll come again next time." Lu Yan was still pondering their next meal together. "All right, Wanner, drive slowly and be safe," Lin Shu admonished. "Okay, sister-in-law, you head inside."
Bye.
She approached, gently shaking his shoulder. The man lying on the sofa slowly opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the petite woman before him. His expression was eerily reminiscent of Cheng's. "How are you? Can you make it upstairs by yourself?" Lin Shu thought to herself that if he couldn't ascend, he would have to sleep on the sofa, as she certainly could not manage to carry him upstairs. Tang Yichen had indeed consumed a fair amount today, feeling dizzy now. As he opened his eyes and gradually focused on the little woman standing before him, he heard a soft voice. He propped himself up on his arm, attempting to stand but nearly losing his balance. Lin Shu, alarmed, rushed to support him. Seeing his condition, she was tempted to suggest that he simply sleep on the sofa. Yet he stubbornly attempted to stand and staggered toward the staircase. With no other choice, Lin Shu, anxious about him falling, assisted him slowly upstairs. Just as she turned, her wrist was grasped. The man on the bed mumbled, "Don't go, wife." Lin Shu, irritated, wrenched her hand free. Who is your wife? You don't even know whom to call. Just because you're drunk doesn't mean you can call everyone your wife. I bet you have a whole stack of them. She turned and headed to the bathroom, burying her head under the faucet to splash cold water on her face. Finally feeling refreshed, lacking a towel, she hastily grabbed 2 pieces of tissue to dry her face. Just as she finished, she caught a glimpse of Tang Yichen, standing at the bathroom door, having risen at some point. Why is he still up? Didn't he lock the door? Lin Shu thought, turning to see Tang Yichen gazing at her with a dazed expression. Then she heard his childlike voice say, "Wife, I thought you had left." Lin Shu fell silent, pondering when he had developed this habit of drunkenly calling people wife. With a dark expression, she coldly replied, "I am not your wife." Tang Yichen took a step closer, advancing toward Lin Shu, causing her to retreat to the edge of the sink in fear. "You are my wife. My wife is named Lin Shu, and you bear a striking resemblance to her. However, since we are divorced, you are no longer my wife. Therefore, let us proceed to remarry." As he spoke, he took Lin Shu's hand, embodying the earnestness of someone intent on heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau for their wedding. Alas! Wait a moment. It is the middle of the night, and who is working at this hour? Lin Shu found herself at a loss for words, questioning why she was discussing such matters with a drunken man in a restroom at this ungodly hour. The priority now was to get some sleep, was it not? When does anyone start working? Tang Yichen gazed at Lin Shu with innocent eyes, making her wonder if he was genuinely intoxicated or merely toying with her. In an effort to usher him off to bed, she soothed him, "Tomorrow, when we wake up, there will be people at work. We can go then, all right?" While uttering words meant to comfort a child, she guided him out of the restroom and toward the large bed. "Oh, very well then, sweetheart. Shall we retire to bed now?" Yet, the hand that grasped Lin Shu's wrist remained unyielding. "Aren't we supposed to sleep together? We're divorced now, so we certainly cannot share a bed." Lin Shu felt as though she were pacifying a child, exercising patience, hoping he would soon succumb to slumber. After all, managing 2 little ones had equipped her with a knack for soothing. "Oh, so we can sleep together tomorrow. Just lie down now. We will address tomorrow's matters when the sun rises. You promised just moments ago. You cannot deceive me." "All right, fine, I promise." Lin Shu exhaled in relief, gently covering him with a blanket before heading to the restroom to wet a towel and wipe his face. Tang Yichen closed his eyes and quickly drifted into sleep. After all the commotion, she could finally rest. Lin Shu paid little mind to his drunken ramblings. Who truly takes the words of a drunken person seriously? Chapter 85. Picnic. The aftermath of indulgence left Tang Yichen parched and dizzy upon waking. Thirst pulled him from slumber, prompting him to rise and descend the stairs for water. After downing 2 large cups of warm water, he felt somewhat relieved. Last night, in a fit of merriment, he had overindulged with friends and awoke still clad in the attire from the previous day, clearly recalling having lain on the sofa. The house was quiet. The door to Nua's room was shut. Was Lin Shu still asleep? Just then, he heard the door creak open and saw Lin Shu emerge in her loungewear. Surprised to find him awake, she had assumed he would sleep longer after such a drunken night. Remembering the nonsensical words he had uttered while holding her hand, a faint blush crept up her ears. Noticing her attire, she abruptly turned and retreated into her room, shutting the door to change before re-emerging. Tang Yichen poured himself another glass of water, sipping slowly while observing Lin Shu's flurry of activity, opening and closing the door repeatedly, leaving him puzzled about her intentions. Moreover, her gaze seemed tinged with shyness. Had something occurred last night that he was unaware of? After Lin Shu dressed herself neatly, she descended the stairs, preparing to enter the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the 2 little ones. As she passed by Tang Yichen, she caught a whiff of alcohol lingering in the air, which caused her to furrow her brow slightly. Tang Yichen, noticing her subtle reaction, had just awakened and, feeling parched, had hurried downstairs for a drink without first showering. Upon glancing down at his attire, he realized his clothes were wrinkled and still bore traces of yesterday's alcohol. Was he being looked down upon? Today, Tang Yichen took an unusually long time in the shower, using body wash twice. After his shower, he brushed his teeth and, feeling uncertain, lightly spritzed himself with cologne. ensuring there was no lingering scent before heading downstairs. By the time he reached the dining area, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno were already seated at the table, enjoying their breakfast. Lin Shu had prepared steamed corn buns, freshly squeezed soy milk, and pancakes for breakfast. Lin Yuno, thinking her father had just woken up, turned to Tang Yichen and said, "Daddy, why did you get up later than me and brother?" To which Tang Yichen cleared his throat and replied, "Daddy simply overslept." Lin Yuno made a face at him, exclaiming, "Daddy is such a big pig." Tang Yichen looked at his daughter with a fond smile, choosing to remain silent. As Lin Shu emerged from the kitchen carrying the last 2 pancakes, she immediately spotted Tang Yichen at the dining table. He had changed into a clean, tidy outfit, and even his hair had been styled. Approaching with the plate, she was pleased to notice the absence of any alcohol scent. So, he had indeed spent all that time upstairs showering. In their villa, there were not many belongings. 2 suitcases sufficed for packing. However, it was impossible to take all of Ching Chung and Nuanua's toys, so they would only take a few smaller items that did not take up much space. The house over there was small and could not accommodate too much. She planned to discuss with Tang Yichen about leaving some things at the villa. If that was inconvenient for him, they would pack them neatly for storage. Tang Yichen himself rose to pour a cup of soy milk. Observing the little woman sitting opposite him, who seemed distracted while eating her breakfast, as if preoccupied with some thoughts. Lin Shu, watching Tang Yichen leisurely enjoy his meal, suddenly looked up and asked, "Aren't you going to the office today?" Tang Yichen was momentarily taken aback before responding, "It's the weekend. There's no need to go to the office." Oh, Lin Shu thought to herself, why hasn't he left yet? He used to frequently work overtime on weekends. Was the JK group not busy anymore? The boss could now enjoy weekends off. When Lin Shu recalled the events of last night and began sipping her soy milk, she was suddenly startled and choked, bending over and coughing incessantly. Tang Yichen, seeing her in distress, quickly began to pat her back gently. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Lin Shu halted his intimate gesture, recalling his drunken words from the previous night. She shifted uncomfortably, a fleeting expression of unease crossing her face. Luckily, the coughing had reddened her cheeks, effectively masking her embarrassment. Upon hearing that Lin Shu intended to take the 2 children out, Tang Yichen insisted on accompanying them. He told Ching Chung and Nua that he would take them to fly kites. The 2 children, excited, eagerly pulled Tang Yichen towards the door. Lin Shu found a canvas bag and filled it with snacks, clean fruits, and drinks. Tang Yichen cast a glance and silently accepted the bag, lifting it with ease. Initially, he believed that everything could be purchased there, rendering the effort of bringing it from home unnecessary. However, upon observing the bag meticulously prepared by the petite woman, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instinctively moved forward, knowing full well that placing it in the car was the right course of action. He drove them to a resort not far from the villa, where a vast lake awaited them, flanked by expansive lawns and a central plaza, complete with a small artificial beach where one could pitch a tent. Given that it was the weekend and the weather was splendid, the place was bustling with visitors. After parking, Tang Yichen retrieved the tent and picnic mat he had previously stowed in the trunk, along with the bag of provisions prepared by Lin Shu. The 4 of them found a patch of shade, and as soon as Tang Yichen had set up the tent, the 2 little ones eagerly dashed inside and sprawled out. Lin Shu laid out the picnic mat outside the tent and arranged the food neatly. She had not anticipated such a marvelous location near the villa. The breeze from the lake was delightful. Surrounding them were primarily young couples and families enjoying the day out. From a distance, one could see numerous tents pitched on the lawn, while others simply spread their picnic mats directly on the grass. The central plaza was alive with vendors selling water guns, buckets, kites, snacks, and icy beverages, creating an atmosphere of vibrant merriment. Once the tent was erected, Tang Yichen took Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno to purchase kites, each selecting one for themselves. The breeze by the lake was perfect for flying kites. Lin Yucheng ran about, successfully launching his kite after several attempts, while Lin Yuno struggled initially and only managed to get hers airborne when Tang Yichen assisted her, handing her the string and encouraging her to take the reins. As the scene unfolded, Lin Shu noticed Tang Yichen approaching and deliberately turned her gaze towards the lake. Tang Yichen settled onto the mat beside her, unscrewing a bottle of mineral water to quench his thirst. Lin Shu thought to herself how he neglected to accompany Yucheng and Yuno, instead opting to contest for space beside her. Perceiving her deliberate disregard, Tang Yichen sought to initiate conversation. "Would you like to buy a kite to try your hand at it?" Lin Shu hesitated, then shook her head. The area was filled with children at play, while the adults merely assisted. It felt rather absurd for her to join in the fray. Observing the joyful antics of Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno in the distance, she pondered for a moment before speaking up. "I plan to move tomorrow. The house is nearly ready." Tang Yichen felt a weight settle in his chest as he slowly capped the bottle, responding in a subdued tone. "All right. I will speak to Yuno about it tonight. After all, he had not contested her for custody, and she would not impose unreasonable demands. Perhaps this was their optimal arrangement, co-parenting the two children while she accepted the schools and trips he had arranged for them. He could continue his life undisturbed, maintaining his own small haven alongside a relatively free and rewarding career. She was confident in her ability to raise the children well. Yes, Tang Yichen murmured, his head lowered, visibly disheartened. Rest assured, I will take good care of them, Lin Shu hastily reassured him, believing his concerns were rooted in worry.
I know.
Tang Yichen finally lifted his head, beaming radiantly at Lin Shu. Taken aback by his smile, Lin Shu stared at him. This man was usually quite aloof, rarely offering more than a slight curl of his lips. Yet, when he smiled, the surrounding scenery seemed to pale in comparison, revealing a beauty she had never anticipated from him. Tang Yichen noticed that the little woman before him appeared entranced, her eyes fixed on him as if she might leap into his arms at any moment. Though he wouldn't mind, it seemed inappropriate given their public setting. It was mortifying to realize he had captivated her with merely a smile. Observing the retreating figure of the little woman, Tang Yichen mused that fair competition was non-existent. Perhaps employing a touch of charm was indeed necessary. If charm proved effective, he wouldn't mind smiling a few more times. From a distance, he watched as two children ran, Lin Shu trailing behind. After a while of play, Lin Yuchen and Lin Yuno gathered their kite, and the three of them approached him. Daddy, I want some water, Lin Yuno called out to Tang Yichen. He opened a bottle of mineral water for her, while Lin Yuchen managed to twist the cap off his own, revealing their shared thirst. Seeing them hydrated, Lin Shu began unpacking their snacks. Let us eat something before playing again. We wouldn't want to be hungry later, she suggested. Okay, we want to go to the beach afterwards. We've been eyeing that spot for a while, the two little ones chimed. All right, once you've eaten well, I'll join you there, Tang Yichen promised. That evening, while Lin Shu bathed Lin Yuno, the little girl inquired, Mommy, are we moving to live next to the school tomorrow? Lin Shu, holding a towel, paused slightly, realizing that Tang Yichen must have already informed their daughter. It was heartwarming. She was unsure how he had conveyed the news. But the little girl seemed content with merely confirming the move, asking no further questions. Lin Shu felt reassured. She preferred not to see any reluctance or emotional distress from her children regarding the move. The clothing was manageable, with much still in Yun City. 2 suitcases sufficed for their belongings. However, the toys posed a challenge. Upon entering, Tang Yichen discovered Lin Shu sitting on the floor, gazing blankly at the toys belonging to Chung Chung and Nuo. Do you need assistance? There are too many toys to take along if it's inconvenient. We can store them in the storage room for now, he offered gallantly. Lin Shu accepted his chivalrous gesture, pushing both suitcases to the staircase before heading to the bathroom to gather toothbrushes and towels, which she had momentarily forgotten. Once everything was organized and loaded into the car, it was already past noon. Lin Shu hurried to the kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of dumplings. After they ate, Tang Yichen drove Lin Shu to the Xinjiang garden. He carried the luggage upstairs and Lin Shu opened the door, allowing him to follow her inside. The apartment, located on the 7th floor, was bathed in light, with a living room that showcased natural wood furnishings, complemented by wooden floors, white curtains, and a fabric sofa. While it lacked the grandeur of a villa, it exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Lin Shu began to arrange their belongings, directing Tang Yichen to place the toys he had organized for the children in the innermost room. Tang Yichen observed Lin Shu, who was diligently arranging the toys as she entered the newly transformed master bedroom. The spacious room had been divided to accommodate Chung Chung and Nuo, each with their own bed. Though there were 3 rooms available, he refrained from questioning the arrangement. He meticulously organized the children's toys, placing them on the bedside tables before taking a leisurely tour of the house. Lin Shu, preoccupied with packing and preparing to pick up Chung Chung and Nuo from school, paid little attention to him. After a while, noticing the time, Tang Yichen suggested, I shall go fetch Chung Chung and Nuo. You can take your time. Lin Shu, seeing that she still had half a suitcase to unpack and needed to make the beds, agreed. However, Tang Yichen made himself comfortable on the sofa, showing no inclination to leave. Having received assistance throughout the day, Lin Shu felt it inappropriate to rush him away. She approached him with a proposal. There's not much to eat at home. Shall we dine out tonight? My treat. Tang Yichen looked up at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. That sounds good. Chapter 87, An Encounter. The vicinity of Xinjiang Garden was lively in the evening, brimming with a vibrant atmosphere. Unlike the serene ambience of the villa area where one had to drive out to find a meal, Lin Shu led the group outside, and upon exiting the community gate, they encountered a fruit shop, a milk tea shop, and a delicacy store. As they strolled, Lin Shu spotted a yellow beef hot pot restaurant, pausing to gauge everyone's opinion. The two little ones, fond of hot pot, enthusiastically approved, and Tang Yichen, having never tried this style of beef hot pot, agreed to sample it as well. Lin Shu confidently led the three of them inside. After a long day, having only eaten dumplings for lunch, her stomach was already grumbling with hunger. Upon receiving the menu, she was pleasantly surprised by the reasonable prices and ordered a lavish spread, not anticipating the delightful taste that awaited them. Tang Yichen was equally astonished that such a humble establishment could offer such delectable dishes. The four of them enjoyed the meal heartily. Tang Yichen remained silent, his innocent gaze fixed on Lin Shu, who felt as though she had committed some offense under his scrutiny. Lin, ever the little helper, tugged at Lin Shu's hand, playfully pleading, "Mommy, let Daddy rest for a bit. He can have some fruit." Lin Shu promptly retrieved an orange from the bag of fruit she had just purchased and handed it to him, thinking if he desired fruit, he should have simply asked. Both Chengcheng and Nuo exchanged exasperated glances at their mother's simplicity. Tang Yichen chuckled softly as he accepted the orange. Lin Shu, observing him, questioned, "What is so amusing? If you don't want to eat, you can give it back." Acknowledging the three of them with a nod, he eventually turned and walked towards the car, driving away after a while. Recently, Lin Shu had been preoccupied with meeting deadlines. Qin Sisi mentioned that during her last visit to a fashion exhibition, she had made numerous connections, resulting in a surge of orders. Thus, she spent her days sketching or visiting the studio. Although busy, Lin Shu felt a profound sense of fulfillment. On Friday, she dropped the two younger ones at kindergarten before taking the subway to her studio. Just as she stepped into the office, she received a call from Lin Muyao.
Hello, Ayao.
Good. After ending the call with Lin Muyao, Lin Shu sent a message to Qin Sisi inquiring about her arrival time in the afternoon. She then immersed herself in completing the drawings for the day, which needed to be submitted to Xiao Wei and the others for garment production. With an increase in orders, everyone was quite busy. Around 5 o'clock, Lin Shu stepped out of the studio and visited the local market, as her kitchen was nearly bare. She was preparing dinner for Yao that evening and needed to get everything ready in advance. Earlier that morning, Tang Yichen had come to pick up Chengcheng and Nuo to take them to the old residence, mentioning that the two little ones would be staying with their grandfather for the night. After dropping her bag, Lin Shu entered the kitchen to begin preparations, bringing the last dish to the table just as the doorbell rang. Wiping her hands clean, she went to answer the door. There stood Lin Muyao, impeccably dressed in a suit, as if he had just come from an important event, holding a gift box in his hands. Upon seeing Lin Shu open the door, he stepped inside and presented the gift. "This is an aromatic diffuser I bought in the capital. My colleagues recommended it for its delightful fragrance, so I brought you some." "Thank you, Ayao," Lin Shu replied, accepting the bag and placing it on the living room cabinet. Noticing the absence of the two children, Lin Muyao expressed his curiosity. "Aren't Chengcheng and Nuo home?" "Ah, I see. Does Mr. Tang come over often since the move?" "It seems you two get along quite well," he mused, but then dismissed the thought. He removed his suit jacket and followed Lin Shu into the kitchen, attempting to stop her busy movements. "Let me take care of it." "All right," Lin Shu said, stepping aside to make space while she retrieved the dishes. The two sat face to face at the dining table, where Lin Shu had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. As they ate, they engaged in light conversation. "Yao, you mentioned that your business had shifted to Jiangcheng. You've been away for quite a while on this trip," Lin Shu inquired with curiosity. "Yes, it involves tourism development, which requires considerable travel," Lin Muyao explained. "The company's main operations are gradually relocating, yet many projects still demand my personal oversight, hence the frequent trips." "That sounds wonderful. Almost like you're on a vacation while working," Lin Shu replied cheerfully, finding the idea of working while traveling quite appealing. As they were conversing, a knock echoed from outside. Lin Shu, puzzled, wondered who it could be at this hour. "I'll go take a look," she said, rising to answer the door. Upon opening the door, she was completely taken aback. It was Tang Yichen, standing outside with a thermal container in hand. Inside the container was chicken soup prepared by Aunt Wang. After dinner, grandfather insisted that he deliver it to Lin Shu, and since the little ones were at the old residence, he naturally brought the soup along. However, upon seeing Lin Shu, he appeared somewhat perplexed, standing frozen at the threshold. "What's going on? Aren't you going to let me in? Is it inconvenient?" Tang Yichen asked sternly, his expression darkening. "Lin Shu, is everything all right?" Chapter 88. Reluctance to leave. Upon glancing back, Lin Shu noticed that his demeanor had grown even more severe. Feeling as though she had been caught in a compromising position, she awkwardly sidestepped. Tang Yichen strode confidently into the house, while Lin Shu, still processing the situation, realized she had no reason to feel guilty. They were already divorced after all, and this was her home. She could invite whomever she pleased for dinner without fear. Lin Muyao turned her head and saw Tang Yichen. She stood up politely to greet him. Hello, Mr. Tang. We have met before. Tang Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. Hello. He walked over and placed the thermos directly on the dining table. My grandfather asked me to bring this for you. It's chicken soup that Aunt Wang prepared. After saying this, he pushed the thermos in front of Lin Shu and then sat down right next to her. Lin Muyao silently took a seat across from them, observing the two as if they were the hosts of this household. Upon hearing that it was her grandfather's request, Lin Shu felt compelled to honor the elder's intention. She stood up and went inside to fetch 2 small bowls, pouring out 2 servings of chicken soup. She pushed one bowl in front of Lin Muyao and said, Yao, you should try it. Aunt Wang's soup is delightful. She then picked up the remaining bowl and began to sip. Very fresh. Seeing that the petite woman beside him showed no inclination to attend to him and even shared the soup he had painstakingly delivered with another man, Tang Yichen felt a pang of irritation. He had hurried over without dinner, only to find her enjoying a candlelit dinner with someone else. It seemed he had intruded upon their moment. Noticing Tang Yichen's increasingly dark expression, Lin Muyao sensed the awkwardness and attempted to ease the tension. Mr. Tang, have you eaten? We just started. Would you like to join us? She looked at the bowl of chicken soup Lin Shu had poured for her and pushed it towards Tang Yichen, saying, Mr. Tang, please have some soup while I fetch some utensils. Just as Lin Muyao was about to rise, Tang Yichen stopped her. He stood up and walked into the kitchen. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his command, Lin Muyao awkwardly sat back down. Lin Shu, noticing the situation, explained, Yao, just enjoy your soup and ignore him. That's just how he is. Hearing Lin Shu defend Tang Yichen made Lin Muyao feel a bitter pang in her heart, realizing that perhaps Lin Shu was unaware of her implicit support for Mr. Tang. Tang Yichen returned with 2 bowls and a pair of chopsticks. After sitting down, he placed 1 bowl in front of Lin Shu. Lin Shu, looking bewildered, lifted her head and asked, What is this for? I already have a bowl. Tang Yichen, casually eating his meal, replied, Just pour me a bowl of chicken soup. Didn't you drink any at home? Lin Shu found his behavior rather odd, questioning if he had come specifically to mooch off their meal. No, I brought it over as soon as it was ready, Tang Yichen asserted with an air of justification. Reluctantly, Lin Shu poured him half a bowl. Humph. When Lin Shu heard him mention he had other matters to attend to, she didn't insist he stay. Tang Yichen moved to the living room to watch television, appearing very engrossed. When Lin Muyao greeted him, he merely nodded faintly. Lin Shu paid him no mind as she donned her coat and changed her shoes to accompany Lin Muyao downstairs. As the two exited and closed the door, Tang Yichen swiftly rose from the sofa, not even bothering to put on his slippers, and leaned against the window, fixated on the scene below. Lin Shu accompanied Lin Muyao in the elevator down, where Lin Muyao's car waited in the complex. They soon reached the vehicle. All right, you can get in now. I'll come by another day to see the 2 little ones. Lin Muyao found herself missing the 2 little ones. Xiao Shulin, wait a moment, she called out. What's the matter? Yao Ge? Lin Shulin asked, observing Lin Muyao's hesitant demeanor with concern. It's fine, Lin Shulin replied with a smile and nodded. Lin Muyao opened the car door, got in and drove away. Lin Shulin entered the house, only to discover someone lounging on her sofa, engrossed in a television show. When did he develop a penchant for melodramatic dramas airing at 8? Tang Yichen lay on the sofa, silent, fixated on the screen. After a while, Lin Shulin walked in with her clothes and towel for shower and emerged half an hour later, clad in modest cotton pajamas. Finally, Tang Yichen lifted his head and said slowly, You should rest. I'll leave after this episode. Lin Shulin was utterly perplexed. What show could be so captivating that the esteemed president of JK Group would squander his time on it? He suggested she rest outside. And when she couldn't sleep, she might as well sketch a few designs. She approached the desk and sat down, gradually immersing herself in her drawings. The door handle turned, and the door was unlocked. Chapter 89, Delivering Flowers to My Wife. Tang Yichen pushed open the door and found Lin Shulin asleep at her desk. He approached slowly, noticing unfinished sketches of clothing scattered across the surface, reminiscent of the designs he had seen her create at the villa. Gently, he scooped her up and placed her on the bed, tucking the covers around her. He sat at the bedside for a while, gazing at the little woman before him. Her face rosy, and couldn't he help but pinch her cheek. Silly girl, he murmured. Lin Shulin stirred uncomfortably, swatting away his playful hand, and turned over to continue her slumber. He chuckled affectionately and quietly left the room, finally turning off the television as he departed. In the JK Group president's office, Tang Yichen sat behind his desk, his eyes fixed on the documents on his computer. Ji Fengfan wandered upstairs, seemingly with nothing to do. Brother, I heard sister-in-law has moved out? Ji Fengfan inquired with a mischievous glint in his eye. Tang Yichen glanced up at him, unresponsive, and returned his focus to the reports. What's going on between you two? Weren't we all fine when we went out to dinner last time? Have you tried the strategies I taught you? Noticing Tang Yichen's dark expression, Ji Fengfan exclaimed, "Come on, brother, this isn't right. You're showing no initiative or expression at all. Now that sister-in-law has moved out, what has to stop her from meeting other men? Soon enough, others might become the stepfather to Chung Chung and Nuo, and they might even end up calling someone else dad."
Get lost.
Tang Yichen, irritated by the incessant mention of Lin Shu and the thought of her with another man, recalled his encounter with Yao Go yesterday. His face darkened further as he glared at Ji Fengfan, who continued undeterred, "Brother, seriously, invite sister-in-law out for dinner, then buy her a bouquet, and make a heartfelt confession. It will definitely work. Get lost," Tang Yichen reiterated coldly. The ultimate strategy, he thought, was to tackle her directly. If she disagreed, he would persist until she acquiesced. Once, twice, thrice, he would keep trying until he succeeded. Tang Yichen directly hurled the folder in his hand aside.
Just get lost.
As Ji Fengfan fled, he could not resist teasing, "Big brother, you're not actually starting to check which restaurant to choose or where to buy flowers, are you?" After Ji Fengfan departed, Tang Yichen paused his work, taking a seat while lost in thought. Li Cheng knocked and entered to report on his tasks. Once finished, he stood awaiting further instructions from his boss, only to be unexpectedly queried by Tang Yichen. "Li Cheng, do you often buy flowers for your wife?" "Of course." Li Cheng responded with an eagerness that nearly involved him thumping his chest in assurance. "All right, you may leave," Tang Yichen said, lowering his gaze as a dismissal. Li Cheng glanced at the document in hand and remarked, "Then let's place this proposal here for now. I'll review it shortly." He then set the file on the desk and exited the office, muttering, "The boss seems to be in a rather good mood lately." Tang Yichen departed the office early, calling Lin Shu from his car, informing her that Grandpa wished for the two little ones to stay at the old residence for the night, and he would arrange a vehicle to take them directly to kindergarten the following day. Lin Shu had no objections, content that both Grandpa and the children were happy, and she would have the time to catch up on her drawings tonight. "Are you home now?" After discussing Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno, Tang Yichen prepared to address serious matters. "I'm not home. Why do you ask?" Lin Shu replied, puzzled, as her absence would not hinder him from picking up the children. After all, the kindergarten teachers were aware that he was their father. "Ahem, when will you be back?" That is still uncertain. "Do you need something?" she inquired, suggesting they could discuss it over the phone. With the two little ones away, she planned to work overtime in her studio to complete the designs. "Nothing important," Tang Yichen concluded, ending the call. Lin Shu listened to the dial tone, realizing once again that Tang Yichen was as unpredictable as ever. Dismissing it from her mind, she set her phone down and returned to her work. Tang Yichen arrived at the kindergarten early to collect Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno. The two little ones sat in the back seat. "Daddy, why are you the one picking us up today? And all the other kids haven't left yet?" Lin Yuno inquired, tilting her head over the front seat. "Mommy has work to attend to, and Great-Grandpa wants you to stay a bit longer, so Daddy came to pick you up early and take you to Great-Grandpa's." Understanding the situation, the two little ones quietly followed their father to their great-grandfather's home. After dropping them off at the old residence, Tang Yichen drove to a flower shop, purchasing an extravagant bouquet of roses that filled the entire trunk. Lin Shu worked late in her studio until past 9, skipping dinner. She descended to the convenience store to buy a loaf of bread and a bottle of yogurt, finishing her meal before heading toward the subway station. After exiting the subway, she had a few minutes walk ahead, and the streets were rather deserted, prompting her to quicken her pace. Upon entering her neighborhood, she remained oblivious to the black Rolls-Royce parked below and the figure leaning against a car in the dim light. Tang Yichen hurriedly retrieved the prepared roses from the trunk and rushed to follow her, only to realize he was a moment too late. Hastily pressing the button for another elevator. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Lin Shu prepared to open the door when she heard the elevator's arrival. Instinctively turning her head to glance. Suddenly, she was taken aback. At the elevator entrance stood Tang Yichen, his handsome visage accentuated by a sleek black suit, with a white shirt peeking from beneath the collar. In his hands, he cradled a large bouquet of roses, approaching her step by step, his dark eyes fixated upon her, their brilliance surpassing even the corridor's lighting. "What are you doing here so late?" Lin Shu stammered, her heart racing uncontrollably since the moment she spotted him with flowers at her doorstep. Anticipating his intentions, her hands fidgeted nervously behind her, causing her to falter in speech. She could only hear two words echoing in her ears. "Waiting for you." Chapter 90. Let us remarry. After uttering his words, Tang Yichen continued to gaze at Lin Shu, the red roses in his embrace blooming vibrantly. Lin Shu observed the deep affection in his eyes, tinged with a hint of awkwardness, leaving her flustered and uncertain of how to respond, instinctively wanting to escape. She turned away, facing her door, as she fumbled to unlock it with her fingerprint, murmuring, "Let us discuss this tomorrow." It's too late tonight, and I wish to rest. Tang Yichen grasped her hand firmly, stating earnestly, I have something to tell you. Let us talk another day. It truly is too late, Lin Shu replied, attempting to free her wrist to retreat into her home. You may choose whether to discuss it here or inside, Tang Yichen proposed, observing her obvious reluctance. He had prepared for this moment all night, and the bouquet must be delivered. Concerned about disturbing the neighbors with their commotion in the corridor so late, Lin Shu reluctantly opened the door to allow Tang Yichen inside. Once inside, they stood facing one another. Tang Yichen still held the flowers, awkwardly extending them towards Lin Shu. These are for you. Why the sudden gift of flowers? Lin Shu pondered, unable to comprehend. In their 3 years of marriage, he had never presented her with flowers, and now, after years of divorce, it seemed bewildering for him to do so. She hesitated to accept them, but Tang Yichen, undeterred, placed them on the table, having brought them to her home. After setting down the flowers, Tang Yichen stood in the living room, head bowed, showing no intention of leaving, while Lin Shu remained silent, unsure of his intentions. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and inquired, How do you perceive our current relationship? They were co-parenting their children, he had not contested custody, and the children remained by her side. They had purchased a home and established careers they cherished. Lin Shu believed their situation could not be better. Let us remarry, Tang Yichen blurted out. A moment of silence ensued, and Tang Yichen had never felt so anxious. Even in perilous situations or high-stakes negotiations worth billions, he had never been so at a loss as he was now, solely awaiting a response from this petite woman before him. Lin Shu, upon hearing his words, even doubted whether she had misheard or if she had inadvertently caused a misunderstanding with her recent actions. Choosing to stay was not motivated by the desire to reunite with him. She could not fathom why he suddenly broached the topic of remarriage. It might be due to pressure from her grandfather, or perhaps the influence of Chengcheng and Nuo. Regardless of the reason, it was not what she yearned for. Their 3 years of marriage had imparted a crucial lesson. Unreciprocated affection is not true love. Straining to love someone can only lead to instability. Some individuals are simply not meant for you, and even a chance encounter does not guarantee permanence. She did not wish to bind him with the chains of responsibility for the children. Perhaps this was merely a fleeting whim on his part, while she could not bear the thought of enduring a second loss. If that made her timid, so be it. She feared the heart-wrenching ache, and thus preferred to face him with a calm heart, just as she was now. She felt content in this state. You need not provide me with an answer immediately. Take your time to ponder. I can wait, she said. Tang Yichen hastily interrupted Lin Shu, apprehensive of hearing a refusal. If he didn't articulate his feelings, perhaps there was still a chance. After Tang Yichen departed, Lin Shu gazed at the flowers on the table, her mind a whirlwind. As she sat on the sofa lost in thought, he did not love her. What significance did remarriage hold? Lin Shu had a restless night due to Tang Yichen's actions from the previous evening, which left her in disarray. She arrived at the studio early, with Chun Cece following closely behind. Lin Shu heated fresh milk for her and placed bread on the table, anticipating that she had not had breakfast. Have breakfast first. Why didn't you sleep in a little longer this morning? There's no rush, Lin Shu said with a gentle smile. We're having hot pot tonight. Chengcheng and Nuo are at their great-grandfather's, so we probably won't see them for a couple of days. Chun Cece, with a mouthful of bread, mumbled, I haven't seen my goddaughter and godson in ages. I truly miss them. They miss you too. The last time, they were wondering why you were away on business for so long. As she spoke, she retrieved a registration form from her bag. Lin Shu took the form and studied it earnestly. Can I really participate? Am I capable of entering an international competition? Although they primarily operated in custom clothing, achieving a modest level of success, it paled in comparison to the international brands. Participating in such a prestigious competition and winning would represent a significant leap for both her company and her personal growth. Of course you can, Xiao Shu. You must have faith in yourself. I showed your designs to that teacher, and she deemed them exceptional. So do not worry, just go for it. We are your steadfast support. Even if the judges fail to appreciate your talent, we can still manage our small business comfortably. Lin Shu chuckled at Chun Cece's words. What do you mean the judges lack discernment? The judges for international competitions are professionals. If I do not win, it surely indicates that I have room for improvement or that others are simply more outstanding. I have completed the design drafts for the recent orders you sent me. Tomorrow, you can send them to the clients for review. I will make any necessary adjustments and, once confirmed, we can source the fabrics for production. Sounds good. Chun Cece finished her bread and milk, feeling rejuvenated. Looking up at Lin Shu's dark circles, I couldn't help but exclaim, Little Shu, while earning money is indeed important, your health is paramount. Did you stay up late again last night? Take your time. After all, the orders are endless. Got it. Why are you more nagging than Yichen? Lin Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment, knowing she hadn't actually stayed up late. It was merely due to someone else's restless presence that she had struggled to find peace, finally managing to sleep only as dawn approached. Chen Sisi, with a cheerful smile,
Proposed, all right.
the two of them then immersed themselves in their work, striving to earn money. Chapter 91. Avoiding him in the afternoon, Lin Shu received a WeChat message from Tang Yichen. As she gazed at the message on her phone, memories of last night's conversation with him flooded her mind, causing her heart to race. I've made plans to have dinner with someone else tonight, so I want to be coming over. I'll call Grandpa later to inform him. Who are you dining with? Lin Shu felt a surge of irritation at his interrogative tone. Did she really need to report to him about her dinner plans? With a glance, she tossed her phone aside. After spending another half-hour completing her final tasks, she called Chen Sisi, and they left the studio, driving to the market. Meanwhile, Tang Yichen's mind was consumed with thoughts of Lin Shu dining with someone else. Wondering where they might be eating, he drove directly to the New River Garden, waiting downstairs. As the afternoon's agitation finally dissipated, he found himself foolishly staring at Lin Shu, who was carrying 2 bags of groceries, laughing and chatting with a girl as they ascended the stairs. Sitting in the car, Tang Yichen felt like a voyeur, yet he was inexplicably drawn to learn everything about her. Once they disappeared from view, he finally drove towards the old residence. Lin Shu and Chen Sisi bought a considerable amount of groceries at the market. As they entered the house, Chen Sisi was immediately captivated by a large bouquet of red roses on the table. Without even setting down the bags of food, she rushed to the table, gasping. Oh my goodness, little Shu, who sent you such a magnificent bouquet of roses? Has something happened while I was away? It then dawned on Lin Shu that Tang Yichen had placed the roses on the table last night and she had not tidied up, leaving them untouched. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Shu was caught off guard. Noticing Lin Shu's awkward expression, Chen Sisi speculated, could this be a gift from President Tang? How did you know? Lin Shu asked. Astonished at Chen Sisi's insight. How could it not be obvious? Chen Sisi replied with a knowing smile as she carried the groceries to the kitchen. Do you recognize the brand of the wrapping paper of this bouquet? Lin Shu shook her head in confusion, wondering if roses even had brands. Little Shu, this bouquet comes from the most renowned flower shop in Jiangqing. Their flowers are all airlifted from France. Believe me, I can hardly afford even a single stem, let alone such a grand bouquet. Don't ask me why, it's simply too expensive. So, how do you know it's from him? Lin Shu still didn't quite grasp it. Chen Sisi shook her head, letting out a sigh. Who else could possibly spend the equivalent of a down payment on a house just to send someone flowers? Aside from Mr. Tang, who else possesses such capability? Please, share with me who you are acquainted with. Lin Shu never anticipated that it would turn out to be so expensive. Had she known yesterday, she would have had him return it, as it felt like a sheer waste of money. It wilted within a week. What's the point? Chen Sisi, observing Lin Shu's expression, discerned her thoughts. Nevertheless, it was indeed beautiful. Dear Sister Shu, do not mention Mr. Tang's frugality, as this trifling sum is but a drop in the ocean for him. Let us procure a couple of vases, unpack the flowers, and adorn the home. Lin Shu placed the vase on the table and then recounted to Chen Sisi about Mr. Tang Yichen's visit the previous night. So, did you agree to his proposal?
Chen Sisi inquired.
No, he asked me to ponder it thoroughly before providing an answer. Lin Shu replied, her gaze fixed on the elegantly trimmed roses that Chen Sisi had arranged, which were indeed exquisite.
Chen Sisi just that.
Noting that anyone with discerning eyes could see that Sister Shu had never truly let go of Mr. Tang. Yet, that which comes too easily is seldom cherished. Thus he must endure a bit of hardship. In truth, Lin Shu's thoughts were far less convoluted. She simply felt that Tang Yichen did not love her and was unwilling to compromise for the sake of their child, fearing they would ultimately repeat past mistakes. After finishing the rose arrangement and placing them in the vase, Lin Shu headed to the kitchen to wash vegetables, finding hot pot to be quite convenient. She insisted that Chen Sisi need not assist, encouraging her to explore, and informed her that the remaining guest room was reserved for her. Chen Sisi, brimming with anticipation, dashed to the room, where Sister Shu had prepared everything for her, even laying fresh sheets on the bed, leaving her deeply touched. The two enjoyed hot pot, each sipping on a bottle of fruit wine purchased from the supermarket, and Chen Sisi decided to stay the night. In the preceding days, he had not felt much, merely listening to Nua mention that their mother was quite busy with work. He had always been curious about Lin Shu's profession and had encountered the girl who picked up Ching Cheng and Nua a few times, previously seeing her with their godmother. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired about Lin Shu's occupation. Chen Sisi believed that Sister Shu's excellence need not be concealed from Mr. Tang. Thus she candidly revealed to him that Lin Shu and Mr. Tang Yichen were the masterminds behind this secret brand, with Lin Shu serving as the designer. This brand, he had heard of before, held a modest reputation in their circles. Previously, he had seen her sketching design drafts in the villa and assumed it was merely a pastime. Little did he know she had already become so remarkable. After a week of absence from Lin Shu's presence, Tang Yichen finally sensed something amiss. She was avoiding him. Chapter 92. Blocked. Fair competition. Lin Shu had been busy all week, finally submitting her design draft and application for the designer competition. If the preliminary selection went smoothly, she would travel to France for the contest. However, her mindset was quite serene. Should she be fortunate enough to attend, that would be splendid. But if she were to face rejection, she would not be disheartened, for leaving the two little ones for half a month tugged at her heartstrings. Throughout the week, she had not encountered Tang Yichen, yet she heard from Cici and the two little ones that he appeared at the kindergarten punctually each morning and evening, even inquiring about her work. Letting him know isn't of much consequence. In the past, she refrained from revealing her identity, primarily out of concern that he might discover the existence of Ching and Nua, fearing a rivalry over her children. Now, however, her worries have dissipated. Lin Shu glanced at Xiao Wei's hesitant expression, finding it peculiar. Is someone looking for her? Since a Yao has recently been away from Jiang City, it seems no one else is aware of her studio's presence here. Who could it be? You might as well step outside and see for yourself. Tang Yichen had previously met Xiao Wei, but since he had not heard Lin Shu or Cici mention her recently, he was unsure of the current situation. Lin Shu set down the fabric in her hands and walked outside. She noticed a man clad in a deep gray suit, standing with his back to her, in the living room. The studio's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to cascade down, enveloping the man in a halo of light, bestowing upon him an innate air of nobility and distinction. Lin Shu halted in her tracks, instinctively wanting to turn and flee, but was called back by Tang Yichen. Lin Shu, a guest has arrived. She braced herself to greet him. Is there something you need? Tang Yichen observed the petite woman before him, who had not been seen for a week, and noted her desire to escape. It seemed necessary to have a more serious discussion. Lin Shu, let us talk.
Oh.
About what? At times, Tang Yichen found himself exasperated by Lin Shu's innocence and timid demeanor. Let us find a suitable place, he suggested, as there were several employees in the studio, and it wouldn't be appropriate to converse in the lobby. Lin Shu led Tang Yichen to her office. As she walked ahead, he followed her inside, and promptly locked the door. Turning to face him, they stood opposite one another, her gaze deliberately avoiding his. Tang Yichen sighed softly, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Shu's face. After a prolonged silence, he gently inquired, That night frightened you, did it not? Why have you been avoiding me these past few days? I haven't tea, Lin Shu stammered, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her voice as a flush spread across her cheeks. Tang Yichen observed the bashful woman, her head bowed, and a faint smile tugged at his lips, choosing not to press further. Please, do not feel pressured. I understand that past events have caused you considerable apprehension and a lack of trust in me. I merely wish to express that if you are contemplating finding a father for Ching and Nua, I hope to be considered for that role, to be given a fair opportunity to compete with others. I have no intention of taking them from you. My hope is for us to live together as a family. As Lin Shu listened to Tang Yichen's words, her head lowered further, her hands anxiously twisting together in silence. She had not anticipated such a candid declaration from him. Her heart raced, pounding as though it might leap from her chest. In truth, Tang Yichen felt even more anxious, his palms slightly damp with sweat. The prolonged silence felt like an eternity. Seeing Lin Shu's continued silence, Tang Yichen spoke again. Is it acceptable to have a fair opportunity, just like anyone else? Lin Shu glanced up in surprise, sensing a note of pleading in his tone. After all, he was Tang Yichen, the president of JK Group, an omnipotent figure in Jiang City. He has always been the one others seek. How could he ever seek someone else? Indeed, he is a good father, willing to make sacrifices for Chungchung and Nunu. Lin Shu gently nodded. After all, she had never considered finding a new father for Chungchung and Nunu, nor had she contemplated remarrying. What harm is there in agreeing to him? It is merely an unfulfilled promise, a mere empty check. Upon seeing Lin Shu finally acquiesce, Tang Yichen let out a sigh of relief. He had not dared to contemplate what he would do had she refused. So, can we stop avoiding each other now? He inquired. I haven't been avoiding you. I've simply been quite busy, Lin Shu quietly retorted. At 3 p.m., Tang Yichen arrived punctually at the studio. Xiao Wei was no longer as shocked as she had been in the morning. Chun Cici, who had been absent earlier, was taken aback to see Tang Yichen, finding it somewhat peculiar. Lin Shu felt embarrassed and wanted to decline his advances. She raised her head to look at Tang Yichen, hoping to halt his actions. But he appeared oblivious, calmly ladling soup while remarking, All right, grandfather. Lin Shu discreetly kicked him under the table, but Tang Yichen continued to eat, ignoring her. The old gentleman observed the couple's little interactions with a cheerful heart, thinking that his grandson had finally come to appreciate Lin Shu's goodness. Chapter 93. Attending the banquet at the entrance of the Dihao Hotel, luxury cars were aplenty. Tonight, a significant business gala was taking place. Chen Cece managed to secure 2 admission tickets, stating her intention to introduce Lin Shu to the world and inspire her design creativity. Lin Shu was initially disinclined toward such events, recalling the incident from her last experience. Concerned for Chen Cece's safety, she preemptively called her grandfather and sent Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno to the family residence. Driving, Chen Cece and Lin Shu arrived at the hotel banquet hall, both adorned in elegant evening gowns. Chen Cece donned a black gown with off-shoulder and high-slit designs, accentuating her snow-white skin, while her seaweed-like black curls cascaded down her chest, exuding a captivating charm with every movement. Lin Shu wore a mid-length white dress adorned with numerous small pearls. Her long black hair elegantly styled in an updo secured with a lily hairpin. Her high heels emphasized her long, fair legs, reminiscent of a lily's allure. Once inside, they found that few recognized them. Chen Cece had been responsible for the company's marketing and external relations over the years, and she effortlessly engaged in flattering conversations with socialites and affluent ladies, discussing the latest fashion trends and accessories. Lin Shu, still adjusting to the atmosphere, quietly followed closely behind Chen Cece, acting as her guardian. Before long, they heard gasps of astonishment as everyone turned towards the entrance. Lin Shu was taken aback to see Tang Yichen walking in, clad in a suit that epitomized understated luxury. The harmonious shades of brown were layered exquisitely, and even the intricate checkered pattern did not overshadow his presence. With a classic, vintage elegance, he exuded a particularly captivating gentlemanly charm. Tang Yichen had not brought a companion, accompanied only by his assistant Li. As the two entered, the host of the soiree promptly approached them, leading Tang Yichen directly to the VIP room. If Lin Shu was caught off guard by the encounter with Tang Yichen, the appearance of Wenqing rendered her momentarily breathless. Shortly after Tang Yichen entered the VIP room, Lin Shu noticed Wenqing elegantly linking arms with another gentleman. With her tall stature and a striking red evening gown featuring a daring slit, her alabaster legs subtly revealed themselves with each graceful step, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, and perhaps even more alluring than a few years prior. Overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority, Lin Shu averted her gaze and quietly retreated to a corner, clutching a glass of orange juice as she awaited Chen Cece's return. Since her return, she had never encountered Wenqing, nor had Tang Yichen ever mentioned her. Thus, she remained oblivious to the current dynamics between the two. Witnessing their simultaneous presence made her contemplate leaving. Yet, seeing Cece fervently engaging in conversation with the affluent ladies of society for the sake of their studio's business, Lin Shu ultimately chose to remain in silence. It wasn't long before Wenqing spotted Lin Shu. Assuming Lin Shu had accompanied Tang Yichen, jealousy surged within her, compelling her to approach. Recently, her godfather had tasked her with procuring some information, prompting her to seek proximity to Lin Dong, the head of the Lin family, who was also attending the soiree tonight. She was well aware that Tang Yichen would be present. After observing for a time and noting Lin Shu was alone, Wenqing could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. "Miss Lin, it has been a while," she greeted, catching Lin Shu off guard, whose complexion paled, causing her to straighten her posture. "Hello, Miss Wen," Lin Shu replied. "I initially thought I had mistaken you for someone else." Wenqing wore a poised and graceful smile, engaging Lin Shu in warm pleasantries as if they were once intimately acquainted. Lin Shu found herself unaccustomed to such enthusiasm, especially since they had only met once before. "I came with a friend," Lin Shu stated coolly. Wenqing was uncertain whether Lin Shu was indeed with Tang Yichen. As Lin Shu stood there, her pallor deepened, and she struggled to maintain her composure, her hands gripping the glass tightly as if she might crush it. "I see," Wenqing thought. "So that is why he attended without a partner today, because you rejected him. He preferred to come alone, leaving a space beside him for you." The flowers he had sent days prior, along with his claims of prioritizing her and seeking reconciliation for the sake of their children, now felt like mere pretenses. She believed her heart had become tranquil, impervious to such matters, yet the misunderstanding stemming from their reunion shattered her composure, leaving her heart constricted and uneasy. Biting her lip, she was unaware that it had begun to bleed. Wenqing observed Lin Shu's distress, a fleeting glimmer of triumph and malice crossing her features. Achieving her aim, she pivoted on her 10-centimeter heels and departed. Within the VIP room, Li Chung approached Tang Yichen, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Mr. Tang, your wife is also in the main hall, and Miss Wen has just gone to speak with her." Tang Yichen heard Lin Shu outside and hurriedly stood up to bid farewell before stepping out. At last, he spotted her in a corner, sitting on the sofa with her head bowed. Just as he intended to approach, he was unexpectedly halted by Wenqing. "Yichen," she called, and he paused, casting a glance at her, attempting to sidestep her presence. Wenqing quickly grasped his arm, her tone laced with desperation as she implored, "Yichen, are you truly unwilling to spare a few minutes to converse with me?" He halted, his voice as frigid as the December chill, sending shivers through the air. "I believed our last conversation was quite clear, thus I see no need for further discussion." With that, he withdrew his arm from her grasp. Wenqing's complexion paled, and she took a small step back. Once more, she clutched at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice tender and pitiful. "Yichen, have we truly reached a point where we cannot even be friends after all these years?"
Tang Yichen pauset, con tem Lin.
"I fear my wife might object." The mention of wife sparked a realization. Had they reconciled? Yet Lin Shu's demeanor moments ago had not reflected that truth. Wenqing glared at Tang Yichen's retreating figure. Dissatisfaction etched upon her face. Little did he know that while he was entangled by Wenqing for a few minutes, Lin Shu had already vanished. He hastily pulled out his phone to call her, but there was no response. Chapter 94. Explanation. During the soiree, Lin Shu observed Tang Yichen exiting the VIP room, only to see Wenqing clutching his arm, engaged in conversation. She chose not to linger, just as Chen Sisi approached her, having nearly finalized their contacts. They decided against remaining at the gathering and departed directly. Tang Yichen sped down the road, his foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, arriving at the New Jiang Garden even earlier than Lin Shu and her companion. Thus, when Chen Sisi's vehicle came to a stop, Lin Shu immediately recognized Tang Yichen's Rolls-Royce, and the man who had just been at the event was now standing by the car. Recalling Wenqing's provocation at the party and their earlier tussle, Lin Shu alighted from the car without sparing him a glance, determined to ascend the stairs. Tang Yichen, witnessing her indifference, reached out to grasp her arm. They stood in a silent standoff, neither willing to speak. "What did Wenqing say to you at the party?" he finally inquired. Tang Yichen had not anticipated Lin Shu's presence that evening, nor Wenqing's. Lin Shu's current demeanor was unmistakably one of anger. Li Cheng had mentioned that Wenqing had sought her out for a chat. Could it be that Wenqing had said something to provoke her? Feeling utterly fatigued, Lin Shu wished to evade any entanglements with Tang Yichen, as this matter hardly concerned her. She strained to free herself from his hold, yet no matter her efforts, he clung to her resolutely. Tang Yichen observed the small woman before him, her entire being radiating resistance towards him. He understood that he must clarify matters tonight and prove his innocence. Watching the petite woman donning a sheer evening gown, he assertively pulled her into the back seat of the car, subsequently entering himself and locking the doors. Lin Shu struggled fervently, attempting to exit the vehicle. Yet the man before her remained impassive, allowing her to flail until she finally succumbed to exhaustion, sitting quietly in the car, awaiting his next move. Tang Yichen, observing that Lin Shu had ceased her resistance, continued to hold her hand, as if fearful she might flee, and gently began to elucidate his intentions. Tang Yichen recounted the events with utmost honesty. Frustrated by Lin Shu's indifferent tone, he questioned her. "How can this not concern you? I abandoned a multi-billion collaboration to come here and explain myself, yet you dismiss it as irrelevant. I did not compel you to be here." Lin Shu, perplexed by her own emotions, bore witness to Wenqing's brazen provocation and the entangled interactions before her. She found herself unable to restrain her anger towards him, thus unable to bestow him with a pleasant demeanor. Unexpectedly, the petite woman exhibited a fierceness akin to that of a wildcat. Tang Yichen found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to convince her of his severed ties with Wenqing. With a soft sigh, he continued, "Lin Shu, I understand that my past with Wenqing may linger in your mind, but I implore you to grant me your trust and not let this be the reason for your rejection. May I?" A silence enveloped them, both at a loss for words. The discomfort within Lin Shu stemmed primarily from her insecurities. The radiant presence of Wenqing made her doubt that Tang Yichen truly desired reconciliation for reasons beyond familial obligations towards Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno. In the confined space of the car, the atmosphere grew increasingly warm. As Tang Yichen had turned up the heater, concerned Lin Shu might catch a chill. Her cheeks flushed, while Tang Yichen, clad in a suit, felt the heat more acutely. He contemplated opening the door, yet the petite woman remained evidently irate, seemingly oblivious to his explanations. Tang Yichen recalled a suggestion from his friend. If all else fails, simply embrace her. Gazing closely at the woman before him, adorned in a white evening gown, with her delicate waist and long, straight legs, her fair skin accentuated by subtle makeup that rendered her lips a striking crimson, He found his attention drawn irresistibly to her slightly pouting mouth, stirring an impulse to taste her. Lin Shu sensed the intensity of his gaze and instinctively shifted away. Tang Yichen, reacting more swiftly than his mind could process, leaned in and kissed her unexpectedly, like a tempest that took her by surprise. Lin Shu's thoughts blinked, and she forgot to resist. Tang Yichen felt as though he had succumbed to her allure. Each encounter ignited a wildness within him. He kissed her fervently, his hands gradually descending to caress her softness. Amidst her vigorous struggles, he finally released her lips, stepping back with a face marked by restrained yearning. Lin Shu was somewhat startled by the desire reflected in Tang Yichen's gaze. "What are you doing?" she stammered. Tang Yichen gently pulled Lin Shu's hand downward, his voice a low whisper, "I want." Chapter 95. The preliminary round has passed. Lin Shu anxiously tried to free herself, hurriedly reaching for the car door. To her surprise, she managed to open it and quickly dashed upstairs. Tang Yichen felt a twinge of regret, as if he had once again ruined the situation. Mo was also present. The 5 brothers were gathered in a private room on the 2nd floor, having ordered a bottle of red wine. Although Tang Yichen hadn't drunk much, his heart was heavy, and he felt as though he was already intoxicated. As Lu Yan and Ji Fengfan entered, they exclaimed, "It's been ages since we last gathered for drinks. I was just thinking about it when I received a call from third brother."
Ji Fengfan chuckled.
"Indeed. I truly wish we could have another meal at eldest brother's home." Lu Yan reminisced about Lin Shu's cooking. Tang Yichen listened, his gaze dimming. Ji Fengfan and Lu Yan exchanged glances, puzzled by the sudden change in atmosphere. Was eldest brother still struggling with his little sister-in-law? Ji Fengfan boldly inquired. Tang Yichen remained silent, while Qin Hao and Mo were equally bewildered, resulting in an awkward silence in the room. Taking a bold step, Ji Fengfan asked, "Eldest brother, did you use the methods I suggested?" Tang Yichen lifted his head, wearing an expression that implied, "Of course," as the others fixed their attention on Ji Fengfan, curious about the questionable advice he had given. "What are you all staring at me for?"
Ji Fengfan protested.
"Eldest brother asked me how to pursue a girl, and I shared those tricks with him." The 2 older brothers shook their heads. It was clear that 4th brother's methods were of little use judging by eldest brother's demeanor. "Second brother, third brother, what expressions are those? Don't you pursue girls without dates, flowers, or a bold approach?"
Ji Fengfan asserted confidently.
From the side, Lu Xiao whispered, "Fourth brother, isn't a bold approach too intense for a little sister-in-law?" Ji Fengfan retorted, "Aren't those who end up together usually bold with each other? Besides, eldest brother already has a child with her." Tang Yichen, uninterested in his ramblings, continued to drink quietly. "Wait, eldest brother, have you given her flowers? Have you confessed your feelings? My approach shouldn't be flawed." Ji Fengfan persisted, displaying unwavering confidence in his suggestions. Tang Yichen halted his pouring, taken aback as he asked, "When did you say I should confess?" Everyone was stunned into silence, their expressions frozen. Mo exclaimed, while Qin Hao interjected, "Eldest brother, you can't be serious." Ji Fengfan added incredulously, "Eldest brother, you haven't confessed to our little sister-in-law yet, have you?" Lu Yan quipped, "Fourth brother isn't lying. Eldest brother truly has his shortcomings." Tang Yichen felt uneasy under their direct gazes. Fourth brother had indeed never mentioned this before. "All right, let us wrap this up," Ji Fengfan suggested. "Eldest brother, take your time to plan your confession. We can help if needed." He waved his hand, signaling that it was time to disperse. As Tang Yichen had a drink and called for his driver, he pondered Ji Fengfan's words. Was it truly because he had never expressed his feelings to Lin Shu that she had rejected him? On the way, the driver made a U-turn and headed to the company. Upon arriving at the office, Tang Yichen opened the left drawer, revealing an exquisite gift box. Inside lay the pink brick ring he had purchased at the previous auction. He gazed at it for a while before closing the lid and pocketing the ring. Lin Shu hurried upstairs, entering the room just as Chen Cece emerged from the shower. Noticing Lin Shu's flushed cheeks and the absence of her lipstick, Cece silently pondered how intense the conversation between the two had been. "Sister Xiaoshu, have you and President Tang come to an agreement?" Chen Cece casually inquired while drying her hair. Lin Shu, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, She then rushed into her room to grab her pajamas and headed for the shower. After showering, she opened her computer to check for updates regarding her competition registration. To her surprise, she received an email stating that she had passed the preliminary round and was invited to participate in the semi-finals in France. Excitedly, Lin Shu dashed out of her room. "Cece, I passed the preliminary round. They want me to go to France for the semi-finals." Hearing Lin Shu's exuberant voice, Chen Cece quickly stepped out of her room. "Really? I told you that you could do it, Sister Xiaoshu. You're the best." The two embraced in their excitement. Lin Shu thought about the two little ones, The email indicated that the semi-finals would take place in a week, requiring her to arrive 2 days early to familiarize herself with the environment. She would need to leave soon. Her grandfather was getting older, and it was tiring for him to pick up and drop off the children every day. She didn't want to burden Tang Yichen with this news. Qin Sisi noticed her hesitation and confidently said, "Sister Xiaoshu, don't worry. I'll take care of Chengcheng and Nuonua while you're gone. I'll be staying here and will handle everything for them, transport, meals, and all. You can focus on your competition." Lin Shu said earnestly, "Sisi, thank you. No need to be polite, they call me mom too. A godmother is still a mother."
Sisi replied.
The next day, Lin Shu successfully obtained her visa and in the afternoon picked up the 2 little treasures from kindergarten. They then went to the nearby market to buy groceries. "Mommy, can we have shrimp for dinner tonight?" Lin Yunua began to place her order. "I want the steamed fish that you make." "Mommy," Lin Yucheng added his request. "All right, let us buy shrimp first, then we'll get fish, okay?" Lin Shu's excitement from the previous night carried into today, and she was joyful throughout the journey as the family of 3 headed towards their goal. For dinner, Lin Shu prepared garlic shrimp, steamed base, stir-fried asparagus, minced meat steamed egg, and winter melon rib soup. Just as Qin Sisi arrived, the soup was served at the table. "Wow, it smells wonderful. We're in for a treat tonight." Lin Yucheng and Lin Yunua cheerfully greeted, unable to contain their excitement as they rushed to the dining table. Perfect timing. "Let us wash our hands first, Chengcheng and Nuonua." Lin Shu smiled at Qin Sisi. Noticing the 2 little ones eager to dig in, she called for them to wash their hands before eating. At the dining table, Lin Shu shared her plans about participating in the competition, explaining that she would be away for 4 or 5 days. Although the 2 little ones felt reluctant, they fully supported their mother, assuring her that they would listen to their godmother. Gazing at the 2 thoughtful and caring little ones, Lin Shu felt a warmth envelop her heart. Chapter 96. A Journey to France. In recent days, Tang Yichen had been refraining from seeking out Lin Shu. When Nuonua called him, he merely responded that he was too busy with work and would visit them over the weekend. He had personally selected and reserved a restaurant, securing the dinner time exclusively for them. Everything was meticulously prepared, yet he remained uncertain about how to reveal the ring to Lin Shu in a manner that would surprise her. Ultimately, he decided to keep it in his pocket and present it himself. Tang Yichen felt a sudden rush of anxiety, worrying that something might have happened to her. In a state of urgency, he drove to Xinjiang Garden, only to find the upstairs lights dimmed, indicating that no one was home. Were Chengcheng and Nuonua also absent? Just as he was about to call Lin Yuno, he heard the sweet, innocent voice of the little girl behind him. "Daddy, what brings you here? Didn't you say you were too busy with work and would only come to see us on the weekend?" Lin Yuno rushed over, and Tang Yichen caught her in his arms. Qin Sisi approached and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Tang. Where is Mommy?" "Mommy is on a business trip. We just took her to the airport," Lin Yuno replied innocently, leaving Tang Yichen momentarily stunned. A barrage of questions flooded his mind. A business trip? What was she traveling for? Where was she going? Qin Sisi sensed that Tang Yichen's expression was not quite right, unsure of what Lin Shu had discussed with him that night. Had Lin Shu not mentioned her trip to France for the competition? Tang Yichen was genuinely at a loss for words. He gently set Lin Yuno down, soothingly saying, "Nuonua, Daddy has an urgent matter to attend to at work and will be away for a few days. You and your brother, along with your godmother, must behave well at home. If you need to go to great-grandfather S place, just call me, and I'll arrange for a driver to pick you up." He then turned to Lin Yucheng, saying, "Chengcheng, please help take care of your sister." Standing up, he addressed Qin Sisi. "Miss Chen, I appreciate your assistance in looking after them." Without waiting for a response, he took out his phone, made a call, and hurriedly opened the car door. Driving away in haste, Qin Sisi watched his flurry of actions in bewilderment, nodding slightly at the tail end of the car before taking the 2 little ones by the hand. Tang Yichen dialed Li Cheng's number. "Quickly check Lin Shu's flight number to France and the hotel where she is staying. Book me the fastest available ticket to the same destination today. I'm heading to the airport now." Mr. Tang, what about the restaurant? Has Madame gone to France?" Li Cheng, who had been waiting at the restaurant, was suddenly taken aback by his boss's call. "Madame is leaving Jiangcheng for France. What's going on? Do I need to teach you how to handle the restaurant?" Tang Yichen's tone was irritable due to the unexpected news of Lin Shu's departure. After hanging up, he wasted no time in getting to work. He swiftly discovered that Lin Shu's destination was Paris and managed to secure a flight for Tang Yichen. He then sent the hotel information and flight details over. Tang Yichen arrived at the airport just in time for the flight and boarded the plane, chasing after her to France. Indeed, France is a city of romance. Strolling through the streets of Paris, one encounters an effortless charm, with cafes, museums, art exhibitions, and intriguing cultural activities around every corner. Paris stands as a quintessential emblem of romance, with the lavender fields of Provence, the fallen leaves along the Champs-Élysées, and the Eiffel Tower perpetually exuding its unique charm. Lin Shu had reserved a hotel in close proximity to the Eiffel Tower, and upon opening her window, she was greeted by the breathtaking silhouette of the tower. After successfully checking in, Lin Shu ventured out, eager to stroll along the Champs-Élysées and immerse herself in the city's enchanting and romantic ambience. After meandering for over half an hour, she discovered a quaint cafe where she settled at a table outside, slowly sipping her coffee while observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. This marked Lin Shu's inaugural journey abroad, and fortunately, her high school English had not deserted her. She found herself capable of simple communication. Upon arriving in Paris, she felt a tangible closeness to her dreams. Tang Yichen, upon disembarking from his flight, hurriedly made his way to the hotel location provided by Li Cheng. Approaching the front desk, he spoke fluently in courtly language, inquiring whether Lin Shu had checked in. The receptionist, adhering to the principles of guest privacy, refrained from disclosing any information. In a state of urgency, he expressed concern, claiming that his wife had left home, and he was anxious to confirm her presence there. Regrettably, although the receptionist expressed sympathy, she still did not reveal any details about Lin Shu's stay, merely stating that the lady had already stepped out. As Lin Shu entered, the receptionist kindly informed her, "Madam, a remarkably handsome gentleman has been waiting for you for quite some time." Lin Shu, somewhat bewildered, followed the receptionist's gaze to a man seated on a nearby sofa.
Instante công viên Tang Yichen.
What was he doing here? She felt an impulse to flee, yet her feet felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering her immobile. Ultimately, she approached him, only to discover that he was leaning against the sofa, asleep. Standing before him, she observed his familiar face, now bearing a hint of fatigue. Lin Shu hesitated, uncertain whether to awaken him. It certainly seemed inappropriate for him to be sleeping in the lobby, and she could not fathom why he had not simply booked a room to rest. Tang Yichen stirred. Having not been in deep slumber, he had merely closed his eyes to rest briefly, yet had inadvertently drifted off. The past few days had been a whirlwind of work and contemplation on how to convey his feelings to Lin Shu, all culminating in an overwhelming sense of fatigue, compounded by a restless night and a lengthy flight. Upon seeing him awaken, Lin Shu, clutching some food, decided to turn and leave. However, Tang Yichen grasped her arm, his gaze fixed intently upon her, silently preventing her from departing. Chapter 97. The two of them in Paris. Lin Shu regarded the childlike man before her with exasperation and took a seat, unsure if he had eaten anything. As the front desk had mentioned, he had been sitting there for quite a while. She produced the bread she had just purchased and inquired, "Would you like some bread?" Tang Yichen continued to hold her hand, as if fearing she might vanish in the blink of an eye, and nodded gently, appearing genuinely hungry as if he had not eaten all day. Lin Shu watched him devour the entire loaf of bread she had intended as a late-night snack, her concern mounting that he might choke. She walked over and handed him a bottle of mineral water. Tang Yichen lifted his gaze and deeply regarded her for a moment before accepting the situation. Lin Shu, feeling a bit uneasy, turned her head to gaze out the window at the Eiffel Tower. After finishing his meal, Tang Yichen silently tidied up the remnants on the table. While Lin Shu continued to avoid looking at him, he went downstairs to the front desk to book another room, conveniently adjacent to Lin Shu's. It was only when she heard the sound of the door closing that she turned around, realizing Tang Yichen had already departed. Has he left? Perhaps it is for the best. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her mindset, planning to head out early the next day to familiarize herself with the hotel for the competition. Just as she was preparing to take a shower, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Shu approached and opened it to find Tang Yichen standing there. She had assumed he had already left, completely bewildered by his unexpected appearance. "I have booked another room next to yours. You can find me any time if needed," Tang Yichen stated earnestly. Lin Shu felt it improbable that she would require his assistance, as she had already prepared thoroughly. The two stood in silence at the doorway for a moment, and eventually, Lin Shu gently nodded before closing the door. After her shower, Lin Shu lay on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She was uncertain whether it was due to the change of environment or the knowledge that Tang Yichen was just next door. Conversely, Tang Yichen also found himself restless in his room, both of them lying wide awake, staring at the ceiling, suffering from insomnia until the midnight hour. The following morning, Lin Shu rose early, her lack of sleep evident in her pallid complexion and dark circles beneath her eyes. After applying a light touch of makeup, she appeared considerably more refreshed. As she prepared to leave for breakfast, she opened the door, only to find the door of the adjacent room opening simultaneously. What a coincidence. Up so early? Tang Yichen was dressed in a beige trench coat, while Lin Shu donned a similarly toned dress, creating an inadvertent semblance of a couple's attire. A bit embarrassed, Lin Shu greeted him, Good morning. Tang Yichen, still weary from the previous night, frowned slightly, his voice hoarse. Good morning. I'm heading out for breakfast, she said, slinging her bag over her shoulder and preparing to pass him to reach the elevator. Unexpectedly, Tang Yichen followed closely behind her. I'm going for breakfast too. Lin Shu assumed he would dine at the hotel while she intended to venture out. Hence, she paid little mind to the presence behind her. Upon reaching the elevator, she stepped inside, with Tang Yichen following suit. In the confined space, silence enveloped them. Once they exited the elevator, Lin Shu walked directly toward the hotel entrance. After taking a few steps, she noticed the man still trailing behind her and could not resist stopping and turning around. Don't you have your own matters to attend to? Why are you following me? Tang Yichen halted abruptly, sensing her mild displeasure, yet remaining unfazed. He earnestly explained, I wish to accompany you for breakfast. Lin Shu scrutinized Tang Yichen, attempting to discern his true intentions, but after a prolonged gaze, his expression remained largely unreadable, marked only by a hint of fatigue without any discernible emotion. Lin Shu let out a gentle sigh, turned around, and continued walking forward. She entered a time-honored dim sum shop along the street and found an empty seat to settle down. Tang Yichen followed her inside and took a seat opposite her. Lin Shu picked up the menu, which boasted a variety of Chinese breakfast options. She ordered a bowl of rice noodles with spare ribs and a bowl of tofu pudding. Handing the menu to Tang Yichen, he also ordered a bowl of rice noodles with spare ribs along with 2 meat pies filled with preserved vegetables. After waiting for about 10 minutes, during which Lin Shu checked her phone for the location of the hotel for the competition, Tang Yichen quietly observed her from across the table without uttering a word. When the rice noodles were served, Lin Shu set aside her phone and began her breakfast, pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavors that reminded her of those back in her homeland. Once they finished their meal and stepped out of the shop, Lin Shu glanced at the man who insisted on following her, feeling exasperated. The once aloof and proud Tang Yichen, who would never engage in such actions, was now patiently accompanying her. She, resigned, said, You really don't need to follow me. I have things to attend to, and you should focus on your own matter. As she watched him turn to head toward the hotel, she called a taxi to scout the competition venue. Upon her arrival, she realized that the hotel for the competition was not far from her accommodation. The taxi ride took approximately 20 minutes. It was a renowned 5-star hotel in Paris, with numerous promotional advertisements displayed at the entrance and many participants already arriving to prepare for the event. Rumor had it that preparations had begun a couple of days prior, and the judges had already checked in. Lin Shu found the banquet hall for the competition, where the stage was still being set up. After a brief exploration, she exited with the intention of visiting an art museum to seek inspiration. The museum was a bit of a distance from the hotel, so she took a taxi there. Lin Shu visited a lesser-known art museum, the Orange Garden Museum, which had been recommended by online acquaintances. Inside, she discovered many works from Impressionist painters, including the museum as highlight, a collection of 8 large-scale Monet paintings titled Water Lilies. The museum was not crowded, allowing Lin Shu to sit on the floor and slowly immerse herself in the grandeur of the masterpiece, experiencing the subtle changes of Monet's garden through the seasons. After about half an hour of quiet contemplation, Lin Shu rose from the floor and turned to explore other areas. With her head lowered, she walked forward, sensing an intense gaze upon her. Raising her head, she was taken aback to see the man she had just dismissed earlier that morning standing before her. Clad in the same trench coat as before, he stood tall in front of the painting, gazing at her. When had he arrived? Chapter 98, Fate. She had mentioned she had matters to attend to, and he was aware she had come for the competition, thus refraining from following her to avoid being a distraction. Wandering aimlessly after leaving the hotel, he speculated where Lin Shu might go, perhaps to Notre Dame or the Eiffel Tower. Ultimately, he thought she might visit an art museum, given her affinity for design and illustration. Yet, with so many museums in Paris, which one would she choose? Guided by instinct, he chose a venue, hailed a cab, and ventured inside, only to find no trace of Lin Shu. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. After all, where could one find such serendipitous encounters as depicted in television dramas? Merely the fabrications of a script. At that moment, a wave of exhilaration surged within him, and Tang Yichen even feared he was hallucinating. He blinked fervently, confirming that it was indeed Lin Shu. For the first time, he was willing to believe in the concept of fate. Amidst the vastness of Paris, they had crossed paths. This time, he vowed not to let her slip away. He cautiously approached, reluctant to disturb the earnest woman absorbed in her art. Standing tenderly behind her, he watched as she admired the painting while she beheld the artwork. Oblivious to his gaze, they seemed to merge with the grand canvas before them. Passers-by occasionally drifted close, yet refrained from intruding upon their intimate moment. What a coincidence! You are here to view art as well. Together, They emerged from the gallery, strolling through the streets of Paris, where irises were in bloom, lining the pathways. A gentle breeze swept through, and Lin Shu reflected on the city's undeniable romance. She had never envisioned walking alongside Tang Yichen in Paris, reveling in the beauty of the city. Perhaps their afternoon encounter had instilled a sense of destiny. Or perhaps it was the longing and affection in Tang Yichen's eyes that rendered her incapable of saying no. Thus, she acquiesced to his invitation for dinner. Upon seeing Lin Shu nod in agreement, Tang Yichen felt a weight lifted from his chest. He secured a table by the window, offering a splendid view of the city's enchanting nightscape. Unexpectedly, what had eluded him in Jiangqing materialized here in Paris. They ordered Chinese cuisine, both preferring it, and Tang Yichen also requested a bottle of red wine. Although Lin Shu initially hesitated to drink, considering her competition the next day, the delightful atmosphere proved too tempting to resist, and she refrained from stopping him as he poured the wine. Throughout the evening, Lin Shu consumed little, mostly observing Tang Yichen as he drank. He poured more wine to bolster his courage, repeatedly reaching into his pocket beneath the table, where he clutched the box containing a pink diamond ring, yet he hesitated to produce it. Concerned about disturbing Lin Shu's focus on her upcoming competition, he ultimately drank until he felt somewhat lightheaded, the ring still nestled in his pocket. Tomorrow is the competition, isn't it? Shall we embark on a Seine River cruise after concludes? Tang Yichen nervously extended the invitation. Is there something planned? I am unsure when it will end. No matter how late it is, I shall wait for you.
All right.
After parting ways, they each retreated to their rooms. Listening to Nono on the video call meant that both parents were away on business. Lin Shu pondered whether Tang Yichen had informed the children of his trip to Paris. Dismissing her concerns, she soon succumbed to slumber, having consumed a modest amount of red wine. The following morning, after breakfast at the hotel, Lin Shu headed to the competition venue, yet she did not catch sight of Tang Yichen before her departure. The semi-finals featured a live design competition, where judges scored the participants on site. The highest and lowest scores were discarded, and the average was calculated, with the top 5 scorers advancing to the finals. Given the considerable number of contestants, the competition was quite fierce. Lin Shu anxiously rubbed her hands together in the waiting area, feeling a slight perspiration in her palms. She took out her phone and received a lengthy voice message from CC and the 2 little ones, filled with encouraging words. Listening to the sweet voices of her children, Lin Shu felt a wave of calm wash over her, and her tension gradually dissipated. Tang Yichen also sent her a message, simply stating, "Keep going." Upon hearing her name, Lin Shu set aside her phone and prepared to face the competition. Due to the large number of participants, the event extended into the evening before the final scores were tallied. As she stepped off the stage, a stylish, graceful Asian woman approached her. Lin Shu politely nodded and smiled, only to be surprised when the woman inquired, "Are you Lin Shu?" The woman extended her hand. "Hello, I am Cindy. I have seen your designs. I provided you with the registration form." Lin Shu was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the woman's radiant smile, which was as sweet as her name. It turned out that she was the teacher CC had mentioned, who admired Lin Shu's work and had given her the application form. Nervously extending her hand, Lin Shu greeted her. "Hello, thank you. Congratulations on advancing to the finals. Shall we go out for dinner?" Cindy extended an invitation, and unable to refuse the warm offer, Lin Shu joined her at the hotel restaurant. Tang Yichen had also attended the competition. He left only after Lin Shu was announced as a finalist and went to wait by the Seine River for her to finish. Upon arriving at the hotel, Tang Yichen found that the competition venue had mostly emptied, with only a few staff members remaining to finalize preparations for the finals in 2 days. He searched the area but could not locate Lin Shu, and in his urgency, he grabbed a nearby staff member and inquired, "Excuse me, have all the finalists departed?" The young French woman, noticing the handsome Eastern man's anxious demeanor, informed him truthfully that the competitors had indeed left, and watched as he hurried off, seemingly unable to assist. After dinner with teacher Cindy, Lin Shu engaged in a delightful conversation with her, discovering Cindy's unique insights and creative thoughts on design, which inspired Lin Shu greatly. She was astonished to learn that Cindy was in her 50s, as she appeared remarkably youthful. Upon parting, they exchanged phone numbers. While Lin Shu pondered whether Tang Yichen was still waiting for her or had other matters to attend to, her phone rang. It was Lu Yan.
Sister-in-law.
"Is my brother with you? Today is his birthday, and I wanted to call him to wish him a happy birthday, but his phone is off." Lin Shu, realizing that Lu Yan assumed Tang Yichen had successfully pursued her to Paris, replied, Why does my brother still act like this even after coming to Paris? I'll hang up now, I'll go find him," Lu Yan said. Lin Shu truly believed that Tang Yichen had come to Paris merely for a business trip, fortuitously encountering her along the way. But had he deliberately sought her out? Why did he remain silent, failing to mention his arrival or even her birthday. She recalled her words about not knowing when it would end, to which he had responded that he would wait for her, no matter how late it may be. During their past together, he had never once celebrated his birthday. A flutter of excitement coursed through Lin Shu's heart as she hastily hung up the phone and rushed down the elevator, flagging a taxi to the banks of the Seine. Upon alighting, she dashed straight to the dock, only to discover that the boat had already departed. Despite the hour nearing midnight, the riverbank was still bustling with people, couples locked in embraces and tourists capturing memories. As the clock struck 12, heralding a new day, the lights of the Eiffel Tower began to twinkle, casting a dazzling glow that was nothing short of breathtaking. Lin Shu turned around, the gentle evening breeze tousling her hair. As she raised her hand to smooth it, she felt a searing gaze upon her. Parting her hair, she spotted Tang Yichen standing nearly 5 meters away, and she froze, staring at him in disbelief. The lights of the tower continued to shimmer, while the surrounding crowd buzzed with life. He looked at her as if he had pierced through the throng and the passage of time, waiting solely for this moment of reunion. After a prolonged search, they had finally found each other. Lin Shu felt a wave of confusion wash over her, unsure of the fire that burned in his eyes, or whether his gaze was filled with anger or tranquility. Her lips parted slightly, but before she could utter a word, he rushed toward her, closing the distance with urgency, and enveloped her in a powerful embrace. Before she could articulate a single thought, he lowered his head and captured her lips with fervor. The kiss was both frantic and intense, sweeping her away. Tang Yichen gripped Lin Shu's slender waist with one hand while the other cradled the back of her head, kissing her fiercely. Lin Shu, taken aback, felt his tongue invade her mouth, ensnaring her own in a tender yet assertive dance. With wide eyes, she clutched his shoulders to steady her weakening form. Just when she felt she could no longer breathe, Tang Yichen released her lips, his gaze brimming with restrained emotion. Yet, as she began to speak, he seized her lips once more with fervor. Their bodies pressed closely together, and she could distinctly sense the firmness of his form, radiating a commanding presence. His kisses were relentless, deep, heavy, and electrifying. Lin Shu's heart raced, her body instinctively leaning back. Had he not been holding her, she surely would have stumbled. At long last, as the kiss subsided, Tang Yichen held her tightly in his embrace, calming the tumult within him, as if fearful of losing the most cherished treasure. His heartbeat matched the fervor of hers, and as she leaned against him, the rhythm of his heart resonated within her. Though she initially intended to push him away, in that moment, she remained still, allowing him to hold her. Tang Yichen, clad in a coffee-colored coat, emanated an undeniable warmth, and she felt a profound sense of security nestled against him. As the Eiffel Tower's lights dimmed, couples began to disperse, hand in hand, toward the riverside. The two, entwined in each other's arms, gradually found their calm. Lin Shu wished to retreat, and only then did Tang Yichen gently loosen his grip, yet he still kept her close, unwilling to let her stray too far from him. Tang Yichen had nearly given up hope, having searched in vain for someone to answer his calls until his phone's battery died. He thought to himself that this must be the most dismal birthday he had ever experienced, alone in this romantic city, surrounded by dazzling lights, while witnessing others share tender kisses. On the banks of the Seine, the evening breeze failed to dissipate the blush on Lin Shu's cheeks. The mere recollection of their recent kiss sent her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. Although it's a bit late, happy birthday, Lin Shu managed to say. In the 3 years they had been together, Tang Yichen had never celebrated his birthday. Now, past midnight, the occasion had slipped by, but she felt compelled to express her sentiments nonetheless. Tang Yichen gazed at the petite woman before him, merely smiling in silence. Lin Shu felt ensnared by his presence, awkwardly wishing to escape, yet she could not ignore the depth of affection reflected in his eyes, which she dared not confront. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a small box, offering it to Lin Shu, who accepted it with a look of confusion. "What is this?" "Open it and see," he said, feigning mystery. As she lifted the lid and beheld the pink diamond ring within, she was utterly taken aback, staring at Tang Yichen in bewilderment. He took the box from her hands, extracting the ring and gently grasping her left hand.
"Why?"
she stammered. "Because I can wait no longer," Tang Yichen replied, dropping to one knee while holding her hand. "Will you grant me another chance to marry you?" Lin Shu was startled by his gesture, and the onlookers who had not yet departed began to cheer and applaud. She pulled at him, urging him to rise, but he remained steadfast on one knee, persistently asking, "Will you give me another chance?" Lin Shu stood there, momentarily frozen, as the surrounding cheers and shouts jolted her back to reality. "You do not love me. What significance does this hold?" She averted her gaze and murmured. Tang Yichen, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "I love you." Upon hearing those 3 words, Lin Shu stared at him in disbelief. Was he truly willing to deceive himself for the sake of their children? A heavy sadness laced her voice as she said, "You need not do this. I will not take Ching Chung and Nua Nua away again." Feeling a surge of desperation, Tang Yichen stood and enveloped her in his arms, imploring, "It is not about Ching Chung and Nua Nua. It is because of you, Lin Shu. I love you." As she listened to his heartfelt confession, Lin Shu's eyes brimmed with tears, and her nose tingled with emotion. She bit her lip tightly, fighting against the urge to weep. Sensing her slight tremor, Tang Yichen gently released her from his embrace, lifting his hand to tenderly wipe away her tears. "Do not cry. I am sorry. Will you forgive the former reckless Tang Yichen?" Seizing the moment while she was momentarily dazed and unable to resist, he slipped the ring onto her finger. "Now that the ring is on, there is no escaping," he declared, firmly holding her hand, as if fearful she might vanish. Lin Shu could not deceive herself. After all these years, she had not forgotten him. She believed he had never loved her. Thus she concealed her affection deep within her heart, avoiding any touch upon it, and dared not let him discover her feelings, meticulously guarding her thoughts and her pride. Tang Yichen cradled her face, gently kissing her lips, uttering an apology with each kiss. Finally, Lin Shu could no longer contain the tears that streamed down her cheeks. Tang Yichen felt a pang in his heart as he kissed her eyes, whispering, "I'm sorry. Please don't cry." Lin Shu had never believed that Tang Yichen owed her an apology. Love does not require such contrition. Yet, upon hearing his remorse, it felt as if a fervent emotion within her was erupting like a volcano. Tang Yichen took Lin Shu's hand, leading her towards the banks of the Seine. Although they could not take a boat ride, walking along the river offered its own enchanting scenery, and Lin Shu willingly followed him. He looked at her, nodding earnestly. The matters of marriage certificates and ceremonies need not be rushed. If she had regrets, there would still be opportunities. Lin Shu, lacking in confidence and unable to bear another loss, needed time to believe. Tang Yichen perceived her inner turmoil and conceded, "We can postpone the wedding. At least we should obtain the certificate first." In the distance, someone set off fireworks, twinkling like stars. The two embraced and kissed, as if all sounds faded away, leaving only the intense rhythm of their heartbeats. Their kisses grew increasingly fervent until Tang Yichen suddenly released Lin Shu, taking her hand and sprinting away. Lin Shu understood his urgency and followed, her heart racing. After much effort, they hailed a taxi directly to the hotel. In the car, Tang Yichen embraced Lin Shu, seeking kisses, which left her feeling quite embarrassed. They were still in public, despite the couples kissing openly on the streets of Paris. Lin Shu had yet to acclimate to the romantic openness of Europe. "Not here, we're in a car," she whispered, trying to remind the increasingly irrational man beside her. Tang Yichen's hands wandered lower, and Lin Shu bit her lip to stifle any sound. Thankfully, the hotel was not far, otherwise, she feared an embarrassing incident might occur in the cab. Upon arriving, Tang Yichen tossed the fare aside and pulled Lin Shu into the hotel. They encountered others waiting for the elevator, and Lin Shu's palms were sweaty. Tang Yichen held her hand firmly as they finally reached their floor. He swiftly pulled Lin Shu into his room. As he opened the door and flicked on the light, he pressed her against the door, kissing her passionately. Lin Shu's heart raced, her limbs turning to jelly. They both felt a bit awkward after such a long time apart, yet soon they were lost in the blissful experience. Reclaiming this exquisite feeling left Tang Yichen insatiable. Lin Shu, in a daze, thought she wished for this month to last forever. Tang Yichen embraced her from behind as they lay on the large bed, Lin Shu already asleep, while he lingered awake, reluctant to close his eyes, their fingers intertwined. Initially believing it would be the worst birthday, he now reconsidered. This was indeed his best birthday, as he leaned down to gently kiss her snow-white shoulder. The most exquisite birthday gift. Chapter 101. A Journey Together. The following day, Lin Shu awoke just before noon, realizing she was enveloped by a warm body. As her eyes fluttered open, she was met with the striking visage of Tang Yichen, mere inches away. His gentle breaths, long lashes, and peacefully closed eyes captivated her. Attempting to rise, she found his embrace tightening around her as he murmured, "Just a little longer. I will wash up first." Lin Shu struggled briefly before hastily leaping from the bed and darting into the bathroom. Aware of her bashfulness, Tang Yichen refrained from hindering her retreat. Upon rising, Lin Shu noticed a significant emptiness beside her. The solitude of sleeping alone seemed rather uninteresting. Tang Yichen leisurely sat up and donned a bathrobe, then called the hotel restaurant to order lunch delivered to their room. When Lin Shu emerged from the bathroom clad only in her robe, her own clothes rendered unwearable and her luggage in the adjacent room, she spotted Tang Yichen also dressed in a bathrobe, engaged in his phone call. "I'll change first," she mouthed discreetly, feeling too shy to speak. Tang Yichen, noticing her presence, concluded his conversation with a brief, "Let us pause here," before calling out to Lin Shu. "I've ordered Chinese food. It will arrive shortly. Change your clothes and join me." "Okay," she responded as she opened the door to the neighboring room. Tang Yichen watched affectionately as Lin Shu exited, and upon hearing the door close, he retreated to the bathroom to wash up and change. Once dressed in a crisp white shirt and black pants, Tang Yichen couldn't help but feel a rush of warmth as he glanced at Lin Shu, who was blushing. The couple's attire seemed almost coordinated. Feigning ignorance, he playfully took her hand, leading them both to the table where the hotel's sumptuous Chinese feast had just arrived. Their appetites piqued, they began to indulge in the delectable spread. As they savored the delightful dishes, Tang Yichen turned to Lin Shu and asked, "Where would you like to go today?" Having only prepared a rudimentary itinerary, Lin Shu thought of the competition and their limited time for leisure, with the finals looming the day after. However, today presented an opportunity for enjoyment. Recalling Tang Yichen as fluent French, she felt a flutter of excitement. He would undoubtedly make the perfect guide. "I'm not quite sure where to go. I thought we wouldn't have time to make plans," Lin Shu admitted, though her desire to explore was evident. "Leave it to me," Tang Yichen replied, playfully offering her a piece of cake. Blushing, Lin Shu felt somewhat unaccustomed to such intimacy. "I can manage on my own," she protested. Yet Tang Yichen held the cake aloft, his smile unwavering. Unable to resist, she opened her mouth and accepted the treat. The hotel delicacies were surprisingly delectable, the small cake perfectly balanced in sweetness. After their meal, Tang Yichen took her hand and led her out. These past few days had unveiled a different side of Tang Yichen to Lin Shu, gentle, considerate, and incredibly knowledgeable, effortlessly sharing insights at each sightseeing spot they visited. He seemed intent on presenting the finest treasures of the world before her, allowing her to truly experience the happiness he brought into her life. Together, they ascended the Eiffel Tower, standing on the observation deck, gazing at the picturesque scenery of the Paris suburbs. The Arc de Triomphe, erected to commemorate Napoleon's military victories in 1806, symbolizes the prosperity of the nation during his reign. The Louvre, housing thousands of exquisite artifacts from various regions, cultures, and eras, captivated them. Tang Yichen appeared well acquainted with each piece, eagerly sharing tidbits of information with Lin Shu. Ultimately, the couple strolled hand in hand along the Champs-Élysées, renowned as the most beautiful avenue in the world, a favored gathering place for the masses, where one could linger day and night. On the streets, musicians played, artists painted, and whether they were professionals or wanderers, all were lost in their passion. It was common to see a charming young couple immersed in the myriad sounds of the bustling crowd, savoring the lazy afternoons and vibrant atmosphere of life. Such celestial lovebirds were a sight to behold. Tang Yichen noticed a different side of Lin Shu, lively, radiant, occasionally displaying a touch of temperament, and embodying a strong artistic aura. They unveiled their most authentic selves without reservation. As they reached the fountains in the gardens of the Palace of Versailles, Tang Yichen suddenly kissed her softly. Amidst the throngs in the garden, they embraced, culminating in a tight hug, not out of obligation, nor for any other reason, but simply because she was Lin Shu. Initially, Lin Shu felt a tinge of anxiety about the upcoming finals. However, the past few days spent exploring with Tang Yichen had eased her nervousness. Winning an award would be splendid, yet if not, she would harbor no regrets. She had come, she had strived, and she would continue to put forth effort. Her passion for design would remain unwavering, undiminished by a single competition's outcome, as her motivation for design stemmed purely from love. With an early morning competition ahead, she suggested, "You should sleep alone tonight." The mere thought of the previous night caused her cheeks to flush crimson. "All right," Tang Yichen replied decisively. Lin Shu retrieved the room key and opened the door, with Tang Yichen following closely behind. "What are you doing here?" Lin Shu inquired, bewildered. "Since you don't want to come to my room, I have no choice but to stay in yours," he asserted nonchalantly, boldly entering and plopping down on the bed. "You should go take a shower first and get some rest," he advised her. With a sense of resignation, Lin Shu fetched her pajamas from her suitcase. How could he be so brazen? Realizing she could not drive him away, she decided to take a shower, acknowledging the necessity of an early start the next day. Sharing a room was out of the question. After the shower, Lin Shu emerged to find additional belongings in the room and foolishly asked, "What is this?"
Tang Yichen again in Gozan.
"Luggage," he replied.
Whose?
Lin Shu persisted. "Mine," he answered, amused by her adorableness, as if there could be any doubt whose it was. Inside, Lin Shu wondered why Tang Yichen's luggage was in her room. "Why did you put your things in my room?" "We naturally placed our luggage together since we were living in the same room. I had already checked out of my room, and the front desk informed me that all rooms were occupied, so I relinquished mine to accommodate others." Tang Yichen spoke with genuine sincerity, and Lin Shu nearly believed him. In terms of audacity, Lin Shu felt as though Tang Yichen had transformed entirely. She decided to abandon her inner turmoil and walked directly to the bed, lifting the covers and lying down. Tang Yichen, assuming she was upset, hurried after her. "Darling, please don't be angry. I simply didn't he want to be alone. If it bothers you, I can ask the front desk for another room and sleep by myself." His voice was cautious and touched with a hint of grievance, resonating in Lin Shu's ears. In truth, she was not angry, nor was she feigning modesty or being overly sentimental. She had simply been exhausted from 2 consecutive nights and needed a good rest before the competition the next day. With him nearby, how could she possibly relax? Noticing Lin Shu's back turned toward him, cocooned beneath the blankets in silence, Tang Yichen feigned a departure. "All right then. You rest well. I shall take my leave." Hearing him gather his belongings, Lin Shu finally spoke from beneath the covers, her voice muffled. "You're not allowed to touch me tonight." She wondered if his previous claim of no available rooms was indeed true. Surely. They wouldn't he make him leave at such a late hour to find another room? Grabbing her pajamas, she dashed into the bathroom to shower, as if fearing that even a minute's delay would result in being turned away. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Lin Shu, worn out from a day of exploration, gradually drifted off to sleep with her eyes closed. When Tang Yichen emerged from the bathroom, he beheld the small figure of the woman nestled in bed, the soft light illuminating her serene face as she breathed evenly in slumber. A smile tugged at his lips. Asleep already? He closed the bathroom door to dry his hair and, upon finishing, gently climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around her from behind. She murmured softly, adjusting her position to continue her peaceful slumber. Tang Yichen inhaled the fragrant scent of her hair and soon succumbed to sleep himself. The following morning, Lin Shu awoke to find herself entwined with Tang Yichen, seemingly cradling him, her arm draped across his chest, her head resting upon him, and one leg resting atop his. Embarrassment washed over her when had her sleeping posture become so ungraceful. She had indeed slept soundly. Turning to meet Tang Yichen's smiling gaze, she blushed and quickly turned away. Getting out of bed to retrieve her clothes and head to the bathroom, Tang Yichen chuckled at the sight of her bashful back as her smile widened. After they both got ready, they went to the hotel for breakfast, and Tang Yichen accompanied Lin Shu to the competition venue. The rules of the finals were straightforward. Contestants would create finished products based on designs crafted during the semi-finals, with a variety of fabrics and accessories prepared for selection. Time was limited to 4 hours, and the final garments would be evaluated by professional judges. Before she took the stage, Tang Yichen gently embraced her, whispering encouragement in her ear. Lin Shu nodded lightly and turned to face the stage, where she encountered Cindy, who also wished her luck. With confidence and poise, Lin Shu ascended the platform as the host announced the commencement of the competition, and she began selecting fabrics in alignment with her original design intentions. Lin Shu's latest design features a dress infused with elements from China's ethnic minorities, crafted from blue tie-dye fabric, a traditional craft of the Miao people. The garment is adorned with jacquard patterns resembling gardenias and intricately embroidered at the cuffs and collar. Blue symbolizes freedom and romance, reminiscent of water, clouds, and a sliver of morning light. As the competition concluded, Lin Shu stood on stage alongside 4 other contestants. Despite maintaining a composed demeanor, the enormity of the international stage inevitably brought a sense of nervousness. She scanned the audience for Tang Yichen's familiar figure, initially searching towards the back until she finally spotted him in a corner of the second row. Lin Shu mused to herself about how he managed to secure such a prime spot. At the moment their eyes met, an immediate calm enveloped her. The presence of someone behind her felt reassuring. The host received the final results and delivered a dramatic monologue, which Lin Shu hardly paid attention to. Upon seeing the works of other contestants, she realized her design was rather niche, thus she held little expectation. Perhaps, if luck was on her side, she might snag a place at the tail end. When the host announced the third-place winner, Lin Shu felt her hopes dwindling. Her mind wandered to what gifts she might bring for the 2 little ones and Chen Sisi. Therefore, when her name was called for first place, she stood momentarily in disbelief, failing to register the moment. The host teased, "It seems our first-place winner is so thrilled she forgot to come forward." Upon hearing her name again, Lin Shu was utterly incredulous. Her feet moved forward mechanically as she numbly accepted the medal and walked off stage, where Tang Yichen awaited her. "My dear, you were amazing," he said, and Lin Shu, still dazed, did not immediately grasp his words, still struggling to believe she had won first place. "Am I really the first?" Tang Yichen looked at the bewildered woman before him, taking the medal from her hands with a fond smile. "With a wife as brilliant as you, who else but you should claim first place?" After a few moments of composure, Lin Shu finally acknowledged her victory, realizing she truly had won first place. Overwhelmed with joy, she leaped into Tang Yichen's arms. I really won. First place. I am so happy. I thought I would at best place third. When I didn't hear my name, I thought it was over. I can't believe I actually won first place. I am so thrilled. Tang Yichen listened to her excited, disjointed exclamations and replied, Indeed, it's remarkable. Realizing her exuberance, Lin Shu stepped back from him, just as Cindy approached. Lin Shu took the initiative to greet her. Teacher Cindy. Cindy glanced at Tang Yichen standing behind Lin Shu but refrained from asking further questions, sincerely stating, Congratulations, it is well deserved. Thank you, teacher, Lin Shu replied earnestly, recalling how their dinner and conversation following the semi-finals had inspired her greatly. I must take my leave now. I hope to see you again in the future. Goodbye, teacher. After Cindy departed, Tang Yichen took Lin Shu's hand, smiling as he said, Let us go, my esteemed designer. Lin Shu smiled back. Their fingers intertwined as they walked out of the venue together. Chapter 103, Selecting Gifts with the competition concluded, and the hour still relatively early. Lin Shu took Tang Yichen's hand, intending to select gifts for the two little ones and Cece. This thought stirred a sense of longing for the children in both of them. Despite their daily video calls, nothing could replace the warmth of holding them close. Yichen, do you still have work in Paris? Lin Shu inquired as they strolled hand in hand along the Champs-Élysées.
No.
Tang Yichen thought to himself that he had come solely to find her, with no other obligations to attend to. They entered a luxury boutique, where Lin Shu wished to purchase a handbag for Chen Cece. Having won a prize for her first place in the competition, she planned to use a portion of the earnings for their gifts. The prices were significantly lower than those in their home country. So Lin Shu selected a classic handbag and made her way to the checkout counter. Tang Yichen followed closely behind, aware that she typically refrained from indulging in luxury items. Surprisingly, she had taken the initiative to buy a bag, prompting him to swiftly produce his black card and offer it to the cashier. You should choose one too. I'll buy it for you, he insisted, resolute that if his wife were purchasing a gift for someone else, he ought to treat her as well. I really don't need it. I'm not accustomed to carrying such an expensive bag, Lin Shu replied, but her protests fell on deaf ears. Ignoring her objections, Tang Yichen instructed the sales associate to wrap up a matching bag for him and proceeded to pay. Lin Shu watched helplessly as he carried two bags, pulling him towards the exit while the store staff whispered behind them. Oh my, that man is so handsome, and he must be wealthy, he asked using a black card. One of the salesgirls remarked, That girl beside him is so lucky, I envy her. Of course, Lin Shu couldn't understand French, but she sensed the staff's gazes lingering on Tang Yichen, prompting her to hurry out after settling the bill. Tang Yichen, with a playful smile, allowed her to lead him away. Once outside, Lin Shu feigned annoyance, asking, What are you laughing at? I'm not laughing, he replied, though the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed him. What did they say? Lin Shu inquired, knowing that Tang Yichen understood French. They said you are very beautiful, he said earnestly, his eyes fixed on Lin Shu's face. A blush crept across her cheeks as she felt flustered, convinced he was fabricating compliments. Given that the staff had been fixated on him, Tang Yichen gently held her hand, planting a soft kiss on her cheek and tousling her long hair as they continued on their way. They passed a street artist sketching portraits, and Tang Yichen casually approached a young man with flowing hair, conversing with him in French before guiding Lin Shu to sit beside him. Upon learning they were married with two adorable children, the artist's enthusiasm grew, and the three engaged in lively conversation while Tang Yichen embraced Lin Shu, capturing a moment of pure happiness in Paris. After the portrait was completed, the artist presented it to them, and Lin Shu beamed with delight, feeling even more elated than when she received the handbag. Watching her smile like a child, Tang Yichen noted that she remained as easily contented as ever. They continued their stroll, still on the quest to find the perfect gifts for their little ones. Upon entering a chocolate shop, Lin Shu discovered a chocolate themed around art, which could be consumed and then transformed into a decorative piece by inserting cardboard. She believed Nono would appreciate it and decided to purchase a box. Subsequently, she visited an antique store where she found a beautifully vintage music box and a delicately crafted miniature car, its interior decorations exceptionally lifelike despite its small size. Lin Shu meticulously organized her luggage, placing the gifts carefully, and stored her sketch in a waterproof sealed bag before proceeding to take a shower. While Lin Shu was bathing, Tang Yichen received a call from Li Cheng. Mr. Tang, I have secured the flight tickets for you and your wife. The flight is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. I will send you the ticket details shortly. Thank you. I appreciate your hard work, Tang replied. Li Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Tang, known for his stern demeanor, had actually expressed gratitude. He could discern the delight in Mr. Tang's voice, attributing it to the influence of his wife. It seemed prudent to maintain a close relationship with her, in case Mr. Tang's mood soured in the future. Of course, Mr. Tang, it's no trouble at all. After hanging up, Li Cheng still found it hard to believe that the person on the other end of the line was truly their boss. The change was remarkable. With ample time before the noon flight the following day, there was no need to rise too early. As Lin Shu emerged from her shower, she noticed Tang Yichen standing by the window, engrossed in his phone. "You should take a shower," she casually remarked. Tang Yichen glanced at the flight information Li Cheng had sent before putting down his phone. "Yes, Li Cheng has booked the tickets for tomorrow afternoon. He just called to inform me," he explained, concerned that Lin Shu might misunderstand and think someone else had contacted him. "Oh," Lin Shu replied, drying her hair with a towel, pondering why he felt the need to explain himself so anxiously when she hadn't even inquired. Was she really that unreasonable? Noticing that Lin Shu was genuinely unperturbed, Tang Yichen felt relieved and headed to take a shower. After drying his hair and donning a bathrobe, he emerged to find Lin Shu snugly wrapped up, lying on the bed and watching television. Tang Yichen couldn't help but chuckle at her exaggerated appearance. He chose not to speak, joining her from the other side. Lin Shu was engrossed in a romantic film, Flipped, an old movie from 2010 that narrates the love story of a young girl, Julie, and a boy, Bryce. She fell for him at first sight and devised various ways to get closer, while he evaded her. Ultimately, through misunderstandings, he began to appreciate Julie's kindness, enthusiasm, and beauty. Their feet inadvertently brushed under the covers, igniting a spark within Tang Yichen. Chapter 104. Returning home. Tang Yichen turned his head to sneak a glance at the woman beside him, her eyes glued to the television in rapt attention. He subtly moved his foot, pretending to inadvertently graze Lin Shu's calf. She remained unresponsive, and in a moment of frustration, he set his phone aside and sighed. "I'm going to sleep." Lin Shu finally turned her head to glance at him. "Why are you going to bed so early? It's only 9 o'clock. After Tang Yichen reclined, he found himself unable to sleep. He picked up his phone and rose from the bed, stating, "I need to use the restroom." Lin Shu thought to herself that he could simply go alone. Both Chengcheng and Nuonuo managed it by themselves, so why the need to inform her? Noting Lin Shu's complete disregard for his presence, engrossed in her film, Tang Yichen felt a wave of frustration. Had he known, he would have disconnected the television and claimed it was broken. She would certainly not have suspected a thing. Once in the restroom, he discreetly sent a voice message to his little cotton-padded jacket, urging her to quickly send a video to her mother. After establishing their secret signal, he emerged from the restroom with an air of nonchalance, pretending to lie back down and continue sleeping. Just as he settled in, Lin Shu's phone began to ring. She reached for her phone on the bedside table. It was a video call from Nuonuo. Hadn't they just finished a video call with the two little treasures? She paused the movie and answered the call. "Mommy, are you asleep?" Came Lin Yuno's voice from the other end. "Not yet, Nuonuo. Have you gotten into bed? Brother and godmother are here. Godmother is in her room, and brother and I are in our own beds. Wait a moment while I find brother." The sound of soft shuffling was followed by the distinct patter of footsteps. In no time, Lin Yucheng appeared in the frame. "Mommy, is Chengcheng already asleep?" Lin Shu observed her son's slightly dazed expression, likely disturbed from his slumber by his sister's antics. "Nuonuo, it's time to sleep. Brother needs to rest too." "Mommy, is daddy with you?" Lin Shu turned to glance at the figure lying wrapped in blankets, facing away from her. Deeply suspicious that he had divulged their living arrangement to Nuonuo, she looked at the screen, where her two little ones awaited her response with wide eyes. She had intended to share the news with them, but since they had asked, she decided to say it now. The children's eyes lit up, and they excitedly bounced on the bed. Lin Shu hurriedly urged them to settle down before ending the video call. A slight flutter of anxiety stirred within her. Why had she ceased watching the movie? Did she discover his voice message to Nuonuo? Was she upset? He lifted the covers and cautiously sat up, stealing a glance at the woman beside him. Seeing Lin Shu sit up, no longer watching the film, she promptly switched it off and turned her back to him, covering herself with the blanket to sleep. Oh no! He had angered his wife. What to do? He moved closer from behind. "Wifey, please don't be upset. You were absorbed in your movie and ignored me. I swear I didn't tell Nuonuo that we lived together. I only asked her to send you a video, nothing more." Lin Shu, eyes closed, was indeed somewhat irritated, but to her surprise, she drifted off to sleep shortly thereafter, leaving Tang Yichen's apologies unheard. After a while of silence, he realized she had fallen asleep, gently slipping over to gaze at the small woman, her eyes shut and breathing steady. With a smile, he placed a tender kiss on her cheek, pulling her close against his chest, holding her tightly, and soon succumbed to slumber himself. The following morning, before Lin Shu had risen, she received a call from Chen Cece. "Sister Shu, when will you arrive at the airport? We're coming to pick you up." Listening to Chen Cici's words, it seemed the two little ones hadn't mentioned a thing to her. Lin Shu hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Cici.
You needn't come pick me up, just wait for me at home. Why not? Are you taking a taxi? Chen Cici was somewhat taken aback by this news. Although she had sensed it before, hearing it directly from Xiao Shu Jia made it feel different. So, Xiao Shu Jia and Tang Zong are back together. The happiest, without a doubt, are the two little ones, Ching Cheng and Nua Nua. After hanging up, Lin Shu glanced at the time and decided not to sleep any longer. She got up, washed up, and packed her belongings. Once she had nearly finished, she called Tang Yichen to wake him. While Lin Shu was squatting on the floor organizing her things, she stood up and was surprised to see him without any clothes. Blushing, she said, "Hurry and put on some clothes." At Jiangqing Airport, Li Trung delivered the car to his boss and handed the keys to Tang Yichen. Lin Shu took out gifts to distribute to everyone. When Chen Cici saw the bag, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately hugged Lin Shu and gave her a kiss. "Thank you, Xiao Shu Jia. I adore you so much." Chen Cici made wontons and cooked a bowl each for Tang Yichen and Lin Shu. After finishing the wontons, Lin Shu insisted that Tang Yichen leave, explaining that it was inconvenient for Cici to have him around. "You might as well enjoy a few more days in Paris." Chapter 105. When will he be confirmed? He felt that he could not wait even a day longer. Tomorrow, he must take Lin Shu to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate anew. At New Jiang Garden, Chen Cici had already finished her shower, sitting cross-legged on the sofa watching television. She looked up as Lin Shu picked up her sleepwear and prepared to head to the bathroom. With Tang Zong absent, she felt bold enough to ask curiously, "Xiao Shu Jia, what happened between you and Tang Zong in Paris? How did you two get back together?" Holding her sleepwear and towel at the bathroom door, Lin Shu turned to face Chen Cici's inquisitive expression, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "We met in Paris, and he proposed again. In short, we're back together." In truth, Lin Shu wasn't quite sure how to articulate it. Perhaps it was that moment when he appeared, and she realized he had always been the one. She chose to reconcile with the past, and give them both a chance. Chen Cici recalled that day, when Tang Zong had rushed to inquire about Xiao Shu Jia's whereabouts. Upon hearing that she had gone to Paris, his anxiety was palpable as he immediately called to book a flight, chasing after her the same day. He had clearly gone to Paris specifically to find Xiao Shu Jia. Yet he hadn't told her that. Chen Cici decided to embellish the story, recounting how Tang Yichen had come to find her and booked his ticket to pursue her that day. Lin Shu listened in astonishment, realizing why she hadn't seen Tang Yichen working in Paris. He had only made a few phone calls. So he had gone there specifically to find her. Why hadn't he mentioned it when they first met? She had thought it was merely a coincidence that he was also on a business trip to Paris. After her shower, Lin Shu lay in bed, hesitating over whether to send Tang Yichen a WeChat message. She found herself at a loss for words and noted the late hour, wondering if he had already gone to sleep. As Lin Shu held her vibrating phone, she glanced at the message from Tang Yichen. "Are you asleep? How are Ching Cheng and Nua Nua? They have been quite well behaved." Indeed. The two-word reply from her husband, accompanied by a pouting emoji, stirred a tender feeling within her, igniting a flutter in her heart. "When do you plan to make me official?" Lin Shu found herself perplexed by his message. It was then she grasped the true meaning behind his words regarding official status. How could she have overlooked his audacity and shamelessness before? Had she not been whisked away by someone else, they might have been together long ago, without waiting until today. Amused by their childlike exchange, Lin Shu couldn't help but smile. "Very well. Since we've decided to rekindle our relationship, obtaining a marriage certificate is merely a matter of time." The next morning, as Lin Shu rose from her slumber, she heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by Tang Yichen, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, holding a bouquet of roses. Lin Shu stood momentarily dazed, questioning the necessity of such formality. Chen Cici, noticing Lin Shu's lack of reaction, inquired, "Sister Shu, who is it?" As she prepared to leave, she was taken aback by Tang Yichen's grand entrance with the roses. "Good morning, Mr. Tang." "Good morning," he replied, placing the flowers on the table. "Oh, dear, I have some things to organize over there. Sister Shu, please don't mind me. I'll just contact you by phone. I'm off now."
Bye.
Chen Cici hurriedly bid farewell and turned to Tang Yichen. "Mr. Tang, I'm leaving now." Sensing the atmosphere, Chen Cici understood that with such a grand gesture from Mr. Tang so early in the day, it was time for her to exit the scene. Tang Yichen observed Chen Cici's departing figure, contemplating her as a suitable godmother for Ching Cheng and Nua Nua, considering gifting her a few new handbags next time. Once Chen Cici had left, Lin Shu felt a headache coming on, looking at the roses on the table and the man standing in the living room. More extravagant spending. Perhaps next time she should suggest he calculate the expenses instead. Lin Shu approached him and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Tang Yichen shook his head. Lin Shu surmised he hadn't eaten, considering the early hour, and he wouldn't have had the chance to do so. "There's porridge in the pot. You can serve yourself." "I'll go wake Ching Chung and Noa." Obediently, Tang Yichen headed to the kitchen to serve himself. Lin Shu entered the room to rouse the two little ones for breakfast before their kindergarten day. Sleepy-eyed, they clambered out of bed and dressed themselves. Lin Shu squeezed toothpaste onto their brushes, and the two, still groggy, shuffled into the bathroom, where they gradually awakened while brushing their teeth and washing their faces. Thus, when they saw their father sitting at the table for breakfast that morning, they froze in astonishment. After a few moments of processing, Lin Yuno rubbed her eyes to confirm it was indeed their father, and in her excitement, she rushed over. "Daddy, what are you doing here?" Chapter 106, Settled. Tang Yichen lifted Lin Yuno onto his lap, gazing at his daughter with affectionate indulgence before turning his gaze to his son seated across from him. A facade of solemnity adorned his face, yet his eyes furtively darted toward himself. From this day forth, father would be present every morning. Lin Yuno joyfully embraced his head and planted a kiss on his cheek, noticing the unmistakable sparkle in the eyes of her son seated across from her. The family of four gathered once more for breakfast, the setting shifting from the grand dining room of the villa to the more intimate small dining room. While the environment had transformed, the warmth of togetherness during mealtime remained unchanged, particularly for Tang Yichen, whose mood appeared significantly brighter than during their previous meal together. After finishing breakfast, Tang Yichen and Lin Shu accompanied Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno to kindergarten. Tang Yichen, with a gloomy expression, slumped onto the living room sofa. Lin Shu thought it childish of him to vent his frustrations by incessantly flipping through channels on the remote, not actually watching television but rather tormenting the device. As Lin Shu prepared to leave for her studio, she noticed his reluctance to leave the sofa, prompting her to inquire, "I'm heading out now. Aren't you going to work?" Considering the time spent in Paris, it had indeed been quite a while since he had visited the office. Was it truly acceptable for the owner of a large corporation to behave in such a manner? Finally relinquishing the remote, Tang Yichen looked up at Lin Shu, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he asked, "Where are you going?" Clad in her work attire, Lin Shu approached the entrance to put on her shoes and grab her bag. "I'm going to the studio. After being away for so long, Cece has been taking care of Chungchung and Nuonuo. I'm sure there's a mountain of work waiting for me." Noticing Tang Yichen's silence, she opened the door, preparing to leave. "I'll drive you." Just as Lin Shu opened the door, Tang Yichen rose from the sofa, his tone firm and persuasive. Lin Shu froze at the doorknob, contemplating whether he truly intended to skip work. Chen Cece, taken aback, jested, Well. Only our Chungchung and Nuonuo could have the privilege of having CEO Tang take time to pick them up. Little Shu, why not suggest to CEO Tang that I help with the pickups in the future? It wouldn't interfere with his earnings, and a fraction of his earnings would suffice as my salary." Lin Shu, too, believed Tang Yichen need not leave work early each time to fetch Chungchung and Nuonuo, as their schedules were flexible and she could easily handle the pickups. After all, it was a large corporation, even if he was the boss. Consistently arriving late or leaving early might not reflect well. Chen Cece, alarmed, quickly waved her hands, saying no. "Little Shu, I was just joking. Please don't mention this to CEO Tang. Helping out with my godchildren is reward enough, no salary needed." Understanding Chen Cece was merely jesting, Lin Shu smiled and refrained from further comment. Upon entering the house, Lin Shu found no one in sight, but cheerful laughter echoed from the room. She placed the vegetables in the kitchen before stepping into the room, where she discovered 3 individuals seated on the floor, engrossed in a racing game. Tang Yichen, noticing Lin Shu standing at the door, called out to the 2 little ones. Lin Shu had no doubts about Nuonuo's attachment to her father, but she could distinctly sense that Chungchung's bond with Tang Yichen had grown considerably closer. "Mommy will cook for a bit. Can you both wash your hands after playing for a little while longer?" After Lin Shu entered the kitchen, she began to prepare dinner, diligently washing vegetables, with her head bowed. She was startled by a sudden voice behind her. Tang Yichen had entered the kitchen unbeknownst to her. "Let me help you," he offered. Lin Shu requested his assistance in boiling water while she continued to wash the vegetables. She chopped the ingredients and set the lotus root and pork rib soup to simmer first. Tang Yichen stood in the kitchen, observing Lin Shu as she busied herself, while he lent a hand nearby. The enticing aroma that gradually wafted through the kitchen was familiar and brought him an unbidden sense of joy. For dinner, Lin Shu prepared lotus root and pork rib soup, minced meat stir-fried with vermicelli, garlic greens, steamed egg with meat patties and braised pork, creating a lavish feast for 4. After washing the vegetables, Tang Yichen remained by her side, watching her work until she finished the last dish. He then went into the room to call the 2 little ones to wash their hands and come for dinner. The family of four gathered around the dining table, with Lin Shu and Tang Yichen seated on one side, and Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno on the other. Throughout the meal, the two children chattered animatedly. Tang Yichen cleared his throat, announcing he had something significant to share. The other three turned their heads in unison, their eyes fixed on him. He addressed the little ones, saying, "Daddy and Mommy will always be together from now on." The children, though not comprehending everything, understood the phrase "always together." So, does that mean Daddy and Mommy won't be apart anymore? Lin Shu momentarily froze, glancing at the children. While she was not concerned about Yuno, she was aware that Chengcheng had previously harbored some thoughts about Tang Yichen. To consider her son's feelings, she had mentioned that they would only remarry if the children agreed. She looked at her son with a hint of worry. Unexpectedly, Chengcheng asked, "Daddy, when will you have the wedding? Just like on TV, can my sister and I be flower children?" The two little ones expressed their excitement. "That's wonderful." Yuno then asked Lin Shu, "Mommy, can Daddy stay here tonight?" Tang Yichen, standing behind Lin Shu, winked at his daughter, who was indeed a sweet little girl. However, Lin Shu pointed out, "But we don't have an extra bed. Daddy can sleep with Mommy." "Other daddies and mommies do that," Lin Yuno earnestly replied. Lin Shu felt her face flush from her daughter's innocent words, while the instigator chuckled behind her. Tang Yichen, seeing Lin Shu's genuine embarrassment, struggled to contain his delight and said to his little girl, "Daddy will stay tomorrow for tonight. Yuno should sleep well with your brother, okay?" Lin Shu thought Tang Yichen's audacity was truly unmatched. She took Yuno to the restroom, choosing to ignore him. After giving Yuno a bath, she ended up wetting her own clothes as well, so she took the opportunity to wash herself too. Once she had settled the two little ones into sleep, she exited their room, believing Tang Yichen had already left. Thus, she donned her sleepwear without undergarments, only to feel Tang Yichen's gaze sweep over her inadvertently, leaving her utterly mortified. Tang Yichen sat on the living room sofa, observing Lin Shu as she emerged. Her hair, freshly washed, was only half dried, and she donned a thin nightgown, modest in style with a high neckline. Yet, the delicate fabric revealed her collarbone and the gentle contours of her chest, leaving him parched and breathless from a mere glance. The petite woman before him exuded an innocent charm akin to that of a little white rabbit, igniting a surge of heat within him as if his blood were rushing uncontrollably to his head. Were it not for his knowledge of her foolishness, he might have suspected her intentions were deliberate. His throat felt parched, and an unusual warmth enveloped his face as he stood and made his way to the kitchen, his voice hoarse and strained. "I'm going to get some water." With that, he hurried into the kitchen. There, he gulped down 2 large glasses of ice water, waiting until the heat within him subsided before re-emerging from the kitchen. Just as he exited, he caught Lin Shu issuing her dismissal. Noticing she had thrown on a jacket over her outfit, unfazed, he confidently approached the sofa, stretching his long legs languidly and leaning back with a casual elegance that radiated presence. "If you'd prefer, you can have the driver come pick you up," he suggested, observing the faint blush that crept across her ears, a sign of her irritation. Realizing his attempts to garner sympathy were futile, he decided to retreat gracefully, mindful that they had yet to finalize their marriage certificate and not wishing to spook her further. Amused by his current state of idleness, Lin Shu could not help but inquire, "Aren't you supposed to be at work?" "Of course, I will go. First, I'll accompany Chengcheng and Nuo for breakfast. Then take them to school. Afterward, we shall go and collect our marriage certificate, and then I'll head to the office," Tang Yichen explained, laying out his plans with clarity. Upon hearing him mention the marriage certificate, Lin Shu playfully retorted, "Who wants to marry you?" Tang Yichen, startled by her response, hurriedly replied, "But you promised. As soon as we sort out Chengcheng and Nuo, we would get the certificate. I've already taken care of them." At that moment, he had lost all inclination to tease her. He had been heading towards the door with keys and code in hand, but now he hesitated, fearing she might utter a negative response. There was an undercurrent of pleading in his tone, silently imploring her to agree. Lin Shu found his anxious demeanor amusing and teased, "Let us talk about it tomorrow." Seeing his serious reaction, she quickly interjected. When Tang Yichen finally heard Lin Shu concede, relief washed over him. Tilting his head, he leaned closer. "Then let me steal a kiss to seal the deal." Lin Shu chuckled at his childishness, thinking how absurd it was to consider this a binding agreement. Tang Yichen, undeterred by her amusement, tilted his face upwards, waiting expectantly. Unable to resist his persistence, she stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed a kiss to his cheek. Only then did he leave with a sense of contentment. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Shu lay in bed when she received a WeChat message from him. "Wife, I'm home. Good night." "Good night," she replied, and after sending those 2 words, she finally settled down to sleep. The next morning, Tang Yichen arrived particularly early, even before Lin Shu had risen. The sound of the doorbell stirred her from her slumber as she yawned and groggily made her way to open the door. Tang Yichen stood outside the door, brimming with vitality, seemingly carrying something in his hand. Inside the living room, he gently took out his computer to attend to some matters, only calling them to rise when the time was right. Lin Shu awoke to a table laden with breakfast, feeling as if it were all a dream. In chapter 108, Remarriage, he took another book from Lin Shu, snapped a photograph, and nonchalantly placed it in his pocket, stating, "I will keep it safe. What if we divorce again?" Lin Shu half-jokingly inquired. "Don't even think about it," Tang Yichen replied sternly, then assertively took Lin Shu's hand and led her to the car. Inside the vehicle, Tang Yichen drove, while Lin Shu sat in the passenger seat. Upon entering the office, he promptly retrieved his phone, locating the recently captured marriage certificate and sharing it in several group chats. Before long, the chat erupted with excitement. Mo Zhe silently posted a thumbs-up emoji. Qin Hao exclaimed, "Big brother, awesome." Ji Feng fan remarked, "Looks like my suggestion came in handy." Lu Yan asked, "When did this happen?" After Lin Shu agreed to remarry. She realized how terrifying solitude could be. Devoid of the cheerful chatter and companionship, she found it hard to muster enthusiasm for anything. She even felt a twinge of jealousy towards Chengcheng and Nunu, who had previously shared a bed with Lin Shu each night. As Lin Shu entered the studio, Chen Sisi happened to emerge from within. Noticing the smile gracing Lin Shu's features, she remarked that it was indeed a stark contrast to how things used to be. "Sister Shu, you seem to be in such high spirits. I can't help but wonder about your evening with President Tang," Chen Sisi teased, her expression hesitant. Lin Shu, feeling a bit bashful, patted her shoulder. "Just say it," Chen Sisi urged impatiently, her excitement palpable. "We are remarrying," Lin Shu confessed. Surprisingly, Chen Sisi did not exhibit the shock Lin Shu had anticipated. Instead, she spoke with a mature tone. "Oh, I thought it was something significant. Wasn't this bound to happen eventually?"
Why?
Lin Shu responded, her confusion evident. "I truly had my doubts. Given President Tang's demeanor, could you ever escape his grasp? So, being captured was only a matter of time. A remarriage was within my expectations." Chen Sisi believed that with Tang Yichen's looks and wealth, if he had set his heart on someone, he would pursue them relentlessly. Lin Shu, harboring feelings for him as well, made their remarriage seem inevitable. Thus, upon hearing of their reunion, she felt no surprise. "This is wonderful. It appears President Tang is sincere. It's delightful to see you, Sister Shu, with your family of 4 together." Suddenly, a thought struck her. "We haven't discussed living arrangements yet. The new Jiang garden might be more convenient. I'll consult with Yichen later." Lin Shu, sensing Chen Sisi's concern over housing, quickly assured her, "Sisi, I've reserved that room for you. Please don't feel uncomfortable." "Haha, I have thick skin. Besides, my lease on the apartment isn't up yet. I'll primarily stay there, but I'll also give you 2 some space to enjoy your time together.
Just leave Chengcheng and Nunu to me."
I fear that General Tang may find it difficult to adapt to such a modest abode. However, Lin Shu does not share this concern, recalling how at the new Jiang garden, he appeared quite at ease, displaying no signs of discomfort. The 2 engaged in light-hearted conversation while attending to their tasks. Xiao Wei, overhearing the exchange between her 2 employers, became aware of the reconciliation between Sister Xiao Shu and General Tang. Initially, she had difficulty believing that General Tang was the father of Chengcheng and Nua. Fond of the children, she felt fortunate for having brought them to the JK group to meet General Tang. Now that Sister Xiao Shu has remarried, it is truly wonderful that Chengcheng and Nua can be together with their parents. At JK Group, Tang Yichen emerged from his office promptly at 3:30, colliding with Li Cheng, who was delivering documents. "General Tang, are you heading out?" Li Cheng inquired, perplexed, as he recalled there was no outing scheduled for today. "Yes, I'm off to pick up the children," Tang replied. Noticing the documents in Li Cheng's arms, he added, "From now on, any documents approved online should be sent directly to General Qin for processing. There's no need to bring them up here." Li Cheng watched his boss hurriedly depart, standing alone in the empty corridor with a stack of folders. It seemed that the boss had truly transformed into a super dad. If those in the business world found out that the esteemed president of JK Group was frequently late or leaving early to attend to his children, they would surely be astonished. Assistantly, "What troubles you?" a colleague asked, noticing his furrowed brow. "Has the boss scolded you? Is he gone again?" "Lately, he has been arriving late and leaving early, which is quite unlike him. We are not accustomed to this. He's off to pick up the children." "Do you think he is neglecting his duties?" Li Chen mused, indeed feeling that his boss had strayed from his professional obligations. The issue was that with the boss absent, the workload had increased significantly. In truth, Li Cheng found himself longing for the workaholic version of his employer. as the hands-on approach of his boss had made things far less burdensome than they were now. In the office of Secretary Yang, it was evident that with Tang Yichen's departure, there was little for them to do. Secretary Yang couldn't resist patting Li Cheng on the shoulder, solemnly stating, "Assistant Li, we empathize with your plight." Letting out a heavy sigh of resignation, Li Cheng took the documents and headed off to find General Qin. At the dining table, everyone was enjoying a delightful meal when Tang Yichen produced their marriage certificate from his pocket, placing it before his grandfather with a proud demeanor before resuming his meal. The elderly gentleman, momentarily perplexed by his grandson's actions, was soon met with Chun Bo's excited exclamation. "Grandfather, it's the marriage certificate." The old man, thrilled, picked up the two red books, examining them closely. His gaze eventually settled on Lin Shu, whose face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Why would he flaunt their marriage certificate like this? Noticing Lin Shu's lowered head, the old man became even more irate. "I knew this rascal would cause trouble," he exclaimed, reaching for his chopsticks in an attempt to strike. Lin Shu quickly intervened. "Grandfather, please don't be upset. Yichen did not force me. I willingly agreed to remarry him." With that, she lowered her head even further. Upon hearing her words, the old man cheerfully set down his chopsticks, repeatedly saying, "Good, good," as his eyes remained fixed on the two marriage certificates. Tang Yichen observed his grandfather fixated on the marriage certificate and could not help but exclaim, "Grandpa, please return it to me. Rest assured, it is genuine." Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno were indulging in their snacks while listening to the adults converse. The two little ones had grasped the meaning of marriage, so the thought that their parents were finally wed filled them with joy. The elderly gentleman, witnessing the harmonious scene of family togetherness, could not resist summoning Uncle Chen to bring forth the wine hidden in the house, sharing a small cup with Tang Yichen. Subsequently, he was escorted upstairs to rest early by Uncle Chen, who, before leaving, made sure to command that they stay the night. The two children, after their bath, insisted on sleeping alone, leading Lin Shu to ponder that perhaps they had grown accustomed to independence, leaving her with a bittersweet sense of loss. It became evident that it was not the children who could not part from the adults, but rather the adults who found it difficult to be away from the children. As Lin Shu emerged from the children's room, she encountered Tang Yichen standing silently at the doorway. Startled by his sudden presence, she instinctively took a step back, patting her chest. "Why are you so quiet at the door?" she inquired. "I was waiting for you," Tang Yichen replied, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. He had been anxious in the room, worrying that she may have gone straight to sleep with Yuno, prompting him to seek her out. As he reached the door, he saw Lin Shu exiting, hence the surprise. "Are Cheng and Yuno asleep?" he asked. "Yes, they just fell asleep," she confirmed. "Then let's go, my dear wife." "Back to our room," he urged, and upon hearing that the children were asleep, he eagerly took her hand and led her back. As soon as the door closed, Lin Shu found herself pressed against it by him, followed by a tempest of fervent kisses. After an evening of drinking with his grandfather, his breath carried a faint scent of wine that made Lin Shu blush, reminiscent of the warmth that lingered after their previous kiss. Tang Yichen gently caressed her cheek, unable to conceal the joy radiating from his smile. Though slightly intoxicated, his mind remained remarkably clear. As he leaned closer, planting an infinitely tender kiss upon her flushed cheek, he suddenly bent down and lifted Lin Shu into his arms, striding towards the grand bed in the center of the bedroom. "Ah!" she gasped, startled by his abrupt motion, clutching tightly to his neck. Noticing her momentary daze beneath him, he leaned in, sealing her lips with his, taking advantage of her surprise to deepen the kiss. It was urgent and intense, and only when Lin Shu felt breathless did he relent. "You're so foolish, always forgetting to breathe," he remarked with a gentle smile, despite the teasing words laced with affection in his eyes. "Your husband is right here, and yet you dare to daydream." Lin Shu raised her hand, lightly tapping his shoulder, her playful gaze enchanting him completely. From her vantage point, the chiseled lines of his jaw were striking, and his prominent Adam's apple was alluring, occasionally gliding up and down. Through the loosened buttons of his shirt, his muscular chest and defined abs were evident, exuding warmth and strength. Hearing the endearing titles of wife and husband emerge from his lips, something deep within her stirred with tenderness. Tang Yichen gazed at the delicate figure beneath him, bestowing a gentle kiss, as if cherishing a treasure cradled in his hands, gradually trailing from her lips to her neck, and then further down. Lin Shu could not help but emit a soft sound, attempting to subtly entwine her arms around his. Sensing the initiative from the petite woman beneath him, Tang Yichen felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, enveloped in warmth and softness, rendering him utterly defenseless and even more fervent in his response. Later, in the stillness of the night, Lin Shu, her cheeks flushed, pushed him away in preparation to rise and bathe. Yet, Tang Yichen embraced her, planting affectionate kisses. reluctant to let her go. I'll wash with you. No, Lin Shu firmly declined, hastily darting into the bathroom and locking the door. She was not inclined to engage in further antics. Tang Yichen lay on the bed, chuckling softly, casually pulling the thin blanket over himself, revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs. Despite the air conditioning humming in the room, he felt no chill. When Lin Shu emerged from her shower, she urged Tang Yichen to do the same, for they had both skipped bathing earlier. Exhausted, they soon found themselves nestled in bed, and Lin Shu swiftly drifted into slumber. Upon his return, Tang Yichen noticed the serene sight of her peacefully lying on the bed, her breathing steady. He quietly approached and, once in bed, embraced the sleeping beauty from behind. She instinctively adjusted her position in his arms, continuing her deep sleep. Only then did he close his eyes, surrendering to slumber himself. Chapter 110. Awkwardness. During the weekend, the family remained at the old residence to accompany the elder. Lin Shu, still engrossed in her work at the studio, departed early in the morning. As she rose, Tang Yichen was still asleep, so she refrained from waking him, gently slipping out of bed to freshen up in the bathroom. Downstairs, she encountered Aunt Wang, greeted her, and then stepped outside. When Tang Yichen awoke, he reached out, finding no one beside him. Sitting up, he scanned the room, realizing Lin Shu was absent. He threw on a jacket and descended the stairs. Aunt Wang, noticing his presence, remarked, "Young master." Young mistress rose quite early and mentioned going to the studio. The little master and little miss have had breakfast and gone out to play with their great-grandfather, likely at the park nearby.
Tang Yichen not dead.
Then retraced his steps upstairs to retrieve his phone and call Lin Shu. After a few rings, she answered. "Wife," he greeted. Lin Shu was busy cutting fabric. With her phone resting on the table, setting down her scissors, she walked over to answer, only to be met with Tang Yichen's playful tone. "Yicheng, what's the matter? Why didn't you wake me this morning? I could have taken you to the studio." Tang Yichen felt a slight heaviness in his heart upon realizing Lin Shu had gone to work without him, sensing a lack of need for his presence. "I left early, wanting you to sleep longer." Lin Shu's gentle voice dispelled his concerns in an instant. "When will you finish? I'll come to pick you up. Probably in the afternoon. I'll call you ahead of time."
All right.
After ending the call, Lin Shu returned to her work. Although it was the weekend, the studio was bustling due to an influx of projects. Cici had gone to the fabric market, and Xiaowei was also present. As noon approached, Aunt Wang was busily preparing lunch in the kitchen, while Tang Yichen had spent the morning in his study attending to work matters. Descending the stairs, he encountered his grandfather, who was returning home with Chengcheng and Nuo. "Daddy," the two little ones exclaimed, their faces and clothes smeared with dirt, clearly having had an exuberant time. "Where did you go to play?" Tang Yichen inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. He wondered where his grandfather had taken them, as he had only mentioned the park nearby. "Great-grandpa and Grandpa Chen took us fishing." "Look, Daddy, we caught several fish," Chengcheng exclaimed. "I caught 3 and my sister caught 1. And Great-grandpa and Grandpa Chen caught some too." The two children tugged at Tang Yichen's hand, leading him to see the small bucket that Uncle Chen was carrying, which contained 4 or 5 little fish swimming about. Tang Yichen followed them, placing the bucket in the garden before guiding them upstairs to wash up and change their clothes. After they had bathed and returned downstairs, it was just in time for lunch. Not seeing Lin Shu at the dining table, the little ones asked, "Daddy, where's Mommy?" Upon hearing this, the elder Tang instructed Aunt Wang to pack some food into a thermos and said to Tang Yichen, "Take some food to Xiao Shu." At first, Tang Yichen had not planned to bring Lin Shu lunch, as he had arranged to pick her up in the afternoon. However, hearing his grandfather's request, he realized that he had nearly finished his morning work and could visit her earlier to accompany her at work, returning home together later in the day. In his eagerness to deliver the food, he hastily ate a little before grabbing the thermos and heading out. Originally, Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno intended to accompany him, but upon hearing that they would be going fishing again in the afternoon, they promptly abandoned their parents in favor of the fishing trip. Tang Yichen drove his familiar Rolls-Royce to the studio, excitedly carrying the thermos inside, intending to surprise Lin Shu without prior notice. However, to his dismay, upon arriving, he discovered that she was not present. He only saw a young girl he had previously met sitting there, enjoying her lunch. "Mr. Tang, are you looking for Sister Xiao Shu?" she asked. Tang Yichen, holding the thermos, appeared quite different from his usual reserved demeanor. He nodded gently and inquired, "Is she not here?" "Oh, Sister Xiao Shu just received a call and went out for a bit, probably about half an hour ago. You might want to wait in her office," the girl responded promptly.
All right.
Tang Yichen entered Lin Shu's office, placing the thermos on the desk. He took out his phone, preparing to call her. After dialing, he was met with silence, so he set the phone down and sat on the sofa, casually picking up a magazine to read. Suddenly, He froze, his expression darkening as he observed Lin Shu entering with another man. Noticing Tang Yichen emerging from her office, Lin Shu hurried over, tugging at his sleeve. "Yichen, what brings you here?" Tang Yichen replied coolly, "Grandfather asked me to bring you lunch. But it seems you no longer need it." Lin Muiao stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Tang." Tang Yichen awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement, his face still stern. Even Lin Shu, despite her usual obliviousness, sensed Tang Yichen's displeasure as she clutched his sleeve, and a silence enveloped them both. Lin Muiao took the initiative to speak. "Xiao Shu, I must take my leave now. Let's arrange to meet again when we have the time." Then, turning to Tang Yichen, he added, "Mr. Tang, I hope you can join Xiao Shu for meal next time. Farewell for now." "Goodbye, Yao Ge," she replied. As she spoke, she opened the container, and an enticing aroma wafted out. Tang Yichen, aware that Lin Shu and her Yao Ge shared a platonic bond, still felt a pang of displeasure at the thought of them spending time alone together. After all, they were childhood friends, and a man's intuition is often quite astute. He sensed from their first meeting that Yao Ge harbored feelings for her. Sitting next to Lin Shu, Tang Yichen remained somewhat sullen. The thermal container proved effective. After such a time, the food was still warm. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Lin Shu asked brightly. "I wasn't full earlier. Have you eaten? Shall we have a little more together?" Her cheerful demeanor seemed oblivious to his brooding tone and expression. Lin Shu began to unpack the boxes, rushing outside to find Xiaowei for a pair of disposable chopsticks. Together, they sat at the table to enjoy their meal. "This is delicious. Aunt Wang's cooking surpasses anything from outside," Lin Shu remarked, deliberately trying to engage him in conversation. She sensed that he was upset about seeing Yao Ge, and while he was reluctant to voice it, she had overheard Xiaowei mention he had waited for over an hour. With her phone on silent, she had missed his calls and messages. Realizing that the petite woman was trying to cheer him up, Tang Yichen felt his earlier frustration dissipate upon seeing her joy. "Nothing you make is as good as this," he blurted out. In Chapter 111, as they settled in to watch a movie, Lin Shu's appetite seemed insatiable. The lunch Tang Yichen had brought was devoured by the two of them, and he found himself eating less than Lin Shu. Aware of his discontent, she took the initiative to explain, "Yichen, Yao Ge just returned from a business trip today. He called me around noon and mentioned he was near the studio. So we decided to have lunch together." As she spoke, she raised her left hand. "Look, I've told Yao Ge that we are remarrying." The ring on her ring fingers sparkled brightly. She was still wearing the ring from before. The last remnants of Tang Yichen's irritation vanished completely. He had never doubted Lin Shu. Rather, he lacked confidence in himself, haunted by past misdeeds. Embracing her, he felt a contentment wash over him. Lin Shu lowered her gaze to admire his fingers, marveling at their elegance. How could someone possess such beautifully crafted hands, long and strong? It seemed unfair that when Nuwa shaped humanity, she had bestowed such perfection upon him. "You're staring at your husband like that. Are you perhaps thinking?" Tang Yichen whispered teasingly in her ear, uttering words that made her blush and her heart race. Flushing, Lin Shu pushed him away. But he held on tightly. They playfully wrestled on the sofa, and after a kiss initiated by him, he finally released her. The two of them, like a couple in the throes of young love, yearned to be close to one another, creating an atmosphere that was exceptionally warm. Even as they each tended to their own activities, Lin Shu was diligently sketching, while Tang Yichen lifted his gaze from the game, captivated by her earnest demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. He relished this sensation. The afternoon sun streamed in at an angle, illuminating the woman he adored as she earnestly engaged in her work. His expression exuded warmth, akin to that ray of sunlight, penetrating deeply into his heart. He found himself wishing that time could halt at this moment, suspended in this beautiful and tender instant. Lin Shu sensed a burning gaze fixed upon her. She looked up, unexpectedly meeting Tang Yichen's affectionate eyes. And they exchanged a knowing smile. Ultimately, Lin Shu concluded her work early, and the two strolled hand in hand, sharing laughter as they exited the studio. Xiaowei observed their retreating figures and couldn't help but sigh, marveling at their perfect match. It was no wonder they had produced such adorable and beautiful children. Chung Chung and Nuo. With time still on their side, Tang Yichen took Lin Shu's hand and suddenly suggested going to the movies. Although he had never been before, he believed a date should include a trip to the cinema. Lin Shu hesitated, thinking of the two little ones at home. "But Chung Chung and Nuo are still at home," she began. "Their grandfather took them fishing. They're having a splendid time. Otherwise, do you think they would have been so eager to come with me?" There was a cinema near the shopping mall adjacent to the studio, so they decided to walk rather than drive. Upon arriving, Tang Yichen purchased tickets. And they had already agreed on watching a recently released comedy for a light-hearted experience. Lin Shu bought 2 cups of milk tea, one grape-flavored, and the other original. Although it was an afternoon screening, the weekend crowd, and the film's popularity meant the seats were nearly full. They settled into the middle of the last row, enjoying an excellent view. This row was primarily filled with couples, with attendees mostly ranging in age from 20 to 40. Once inside the theater, Lin Shu handed the original flavored milk tea to Tang Yichen. Though he typically refrained from such beverages, he accepted it graciously, taking a sip and finding it quite delightful. Noticing the distinct flavor of Lin Shu's drink, he inquired, "What flavor is yours?"
Grape.
"Yours is original," she replied. "Let me try." With her eyes fixed on the movie, she casually offered him her cup. Tang Yichen glanced at her and, instead of taking the drink, gently cradled the back of her head and kissed her, leaving both of them wanting more. Yours is better," he remarked. As Lin Shu blushed and furtively scanned the surrounding seats, relieved that no one seemed to notice. As the light comedy unfolded, Lin Shu watched with rapt attention, laughing heartily from the beginning. The cinema was often filled with bursts of laughter, and during the emotional scenes, Lin Shu surprisingly found herself shedding tears. Tang Yichen had always known that his partner was deeply invested in whatever she watched, often crying along, yet he never anticipated that a comedy could move her to tears. While others around them reveled in joy, the little woman beside him was teary-eyed. Tang Yichen tenderly offered her a tissue to gently wipe away her tears. Lin Shu found herself in quite an amusing predicament, yet each time she watched a film or television show, she became completely absorbed, laughing and crying in tandem. As she wiped away her tears, Tang Yichen gazed at her with a tender fondness. Turning her head slightly to look at him, she noticed his eyes, dark and bright, resembling a deep pool of water that captivated her. With a soft sigh, she blushed and turned away. After drying her tears, Lin Shu let out a giggle, unable to resist playfully tapping him with her small hand, though she refrained from using any force, making it feel more like a gentle tickle to Tang Yichen. He seized the opportunity to hold her hand, their fingers intertwined tightly. At that moment, both were intently focused on the film, even as a couple in the front row began to kiss while watching. Tang Yichen's attention shifted entirely to Lin Shu. The movie had lost its allure. After all, they were on a date. Sitting in the back row, in a couple's seat without an armrest to separate them, Tang Yichen began to boldly take liberties. Noticing that no one was paying them any mind, especially in their row where others were similarly cuddling, Lin Shu decided to indulge him. As the film concluded, both felt a lingering sense of desire for more. Lin Yuno rushed over to tug at her parents, leading them to the garden to showcase the fruits of their fishing endeavor. Lin Yucheng, who had been squatting by the bucket, quickly stood up upon seeing his parents approach with his sister. Lin Shu leaned in and was pleasantly surprised to see quite a catch, over a dozen fish of various sizes. "You two did wonderfully." She praised them without reservation. The family of four spent some time playing with the fish in the garden until Aunt Wang called them for dinner. At the table, Aunt Wang served Lin Shu and Tang Yichen each a bowl of soup, claiming it had been simmered specifically for them for a long time. The old gentleman's gaze remained fixed on the two, as if urging them to drink up. Lin Shu, looking at the dark soup and noticing her grandfather's eager expression, along with Aunt Wang waiting expectantly, felt it was odd but dismissed her reservations and finished the bowl in one go. Quite delicious. "Thank you, Aunt Wang," she declared, setting down the bowl, which, despite its appearance, had a delightful flavor. Seeing Lin Shu finish her soup, Tang Yichen quietly followed suit, downing his bowl in one swift motion. The old gentleman, relieved to see them both drink, smiled broadly and beckoned everyone to eat. He suspected the soup might have some hidden secrets. Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuno clamored for soup as well, and Aunt Wang served them 2 bowls of yam and pork rib soup. The next day was Sunday, and they stayed at the old residence for the night. After finishing her bath, Lin Shu emerged in her pajamas and climbed into bed. "Yichen, is the air conditioning off?" "It feels quite warm," she remarked. Tang Yichen, feeling the heat himself, recalled the bowl of soup from dinner. Leaning over, he set his phone aside and pressed his back against hers, whispering softly into her ear, his warm breath enveloping her sensitive skin. "Wife, I feel quite hot as well." Lin Shu struggled to escape his embrace, saying, "I'll go turn on the air conditioning. I have already turned it on, yet it remains unbearably warm." Tang Yichen does not release his grip. He has indeed activated the air conditioning and dimmed the lights. He had sensed something amiss even before Lin Shu entered the room. His grandfather truly exerted great effort. It seems that his foolish woman remains oblivious to the fact that the bowl of soup from last night was problematic. "Could you please let go? It is truly sweltering. However, I am engulfed in flames. It is unbearably hot, my dear wife." At this moment, Lin Shu finally perceives the dangerous undertone in his voice. All her strength appears to have been drained, leaving her utterly unable to push away his arm. A flurry of kisses descends upon her back, so tender that Lin Shu cannot help but let out a faint sound of acknowledgement. Am I going mad? Lin Shu had not anticipated that Aunt Wang's soup was indeed problematic. She only learned of it after waking up when Tang Yichen mentioned it. No wonder they both had such thoughts about last night. Lin Shu buried her face in the covers, mortified. Tang Yichen, having followed her upstairs, had no intention of leaving. After his shower, he entered to find his little wife so on guard, and he could not help but chuckle. My dear, is this really necessary? Once in bed. He kicked aside the quilt Lin Shu had prepared for him, insisting on squeezing in beside her while holding her tightly and saying, Am I really such a beast? I just want to see if you are hurt. Lin Shu hurriedly grasped his hand as it reached down, halting his movement. Don't look. Aware of her shyness, he refrained from pressing further, simply holding her close. Let us sleep then. Cradled in his arms, Lin Shu felt as though there were a furnace behind her. Listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing, she found the hardness pressing against her waist uncomfortable, and she gently twisted her body, attempting to escape his touch. Wife, if you keep squirming and don't sleep, I cannot guarantee that I want to touch you tonight. The voice behind her suddenly spoke, startling Lin Shu into stillness. Frozen on the bed, I want to move. I will sleep right away. A light laugh echoed above her, accompanied by an undeniable presence behind her. Lin Shu silently concluded that this person was indeed a beast. Eventually, Lin Shu could not recall when she fell asleep. All she knew was that she had a restful night. Upon waking, she found the space beside her empty. Hearing the voices of Cheng Cheng and Nuo Nuo outside, she panicked. They had to go to school. She distinctly remembered setting an alarm last night. How could she have not heard it? Grabbing a coat, she carelessly threw it on and exited her room. Upon emerging, she saw Tang Yichen seated at the dining table with the two children, enjoying breakfast. Mommy, you're awake. Cheng Cheng exclaimed. Daddy said he would take us to kindergarten today so you could sleep a little longer. Lin Yucheng kindly added. Yes. And Daddy prepared breakfast for us. Would you like to join us, Mommy? Lin Yunuo invited, nibbling on a custard bun. Lin Shu stood there, momentarily stunned by the scene before her. It had always been her responsibility to rise and prepare these things. She had grown accustomed to it and never found it burdensome. Today, however, as she gazed at the man sitting at the table, smiling broadly and looking at her, she suddenly realized how delightful it felt to be cared for. She gently approached. Why didn't my alarm go off? Why didn't you wake me? Tang Yichen extended his hand to grasp hers, his index finger gently caressing her palm. I turned off the alarm for you, hoping you could indulge in a bit more slumber. I've arranged for breakfast to be delivered from that restaurant you enjoyed previously. The one you mentioned had delightful flavors. The kitchen has also set aside some for you. Once you're done freshening up, you can help yourself. I'll take Cheng Cheng and Nuo Nuo to school. He then beckoned the two little ones to grab their small backpacks. This arrangement was crystal clear, and Lin Shu nodded absently, being gently nudged by Tang Yichen to wash up and change. As she gazed into the mirror, a silly smile broke across her face. Chapter 113. A Chance Encounter. Once Lin Shu had completed her morning routine and donned her attire, she sat at the dining table relishing her breakfast. The flavors remained unchanged from her previous experience. The custard buns were fragrant, the soy milk rich, and the century egg congee was thick and hearty. In short, everything was delightful. As she enjoyed her meal, the sound of the door opening reached her ears. Lin Shu looked up to see Tang Yichen entering, momentarily taken aback before a wave of joy washed over her, her face lighting up with a broad smile. Yichen, aren't you heading to the office? I will, shortly. After you finish, I'll take you to the studio before I head to the company, he replied. Upon entering, Tang Yichen was greeted by the sight of his little woman, seated at the table with a beaming smile directed at him, warming his heart. Concerned that she might be delaying him, Lin Shu quickly waved her hand. You should go ahead. I can take the subway, it's quite convenient. If you encounter traffic, it might make you late. It's quite all right. After all, I'm the boss. No one can dock my pay. Tang Yichen chuckled as he sat directly across from Lin Shu. At this moment, she hastened her pace, eager to finish her meal, but accidentally choked on the soy milk, turning red with embarrassment. Tang Yichen, anxious, stood behind her, gently patting her back while murmuring, How can you be so careless? I told you there's no rush. Why the urgency? Lin Shu coughed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Tang Yichen drove Lin Shu to the studio, where Chen Sisi, upon seeing Lin Shu enter with a radiant glow, couldn't he help but tease, Xiao Shu, your Mr. Tang has personally come to escort you.
Oh my.
Let me see. Your complexion is indeed glowing. The blush of love is enviable. Lin Shu shot her a playful glare, and the two of them, engaged in their banter, walked into the office hand in hand. Tang Yichen, too, entered the office with a cheerful demeanor, while several members in the secretary room whispered among themselves about the noticeable change in their boss's mood. The boss has been unusually cheerful lately. I've seen more smiles from him this month than I have in years. One remarked. Isn't that a good thing? Do you really wish to endure the boss's low spirits every day? Another replied. Forget that. Quickly inform all department heads to bring in any documents needing his signature while he's in a good mood. He might leave early again today, suggested a third. The young lady silently gave a thumbs up and hurried off to her tasks. Meanwhile, a reminder was issued to Tang Yichen about an evening banquet hosted by General Zhang from the construction group, as they were currently negotiating a project and had specifically invited him to dinner. Is Qin Hao unavailable? Tang Yichen asked, somewhat reluctant to attend. Li Chung looked troubled. They personally requested your presence. President Qin has an engagement with Shu and Fa this evening and cannot make it. Tang Yichen pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement. All right. I shall attend tonight. No need to arrange for a driver. I'll drive myself. Please send me the address. Understood, Mr. Tang. I shall take my leave now. Li Chung finally exhaled a sigh of relief, clutching the documents as he turned to leave the office. At noon, Tang Yichen was having lunch in his office as usual, ordering takeout facilitated by the secretary's office from his favorite restaurant, one he had grown accustomed to. He took out his phone, intending to call Lin Shu. Just as she was calling him, he promptly pressed the green button. Darling, Lin Shu exclaimed, surprised that her call connected so swiftly. Are you having lunch? Yes, I am. They ordered takeout. Is it good? It's alright, but not nearly as delicious as what my wife cooks. Tang Yichen's low voice traveled through the phone, illuminating his heart like the sunlight streaming through the window. You do love to tease, Lin Shu replied playfully. Truly, my wife's cooking is the finest. Have you eaten yet? I've already had my meal. I went out with Cici and Xiaowei for clay pot rice today. The flavors were delightful. I'll take you there next time. Sounds good. As Tang Yichen ate, he and Lin Shu engaged in idle chatter, losing track of time until nearly an hour had passed. All right. I'll let you go now. Enjoy your meal and take a little break. Don't overexert yourself. Okay, don't drink too much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. After hanging up, Lin Shu held her phone with a gentle smile. Despite having parted ways just this morning, she couldn't resist the urge to call him at noon, eager to hear his voice. Tang Yichen likely felt the same. Their conversation, though aimless, was sweetly gratifying, stretching into an hour without either noticing. Tang Yichen drove to the hotel address sent by Li Chung. Upon entering the private room, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the people inside, but quickly regained his composure. As he entered, Zhang, the manager, and the others stood to greet him. All were seasoned veterans of the business world, exchanging pleasantries and flattering Tang Yichen, who was regarded as a towering figure in their midst. A woman approached him, exuding a soft demeanor, and called out, Yichen. Tang Yichen frowned slightly, avoiding her gaze. Sensing the tension, Zhang, with a hearty laugh, signaled the waiter to pour drinks. The crowd ushered him to the main seat. Ah, Mr. Tang, it's truly an honor. I had to arrange several meetings with Assistant Li just to secure this one. Come, let me toast you first. Please feel free. Zhang, sporting a round belly, raised his glass with a cheerful grin and downed it in one go. As the first round of drinks commenced, Tang Yichen also lifted his glass and drank deeply. Aware that this gesture was a mark of respect, Zhang refrained from pressing further, instead enjoying drinks with the others. Tang Yichen sat there with a stern expression, a demeanor everyone had grown accustomed to, consciously avoiding provoking this formidable figure. His mere presence was a courtesy, and no one dared to urge him to drink. The room buzzed with energy, with people standing and sitting in lively conversation. Tang Yichen contemplated sending a WeChat message to Lin Shu when he felt someone sit down beside him. He turned slightly, frowning. Had he known when Qing was present, he certainly would not have come. He didn't care who was treating. Yichen, must it be this way? Can't we even be friends? Chapter 114. My wife comes to pick me up. A gentle voice permeates the air, creating an atmosphere steeped in melancholy, starkly contrasting with the surrounding revelry. When Qing's gaze is awash with sorrow, captivatingly poignant, evoking deep sympathy. Tang Yichen's eyes, as cold as the moon, reflect an expressionless demeanor, his face devoid of any emotion, not even affording her a glance. I cannot. I fear my wife will be displeased. This simple utterance plunges Wen Qing into despair, her lips quivering, on the verge of tears. Tang Yichen, unwilling to further entangle himself with her, picks up his phone to send a WeChat message to Lin Shu. Wife. I've been drinking. They insisted on pouring drinks for me. Is the driver available? He knows she is accustomed to driving herself and seldom employs a chauffeur. No. I'm not sure. They're still persistently toasting. Wife, I feel unwell. Tang Yichen feigns vulnerability, his tone laced with irony. If he, Tang Yichen, were to refuse, it is likely that no one in Jiangchen would dare to force him. Lin Shu, though somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of his business affairs, feels a tinge of worry, and decides to go pick him up. I'll have Cece come to watch over Chungchung and Nuonuo. I'll come to collect you later. You're truly wonderful, my dear. No need to rush, take your time. The previously frosty demeanor of a certain individual finally softens. Those around, although engaged in their own revelries, remain acutely aware of this king of hell's presence. Once when Qing approaches, his previously icy aura seems to dissipate, and although still maintaining a stern silence, subtle changes at the corners of his mouth do not go unnoticed by observant eyes. Everyone assumes that it is Wen Qing's presence that has prompted this transformation in the esteemed CEO, Tang. A few audacious attendees, emboldened by the atmosphere, approach with raised glasses. Mr. Tang, your presence today is truly a rarity. Allow me to toast to you. Tang Yichen lifts his eyelids, fixing his gaze on the person offering the toast, yet remaining silent. He had just informed his wife of being forced to drink, though in reality, he had already consumed a glass upon entering. Thus, the toast giver wonders if they have inadvertently provoked the dragon. Just as Zhang, who invited Tang, prepares to intervene, Tang Yichen unexpectedly raises a full glass from the table and downs it in one go. No need for formality. As the crowd realizes the implications of his gesture, those who were previously hesitant now rush forward, forming a queue to offer their toasts. Tang Yichen welcomes all, lifting his glass high, allowing these old foxes the opportunity to draw near, as it becomes evident that he is in a generous mood today. However, despite the incessant rounds of toasting, Tang Yichen's expression remains impassive, leaving no one the wiser as to whether he is truly intoxicated. Wen Qing, having been jostled to the edge of the gathering, wears a pallid expression, her lips clamped tightly. Moments ago, when she stood, she inadvertently glimpsed Tang Yichen's WeChat chat page, which remained open. She saw messages exchanged with a contact labeled wife, knowing full well it was Lin Shu. Pain flooded her eyes. In their most passionate days, he had never spoken to her in such a manner, nor would he have ever indulged in excessive drinking just to compel her to seek him out. These individuals truly believe he is showing them favor. Had it not been for Lin Shu, he likely would not have raised his glass after the very first toast of the evening. When Qing discerned another side of Tang Yichen, manager Zhang of the construction group, noticing Tang Yichen's uncharacteristic joviality, mistakenly attributed it to his own merit for bringing Wen Qing along. He promptly guided Wen Qing towards Tang Yichen. Upon seeing the person brought before him, Tang Yichen's previously softened demeanor vanished, reverting to the cold, unyielding persona of President Tang. The glimmer of amusement in his eyes was now shrouded in frost, his dark gaze fixed inscrutably upon Wen Qing. They stood in silence, neither uttering a word. Despite his inebriation, manager Zhang sensed the palpable tension. Tonight's gathering was initiated by Wen Qing, who had reached out to him, offering a resource in exchange for his invitation to Tang Yichen. Aware of the rumors surrounding the two, he concluded they must share some connection, especially since no new companion had been seen by Tang Yichen's side lately. Perhaps they were embroiled in a conflict. Seizing this opportunity to secure a project while potentially currying favor with President Tang was why he had agreed to Wen Qing's proposal. Had he not believed in their possible ties, he would never have dared to accept even 10 projects offered freely. What was happening now? Had he misjudged the situation?
Yichen.
It has been a while. Wen Qing initiated the conversation. Tang Yichen remained silent. Seeing this, manager Zhang hurriedly filled Tang Yichen's glass, exclaiming the need to drink. Eager to separate the two, Lin Shu had already messaged him, indicating her imminent arrival. Manager Zhang's hand froze mid-motion, his mouth agape, utterly forgetting to close it. Old wife. President Tang, when did you marry? You never hinted at it. Manager Zhang could not resist inquiring. Tang Yichen, rarely one to provide explanations, replied. Invitations will be sent for the wedding. For now, please coordinate directly with Li Cheng regarding the project. Very well, I shall see you out. Without a word, Tang Yichen turned and exited, with everyone in the box following him to the door. Wen Qing trailed along with the crowd. As Lin Shu's car arrived at the hotel entrance, she spotted Tang Yichen waiting for her outside. As she halted the vehicle, he opened the door and settled into the passenger seat, prompting Lin Shu to remain inside the car. The crowd that followed him ostensibly to see him off was, in truth, eager to glimpse who President Tang's wife might be. Wen Qing stood at the fringe of the gathering and recognized Lin Shu as the one there to pick up Yichen. He addressed her as his wife, a title she once ardently sought. Chapter 115. WeChat, phone calls. His current actions unequivocally announced to the world that Tang Yichen was married, severing any ties with Wen Qing. It was as if he was mercilessly slapping her across the face. In that moment, standing amidst the crowd, she felt utterly ignored. Once inside the car, Tang Yichen fastened his seatbelt and leaned back, closing his eyes. Lin Shu, slightly concerned, asked, Yichen, are you alright? Without further delay, she drove off, heading towards Xinjiang Garden. After parking, they arrived. Yichen, are you able to walk by yourself? If he cannot manage, we may need to call Cece down to assist, as it could be quite challenging for her to help him alone. Tang Yichen steadied himself by holding onto Lin Shu's arm as he emerged from the vehicle, leaning against it and nodding slightly. His face was flushed, and the scent of alcohol was heavy upon him, indicating that he had indeed overindulged. He attempted to stand upright, but stumbled dangerously, nearly losing his balance. Lin Shu promptly supported him, and he wrapped his arm around her. They took the elevator upstairs, where Chen Cece opened the door. Lin Shu helped Tang Yichen to the sofa, where he sat down quietly. Chen Cece noticed that Tang Yichen had not spoken a word since entering. The inebriated Mr. Tang was indeed a different person, obediently allowing Lin Shu to direct him. Chen Cece watched the scene before her, unable to suppress her astonishment.
Yichen,
Can you manage a shower on your own? Darling, hug me. Tang Yichen responded to her question by pulling Lin Shu onto his lap, embracing her comfortably. Lin Shu was taken aback by how childlike he had become in his drunken state. Recognizing his inebriation, she chose to remain silent, allowing him to hold her in this serene and tender moment. However, it wasn't long before Lin Shu felt something amiss. Tang Yichen began to caress her waist, his hands gradually wandering upward. Her cheeks flushed crimson, especially with the sounds of Chen Cece finishing her shower and opening and closing the door echoing from outside. Adding to her embarrassment, Yichen, you should shower first. Lin Shu grasped his hands, halting his advances. A hug first, then a shower. She began to suspect that he might be feigning his intoxication. Who behaves in such a manner? Cece is here. We cannot do this now. She firmly held onto his hands, preventing any further movement. Tang Yichen softly acknowledged with an agreeing to cease his playful antics. Please go shower. Obediently, Tang Yichen took his pajamas and exited the room, heading to the bathroom. While tidying the bedding, Lin Shu noticed Tang Yichen's phone on the bed. As she reached for it to place it on the nightstand, a WeChat notification popped up. Yichen, thank you for tonight. Lin Shu froze, realizing the message was from Wenqing. So, Wenqing was also present tonight. Yichen and her, what transpired between them? Lin Shu dared not dwell on it, nor could she confront the reality. He had assured her that the dinner was a professional engagement with a client. So why was Wenqing there, expressing gratitude? What connection did they share? Yichen professed his love, and she had believed him unconditionally, trusting that he had resolved any lingering matters before declaring his affection. Now what did this signify? After a while, the door creaked open, and Tang Yichen emerged from the shower. Darling, dry my hair. He entered with a towel in hand, his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Once Lin Shu had nearly finished drying his hair, he unexpectedly turned, burying his face in her chest. Darling, you smell wonderful. He continued to nuzzle against her. At that moment, Lin Shu felt at a loss for how to respond. She chose to evade the situation, hurriedly pushing Tang Yichen away, grabbing her pajamas, and escaping into the bathroom. After entering the restroom and closing the door, she leaned against it, clutching her pajamas, and slowly squatted down. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion, caught in a dilemma of whether to confront the situation directly or to turn a blind eye. The pain of having gained something only to lose it was far more profound than never having possessed it at all. It was a burden that weighed heavily upon her heart. For years ago, she had signed the divorce papers with nonchalance, choosing to leave because Tang Yichen had never uttered the words "I love you." She had always known their relationship was merely contractual. Yet now, after having been given so many genuine and heartfelt fantasies, after hearing him profess his love, how could she possibly let go? In the restroom, Lin Shu could not contain her tears, only stopping when she heard Chen Cece opening the door. Frightened, she quickly wiped her eyes and turned on the faucet to wash her face. Sister Xiaoshu, are you in the shower? Yes, came the reply. Your clothes are outside the door. I'll hang them on the doorknob for you. Tomorrow morning, I'll take Chengcheng and Nuonuo to school. You should rest a bit. It seems Mr. Tang drank too much, and you probably won't sleep well caring for him tonight. Alright, thank you, Cece. No need for thanks.
I'll head to bed now.
Quietly, she slipped into bed from the other side and turned off the light. In the darkness, the man behind her seemed to sense her presence, instinctively drawing closer and wrapping his arms around her tightly, whispering, "Wife, let us cuddle and sleep." That night, Lin Shu barely slept, finally drifting off just before dawn. When morning arrived, her complexion was poor, marred by heavy dark circles. She applied a light layer of makeup to conceal it. By the time she got up, Chen Cece had already taken Chengcheng and Nuonuo to school. She did not call for Tang Yichen but headed straight to her studio. Upon her arrival, Chen Cece remarked, "Sister Xiaoshu, why don't you rest a little longer?" Just as she settled into her office, she received a phone call. "Miss Lin, do you have time to chat?" Lin Shu tightened her grip on the phone, remaining silent as the caller seemed insistent on meeting. I'm at the cafe next to your studio. After hanging up, Lin Shu grabbed her bag and stepped outside. Chen Cece happened to come out just as she was leaving, noticing her pallor and asking with concern, Sister Xiaoshu, are you going out? What's wrong? Lin Shu forced a strained smile. I need to take care of something. Be careful, and call me if you need anything, Chen Cece cautioned, her worry evident. Okay. After exiting, Lin Shu made her way to the nearby cafe. Upon entering, her gaze immediately fell upon a woman seated by the floor-to-ceiling window. Approaching, she greeted Miss Wen. Hello. Wen Qing looked up and replied, Hello, Miss Lin. Please have a seat. She then signaled to a waiter. What would you like to drink, Miss Lin? Lemon water, please, Lin Shu responded. As they sat across from each other, Wen Qing stirred her coffee, while Lin Shu sipped her lemon water. Miss Wen, you invited me out. What is it that you wish to discuss? Lin Shu set her cup down and asked in a low voice. Wen Qing glared at Lin Shu with an air of arrogance, reclaiming her position as Mrs. Tang, and inquired, How does it feel? Clenching the handle of her coffee cup tightly, her expression betrayed the anger she struggled to conceal. Suddenly donning a fitting smile, Lin Shu recalled how, thanks to Yi Chen's intervention, she had avoided excessive drinking the previous night. However, her expression turned pale as she clenched her hands tightly beneath the table. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Tang Yichen, who had been intoxicated to shield Wen Qing from the same fate. Did he know she was present, thereby attending solely for her? It was not merely others who had poured drinks for him, it was all for the sake of Wen Qing, who had expressed her gratitude through a message the night before. We are married. It is only right that I care for him, Lin Shu stated coldly, her face devoid of any extraneous emotion. Wen Qing, undeterred, savored her coffee with elegance, satisfied that her objective had been achieved. Did you summon me merely to convey this? Lin Shu inquired. Certainly not. I heard you two have remarried, and I came specifically to congratulate you. May you succeed in binding him to you this time. Wen Qing replied, before picking up her bag and departing. CC, I might not make it to the studio today. I have other matters to attend to. Lin Shu informed her friend. No worries. Take care of your affairs. Are you alright? Chen Cece noted the odd tone in Lin Shu's voice, recalling her pallor when she had left that morning. I'm fine, no need to worry. I'll come by tomorrow morning, Lin Shu insisted, forcing a facade of ease, unwilling to reveal her distress. After hanging up, Lin Shu gathered her belongings and exited the cafe, wandering aimlessly down the street, uncertain of her destination. She contemplated calling Tang Yichen to confront him but found herself lacking the courage. He had attempted to call her earlier, but she had chosen not to answer. And subsequently, he sent her a series of messages. Wife, why haven to you answered. Did you leave so early this morning without waking me? No morning kiss. Wife, I've gone to the office. I'll pick you up tonight. Wife, lunch was unappetizing. I prefer your cooking. Wife, I have a headache and don't want to go to work. Each message deepened her heartache. In the square, performers dazzled with street dance, drawing a crowd. Many parents were playing with their children, while others enjoyed bubble machines. Nearby, a fountain echoed with laughter and playful splashes. Amidst this vibrant scene, Lin Shu sat quietly, absorbing the beauty around her. Upon awakening, she realized dusk was approaching, and she hurriedly rose, having forgotten to prepare dinner. Just as she exited her room, Tang Yichen entered, and she instinctively averted her gaze, seeking an excuse. I overslept and forgot to cook. I'll start the rice now, she said. Tang Yichen followed her into the kitchen. Wife, don't bother cooking. Let us order takeout or dine out instead. Lin Shu paused, her hand halting over the rice cooker. Lacking the spirit to continue, she reluctantly set the items down. All right, let us order takeout for Ching Cheng and Nua Nua. I don't feel like eating and would prefer to go out. Tang Yichen sensed her unease. Has something happened today? Nothing much. Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm feeling a bit fatigued, Lin Shu replied, unsure of how to question him about the events of the previous night. Whether he was genuine or merely acting. She felt utterly exhausted. Tang Yichen observed her retreating figure with a lingering sense of unease. He called Yu Garden, ordering several dishes tailored to Lin Shu and the children's tastes, urging them to deliver promptly. He then entered the children's room to check on the two little ones. Finally, he opened the door to find Lin Shu curled up on the bed. He approached gently and tenderly called out, Wife. Chapter 117. Resolving Misunderstandings. Lin Shu, lying on the bed, was far from sleepy. She simply did not know how to face Tang Yichen, thus seeking refuge in her room. As Tang Yichen entered, she closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. He sat down quietly beside her, observing the small woman before him. He recognized her unhappiness but was uncertain of its cause, which had begun that morning. Throughout the day, she had scarcely acknowledged him. Everything had seemed fine the previous night. What had changed? Lin Shu, still pretending to be asleep, had not heard him enter and thought he had left. In an unexpected moment of opening her eyes, she found herself caught in his gaze. Tang Yichen immediately noticed her red-rimmed eyes and panicked, kneeling beside the bed and grasping her hand. "Wife, what is wrong? Why are you crying?" Lin Shu had not intended for Tang Yichen to witness her vulnerability. That was why she had hidden in the room, beneath the covers. However, upon encountering his urgent concern, her sorrow deepened, and tears flowed uncontrollably. "Wife, what is the matter? Who has upset you?" As he tenderly wiped her tears, he felt an anger rise within him at whoever had dared to trouble his beloved. Lin Shu did not wish to cry, yet the tears would not cease, and she sobbed breathlessly. Tang Yichen, watching helplessly, could only comfort her. After some time, having released her pent-up emotions, Lin Shu gradually calmed down, only then realizing their positions were rather intimate. Tang Yichen, as if soothing a child, held her close, gently patting her back and whispering sweetly. She struggled to rise, but he held her tightly, refusing to let go. "Wife, can you tell me why you cried?" Finally, she murmured softly, "Today, when Qing came to see me." "When Qing?" His tone turned cold at the mention of her name. "What did she say to you?" Lin Shu pulled her hand away, unwilling to divulge the conversation. Yet, Tang Yichen grasped her firmly, preventing her from escaping. "What did she tell you?" "Even if you are to condemn me, I deserve the chance to appeal." "Wife, this is unfair to me." Lin Shu lowered her gaze, avoiding his eyes. "Thank you." "Thank you?" Tang Yichen was perplexed. Last night, she had also received a message from Wen Qing expressing her gratitude, which had left him dazed and confused. What was there to thank him for? After placing his phone on the bedside, he had ignored her and gone to sleep. Today, she had specifically arranged to meet Lin Shu merely to convey her thanks. Had she lost her mind? Seeing Tang Yichen silent, Lin Shu assumed he was at a loss for words. She offered a bitter smile. She did not want to believe it either. But the truth was laid bare before her. What could she do? "Please go ahead. I wish to be alone for a moment." "My dear, what exactly did she say?" Tang Yichen insisted on having Lin Shu gaze into his eyes, his expression a mixture of tenderness and reluctance. After a prolonged silence, Lin Shu finally spoke. "She expressed her gratitude for your shielding her from the alcohol." "When did I ever shield her from alcohol?" Tang Yichen blurted out. Lin Shu was taken aback by his reaction, her tear-streaked face and reddened eyes staring blankly at the man before her, who appeared sincere. "It was indeed Wen Qing who said you drank too much because you protected her from the drinks last night. I accidentally saw her message to you saying thank you, and today she specifically invited me out to mention it," Lin Shu finally articulated in one breath. Tang Yichen, bewildered by this inexplicable situation, felt utterly wronged. A fleeting coldness passed through his eyes at the thought of Wen Qing. He never anticipated that after all these years, she would possess such cunning. "My dear, I had no idea she was there last night. Had I known, I certainly would not have attended." Lin Shu gazed at him, puzzled. Tang Yichen raised his hand. "I swear, truly, how could I ever shield her from alcohol? If I lied, I would summon Mr. Zhang to confront me." Before he could finish, Lin Shu leaped forward, covering his mouth. "No need to say more. I believe you." Tang Yichen seized her hand, planting kisses upon her palm. "My love, your unhappiness today stems from this matter." Lin Shu nodded bashfully. "Yes, I fear we will end up divorced again just like 4 years ago." Tang Yichen sighed softly, holding her tightly, resting his chin atop her head. "My dear, I love you, and only you. There shall be no one else. From now on, if anything troubles you, please ask me directly, rather than bottling it up inside, all right? We must trust each other and not allow others to sway us. In the past, we failed to learn this. Now we must together discover how to nurture our marriage. We shall face issues with sincerity, solving them constructively, and growing together. If anything troubles you, voice it directly. We cannot afford to engage in silent treatment or disregard one another. Communication is vital for a harmonious and intimate relationship. Should anything arise, give each other the chance to explain." Tang Yichen concluded, emphasizing, "Under no circumstances should the word divorce ever be uttered." "How domineering." "I am indeed domineering. Just know that you cannot leave me." As they exchanged affectionate words, the phone rang. The delivery had arrived. Tang Yichen went to answer the door, while Lin Shu called the 2 little ones to wash their hands for dinner. The dishes from Yuan were quite delectable. Tang Yichen had ordered braised pork, shrimp with vermicelli, mushroom soup, stir-fried lotus root, and particularly famous roasted duck. The packaging was exquisite, with the soup intact, not a drop spilled. The family gathered joyfully around the dining table. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno had a particular fondness for the roasted duck, devouring it eagerly. Lin Shu could not help but intervene. "You can't eat so much at night. It will be hard to digest." But it tastes so good, Mommy, Lin Yu pouted, slyly sneaking another piece of braised pork into her mouth. Tang Yichen indulged in a smile, suggesting that they should take their time before retiring for the night to aid digestion. Lin Shu playfully shot him a glare, remarking that he only knew how to play the villain. Someone, sensing his wife's cue, added flattering remarks about her mother's cooking. After enjoying a delightful dinner, Lin Shu led the two little ones to the bathroom for their bath. Meanwhile, Tang Yichen strode towards the balcony with a somber expression, retrieving his phone to dial a certain someone. Chapter 118. Blocked. The call was quickly connected, and a voice filled with excitement and urgency rang from the other end. Wenqing. She chuckled softly. Chen, what did I say? I merely happened to pass by, and a friend wanted to order a gown, so I thought I would inquire. He interrupted her, coldly stating, this is the last time I'm calling you. Please refrain from contacting me again. It's inappropriate, and do not disturb my wife. Was that satisfying? Did you ever see me smile when we were together? Wenqing stood frozen, clutching her phone. Tang Yichen, having delivered his chilling message, hung up abruptly and proceeded to block her on both WeChat and phone. Once Lin Shu had lulled the two children to sleep, she stepped out to find Tang Yichen on the balcony. Yichen, come inside. It's windy tonight. As he turned, his icy demeanor vanished, replaced by a warm smile as he entered the room. He embraced Lin Shu from behind, resting his chin on the top of her head. It struck her then how clingy he could be. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing, I just called Wenqing, he replied. Lin Shu paused at the mention of Wenqing, her expression momentarily frozen. Sensing her tension, Tang Yichen quickly clarified. I told her not to disturb us anymore and blocked her. Sweetheart, you should do the same. Don't answer her calls. Lin Shu was taken aback that his call to Wenqing was for this purpose. It would be disingenuous to say she wasn't moved. In the past, she had been plagued by insecurity and doubt, but now, through his actions, he had reassured her of his love, instilling a sense of confidence and security within her. Yichen. Thank you. Darling, I wouldn't mind if you expressed your gratitude in another manner, he replied mischievously, pulling her closer. Feeling his growing desire, Lin Shu blushed deeply and, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, quickly wriggled free from his embrace and fled. I'm going to shower first. Tang Yichen watched her retreating figure, his lips curling into a broad smile. His wife was utterly adorable, still so easily flustered even after all this time. At the moment when Qing received Tang Yichen's call, she was overwhelmed with excitement, immediately pressing the green button. She hadn't anticipated that he would discover her visit to Lin Shu. She assumed Lin Shu would only harbor doubts and suspicions, never confronting Tang Yichen directly. To her astonishment, their relationship had evidently improved to the extent that he felt compelled to personally warn her, even going so far as to block her on all platforms. In tears, when Qing held her phone, repeatedly dialing the number that would no longer connect, her messages on WeChat also failing to send. Beside her lay several empty bottles, and she picked up another, pouring its contents directly into her mouth. She was unwilling to accept her fate, questioning why. All of this was due to Lin Shu. It was entirely because of her that Tang Yichen treated her in such a manner. A flicker of resentment crossed her eyes at the thought. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Tang Yichen in college, she felt her heart stir. At that time, he was remarkably reserved, speaking little and appearing rather sullen. She took the initiative to follow him discreetly, inquiring about his whereabouts and class schedule, deliberately appearing before him time and again. With unabashed determination, she sought his phone number, openly admitting that she had pursued him fervently. Once they began their relationship, Tang Yichen rarely took the initiative. She orchestrated every date, and he merely had to show up. Now, he claimed those days had brought him no joy. How absurd. Finishing a bottle of wine, she found herself disinterested in going to Paris. However, her godfather had tasks for her. Growing up in an orphanage, it was bewildering when a stranger appeared to adopt her, providing her with a beautiful home, a butler, and endless funds for dancing. This benefactor remained absent until she turned 10, when he introduced himself as her godfather. It was only later, during her university years, that she began to comprehend the nature of her godfather's business, yet she felt powerless. It was fate, predetermined since her birth. Still, she harbored discontent. Her origins were beyond her control, and her feelings for Tang Yichen were genuine, making it difficult for her to simply relinquish everything. In the bedroom, after a workout, the two lay entwined on the bed. Lin Shu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling utterly exhausted, devoid of strength or the desire to move. Tomorrow simply could not come again. She lightly pounded her small fist against Tang Yichen's chest, which to him felt more like a playful tickle. Just this once, she asserted. I tried my best to control myself, but what can I do? My wife is simply too captivating. I can't help myself whenever I see you. Tang Yichen, unabashedly bold, uttered these words, leaving Lin Shu at a loss for a response. Humph. She turned away from him. All right, whatever my wife says goes, he chuckled, contentedly embracing her as they drifted off to sleep. The following morning, they awoke in nearly the same position as the night before. Lin Shu felt a twinge of regret. She had distinctly turned her back to him before sleeping, yet here they were, wrapped in each other's arms. Tang Yichen held her tightly from behind, and Lin Shu nestled into his embrace, her small hand firmly grasped by his larger one. When Lin Shu opened her eyes, she found Tang Yichen already awake, gazing at her with his bright, dark eyes. When did you wake up? She inquired. I've been awake for a while, he replied. Let me get up to make breakfast for Chung Chung and Nuo. It's still early. Let's sleep a little longer, he insisted, pulling her back into the warmth of the bed. The two lingered there for a while before finally rising. After breakfast, the four of them stepped out together. Tang Yichen escorted Lin Shu to her studio before heading to his company. Following their remarriage, Lin Shu had once asked him if he minded her being so busy with work, spending less time with Chung Chung and Nuo. He assured her that as long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. Tang Yichen had never intended for Lin Shu to give up her passions. He delighted in the daily routine of happily picking her up from work. He jokingly remarked that perhaps one day the JK group would go bankrupt, and he would become a pauper reliant on his wife for sustenance. Lin Shu, of course, understood that he said this to reassure her, knowing full well that he would never fall to such depths. Yet, a sense of joy blossomed in her heart. Previously, her pursuit of fashion design was primarily for financial gain, but now it was increasingly driven by her dreams. His understanding of her was more than enough. Chapter 119. Visiting his company. Tang Yichen was in a meeting at the office when his phone, resting on the side, rang. He glanced at it and immediately raised his hand to pause the meeting, declaring a 10-minute break before resuming. He then stepped out of the conference room with his phone in hand, leaving the senior executives exchanging puzzled glances. It was well known that not even an urgent call could interrupt a meeting led by the notoriously workaholic CEO, who had a reputation for never allowing distractions. As some of the more senior executives noticed Li Qing still in the conference room, someone they often interacted with, they approached him to inquire about the call. Assistant Li, who is it that called the CEO? Li Qing, who had just been seated beside Tang Yichen, had inadvertently glimpsed the name on the screen. Wife. Only a call from his wife could compel the boss to interrupt such an important meeting. Seeing that he remained silent, the others persisted in their inquiries. Indeed, Assistant Li, the boss has been less present in the office lately. Li Cheng's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed everyone had noticed the CEO's recent habit of arriving late and leaving early. Besides our boss's wife, who else could persuade CEO Tang to make such exceptions? He casually dropped this bombshell before rising to head to the break room, leaving the gathered crowd in stunned silence. CEO Tang was married. What a surprise. No wonder he had been appearing unusually amiable lately. It seems joyous occasions indeed uplift the spirit. The room buzzed with astonished chatter as they processed this revelation. Wife. Yichen, are you busy? No. What's the matter? It's a major issue. My wife is my utmost priority, Tang Yichen replied with unwavering conviction. Is something wrong? He sensed Lin Shu's hesitance and grew concerned, his tone becoming instinctively urgent. No, it's just that I was out looking at fabrics today and happened to be near your company. I wanted to see if you'd like to have lunch together. Tang Yichen exhaled in relief, soon enveloped by immense happiness. This was the first time Lin Shu had taken the initiative to call him for lunch. Naturally, he chose to overlook her casual mention of being nearby and simply inviting him to lunch. All right, my dear, are you coming over now? I'll have someone come down to get you. I have a meeting shortly. I'll finish up here and head over in about half an hour. Great. I'll have Secretary Yang go down to meet you. Wait for me in my office when you arrive. Understood. Secretary Yang. There's no need for you to order takeout for me at noon. My wife will be coming over in about half an hour. Please go down to greet her and have her wait in my office. Upon concluding her conversation, she proceeded directly into the conference room, leaving Secretary Yang standing alone, momentarily stunned. Surely, the individual she had just spoken with was none other than President Tang, whose smile radiated like a blossoming flower. Was she imagining things? How could such a shocking revelation occur? President Tang mentioned that his wife would be coming, which meant he had indeed wed. My goodness. This is monumental news. The lady of the house is arriving at the company. Secretary Yang, that was truly President Tang, wasn't he it? Do we now have a lady boss? Lin Shu meandered through the fabric market for a while longer before hailing a taxi to the JK Group headquarters. Upon entering, the receptionist greeted her with utmost professionalism, inquiring whom she sought. I am looking for Tang Yichen. Upon hearing this, the receptionist promptly invited her to take a seat on the sofa and swiftly picked up the phone to notify the office above. Secretary Yang had mentioned that this was an important visitor, and thus the receptionist did not dare to delay. recognizing that it was a woman seeking President Tang. And given the timing and identity, she hurried to inform Secretary Yang. Secretary Yang, the lady looking for President Tang has arrived downstairs. Understood, I will head down immediately. Receiving the call, Secretary Yang promptly descended. Exiting the elevator, she spotted a young woman clad in sportswear quietly seated on the sofa. Could this be President Tang's wife? She appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a university student. Lin Shu, having dressed in athletic shoes and attire for convenience after her early excursion to the fabric market, suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment as she noticed the polished appearance of the professional women around her. Had she known, she would have arranged to meet Tang Yichen directly at the store. Secretary Yang approached briskly, halting before Lin Shu. Still somewhat apprehensive, she confirmed, "Are you President Tang's wife?" Lin Shu looked up, a hint of bashfulness gracing her smile as she nodded. "Yes. President Tang is currently in a meeting and has instructed me to come and escort you. Please, allow me to take you to his office. You can have a seat while you wait. It should conclude shortly." "Thank you, I appreciate it."
"Oh, you are too kind, madam."
"This is my duty," Secretary Yang replied, leading Lin Shu to the elevator. As they ascended, Secretary Yang couldn't help but reflect on how remarkably youthful the lady boss appeared, and her demeanor seemed exceptionally gentle. It was likely that the two children she had heard of were indeed the offspring of President Tang and his wife. The girl named Nua bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Arriving on the top floor, Secretary Yang guided Lin Shu to Tang Yichen's office, brewed some tea, and then discreetly exited, closing the door behind her. The young lady boss seemed exceedingly youthful, evoking a sense of President Tang indulging in youthful exuberance. Yet, the president himself did not appear aged. It seemed he had a penchant for this type, so naturally kind and amiable that it could not be feigned. "All right, back to work. I might get reprimanded if I linger," Secretary Yang admonished, noting the audacity of her colleagues to gossip about the president and his wife. If overheard, it could lead to trouble. "Secretary Yang, our boss has been in high spirits lately, so he hasn't been reprimanding anyone," one colleague joked. Reflecting on this, Secretary Yang realized it was true. She had not heard the boss scolding anyone recently, all thanks to the lady boss's influence. Meanwhile, Lin Shu sat in President Tang's office, curiously observing her surroundings. Reflecting on the last time I entered this space, it was alongside Yao. Seeking Yichen's assistance in locating Chingcheng and Nuanoa. In Chapter 120, the conference room witnessed Tang Yichen's remarkable efficiency. He returned with an invigorated spirit, concluding the meeting well before noon, which had originally been slated for the afternoon. He delegated the remaining issues to Assistant Li and declared the meeting adjourned. With those two words, he hastily exited the conference room, heading towards his office. Upon pushing open the door, he found Lin Shu standing with her back to him, gazing out the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. "Wife," he exclaimed joyfully, a tone so delightful that even those outside the door could hear it clearly. Lin Shu turned, smiling at Tang Yichen. "Has the meeting concluded?" she inquired. "Yes, it has. Have you been waiting long? You must be hungry. What would you like for lunch?" As he spoke, he approached her, taking her hand and guiding her to the sofa. "I haven't been here long," she replied. "Anything is fine, you decide." "All right. I shall take you to that restaurant you liked last time. Will it delay your work this afternoon?" Lin Shu knew the restaurant he mentioned required a bit of travel. "No worries, I have no pressing matters this afternoon." Unable to resist the allure of Lin Shu's rosy lips, he leaned in closer, capturing her lips in a gentle kiss. Reluctantly released, Lin Shu raised her hand to playfully push against his chest. "We are still at the office. What if someone sees us? Who would notice? Besides, even if they do, who would dare to look?" Tang Yichen grasped Lin Shu's hand firmly, their fingers entwined. As Li Cheng approached, burdened with a stack of documents, his mouth twitched in amusement. "Boss, what do you mean there is nothing going on? This pile of paperwork needs your attention today." Though he was reluctant to interrupt the tender moment between his boss and the boss's wife, he had no choice but to knock on the door, documents in hand. "Come in," Tang Yichen said, still holding Lin Shu's hand. Once the invitation was given, Li Cheng entered. "Mr. Tang, I have placed the documents requiring your signature on your desk," he announced, hastily laying them down before making a swift exit. "Alexander, will I be penalized for interrupting the boss and his wife? Next time I should let them be." After Li Cheng left, Tang Yichen stood, still holding Lin Shu's hand. "Wife, let us go out for lunch." The two of them, fingers still entwined, exited the office and made their way to the elevator. As the doors opened, Lu Yan stepped out. "Brother, sister-in-law, are you going out to eat?" Tang Yichen shot him a disapproving look, remaining silent. "Shall we invite Xiao Wu to join us?" Lin Shu asked. "Of course." Lu Yan quickly agreed, fearing that any delay might provoke his elder brother's ire. "What brings you here?" Tang Yichen inquired coldly as the three entered the elevator. His wife had specifically come to share lunch with him. And now they were accompanied by the unwelcome presence of Xiao Wu. I came to have lunch with you, brother. How fortuitous. Lu Yan replied cheerfully, pretending not to notice Tang Yichen's displeasure. He had heard downstairs that Mrs. Tang had arrived, prompting him to come up for a glimpse. Recently, my elder brother has often been absent, and he seems disinclined to seek me out, frequently lingering at the place of the third brother instead. As for dining, he can certainly fend for himself. This isn't an invitation from my sister-in-law to join her. It's a rare occasion for her to visit, and I feel quite fortunate. If only the third brother, the fourth brother, and Wanner were here, we could have shared a meal together. Turning to Lin Shu, I said, Sister-in-law, let us dine together next time you visit. Sounds good, Lin Shu replied with a smile and a nod. Tang Yichen, overhearing this exchange, felt his expression darken further. Being a mere third wheel was already unbearable, and now he wished to drag everyone else into this predicament. Such a scenario was utterly out of the question. Lin Shu playfully tugged at Tang Yichen's arm, observing that he radiated an aura of refusal from head to toe. With a soft grunt, Tang Yichen conveyed his sentiments through an unmistakable expression, deciding not to hold this against her for the sake of his wife. He then turned his attention away from Lu Yan. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, the three of them exited the elevator. Lu Yan, with a sycophantic tone, suggested, Elder brother, why not ride in my car? I suppose it's only fair for me to play the role of your chauffeur, since I'm mooching off your meal. Tang Yichen accepted without hesitation, ushering Lin Shu into Lu Xiao's vehicle. What do you plan to eat? Perhaps I could take you to a place. I am quite the expert in this regard, especially with Sichuan cuisine, which is bound to please my sister-in-law. Sounds great, Lin Shu cheerfully agreed, as she indeed relished spicy food. Tang Yichen, keeping silent but with a pressed mouth, tacitly concurred. As Lu Yan drove out of the underground garage, he enthusiastically informed Lin Shu about the restaurant they were heading to, detailing the signature dishes of the establishment. Lin Shu smiled and remarked, listening to you, Xiaowu, is making my stomach growl. Upon hearing that his wife was hungry, Tang Yichen promptly instructed the driver to accelerate, expressing concern that they might starve if the journey continued at a leisurely pace. Lu Yan, somewhat taken aback, thought, if my speed is considered slow, then what are those cars beside us? Are they turtles? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, quietly pressing the gas pedal a bit more. The restaurant Lu Yan was taking them to was nestled in an alley of the old town. After parking, they had to walk for another 20 minutes. The establishment was modest, with only 7 or 8 tables and no private rooms, featuring simple yet clean decor. After the peak dining hours, there was only one table still occupied, and the aroma of the food wafted through the air as they entered. The three of them settled at a table by the window. The proprietors were a young couple. The husband cooked while the wife attended to the guests, assisted by a waiter. As soon as they sat down, the wife approached with a beaming smile, holding a handwritten menu and a plate of sunflower seeds. Calling for the waiter to pour tea. Here is the menu. Please take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Lin Shu took the menu and was pleasantly surprised by the beautifully penned handwriting. Just glancing at the dish, names made her mouth water. After a moment, she looked up and asked Lu Yan, Xiaowu, what would you like to eat? Before Lu Yan could respond, Tang Yichen interjected, order whatever you desire.
Don't worry about him.
Indeed, sister-in-law, choose whatever you fancy. Their dishes are generally quite good, Lu Yan chimed in with a flattering smile, relieved that although his elder brother had a fierce demeanor, his sister-in-law was present. All right, I'll place my order, but you mustn't waste anything, Lin Shu said earnestly as she began to peruse the menu. Finally, they ordered dry-fried fish, spicy hot pot, spicy chicken, mapo tofu, and cold tossed asparagus, culminating with a wild mushroom soup. Isn't that a bit too much, Yichen? Should I suggest a milder dish for you? Lin Shu inquired, turning to Tang Yichen with the menu in hand. Although he usually enjoyed spicy food, she worried that today's offerings might be overwhelming for him. No need. I can handle it, Tang Yichen replied. While he had not previously indulged in spicy cuisine, Lin Shu's passion for it had influenced him, and even the two younger ones, despite their limited capacity, had developed a taste for it. Such is the nature of love. One finds joy in accommodating the preferences of another. Chapter 121. Preparing for their life together. Due to the sparse crowd, the dishes arrived promptly. Lin Shu was pleasantly surprised by the authentic Sichuan cuisine. She was momentarily caught off guard by the spice in her first bite. Tang Yichen quickly poured her a glass of water. Take your time. There's no one here competing for your food. After gulping down a sizable glass of water, Lin Shu regained her composure, her cheeks flushed. The proprietress approached, offering a pitcher of sour plum juice. I forgot to mention earlier that the peppers used here are from my hometown. They are spicier than those in Jiangcheng. However, without spice, Sichuan cuisine loses its essence. This sour plum juice is meant to alleviate the heat. I didn't realize how good it would taste. I enjoy spicy food as well, Lin Shu replied, despite the trio breaking into a sweat from the heat of the meal. See, I wasn't lying about the flavor.
Was I?
How do you like it? Lu Yan asked, relishing his meal and seeking praise. How did you discover this place? Lin Shu asked curiously, as she assumed that Tang Yichen and his friends would prefer upscale dining. I found it through online recommendations and had to return multiple times. I simply couldn't resist. He confessed. When it comes to food, no one is more discerning than you, Tang Yichen teased. Indeed, my palate has been spoiled by my sister-in-law's cooking. I find ordinary fare beneath my standards, he replied, clearly pleased with his words. He then focused on carefully removing fish bones for his wife, ignoring Lu Xiaowu. Sitting across from them, Lu Yan thought it unwise to dine with his elder brother and sister-in-law, especially since he had filled his stomach with their affectionate banter. After finishing their meal, the hour was getting late. All right then, Lin Shu said, taking the hands of the two children as they began their walk home. Tang Yichen glanced back and asked, do Ching and Nuonua want to attend summer camp?
Yes.
They eagerly nodded in response. Tang Yichen, observing their expectant expressions, smiled. Does mommy know? Does she approve? Shall we ask her about it during dinner? He suggested, sending the children off to wash their hands while he headed to the kitchen to find his wife. Wife, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful. I've prepared chicken soup. Have Ching and Nuonua mentioned summer camp to you? Tang Yichen washed his hands and helped serve the dishes. Yes, they're very eager to go. Then let them attend. Their school holds it annually and they usually participate. Besides, my two little treasures are quite capable of taking care of themselves. It will be just fine.
All right.
I will heed your advice. Tang Yichen, with a playful demeanor, leaned in to plant a subtle kiss on her cheek. Inadvertently caught by the two little ones who were peeking in. The children, with their mischievous expressions, playfully shielded their eyes, feigning ignorance, which caused Lin Shu to blush furiously. Unlike his boldness, Lin Shu, feeling shy, awkwardly carried her utensils outside. On the day Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuno departed for their summer camp, Lin Shu and Tang Yichen made a special effort to escort them to school. Knowing it was their first time venturing out alone, Lin Shu had been reminding them since the previous night to heed their teacher's instructions and to avoid wandering off, urging her son to take good care of his sister. Both children were nearly able to recite her admonitions by heart, assuring her, don't worry, mommy, I will take good care of my sister. As they boarded the bus, Lin Shu watched them wave goodbye from a distance. It's all right, dear. I've reviewed the itinerary. It primarily consists of recreational activities. Think of it as a little adventure for them. Tang Yichen reassured her, noticing her reluctance. Lin Shu nodded, aware that the school would manage everything well. Her concern wasn't about the arrangements, but rather the bittersweet realization of how much her children had grown. From the moment they were born, so fragile and tiny, cradled in her arms with utmost care to avoid any harm, it felt surreal that they were now embarking on a week-long excursion independently. Shall I take you to the studio? Lin Shu suggested, feeling that it would be beneficial to spend more time there and complete her tasks. They had initially agreed that Tang Yichen would pick her up after work, but unexpectedly, it was not his call, but rather Tang Wanner who reached out.
Wanner, she answered. Sister-in-law, sobi.
What's wrong, Wanner? Where are you? Lin Shu was taken aback by the sound of her crying as soon as she answered the call. She felt a surge of anxiety. Wanner had always been the carefree girl in their presence, perpetually cheerful and lighthearted, and Lin Shu had never witnessed her in such distress. I'm at a barbecue stall. Are you alone? Send me your location. I will come find you. Yes, alone, sob. Okay, sister-in-law. Hearing that Wanner was by herself, seemingly inebriated, Lin Shu felt relieved that she at least had the presence of mind to share her location. Upon receiving the address via WeChat, Lin Shu hurriedly grabbed her bag and set off. Chapter 122. Wanner inebriated. Lin Shu took a taxi to the address Wanner provided, which led her to a barbecue restaurant on a bustling food street. Upon arrival, she spotted Wanner slumped alone at an outdoor table, surrounded by various dishes, with an empty crate of beer bottles scattered at her feet. Lin Shu rushed over and took a seat beside her, gently patting her shoulder. Wanner, what happened? Why are you drinking so much alone? Wanner, upon hearing Lin Shu's voice, sluggishly lifted her head. Sister-in-law, you're here. Her eyes were slightly red from crying, and it was clear she had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Why are you drinking alone? Lin Shu inquired softly. I'm just happy. I've been working overtime, and today I finally secured the project. As she spoke, she picked up a bottle of beer, opened it, and poured it into her glass. Sister-in-law, take a look at what you wish to eat. Order for yourself, as today I shall treat. Lin Shu observed the abundant dishes on the table, which had scarcely been touched, and refrained from ordering more. She casually took a skewer of grilled meat to appease her hunger.
Quietly sitting beside Tang war näher.
She sensed that Wana was troubled by something. Perhaps she merely needed a confidant, or perhaps she sought an outlet for her emotions without the desire to vocalize them. Lin Shu felt fortunate to have received the call. Otherwise, the thought of a young girl drinking alone in public was worrisome. Having consumed only a few skewers of meat, Lin Shu noticed Tang Wana downing yet another bottle of beer. As Wana reached for another, Lin Shu could no longer suppress the urge to halt her from opening the bottle. Wana, eat something first. Do not drink any more. Sister-in-law, woo-woo. Tang Wana placed the beer down and, without warning, embraced Lin Shu, weeping. Lin Shu gently patted her back, soothing her with soft words. From Wana's fragmented utterances, Lin Shu discerned a significant truth. Wana harbored feelings for Qin Hao. She was taken aback, for Wana had never exhibited such sentiments during their time together. Did Yichen know? It seemed that Qin Hao regarded her in the same light as he did Qin, showing no inclination towards her. Wana's path was undoubtedly fraught with challenges. Unsure how to console her, Lin Shu herself was still navigating the complexities of emotions. She permitted Wana to cry, believing that sometimes releasing one's sorrow was the remedy. Just as she had calmed Wana, a call from Tang Yichen came through, reminding her that she had forgotten to inform him in her haste. Dear, where have you gone? I am at the entrance of your studio.
Yichen.
I am with Wana. I forgot to tell you. Where are you? At a barbecue restaurant on the food street. Send me the address. I will head over now.
All right.
Yichen did not inquire further, and upon hanging up, Lin Shu promptly sent him the location. Approximately half an hour later, Tang Yichen arrived at the barbecue establishment. At that moment, Tang Wana lay sprawled on the table, asleep, while Lin Shu stood vigil beside her. Wife. Yichen, you are here. Lin Shu's face illuminated with uncontainable joy upon seeing him. What happened to Wana? Why has she drunk so much? How did you end up together? I received her call in the afternoon and came over. By the time I arrived, she was already quite inebriated.
Yichen.
Did you know Wana has feelings for Qin Hao? Tang Yichen paused, momentarily taken aback. Is that why she has gotten drunk? Lin Shu nodded gently. I deduced it. She has never confided in me. Lin Shu reflected that although Yichen was Wana's cousin, the distinction between genders likely made it difficult for the young girl to express such matters. Does Qin Hao know? I am not entirely sure about their relationship. He likely remains unaware, as he has always treated Wana like a younger sister. Does he have feelings for her? It's hard to say, Tang Yichen mused. Perhaps even the third party is uncertain. Lin Shu gazed at Tang Yichen with confusion, unable to comprehend his meaning. Love was love, and indifference was indifference. Why was it difficult to articulate? Tang Yichen observed his beloved wife gazing intently at him. My dear wife, should you continue to regard me with such fervent eyes, I cannot assure you that I will be able to await the evening. Lin Shu took a few moments to comprehend his words, her face flushing a deep crimson that extended to her ears. This was a recurring occurrence with him. Tang Yichen grasped Lin Shu's hand firmly, reassuring her that they were both adults capable of managing their affairs. Have you had dinner? Just as they were conversing, Tang Wana, who had been resting her head on the table, suddenly stirred awake. She lifted her head, her gaze hazy as she looked at her brother. Brother. Unconsciously, she felt a twinge of fear towards him, and his sudden appearance startled her awake. She promptly straightened her posture, resembling a student awaiting instruction. You do remember I am your brother, he remarked. Tang Wana quietly bowed her head. Lin Shu, sensing her discomfort, gently tugged at Tang Wana's hand and said, Why don't you stay with us tonight? We worry about you being alone. Tang Wana hesitated, glancing at her elder brother, who remained silent. Lin Shu turned to Tang Yichen, who said, I will go fetch the car. He then assisted Tang Wana into the vehicle, taking a seat in the back to look after her. Upon their return to Xinjing Garden, Lin Shu arranged for Tang Wana to sleep in Nua's bed, providing her with fresh sheets and a duvet. After several trips to the restroom, Tang Wana appeared more alert. Standing at the door with Lin Shu, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. What are you thanking me for? I will fetch you some honey water. Drink it and rest early. You shouldn't bathe tonight. Save that for tomorrow morning, Lin Shu instructed. Okay, Tang Wana nodded earnestly. Lin Shu took the honey water to Tang Wana before heading to the kitchen to boil dumplings. After Tang Yichen finished to shower, he emerged from the room, towel in hand, searching for his wife. Upon reaching the kitchen, he found Lin Shu diligently preparing dumplings. She wore the same simple yet elegant dress that accentuated her figure, her long black hair casually pinned up, revealing her fair, elongated neck. A surge of desire coursed through him. He approached her from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. My dear wife, you have worked hard. Startled by his sudden gesture, Lin Shu exclaimed, You startled me. Why do you walk so quietly? You must be hungry. The food will be ready shortly. Indeed, I find myself longing for you. Tang Yichen murmured, burying his face in her shoulder, subtly pressing forward. Chapter 123. The following day. Lin Shu blushed, pushing away the playful figure. You should step outside. I need to serve the dumplings. Unbeknownst to her, her voice had taken on a sultry tone, causing her cheeks to flush even deeper. Tang Yichen ceased his teasing and obediently exited, taking a seat at the dining table. Lin Shu brought the dumplings to the table, accompanied by a small dish of vinegar. Dear wife, you should eat some too. You only had those barbecued dishes earlier, or else you will be hungry soon. I will just have one. The dishes Wanu ordered were hardly touched by her. I consumed most of them, and now my stomach feels quite full, she replied. Tang Yichen picked up the first dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and fed it to Lin Shu, who smiled brightly as she accepted it. Take your time eating. I will go take a shower, she said.
All right.
Brother, what brings you here at this late hour? On the other end of the phone, Qin Hao quickly answered. Today, Wanner is out alone and has gotten drunk. Tang Yichen calmly stated. Is she all right? Upon hearing that Tang Wanner was intoxicated, Qin Hao's tone became somewhat anxious.
Yes.
Do you know why she drank so much? I don't know, brother. Qin Hao truly had no idea. Perhaps it was because of the person she held in her heart.
If you don't know, then let it be.
It's no big deal. Just get some rest, Tang Yichen replied.
All right.
Ultimately, Tang Yichen refrained from saying more. Some matters were not for outsiders to interfere with, and she needed to confront them on her own. As he walked in, he happened to overhear Tang Yichen say, If you don't know, then let it be. It's no big deal. Just get some rest. He must have been calling Qin Hao. This man, though he claimed not to care, was evidently quite concerned for Wanner. After hanging up, Tang Yichen leaned against the balcony door of the room, his figure tall and handsome, the room's soft lighting casting a delicate sheen upon his face, accentuating his exquisite features. His deep-set eyes sparkled with mirth, and a subtle smile played upon his lips, radiating a sense of contentment and bliss that was utterly enchanting. Lin Shu felt her face flush under his unabashed gaze, her heart racing. He had ensnared her within layers of affection, trapping her in his intense stare. For him, she would willingly surrender, creating a prison of desire from which there was no escape. Tang Yichen set down his phone, approached with a smile, and gently caressed her cheek. His gaze so tender it seemed to overflow with warmth. She instinctively turned away, unable to meet his eyes, fearing she would drown in such gentleness. Sinking deeper into its allure, Tang Yichen lifted her chin, compelling her to gaze into his eyes. In the depths of his dark orbs, she saw her own reflection. Blushing and shy, wife, he spoke softly, the word tinged with layers of longing, sending a shiver through Lin Shu. As if delicate currents of electricity coursed from her heart to her scalp, leaving her tingling. Her face grew increasingly warm, as if it might ignite. Were you just on the phone with the third one? Lin Shu inquired while gently pushing him away. Yes, but I didn't say much. I'll let Wanner handle it herself. Let's not concern ourselves with them, Tang Yichen replied, wrapping his arms tightly around Lin Shu as he leaned closer. Under his enchanting influence, she forgot to think and slowly closed her eyes. The night was tranquil, punctuated only by the sound of their heartbeats, as if they might leap from their chests. At noon, their soft lips met, reminiscent of a long-awaited rain after a drought. As they descended, a flurry of heated marks was left upon her fair skin, glaringly evident. Lin Shu softly moaned, further igniting his excitement. He swiftly scooped her up and carried her to the bed. After gently placing her down, he grasped her hand, entwined it around his neck, and swiftly kissed her. His lips parting hers with fervor, their kiss deep and passionate. In the early morning light, the two lay tightly embraced. Lin Shu awoke first. As she stirred, the man above her roused as well, mumbling sleepily, "Let us sleep a little longer. It's still early." The voice carried a seductive and enchanting rasp, reminiscent of someone just awakening. Lin Shu, captivated by this sound, recalled the deep, husky tones from the previous night that had ensnared her senses, causing her cheeks to flush once more. I shall check if Wanner has woken, she thought, though she quickly dismissed the concern, reasoning that at her age, she should be able to rise independently. Oh, please let me get up first. It's Wanu's first visit, and she is still unfamiliar with the surroundings. Lin Shu struggled to rise, only to hear someone above her quietly command, "Stay still." A sudden awareness of a morning arousal sent a shiver of fear through her, rendering her immobile. Seizing a moment of distraction, she hastily slipped out of bed and quietly left the room, only to be met with a satisfied chuckle from behind. After dressing, Lin Shu emerged to find Wanner already awake, seated in the living room engrossed in her phone. "Wanner, you're up. Are you feeling all right?" Lin Shu inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Just promise me you won't go out drinking alone again," Wana earnestly replied, nodding vigorously. I'll prepare breakfast now. Lin Shu announced as she made her way to the kitchen. Sister-in-law, I've ordered takeout, so don't bother cooking. I ordered plenty. It'll be more than enough.
Warner quickly interjected.
Sister-in-law, where are Chung and Yuo? Why aren't they home? Wana, upon noticing the absence of her beloved niece and nephew, felt a twinge of disappointment. How wonderful! They're so capable, able to go out on their own, she mused, not realizing they had gone to attend a summer camp. Mistakenly believing they were at the old house with their grandfather. As they chatted, Lin Shu began to question whether Wani's tears from the previous night had truly occurred. For today she seemed to have returned to her usual cheerful and lively self. Sister-in-law, I didn't do anything inappropriate last night, did I?
Warner asked cautiously.
And did I say anything strange? Not at all, Lin Shu reassured her, choosing to withhold any mention of Wanu's drunken ramblings, reasoning that if she wished to share or seek advice, she would do so when sober. If her tipsy confessions had slipped out inadvertently, it was best left unspoken. Before long, the takeout arrived, and the two women busied themselves setting the table. Lin Shu decided to rouse Tang Yichen for breakfast, and approached his room just as he opened the door. Yichen, you're awake just in time for breakfast. Wana ordered from your favorite restaurant. As they gathered around the dining table, Wana hurriedly served them both bowls of congee. Big brother, breakfast is ready.
Tang Yichen ziblit.
And upon his arrival, Wana fell silent, lowering her head to eat quietly. Lin Shu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. It was amusing how Tang Yichen, who had been playful and unabashedly affectionate in her presence, transformed into a cold, stoic figure around others, leaving them hesitant to speak.